Chapter 161 Rebellion. Chong Yuan looked fierce and pointed her gun at the man in white clothes at the front. He was the only one who looked the most arrogant in the team.
Let them go. Yao!
Chong Yuan was grabbed by the man's hair and his chin was forced to lift. When he saw Chong Yuan coming out, his black eyes shone with light. Chong Yuan seemed not to hear her cry for help. Her focus was on the man. The other party has hostages in their hands, and it will be difficult to rescue them all. Feng Qi clenched his fists and quickly recognized the man from his hair color. It's him. Pulley. Pulley lifted Chong Yuan with one hand and put the gun against her temple. His voice filled with viciousness.
Let everyone in the ark come out. Otherwise, I will deal with her first.
Hearing this voice, Chong Yuan also recognized the other person. But things were different now. So she didn't care who the other person was.
What do you want?
Seeing Chong Yuan dealing with the opponent, Feng Qi glanced behind him and found that except for Xiao Lei, no one in the ark came out at all, and felt uncomfortable. Carefully retreat to Xiao Lei.
Where are they? Didn't come out.
Xiao Lei was a little confused when he saw this posture. He originally thought that this Pulley was a good person, but he didn't expect that he turned out to be a white-eyed wolf. If Su Wei hadn't been soft-hearted and allowed them to board the ark, the other party wouldn't be alive now. Feng Qi glanced at Chong Yuan's back and told Xiao Lei.
You try to hold him back while I go in and take a look.
Good.
Feng Qi took advantage of others' unpreparedness and slowly retreated to the ark. As soon as he entered, he saw Mr. Su drinking water and holding a half-eaten piece of bread in his other hand. Judging from his anxious look, he must be hungry. Feng Qi stood in front of Committee Su and asked,
What on earth is going on?
Suji put down the water glass and sighed.
Oh, it's all my fault for luring the wolf into the house. Devastated. People's hearts are unstable. Since entering the ark, Pulley secretly used materials to bribe hundreds of people and soldiers and instigated them to betray. He first let people sneak into the warehouse and take the things inside for himself. Then he forced us at gunpoint, locked us in a small dark room without giving us supplies, and wanted us all to starve to death, and then occupied the ark.
Things are unpredictable. Who would have thought that the gentle and amiable Pulley would have different intentions? He regrets it, but in this situation, there is no point in regretting.
You want this ark?
Feng Qi gritted his teeth.
We can't give it to him. Everyone with a gun, come out with me.
Hearing no movement, Feng Qi just turned around and turned back again. He found that everyone was looking at him expressionlessly and did not respond. Feng Qi glared at the people at the front, showing his majesty.
What? My words don't work anymore.
Everyone looked at me and I looked at you. But they just didn't want to follow Feng Qi out. There were still doubts in their hearts. And even Commissioner Su looked distrustful. In my mind, I felt that Feng Qi and Pulley were in the same group. Feng Qi understood quickly when he saw the expressions on everyone's faces. But he didn't need to explain. The moment the disaster strikes, the army ceases to exist. He doesn't care about any official rank or status. Praising Su Ji and saying,
Su Wei
is already thinking of old feelings.
It doesn't matter if you don't listen. Today's situation is no longer what it used to be. The Earth has been destroyed. We have already changed our lives on another planet. Let's separate from each other in the future.
Feng Qi turned around and wanted to leave, but Su Ji held him back.
Don't leave.
Su Ji couldn't believe it.
What did you just say? That you changed the planet?
Did your home disappear just after you came out of the ark? Su Ji didn't believe it. The moment he was pulled by Su Ji, the corners of Feng Qi's mouth curved quietly. But he soon regained his composure, pushing Su Ji's hand away.
Yes. It's a brand new environment. Now there are only 1,000 humans left. If we don't unite, the outcome for us will be extinction.
Everyone stayed where they were, looking unbelieving. Feng Qi snorted coldly.
If you don't believe it, go out and see for yourself. Take care of yourself.
After saying that, he stopped staying and decided to leave.
Now that the words have been said, let's each think about it. Chong Yuan is still outside. He must go out to help. But Feng Qi did not return to Chong Yuan. Instead, he went out from the door on the other side of the ark, walked around to a secret place, and set up his gun to shoot. The sounds of negotiations between the two sides could be heard in the distance.
I don't care what you want about the people inside. Give me back my people. As for the ark, if you want it, use your skills to grab it from the other party. Why are you struggling with me here?
Chong Yuan told the truth. She had no intention of living with the people in the Arkansas. As for the ark, how could she give it up to others? Whatever is placed in the space is hers. It's just that there are many people on the other side. So she can't act rashly for the time being. Johan was still being pulled by Pulley's hair. Zhou's father was yelling at the side, wanting to replace Johan's position. He was about to die. And he would die when he died. But my daughter is still young. She cannot die.
Please let my daughter go. You hold me. I will be a hostage. Dad, leave me alone.
Johan's eyes were red. But he didn't shed any tears. Zhou's father refused to listen, and finally broke away from the people behind him, and ran to Pulley.
Beg! Get away! Ah!
Zhou's father was kicked away by Pulley, which hit him right in the heart, causing him so much pain that he couldn't breathe.
Dad!
The two siblings shouted.
Old man!
Mother Zhou burst into tears. Jiang Yao frowned as she looked across from him, feeling anxious and helpless. If this continues, she will have to expose her space and bring out the cannon. In the blink of an eye, the gun originally pressed against Johan's temple was pointed at Zhou's father. Jiang Yao suddenly felt bad. Pulley stared at Zhou's father on the ground.
Since you don't want to live, I will help you.
Click the trigger.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
3 shots fired.
No!
Johan struggled wildly, and finally broke away from the man's hand, and crawled towards Zhou's father, who was lying in a pool of blood.
Dad!
A shrill cry penetrated the sky.
Dad!
Zhou Jin was pressed to the ground by 3 big men, and could not move. Everything happened so suddenly. Jiang Yao hit Pulley between the eyebrows. He looked up at the ground again, and found that Zhou's father had also been shot in the heart, and was bleeding slowly. Johan blocked it with his hands. The blood dyed her hands red, and also dyed Jiang Yao's eyes red. Glaring at Pulley fiercely, Pulley stiffened and his eyes widened. He was shot once in the chest and between the eyebrows, and the gun in his hand fell. His subordinates finally realized something was wrong and ran forward to hug him.
Mr. Pu! Mr. Pu was shot!
The opponent instantly became a mess, dropped their guns and surrounded Pulley tightly. Some soldiers even held their heads, as if they were unwilling to accept Pulley's death. Zhou Jin and others finally got free and ran towards Jiang Yao. Zhou Jin picked up Zhou's father's body and left the territory occupied by the enemy. The people in the ark heard the gunshot and ran out late. Now Jiang Yao raised his gun behind him and pointed it at the enemy on the opposite side. However, Jiang Yao didn't buy it. He only came out after everything was solved. Do you think she is stupid? She didn't know what Feng Qi said when he went in. But seeing such an attitude, Jiang Yao was very angry. Chapter 162 Massacre. At this moment, Feng Qi walked over with a gun, raised his chin, and looked at the crowd gathered together.
How do you want to deal with those people? Kill!
Jiang Yao made this decision without hesitation. Betrayed once? There will be countless times. And you can't stay.
I also have this plan.
Just a warning to the people behind you.
Me too.
The 2 Zhou brothers and sisters wiped away their tears and raised their guns angrily.
Add me 1.
Several people stepped forward at the same time, getting ready for battle.
While we are leaderless now. Come on!
Jiang Yao gave the order, and 10 people raised their submachine guns at the same time. He rushed forward with a da-da-da-da sound.
Ah! Well,
Dozens of people on the other side were killed or injured, and they were curled up on the ground and groaning. Someone in the team finally reacted, picked up a gun from the ground and resisted.
Bang bang!
For a while, gunfire continued.
Everyone disperse.
The group of people quickly dispersed and found a hidden place to continue their protrusion. Jiang Yao picked up a corpse from the ground and used it as a target. She held the gun steadily in her right hand without any fear. The giant python and the strange tiger transformed into their original forms and rushed forward, biting, flicking, killing and injuring a large number of people. At this moment, Johan burst out with all her anger, raised her gun and rushed to the front, her body covered in blood. The whole person is like a ghost crawling out of Shura field, with cold eyes. The people who came out of the ark saw this and swallowed in fear, becoming afraid of the decisive actions of several people. You were fine just now. Why did you suddenly start fighting?
You guys go and help too.
Su Ji, who had been watching the battle just now, finally spoke.
Yes.
Everyone rushed forward and joined the battle. Only the common people and Su Ji were left standing there to watch the battle. And they were not the only ones watching the battle. There was also Fedoro, the leader of the Makaya orcs, hiding somewhere. When he heard the first gunshot, he felt excited inside. I have always felt that the sharp weapon in Jiang Yao's hand was unusual. But now that I saw it, it was indeed powerful. Being able to deal with the opponent without getting close is the weapon he has always dreamed of obtaining. But seeing each other killing each other, the excitement quickly subsided. Fedora thought about his current situation. They were killing each other. The tribe was about to be wiped out by the Cormorant orcs. If we can get Jiang Yao's sharp weapon, there may be a turning point. As long as he can protect his people, he can do anything. After looking at the fruit in his hand, Fedora immediately made a decision, swallowed the fruit decisively, and turned around to leave. He wanted to treat Jiang Yao with the best food. On Jiang Yao's side, all of Puli's men have been eliminated, and their bodies have fallen into pieces. Zhou Han was still angry. When he saw the man who was still moving, he fired a few more shots until the man stopped moving. Jiang Yao saw her actions in her eyes. Father Zhou's death gave her a great stimulus, and finally inspired her fierceness.
How to deal with the corpse?
Feng Qi came over. There were hundreds of corpses, which was very troublesome to clean up. The giant python and the exotic tiger had already eaten dozens of them. So Jiang Yao simply secretly released the two little ones into space to let them eat their fill. As for the rest, Jiang Yao was also in trouble.
Buried?
Just as Feng Qi was about to nod, the ground suddenly began to tremble, accompanied by crackling sounds in the distance. Jiang Yao shook twice, and then managed to steady herself. Looking towards the sound, I saw two big CAO walking over slowly. He spanned nearly 10 meters in one step, and quickly walked to stand in front of Jiang Yao and the others.
What kind of monster is this?
The people who came out of the ark had never seen such a scene, and they became panicked for a moment. While panicking, they did not forget to protect Su Ji. The CAO lowered his neck and put his head on the ground. Fedora and his subordinate Shan slid down from its neck and walked to Jiang Yao. When the people in the ark saw this, they raised their guns and looked wary. Realizing the danger, Fedora and Shan also pointed their spears at Su Ji and others. Jiang Yao put down her gun and said,
"Don't mess around in other people's territory."
But they didn't listen to Jiang Yao, but looked at Su Ji. After a short period of observation, Su Ji finally nodded after seeing clearly that the opponent's weapon was only a spear.
"Let it go." "Yes."
The soldier holding the gun honestly put down the gun and silently stared at the strange-looking alien in front of him. The curiosity in his eyes could not be concealed. After lifting his smile, Fedora faced Jiang Yao with a very enthusiastic look.
"Leave the body to us for disposal. I prepared food and placed it on your territory." "Thanks."
Jiang Yao did not refuse Fedora's kindness. For the other party to be so enthusiastic, he must have seen this war and recognized the strength of human beings.
"You're welcome. From now on, you can live in peace. If you need anything, come to me on the mountain."
Fedora pointed to the highest mountain. Jiang Yao glanced at the mountain and immediately agreed.
"I'll trouble you later."
"Fine." Fedora twitched the corners of his mouth, revealing an extremely ugly smile. The skin on his face wrinkled together, like a hairless cat. The protruding eyeballs are particularly eye-catching, and the luminous object on the head shines even brighter. Jiang Yao raised her head to glance at the luminous object, and then quickly looked away. As Fedora returned to the foot of the mountain, more than 1,000 people in the ark followed one after another. There was a lot of wow along the way, and they finally accepted the fact of living on Maka Star. Suji looked sad. He still didn't believe that his home was destroyed like this. But now that it was over, he had to accept it slowly. Zhou Jin hugged Zhou's father's body, and Zhou Han and Zhou's mother had already cried. Although they had taken revenge, they could not express the pain of losing their loved ones. Li and Cheng Nanxing had already picked up the shovels, and they walked towards the foot of the mountain to make a simple cemetery. Jiang Yao didn't stop them when she saw their actions, and didn't know how to comfort them. Fedora noticed that Jiang Yao was not happy, so he took her to the mountain of food.
"These are the foods I found for you. The most delicious food."
"Food?" Jiang Yao looked curiously, and when she saw clearly what they were, she was speechless. He couldn't help but look at Fedora.
"Are these the foods that people from Maka eat?"
Fedora thought she was surprised, and there was a hint of pride on her face.
"That's right."
Jiang Yao walked over and picked up an orange leaf and used the leaf as food. "Can it be eaten?" Looking over one by one, I found that there were also wooden sticks, pink sand, and giant insects weighing more than 10 kilograms. Yes, it's an insect, similar to an enlarged version of a beetle, with a golden heart SHL all over its body. Jiang Yao pointed at the beetle.
Is that also edible? Well, this is a rare magic camel insect in the mountains. Usually only those with strength like me can eat it.
Fedora thought she liked it too. So he took off a leg and handed it to Jiangyao.
Suck the juice inside. It's fresh and juicy.
The expression on Jiangyao's face was as if she had smelled shit. And it was hard to describe. But this was someone's good intention. So I had no choice but to take it. Chapter 163 I can help you. I want half of the territory. Without looking at it, he gave it to Feng Qi and said perfunctorily,
I'll eat it later.
Feng Qi held the insect's legs and frowned. Seeing Jiangyao's expressionless expression, Fedora seemed to have noticed something.
You don't like it?
Jiangyao looked at him.
We humans eat cooked food. And we will roast it later before eating. Roasted?
Fedora didn't understand.
What is roasted?
Jiangyao didn't want to explain.
I'll treat you to it if I get the chance.
She just wants to be quiet now. This is the best temper she has ever had since the disaster. And she is also the most patient. When thinking about food, Jiangyao is still a little worried about whether Maka planet is suitable for growing crops. It doesn't matter if she has space, but if she wants to rebuild human civilization, she must take this into consideration. Even if the planet is changed, human living habits cannot be changed too completely. Although it is said that when you go to a country, do as the Romans do. It also depends on whether the local things are acceptable to humans. However, this was something for other people to consider, and it was best for her to live alone. Just as he was about to go and see Zhou, the space suddenly shook violently again. Jiangyao immediately lost her balance and fell to the side. Feng Qi and Fedora saw this and hurriedly supported her together. Feng Qi was worried.
What's wrong? Is it?
There must be something wrong with the space again. Jiangyao had no energy to speak and focused on the space. The materials in the space fell to the ground again. The livestock were restless, and the Crucian carp was flying around anxiously. This shaking lasted for a minute, and she felt dizzy for a minute, as if something was about to come out of her head, and her temples hurt sharply. What's going on? Is space really not suitable for the environment of Maka Star? It shouldn't be. Space is only something that exists in her consciousness. How can it be affected by the outside world? After shaking it, Jiangyao's pale face returned to normal, gently pushing the two of them away.
I'm fine.
Feng Qi was still worried.
Is everything really okay? It's okay.
Jiangyao twitched her lips. At this time, Xiaolei came over.
Team Phone. Commissioner Su is looking for you.
Feng Qi curled his fingers.
I know.
Jiangyao knew that Feng Qi had something to do, so she took the initiative to let him pass.
Go quickly. It's best to keep them far away and not approach my territory at will.
Feng Qi smiled, knowing that Jiangyao had a withdrawn personality.
Good.
After Feng Qi left, Jiangyao realized that Fedora had never left.
Do you have anything else?
Fedora hesitated, then turned around and looked at the group of humans on the left.
You don't like those humans?
Jiangyao glanced at the noisy crowd.
It's not that I don't like it. I just like silence.
Don't like humans? Impossible. In a strange place, the more similar people there are, the better. Fortunately, the ratio of men to women is not imbalanced. Otherwise,
the land next to it is for them to live in. No one can come to your land.
Hearing these words, Jiangyao looked at Fedora, feeling wary. A native was so enthusiastic towards her, an alien, that she had to doubt his motives. Jiangyao became alert.
What do you want me to do?
Fedora was stunned. Is his purpose so obvious? Now that the other party has seen it, he no longer hides it.
I want to borrow the sharp weapon in your hand to defeat the enemy who has been bullying our clan.
Jiangyao narrowed her eyes slightly.
What's the benefit?
Suddenly thinking of something, Jiangyao spoke solemnly.
Do you want them all to perish? Or do you just want to kill them for their majesty?
Feeling Jiangyao's fierce aura, Fujuano's tall body stepped back. He didn't understand why the person he was getting along with just now suddenly became murderous.
Jiangyao
gradually approached. Fedora composed himself.
Of course, eradication.
The orcs of Kimura are violent by nature and cannot leave any trouble behind. It's good to eradicate him. Jiangyao is afraid that the other party is not cruel.
I can promise you. But I want half of the territory you rob.
I originally wanted to say 2/3. But I thought that this was the territory of the indigenous people, and they didn't know the other party's true strength. Some things shouldn't be rushed. Seeing Fedora's eyes widening and his body stiffening, Jiangyao felt that if he continued to stare, his protruding eyeballs would fall out. This request is indeed difficult to accept. If it were her, she would definitely not agree. There are very few kind-hearted tribes like the Makaya orcs. They can accept the existence of humans. But it does not mean that all the natives of Makaya will accept it. What Jiangyao wants to guard against are the indigenous people of the entire Maka planet. Before other tribes learn of the existence of humans, they must become stronger, occupy a certain position on Maka Star, and establish their own power as soon as possible. Jiangyao understood Fedoro's dilemma.
You should go back and discuss it with your tribe. If it works, I can help you deal with the enemy. If it doesn't, just pretend I didn't tell you.
Naturally, I won't borrow weapons. Fedoro calmed down.
This matter does require the tribe's consent. Give me half a day, and I will come back to you in half a day. Okay.
Jiangyao nodded and stopped pushing Fedoro. After he left, Jiangyao walked towards the foot of the mountain. As soon as I got closer, I saw a dirt bag on the ground. 2 people were kneeling in front of the dirt bag, and Zhou's mother stood aside and wiped her tears. Jiangyao knew the pain of losing a loved one, but she could only give them half an hour to vent their emotions. Come back in half an hour. Jiangyao turned and left.
Human, let me out!
In his mind, the voice of Christian Carp suddenly sounded. Jiangyao calmed down.
You want to come out? But there is no water outside.
The lake is a forbidden area. She respects local customs and will not take the initiative to approach it.
I can live without water. You forgot. I have wings and can live without water.
Christian Carp flies around in space.
You wait.
Jiangyao looked at the 2 on his shoulder.
The Christian Carp is coming out. And you have another playmate.
The 2 little ones were also released by her and went to play somewhere. She has 5 pets, which is great.
It's okay to come out.
The giant python did not object. After all, staying together is the best way.
Let it come out.
He who kissed Jiangyao's cheek.
Take me to the sky by the way. Yeah. You can go up there and take a look.
Jiangyao raised her head and looked at the dark sky full of stars. Being able to fly was considered a skill. Well, just waiting for the baby killer whale. With a thought, the huge body of the Christian Carp immediately appeared in the air in front of Jiangyao. Its wings, as thin as cicada wings, flapped slowly, and its blue tail swayed up and down, perfectly blending into the environment here. Jiangyao had an illusion that Christian Carp seemed to belong to this world.
Finally out!
The Christian Carp cheered as it turned in a circle with Jiangyao as the center. Jiangyao was about to say a few words to the Christian Carp when he saw Feng Qi approaching from the corner of his eye. So he dropped 3 of them.
You go ahead and play. I'll come as soon as I can.
Chapter 160 For the eve of the crusade. The 3 were quickly ignored. The Christian Carp flew down from the sky, like a big ship, and stopped steadily in front of the 2, its approaching wings resting on the ground.
Come up here, and I'll take you flying around. That's what I meant.
The tiger and the giant python quickly climbed onto the Christian Carp's back. I don't know when the back grew shallow downy hairs. It was no longer as smooth and delicate as fish, and the fish scales disappeared. Instead, it had more bird characteristics. The Christian Carp flew past Jiangyao's sky, and its huge body gradually turned into a small blue dot. Jiangyao looked away and looked at Feng Qi, who was coming towards him, and found that he had put on a black windbreaker. His hair had been styled, and he had returned to the cold look he had at the base. Behind him was only Xiao Lei, and Su Ji was not there. It's better not to come and save the trouble. After looking at the place where the crowd gathered, he realized that Fedoro had ordered his subordinates to take them away from his territory. Jiangyao curled her lips. Fedoro's execution was pretty good. The 2 soon met on a flat ground, and Jiangyao got straight to the point.
Why did Su Ji ask you to come over?
He wanted to reorganize the army, but I refused. Feng Qi seemed careless, but his tense face showed no expression. Jiangyao saw his entanglement and reluctance.
You can't bear it?
Living in a military camp since I was a child, I have been exposed to it for a long time, so it is normal to be reluctant to let go. Thinking of the 2 years he spent in the army, the training scenes came to mind. For 2 years, she accompanied her comrades almost day and night, and she felt uncomfortable for a long time when they left. However, as time passed, this feeling faded. As time went by, I no longer felt anything. Jiangyao can empathize and respect Feng Qi's choice. Are you reluctant to give up? It does have a bit of it, but it's not overpowering. Feng Qi shook his head firmly.
I would rather form a team with you than with them.
During the time spent with Jiangyao, Feng-Chi lived more freely. He was not bound by rules, and could decide his own life. Freedom. Life has meaning. Feng-Chi decided not to return to the army. Without Jianyao, he would have been a lonely grave. The previous life was over. And in this life, he had to live for himself. Of course, if there is need for help, he will do his best to help. But it is impossible to do everything as meticulously as before.
Welcome.
Jianyao stretched out her right hand.
I have something to discuss with you now.
Feng-Chi gently held her hand, then let go after a moment.
Is it related to the Makai orcs?
Jianyao smiled mysteriously.
Yeah.
Seeing Jianyao succeeding in his treacherous plan, Feng-Chi guessed something. But he was not sure. The two of them were about to go find Zhou Jin, but saw Fedoro and Shan walking over together. Say Chow Chow, and Chow Chow will arrive. Jianyao stood there waiting for Fedoro to approach. Jianyao didn't raise her head until her entire body was shrouded in black shadow.
A decision has been made so soon?
Fedoro glanced at Feng-Chi and said nothing. Jianyao knew what he meant, but she had no intention of avoiding Feng-Chi. Even if the other party said something, he couldn't understand it.
You can just ask.
He is one of our own.
Fedoro put his spear on the ground and licked his lips.
I went back to discuss with the elders and agreed to give you half of the territory.
He just went back and persuaded the tribe for a long time. But most of them did not agree with Jianyao's request. For the safety of the tribe, they even excluded humans from staying in the tribe. He also said that Jianyao's ambition must be eradicated. But how could Fedoro agree? As the king, he had the decision-making power and made the decision regardless of everyone's opposition. Seeing that the king had made up his mind, the others had no choice but to agree.
It's not a concession.
Jianyao corrected her words.
It's my reward for sponsoring you.
Payback? Feng-Chi's eyes fell on Jianyao's face. What did she promise to the other party, and would she get anything in return? Does Fedor really have something to ask for? But he did not rush to ask Jianyao, but waited patiently for the two to finish talking.
I'm sorry. I made a mistake. This is repayment.
Fedoro apologized sincerely. He was willing to put down his dignity for the sake of his tribe. In fact, he also had the ability to resist the opponent's invasion. But one of the elders who had this ability died. From then on, his ability could no longer be used to its maximum effect. So he was driven to this small place by the other party.
When will we attack?
Of course, Jianyao hopes that the sooner the better. As soon as he heard about the attack, Feng-Chi suddenly realized that the other party was really going to launch a war and needed Jianyao's help.
A week?
Jianyao frowned.
It's too long.
She held up 3 fingers and said,
In 3 days.
In fact, she hopes it will be tomorrow. 3 days is the deadline. Fedoro glanced at Shan, who nodded silently. Fedoro breathed a sigh of relief.
Okay. In 3 days.
As long as the clan members are ready, we can set off as soon as possible.
You come with me.
After confirming the time, Jianyao asked Fedoro to follow her and discuss countermeasures with everyone. Fedoro and Shan looked at each other and quickly followed. By the time the 3 of them reached the foot of the mountain, the Zhou family had finished their final worship, and the 2 of them were walking this way, supporting Zhou's mother. Zhou Han looked back for the last time, and when he turned around again, there was only indifference in his eyes, and there was no longer any warmth in his eyes. Big Beard and the others were afraid that the Zhou Jin brothers and sisters would do something stupid, so they stayed close to avoid causing irreparable trouble. Several people came to Jianyao one after another. Zhou Jin's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked much haggard. But even so, he still tried to cheer up to face Jianyao and others.
Have you finished your business? Well, if I have anything to do with you, come with me.
Jianyao ignored the sadness in the eyes of the brothers and sisters and turned around first to walk back. The few people didn't know what Jianyao wanted to discuss, but they followed him obediently. When they arrived at their destination, Jianyao took out several multi-person tents from the space and waved to the bearded people.
Put up the tent first.
After being able to divide the land, Jianyao no longer plans to build a house here. It will not be too late to build a house when she has her own land.
Okay.
A few people took apart the tent and set it up soon. The group of people entered the largest tent one after another. Fedoro was very tall and could only kneel down to enter. After everyone went in, Zhou Jin zipped the door shut. Fedoro stared at the roof of the tent curiously and touched it carefully with his hand. He was surprised when he felt a soft touch. What is this? Is it the house Jiang Yao mentioned? Apart from the dark SH.L. Is there such a soft house? Fedora was still looking at the tent. But Jiang Yao had already entered into the main topic.
In 3 days, we will participate in a war. The War of the Makai Orcs.
Fedora retracted his hand and sat upright, knowing that Jiang Yao was asking for the team's opinion and had to keep a friendly look to get the other party to agree to help.
War.
Several people looked at Jiang Yao at the same time. Chapter 165 The Secret of the Necklace.
Are we going to participate in their war?
Chung Nanxing pointed at Fedora and asked again uncertainly. That's right. Why?
Li was puzzled. Jiang Yao explained patiently.
This war is also related to the survival of mankind. Do you want to rebuild human civilization?
She spoke straightforwardly, not shying away from Fedora at all, because there was nothing to be afraid of.
Of course I do.
The bearded man stood up excitedly and hit his head directly on the roof of the tent. The pain made him sit down again. If mankind could stand up again, he would fight in as many wars as he wanted. Except for the bearded man. Other people also have smiles on their faces. They will certainly not back down when they rebuild their homes.
What should we do?
Zhou Jin asked.
In 3 days. Follow Fedora and set off. Okay. I have no objection.
Feng Qi was the first to express his opinion.
I do not have either. Me neither.
Several people shouted loudly and were full of momentum. Seeing that no one had any disagreements, Jiang Yao relaxed. There was no problem on her side. Next, it was time to understand the enemy's situation. So he looked at Fedora coldly.
How many people are there on the other side? What are their weapons? And what are their main characteristics? Please tell me the truth.
Fedora crossed his legs and intertwined his 4 hands.
The opponent is the Kalmoran orcs. There are 30,000 orcs in total. They are cruel by nature. They killed most of my tribe and occupied my territory. What else?
Jiang Yao asked again.
Bit is the king of Kimura. He has a special skill that can restore the injured person's physical strength in seconds and continue fighting.
As soon as Fedora finished speaking, Feng Qi couldn't help but ask.
What did he say?
Several people stared at Jiang Yao, waiting for her answer. They couldn't understand what Fedora said and could only rely on Jiang Yao to tell them. Jiang Yao quickly told everyone the information he got, word for word. When several people heard this, a fighting scene instantly appeared in their minds. The enemy fell down and got up again. Fell down and got up again. Restore blood volume immediately. A perfect super nani. The Maka people actually have superpowers. It seems that they should not be underestimated and should be on guard.
Then do we have a chance of winning?
Zhou Jin asked worriedly. The opponent has 30,000 people, and their combat power is astonishing. If there is even the slightest mistake, the consequences will be disastrous.
Why not? Just kill them all at once.
Zhou Han said coldly. Io said that injured people can recover their physical strength, but she did not say that dead people can be resurrected. Jiang Yao looked at Zhou Han with admiration.
Zhou Han is right. As long as he is killed in one blow, the chance of winning is still very high.
Thinking of the thermal weapons in space, several people no longer worried. Even if the opponent has special powers, they are still flesh and blood and cannot withstand the power of hot weapons. Jiang Yao looked at Fedora again.
What skills do you have? Me?
Fedora couldn't help but touch his forehead.
This is my skill. Freezing. Freeze?
Jiang Yao wanted to ask again, but the ground suddenly shook violently, and several people were shaken to the point where they could not sit still.
Moo!
A sharp voice sounded in their ears, and Jiang Yao and others were forced to cover their ears. Fedora's expression changed, and he thrust out the spear in his hand, and the tent was instantly torn into pieces. His huge body was quickly exposed outside the tent, leaving Jiang Yao and others behind and ran out. Things are not going well. Jiang Yao stood up staggeringly and ran out. The scene in front of her made Jiang Yao panic, and the whole world began to shake. The blue leaves on the mountain rustled down, and even the water in the lake stirred up layers of waves, and even overflowed the lake surface, leaving a large area wet on the shore. Dozens of big CAO ran over one after another, approaching Fedora, howling as they ran.
Moo!
They looked like they had encountered a terrifying hunter who could kill them at any time. Jiang Yao guessed that something serious had happened in the clan to make them run desperately. I saw Fedora quickly climbing up the back of a big beast and hitting its side with his spear. The big guy under him immediately turned around and ran away. Several people stood there blankly after seeing this scene. Just like Optimus Prime's big feet flying past. They never imagined that such a huge creature could also run.
What happened?
Feng Qi realized something was wrong.
Maybe the enemy has invaded.
Jiang Yao told Feng Qi her guess, her voice loud enough for everyone around her to hear clearly. At the thought of this possibility, the blood in Jiang Yao's body couldn't stop boiling, and her cheeks turned red. Good fight. The territory is almost in hand. Except for her and Feng Qi. Everyone else was extremely nervous. But at the thought of fighting, they were a little excited. As long as we can gain territory, fighting is nothing.
Let's go and take a look. If there is a fight, the Machias orcs will definitely not be the opponent.
Feng Qi took out his gun and got ready for a fight. Everyone followed suit.
Etc.
As soon as Zhou Jin finished speaking, she pinched the necklace around her neck with her right hand, then took it off. After reciting a spell from memory, the necklace pendant emitted a dazzling blue light.
What is this?
Zheng Nansheng exclaimed repeatedly, pointing at the necklace and taking 2 steps back. Everyone turned their heads and moved further away when they saw the light in Zhou Jin's hand. What's going on?
Brother! What's wrong with you?
Zhou Han wanted to get closer, but Jiang Yao held him back.
Don't go there. Take a look first.
Everyone stared blankly. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground in shock. Forced by the situation, Zhou Jin had no time to explain to everyone. He frowned and the sweat on his forehead formed a line and slid down his cheek, looking very painful. Zhou Jin completely ignored the pain in his body and continued to recite the next spell. The blue light from the necklace pendant became more and more dazzling. Next, an incredible scene happened. The blue light turned into more than a dozen thin lines and floated towards everyone present. And several people tried to hide.
Don't move!
Zhou Jin shouted. Several people did not move when they heard the sound, and just watched the thin line drill from the center of their eyebrows into their heads and disappear. Soon, the thin threads began to undergo incredible changes in the body. Everything in front of him gradually became clear, and even the fine velvet on the leaves 100 meters away could be seen clearly. In addition to their vision, everyone's entire body became lighter, and they could even hear the sound of their own blood trickling. Jiang Yao was shocked. Her hearing was restored.
Is this mutated?
Feng Qi felt the changes in himself, but he couldn't believe it. What's going on with Zhou Jin? Just a necklace has so much energy that it can change everyone's body? Jiang Yao approached Zhou Jin and looked at the necklace in his hand.
What is this?
I always saw him wearing it and thought it was just a flashy gem. But I didn't expect. Everyone was confused, waiting for Zhou Jin's explanation. Zhou Jin raised the necklace and showed a bitter smile.
I don't know what it is. I just know that it can restore humans' degraded functions to normal.
Chapter 166 Enemy Invasion.
You all know that except for high IQ and strong execution ability, human beings are inferior to animals in other abilities. And this pendant can just make up for the shortcomings of human beings and copy the advantages of all animals and humans. The good thing about all animals?
Hearing this, Jiang Yao was no longer calm, and Feng Qi and others were even less calm. A necklace has such a magical effect?
How do you know the necklace works?
Feng Qi couldn't help but ask. Everyone was waiting for Zhou Jin's answer. Even Zhou Han found it incredible. Why didn't she know that her brother had such a powerful necklace? The question may touch on his privacy, but everyone wants to know. Zhou Jin was silent for a moment and then spoke out.
You may not believe it, but I had a dream when I was a child. And the old man in the dream told me that the earth would be destroyed. In order to protect the only remaining humans, he injected a superpower into this necklace, which I must keep. But why are you taking it out now?
Chong Nansheng stared at the necklace. No wonder Zhou Jin wouldn't let him touch it before. It turned out that the crux was here. Zhou Jin continued to put the dim necklace back on his neck. He had not calculated that his father would die at the hands of humans. If he had known earlier, he would not have cared about the people in the Ark and waited for them to come out before using this ability.
Because I had known that the earth would, I would not have taken it out until I had determined the number of human survivors. There are only a few thousand people left now. In order to survive, we will expand our territory in the future. Now is the most appropriate time to take it out. Understood.
Jiang Yao turned her head indifferently and looked in the direction where the CEO disappeared.
Now is not the time to be surprised. The enemy is invading. We are just going to try out what abilities humans have. Well, let's go!
Feng Qi nodded. Business matters.
Cruciate carp. Take us there.
The Crucian carp that was parked in the sky received the order and hurriedly flew down and stopped in front of Jiang Yao.
Come up quickly.
Jiang Yao was the first to sit up on his wings, and several people followed him one after another. After everyone was seated, the crucian carp quickly took off and flew towards the direction of the enemy's invasion. The ground was in chaos at this time, and occasionally there were shadows of Machia orcs running past quickly. They had no mounts and were left behind. The blue spears in their hands were extremely sharp, and they were swung as they ran. If there was an enemy in front of them, they would stab them out without hesitation. The crucian carp quickly flew to the border of the Machia orc tribe. The border was cut off by a 30-meter-wide river. On the other side of the river were the Cormorant orc tribe, which numbered as many as 30,000 people. The skin color of the Cormorant orcs is different from that of the Machia orcs, showing a light gray color. The dark brown eyeballs are also prominent, and their height is the same as that of the Machia orcs. The skin of the Machia orcs is dark gray, and the eyes are pure black. If you look closely, they are easy to distinguish. Komora's mount is not a large seal, but a kind of horse that is 10 meters high and 20 meters long, resembling a combination of a wolf and a leopard. The whole body is brown, with long and thick hair. It has the head of a leopard and the body of a wolf. The patterns on its body are almost the same as those of a leopard. Its tail is long and slender, almost dragging on the ground. It can be seen from their slender bodies that they are agile and flexible, can run fast, and are good at fighting. The crucian carp stopped in the sky above the Machia orcs, and Fedoro sat on the back of the largest Dinosaur, looking down at the enemy across the river. Jiang Yao felt their majestic momentum. If it weren't for the river separating them, the two sides might have started fighting. Just as she was thinking about how to cross the river and start a war, Fedoro, who had been silent, looked somewhere and spoke.
Bit! You're here again! Ha ha ha!
As soon as Fedoro finished speaking, wild and rough laughter sounded from the other side of the river. Jiang Yao looked over and realized that the largest mount was sitting on a ferocious-looking orc wearing a pointed hat. In his arms, there seemed to be a plump orc sitting, and his hand was resting on her chest, stroking her every now and then. That should be the bit Fedoro talks about. The king of the orcs of Komora. As for the orcs in his arms, the queen? Jiang Yao is not sure of the other party's identity. The laughter stopped suddenly, followed by his arrogant growl.
Of course. I said I won't let you go. What do you want?
Fedoro tightened his grip on the spear.
As long as you hand over the ice beads on your head, I will consider retreating. Can't promise him.
Sean and the tribe were shocked. It turned out that the other party's purpose was here.
Impossible.
Fedoro would flatly refuse without the tribesman reminding him.
If you don't hand it over, then I'll take it away.
Bit pushed away the orc in his arms, stood up from his mount, and raised the crutch in his hand as if to attack. When Fedoro saw his actions, he couldn't help but become anxious. He quickly raised his head and looked at Jiang Yao in midair. Jiang Yao made a gesture to him and ordered the crucian carp to fly down and stop on his right side. Fedoro's eyes lit up.
You are finally here. Well?
Jiang Yao didn't look at him, but looked across the river.
How do you plan to deal with him?
Fedoro looked at his tribe, which only had about 10,000 people left, with worry in his eyes. It was because of Dcao that they were able to cross the river and live here, and they also successfully blocked the plunder of the Cormorant orcs. Now that the other party has chosen to attack again, they should have found a way to cross the river. If they are successfully allowed to cross the river, the tribesmen will once again face the fate of being massacred.
My freezing ability is no longer at its best, and there's nothing I can do about them. So,
Bujono's eyes fell on the submachine gun in Jiang Yao's hand.
I want you to help me more this time, and help me kill them.
As soon as Fedoro finished speaking, everyone was stunned. It took a while before they came to their senses, with excited smiles on their faces. You look at me, I look at you, and you can see what my teammates want to express in their eyes. Zhou Jin's necklace really has a special ability, and it actually allows them to understand the orc language. Zhou Jin touched the necklace around his neck and felt it was incredible. He was just trying it out, but he didn't expect that the energy of the necklace was so strong and human beings really changed. At this time, Jiang Yao was still unaware of the changes in his teammates, and only wanted to deal with them as soon as possible.
In that case, stop talking nonsense and act now.
Fedoro didn't know what she meant.
Crucian carp, let us go down.
Jiang Yao patted Crucian carp on the back. The Crucian carp landed obediently, and several people quickly got off its back. Almost at the same time, 10 cannons appeared in front of them. When Fedoro came down, he looked at the black thing in front of him with a confused look on his face. I thought Jiang Yao only had sharp weapons in her hands, But now she had an unseen sharp weapon. Fedora was instantly excited, because these big guys looked much stronger than the weapons in their hands. Chapter 167 Chapter Defeat. Jiang Yao didn't talk nonsense, and took out a lot of cannonballs from the space. Seeing this, several people spread out, and walked to a cannon, and loaded the cannonballs into it. As long as Jiang Yao gives the order, they will light the fuse without hesitation. Fedora was prepared. Once the opponent made a move, he would freeze the opponent. Bit on the other side watched every move of Jiang Yao and others. And the sudden appearance of strange creatures made him vigilant. The yellow-white skin, 2 hands, 2 legs, and face are completely different from those of the Maka stars, and much more beautiful than them. There was black hair on his head, and his body was blocked by something, so the skin inside could not be seen. He firmly believed that there was no such race on the planet Maka, and the identity of the other party was very suspicious. Where do they come from? Why are they among Fedora's tribe? And what is that big black guy? Faced with all the unknowns, Bit hesitated, and a strong fear arose in his heart. Where did Fedora find the helper? He looked very powerful. Even the opponent's mount looked so weird. The river water roared, and the two sides faced off against each other. Seeing that the other party made no move, Jiang Yao couldn't wait any longer. In this case, she will strike first. So he raised the fire stick in his hand, and shouted sternly, "Attack! Receive!" Feng Qi and others quickly lit the fuse and stepped aside. Bang, bang, bang! 10 cannons fired one after another, and the SHLs were launched and landed in the opponent's team. The moment they fell, a large number of them were killed. Ah! The screams were endless. Broken limbs and broken arms were flying all over the sky, and flames shot into the sky, lighting up the entire river. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, mixed with the smell of burning. Seeing the other party's miserable condition, Fedora was stunned. What kind of weapon is this? It's so powerful. It can cause countless casualties to the opponent without even using a single soldier. It's much stronger than his freezing energy. On the other hand, Bit, who was opposite him, had long been frightened out of his wits. Seeing his tribesmen dying in front of him one after another, the arrogance on his face disappeared without a trace at this moment. What's going on? What kind of weapon is that? It's so powerful that it can fly directly across dozens of meters of river to your camp and cause irreparable damage. His resuscitation failed before he could use it? No. We can't let our clansman's sacrifice be in vain. Looking hard at Fedora's figure, Bit wanted to eat his flesh. But now is not the time to show off. We must retreat. Retreat! Bit shouted, quickly turned around and ran away on his mount. Fedora pointed to the opposite side in panic. They escaped? He quickly closed his eyes and used his skills to keep the enemy at bay. Otherwise there would be endless trouble. Jiang Yao showed a bloodthirsty smile. It's not that easy to run away! The freezing skills struck quickly, freezing the opponent's 40 or 50 tribesmen. Jiang Yao aimed at the frozen orcs and shot several times in succession. The opponent was retreating steadily and could not even run away. Thousands of corpses were lying on the ground. But Bit was not among them. Fedora gritted his teeth. We can't let Bit escape! Jiang Yao knew how powerful it was, and quickly climbed onto the Crucian carp's back. Follow me! Good! I'll go with you! Feng Qi also climbed up. He was worried about letting Jiang Yao go alone. The Crucian carp carried Jiang Yao and Feng Qi, and crossed the river in the blink of an eye, heading towards each other. Fedora stared at the figure in the sky, feeling very envious. It would be great if he also had a mount that could fly. The mount fled wildly with Bit, not caring about his own people at all. But he still recited the spell silently, and the resuscitation skill worked within a radius of 100 miles. I just hope that the injured tribesman can escape smoothly. After running for a certain distance, when Bit thought he was safe, he was suddenly enveloped by a huge black shadow. Bit looked up and saw a flying creature at a glance. It was the mount of an unknown enemy creature, and it actually chased after him. Bit was horrified and slapped the mount under him frantically. The mount was in pain and ran harder. But how can something running on the ground compare to something flying in the sky? Jiang Yao smiled disdainfully, took out his submachine gun, pointed it at Bit's figure, and started shooting. Snap! 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 The bullets fell on the ground around Bit, and the stones on the ground were blown away and fell on him. Unfortunately, Bit was shot in the back. Blue blood flowed down his body, and his body was on the verge of collapse. Feng Qi saw the blue color and put down the gun in his hand. Their blood is blue. Jiang Yao was not that surprised.
They are aliens. They are different from us in many ways. There is nothing strange about them.
Indeed. Feng Qi raised his submachine gun again and started shooting with Jiang Yao one after another. The two of them were like competing to see who could hit more bullets. They were having fun. But Bit was miserable. He had been hit by countless bullets all over his body and had been beaten into a sieve. In order to prevent himself from falling, he fed himself energy again and again. The body that was weak and boneless just now, under the influence of the resuscitated energy, was suddenly full of strength and quickly sat upright. The blood no longer flowed down, as if it was reborn. Bit couldn't help but be proud of his ability. The other party couldn't do anything to him. Then he took out a weapon similar to a crossbow and started to fight back.
Careful!
Feng Qi pulled Jiang Yao down, and the arrow flew past her side.
Huh?
Jiang Yao looked curiously at the other party's body riddled with holes.
He actually still has the strength to resist. Well, he sent energy to himself.
Feng Qi stopped shooting, thinking of what Fedoro said. Jiang Yao finally understood. Bit's power cannot be ignored, and he must be dealt with.
Where is his weakness?
Jiang Yao asked.
Let's look for it.
Jiang Yao fired again. This time, instead of shooting continuously, he hit every part of the opponent's body one by one. Testing wildly, Feng Qi watched intently. But no matter where he was hit, Bit could always recover from his wounds quickly. Jiang Yao aimed at his head this time. While aiming, she observed carefully. Finally, after a few minutes, I saw a faint light emitting from somewhere on the back of Bit's head. If you look at it with the naked eye, it's almost invisible.
I found it!
Jiang Yao quickly fired, but only hit Bit's ear, which was crooked. Jiang Yao continued to aim and fired again.
Boom!
This time it was a little closer. Bit covered the wound on his head. Feeling frightened? No. The other party discovered his weakness. If he is hit, he will die. Bit had no time to send energy to himself, so he began to dodge left and right, taking chances. But it didn't last long. Jiang Yao took a few glances and pulled the trigger again.
Boom!
The moment the gunshot rang out, Bit fell straight from his mount and rolled on the ground more than 10 times due to inertia. Chapter 168 Evil Energy. As consciousness gradually disappeared, Bit opened his eyes unwillingly, still chanting a spell in his mouth, trying to restore himself to his original state. But after being hit in the back of the head, his recovery energy dissipated in an instant and had no further effect. The eyes gradually became heavy and finally closed. Losing consciousness, his mount realized that its master had fallen, stopped quickly, and ran helplessly beside him, even humping with its muzzle. It seems to be waking up the owner. Seeing that Bit was finally dead, Jiang Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, Jiang Yao was about to return, but she saw Bit's body suddenly melting. A gash was opened on his back, and the green light turned into countless rays and floated into the air. Bit's body shriveled up quickly, leaving only a layer of skin. Jiang Yao frowned and continued to look at the green lights. After the green light floated to a certain height, it quickly formed and evolved into countless flying insects, rustling towards Jiang Yao's position. Jiang Yao could see very clearly and quickly saw what the flying insects looked like. The flying insect has a big head and a small body. The whole body is only the size of a fingernail. Its thin wings flap rapidly, and the rustling sound is caused by the vibration of the wings. They have a big mouth full of sharp fangs, like a miniature version of a piranha. Each flying insect's eyes were full of evil and desire, staring at itself viciously. He looked impatient, as if he wanted to eat meat and drink blood.
No! Run away! Crucian carp!
The crucian carp realized something was wrong and quickly changed its direction and flew towards the territory of the Machia orcs. The flying insects are very fast and slowly form a net in the sky, just like locusts crossing the border, chasing after the crucian carp. It was so dense that Jiang Yao had goosebumps. He quickly took out a torch and lit it, and gave one to Feng Qi. The fire illuminated the space in front of him. Jiang Yao squeezed the torch tightly, thinking that they should not dare to approach. Sure enough, Fei Chong had never seen the torch in Jiang Yao's hand. Even if some of them had caught up, they kept a distance of 2 meters and did not approach rashly. When Jiang Yao saw this, her body immediately softened and she relaxed a lot.
What's going on? Fedoro didn't tell me at all. Maka people will turn into bugs after death. Judging from the appearance of those bugs, they should eat meat.
Feng Qi protected Jiang Yao. Whenever an insect approached, He would immediately block it with a torch to scare away the nearest insect.
I don't know. I'll ask when I get back.
Of course I have to ask when I get back. Why Fedora kept it a secret from her. Before that, the bugs must be eliminated.
How to deal with these flying insects?
Jiang Yao thought hard and finally thought of a way. Taking out the cannon from the space. The fire bombs that Feng Qi made before finally came in handy. As long as the fire bomb hits something, it will explode and ignite a raging fire, which is more than enough to deal with flying insects. Jiang Yao aimed at the center of the flying insect and heard a bang. The fire bombs really exploded among them. And soon countless sparks fell from the sky, like fireflies in the sky, lighting up Jiang Yao's eyes. Seeing such a beautiful scene, Jiang Yao was no longer nervous. It continued to fire a fire bomb. And the flying insects seemed to know how powerful it was, and actually ran away. The entire insect net was gradually disintegrated and dispersed when the wind blew. The surviving flying insects did not dare to continue chasing, but went their separate ways and ran away sparsely. When Jiang Yao arrived at the territory of the Kimura orcs, Jiang Yao saw corpses all over the place. They were all killed by cannonballs before they could escape. All around, the remaining dozens of Gamora orcs fled in all directions, and their figures disappeared into the distance. If they catch up, they will waste a lot of time. Bit is the only one in the Kimura tribe who has special powers, but he is dead, and the surviving orcs should not be a threat to them. Jiang Yao did not chase, but continued to fire fire bombs, burning the corpses on the ground clean. The burning smell quickly rose into the sky from below, and Jiang Yao and Feng Qi had to put on gas masks. Flying across the river, Jiang Yao and Feng Qi slid off the back of the Christian carp. Fedora and his tribe were waiting there, with excited smiles on their faces. When Zhou Jin and others saw that the two of them were getting along well, their hearts finally dropped. Zhou Han held the gun and frowned.
Io, why did it take you so long? If it were any later, we would have to go find you. Well, we encountered an accident, but we solved it.
Jiang Yao and Feng Qi approached the crowd.
What accident?
Zhou Jin asked.
After Bit died, he turned into a flying insect. The flying insect seemed to want to eat people.
Jiang Yao glanced at Fedora intentionally, wanting his explanation.
Flying insects?
Fedora met Jiang Yao's probing gaze, feeling uneasy in his heart.
You said he turned into a flying insect? Yes. Why didn't you tell us about this?
Jiang Yao and I glanced at Fedora, wondering about his surprise. Could it be that he didn't know about it either? I couldn't help but suspect that Fedora was acting. If there were no fire bombs, it would be difficult for them to escape. There were many flying insects, and they were small in size. If they really caught up, they would soon turn into skeletons. Everyone also looked at Fedora, waiting for his explanation. When Fedora saw the doubtful looks in everyone's eyes, he couldn't help but become anxious, and his protruding eyeballs kept turning.
I don't know why he turned into a flying insect when he died. After the Maca stars die, they will turn into a ray of light and float into their own lakes. They will protect the territory with their clean souls and will never turn into insects. Is that so?
Jiang Yao was dubious.
What's going on with Bit?
Fedora closed his lips tightly, as if he didn't know how to explain. At this time, Sean came forward, leaned next to his ear, and spoke in detail. When Sean retreated, the anxious look on Fedora's face disappeared, and then replaced with a solemn expression. Jiang Yao watched his expression keep changing, and her suspicion of him deepened. If the Makaya orcs were not trustworthy, she would choose to exterminate them. Fedora looked down at Jiang Yao and noticed the fierceness in her eyes, and his heart suddenly started beating wildly. Jiang Yao doubted him. In order to prevent her from doubting herself, she confessed the secret that Sean told him in the next second.
Sean told me that Bit must have secretly developed an evil energy. Evil energy?
Several people exclaimed at the same time. This is something Jiang Yao didn't expect. Energy can be divided into good and evil?
Yes. Although this energy will enhance one's own strength. When using one's own energy, if it is used frequently or improperly, it will suffer a strong backlash. Those flying insects should be the result of being backlashed by evil energy.
Jiang Yao buried her head and looked at her toes. Although this explanation sounded absurd, it seemed to make some sense. It was just like the person who cultivated immortality in the novel and became obsessed with it. However, Jiang Yao still felt that it was not realistic to see such a scene in reality. Planet Maca seems to be very different. Will humans be assimilated if they move here? Jiang Yao didn't dare to think about it. Chapter 169 Get half of the territory. Even if she can assimilate, she can't stop the changes in her body. The Earth is gone. If she wants to survive, she must adapt to the environment of Massacre planet. Jiangyao looked at the other side of the river, and no longer thought about what would happen in the future. She should do the things in front of her first. He pointed his right hand to the other side of the river, his eyes shining, and said to Fedoro,
"Is that the territory of the Gamora orcs?"
When she was killing Bid just now, she accidentally saw a good place with mountains, lakes, and even blue grass, which could be used as a base. Fedoro turned his head and looked at the endless plains, filled with emotion. After 200 years, he could finally set foot on that land again. Our long-lost hometown. We are back.
It was before. But now, it's our territory.
Us? Does that include her? Hearing Fedoro say this, Jiangyao's mood also improved. He must have not forgotten his promise.
The Gamora orcs have been wiped out. Is it time to divide my share of the territory to me?
Territory is the first step for her to survive on Massacre planet. Before Fedoro could speak, the tribesmen behind him suddenly became commotion. Several elders whispered to each other, looking at Jiangyao with unkind and unwilling eyes. And the spears in their hands secretly pointed at Jiangyao. Half of the land? Humans are too greedy. The opposite side was originally the territory of the Massacre orcs. It was later occupied by the Gamora orcs. Now it was finally taken back. How could they be willing to let an alien take half of it? But considering that humans helped drive away the Gamora orcs, it was still feasible to divide 1/3 of the land. As the leader of the elders, Sean stepped forward and told Fedoro everyone's opinions.
King, the tribe does not agree to give half, but is willing to give 1/3.
Half of the territory is really too much, and Sean has been opposed to it from the beginning. If half of the territory is divided, wouldn't the status of human beings be equal to that of the king? No one knew whether it would threaten the king's position in the future, and he didn't dare to gamble. Humans are aliens, so it's never wrong to be on guard against them. Jiangyao had already seen the expressions of those orcs. Touched the gun in his hand with disdain, slowly raised it, and pointed it at Fedoro. Looking at Fedoro with extremely cold eyes.
Fedoro, are you going to break your promise?
If she really broke her promise, she wouldn't mind killing these orcs as well. As soon as Jiangyao made this move, there was another uproar in the arena. Doseo stamped his feet uneasily, and the ground began to tremble. Feng Qi and others immediately understood and pointed their guns at the orcs. If anyone dared to resist, they would show no mercy.
Please don't be impulsive.
Fedoro didn't expect Jiangyao to fall out right away, and was so frightened that he waved his hands repeatedly.
I have promised you a long time ago, and naturally I will not break my promise. Please don't pay attention to the lies of the tribe.
Jiangyao did not move and looked at Fedoro for a few seconds. Fedoro's heart was pounding, and he was very afraid of the weapon in Jiangyao's hand. He could see clearly just now that the enemy on the opposite side was instantly blown to pieces by the weapon. He cannot offend Jiangyao.
Please believe me.
Fedoro stared at Jiangyao sincerely. The tribesmen behind him didn't dare to breathe, and their faces turned pale from holding back. The atmosphere was tense. Fedoro was very anxious and looked at Jiangyao with pleading eyes. When she came into contact with Fedoro's submissive eyes, Jiangyao was sure that he really wasn't lying and slowly put down the gun.
Trust you for once. Call!
Seeing that Jiangyao was not angry, the Massacre orc tribe breathed a sigh of relief.
Thanks!
Fedoro's shoulders slumped, and he immediately turned to face his tribe, his spear pointing toward the sky.
Jiangyao is our savior. The Massacre orcs always repay their kindness, and half of their territory should be given to her. From now on, you are not allowed to cause trouble to her. Yes!
Forced by Jiangyao's weapons and the king's orders, the tribesmen responded reluctantly. Fedoro is thinking more long-term. After the territory is assigned to Jiangyao, humans will not easily stay away from this place. Be friends with Jiangyao and other humans. If orcs from other tribes invade again in the future, Jiangyao will definitely take action to protect the territory. In this way, the whole family will be safer. Fedoro was secretly happy and leaned slightly towards Jiangyao.
Thank you for helping us regain our territory. You can choose which direction you want.
Jiangyao nodded with satisfaction, and the coldness in his eyes disappeared, no longer full of hostility.
Since you agree, let's cross the river quickly. Good.
Jiangyao, Feng Qi and others rode on the backs of the Christian carp, and the four of them turned into cute faces, being held by Zhou Han and Big Beard with their bare hands. The Christian carp quickly flew across the river. Fedoro also got onto Ceo's back, waded across the river, and chased the crucian carp in the direction it was heading. Half an hour later, Jiang Yao got the territory he had just favored as he wished. The territory covers a total area of 1,000 square meters, including 2 mountains, a lake and a prairie. The Makaya orcs live on the left side of the territory. The 2 territories are separated by a lake, and will not disturb each other in the future. After saying goodbye to Fedoro, Jiang Yao rode on the crucian carp and returned to the previous camp, hoping to move the ark over. There was no need to discuss this matter with others. She made her own decision and took possession of the ark as her own. As for those people before, they still live in the area divided by Fedoro. The resources nearby are quite abundant, and it is convenient to build houses and so on. With so many people, they should be able to be self-sufficient. If they couldn't survive, she wouldn't mind taking some seeds from the space and letting them try to plant them. It's best if you can grow it, so you don't have to worry about food in the future. On the contrary, you have to adapt to the local living environment. Or you can do things for her. Exchange labor for food, and become her rear guard. In fact, before this, Jiang Yao thought about how to deal with this group of people, either raising them as subordinates or living separately. Jiang Yao chose the latter. Raising tigers is a danger. People of the same kind are complicated, and people of the same kind should not be completely trusted. She still doesn't know what her future life will be like, so she can't take it lightly. Judging from the morning war and the information given by Fedoro, Jiang Yao roughly knew how the indigenous people lived. Plunder. If the resources of the own clan are insufficient, they will launch a war and plunder the resources of other clans. If they succeed, they will occupy them. If they fail, they will recuperate and plunder again. Jiang Yao likes this method very much. The territory gained through skill is the most secure. Just like in ancient wars, the winner is king. Since it was plunder, Jiang Yao did not deny the possibility of being invaded by similar people in the future. But so what? With hot weapons in hand, she is not afraid. Domination is just around the corner. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao's blood boiled, and she was ready to take action. Crucian carp quickly took her to the destination. Jiang Yao slid off his back and saw the ark abandoned in the open space. That group of people had already left here and gone elsewhere. The ark was so big that they definitely couldn't take it with them. Jiang Yao successfully took the ark into the space. Chapter 170 The Bad Weather on Massacre. Looking at the place where humans live, Jiang Yao made a decision. After going back, let Feng Qi bring some seeds and supplies. Everything is difficult at the beginning, so help them get through the difficulties first. When they get used to it, she won't help anymore. Whether they will bite back or not remains to be seen later. On the way back, Jiang Yao glanced at her watch and realized that a day and a night had passed. No wonder she felt sleepy. It turned out to be the reason for not sleeping. Massacre is as bright as day, but the sky is full of stars. Looking at the starry sky that is completely opposite to Massacre, Jiang Yao still can't find an answer to explain this strange phenomenon. After looking at it, Jiang Yao finally discovered something was wrong. The position of the stars in the sky seems to have changed. The brightest star was obviously on the left when it arrived, but it is still on the left now. Shouldn't it be on the right? What is going on? Jiang Yao thought hard, but still couldn't figure it out. So she simply stopped thinking about it. As soon as they arrived at the base, a strong wind suddenly blew up, almost blowing Jiang Yao away. The strong wind flew like countless blades, causing pain on her cheeks. He was even blinded by the wind and couldn't open his eyes. Jiang Yao covered her cheeks. The wind must have reached 10 levels. Why did it start blowing without any warning? Feng Qi and others squatted down 20 meters away from her, pulling each other to avoid being blown away by the wind. Jiang Yao staggered closer to the team, walking step by step with difficulty, and finally reached everyone's side after a minute. Feng Qi and Zhou Han hurriedly squeezed her hands to avoid the strong wind. Boom! Suddenly there was a thunder in the sky, lighting up the entire night sky. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the stars that were originally full of stars had hidden away at some point. A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared on the right, hitting the ground with a zilla sound. Dust flew up, and a small crater was made on the ground. A puff of black smoke soon rose up, and was immediately blown away by the wind. When everyone saw the scene, they unconsciously shrank away from the people around them, for fear of being struck by lightning. After a while, several more bolts of lightning fell around. Everyone was shocked, and had to lie down on the ground to avoid it. Fortunately, the terrain was low, and they were not hit by the lightning. This can't go on like this. With lightning speed, Jiang Yao quickly took out the ark and shouted loudly,
Everyone, get in the ark quickly. It's too dangerous outside.
But her voice was quickly blown away by the wind, and no one heard her except Feng Qi and Zhou Han. The three people quickly pulled up the people around them, leaving a few people puzzled. Jiang Yao pointed to the side, and everyone looked and instantly understood what Jiang Yao meant. The thunder grew louder and louder. Several people ran and crawled and finally ran into the ark. Once inside the ark, they were finally able to breathe. Feng Qi wanted to close the door, but after pressing it several times, the door seemed to be welded and motionless. The door is broken. The strong wind poured in from the door, and everyone had to find a separate room. With a bang, the room door was closed. Jiang Yao turned on the screen, looked at the dozens of lightning flashes on the screen, and frowned.
I didn't expect the weather on Massacre to be so bad. I'm afraid only the ark can handle it.
As soon as she put away the ark, the weather became abnormal. She hoped that they would be safe and sound.
Yes, except for typhoon weather. I have never felt the pain of strong wind blowing on my face.
Feng Qi touched his cheek and found that the skin was chapped and there were countless small cuts on the skin. As soon as he finished speaking, raindrops the size of a child's fist appeared on the screen. One after another, it hits people's hearts. It became more and more dense, until the screen was covered with rain and their vision was blurred. And everyone recovered from their surprise.
With such a heavy rain, are you sure the river didn't burst its banks?
The bearded man touched the screen with a look of panic.
Obviously not.
Zhang Jia rolled his eyes at him.
Such a heavy raindrop would knock someone unconscious.
Cheng Nanxing shrank his shoulders, looking like he was surviving the disaster. It was windy and rainy, with lightning and thunder. Everyone looked at the rain that was tilted by the strong wind and couldn't help but shudder. Jiang Yao pinched her chin and fell into deep thought. I didn't expect the weather to be so bad. If it happened once in 10.5 months, I'm afraid all the houses would be destroyed. No wonder Fedoro said they had no place to live. It turned out to be this reason. The plan to build a base had to be shelved. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao felt a headache.
I don't know how long this weather will last. Should we build houses in the future?
Zhou Han asked the key.
It can't be built.
Feng Qi seriously answered the question that everyone wanted to know. Zhou Ji nodded in agreement.
It's better to use the ark as a house. It's much safer.
The ark is made of special materials, with a hard L that can withstand high and low temperatures, and will not be damaged by lightning.
If you want to expand your territory, just relying on the ark won't work.
Jiang Yao supported the table with both hands, leaning on the table with her back, her eyes wandering.
Then,
Zhou Han saw that everyone was extremely serious and had no desire to ask further.
When the rainy day passes, I'll ask Fedoro.
Jiang Yao stood up straight.
It's been a tiring day and night. Let's all take a rest. Don't collapse from exhaustion.
After saying that, Jiang Yao casually entered a bedroom with two of them, and the crucian carp and the two little ones were taken into the space by her. After Jiang Yao left, the few of them stayed for a while, until sleepiness hit them, and they all entered the bedroom with a tacit understanding. The sound insulation effect of the ark is very good, and the sound of thunder and lightning can hardly penetrate the thick L. But since they evolved, their ears have become very sensitive. Even if they cover their ears, they can still hear any movement outside. Jiang Yao lay on the bed, listening to the thunder outside, and fell into a deep sleep, not knowing how long she had slept. Jiang Yao woke up from the bed and sat up. The two rolled off her body, and he opened his sleepy eyes and looked at Jiang Yao.
Why are you awake? I haven't slept enough.
Jiang Yao glanced at her wrist.
You've slept for 10 hours. Haven't you had enough?
She actually slept for so long. This was the first time she slept so deeply since coming to Massacre.
No, I'll sleep a little longer.
He continued to close his eyes and sleep. The giant python spit out the vomit and closed his eyes. Jiang Yao listened carefully and found that the thunder and lightning outside had stopped. When she opened the bedroom door, there was no one in the living room. The other bedroom doors were open, and she realized that she was the last one to get up. Jiang Yao quickened her pace and came to the gate, finally seeing a few familiar figures. Hearing movement behind them, Feng Qi and others turned their heads and saw Jiang Yao with sleep marks on his face.
Io, are you awake?
Zhou Han asked.
Yeah.
Jiang Yao glanced outside indifferently and saw only the wet grass.
Why don't you go out?
Several people remained silent and turned their gaze outside. Feng Qi waved to her.
Come and take a look.
Jiang Yao was confused and quickly walked over. When he saw the scorched ground outside, he was speechless for a long time. There were probably dozens of potholes on the ground, filled with black rainwater, and the originally light blue grass was now pitch black. Chapter 171: The Secret of the Makia Orcs. The black rainwater merged into a slender stream along the low-lying areas, flowing to the lake not far away. It was still raining lightly, so I couldn't go out at all. Jiang Yao felt panicked as she looked at the base that was damaged by the weather. I thought I could live well, but now I realize how difficult it is. Because of the rain, Jiang Yao could not go to Fedoro, so she could only stay in the ark and wait for the rain to stop. Her stomach growled. Jiang Yao held her belly in her hands. It was time to have a good meal, so he stepped inside.
Are you hungry? Do you want hot pot for lunch?
Everyone looked over, not expecting Jiang Yao to suddenly say such a sentence. Thinking of hot pot, everyone swallowed their saliva together. They hadn't eaten it in a long time. Johan took the lead to follow Jiang Yao.
Just eat hot pot. I want to eat the butter bottom.
Good.
I want the mushroom soup pot.
The bearded man licked his lips and followed. Feng Qi walked at the end and tried the switch of the door again. When he saw that the door still didn't move, he confirmed that the door was really broken. I have to find time to repair. Everyone came to the house. Jiang Yao took out 3 pots with different base ingredients. He also took out various hot pot ingredients, raw, cooked and braised, and placed them all on the table. The space is ready-made, so they don't need to clean it again. Zhou's mother died because of Zhou's father's death. His face was still a little ugly, but it was much better than yesterday. But he was still staring blankly at the hot pot. Except for Zhou's mother, everyone else was in a good mood. They gathered around the pot together, enjoying the aroma of the hot pot. Jiang Yao added oil to the plate and sat down to wait for the pot to boil. Thinking of yesterday's plan, Jiang Yao took out various grain seeds from space and placed them in front of Feng Qi.
Give these seeds to them. It would be best if they can be planted. If they can't be planted, then make further plans.
Feng Qi stared at the seeds with a complicated expression. But in his heart, he was thinking about their safety. The weather was so bad yesterday, and he didn't know if he had avoided it. Zhou Jin and others didn't think too much. They just picked up the seeds and looked at them again and again. They sincerely admired Jiang Yao's ability to predict. When living in a new country, seeds are essential. Big Beard was born as a farmer, so he also thought about this aspect. I have been studying the soil here from time to time in the past 2 days, and found that there are a lot of acidic substances and iron minerals in the soil, which is not suitable for growing things at all. He wasn't sure whether it could be planted, but he still raised the doubt.
The soil on Makia is different from the earth. Can we really grow food? If we can't grow it, wouldn't it be a waste?
Jiang Yao picked up the chopsticks to put the ingredients on, looked up at the bearded man.
Whether you can survive or not, you have to try to find out. The natives of Makia Star eat leaf insects. There is no way we can imitate them.
It doesn't matter that she is space. The reason why she is trying her best is because she doesn't want humanity to die like this. If there are only a few of them left, it will be difficult to gain a foothold on the planet Makia. Hearing this, the bearded man stopped talking.
I'll take it when the rain stops.
Feng Qi collected the seeds and started to cook. What Jiang Yao said made sense. He did not want the remaining human beings to decline or even perish. When the fat beef was cooked, Jiang Yao picked up a piece and put it into his mouth. He looked at the top of Feng Qi's head through the mist and swallowed it before speaking.
There should be people like you in that group of people. Right. Scientists, doctors, geological surveyors?
Feng Qi raised his head and said,
Yes, there are many capable people in the Arkansas. What? You want?
Before he finished speaking, several people lifted their chopsticks from the pot and waited for his next words. Jiang Yao's lips raised.
Yes, I think so.
Feng Qi clenched his chopsticks and Jiang Yao wanted to go with him. The two looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. Not only Feng Qi understood Jiang Yao, but the others also understood after thinking about it for a while. But since the two of them didn't say it explicitly, they also understood it tacitly. With the addition of scientific researchers, the base is bound to become more stable, and maybe a new way of living suitable for humans can be developed. Jiang Yao ate hot pot silently. This matter must be done as soon as possible. After yesterday's battle, the escaped Kimura orcs already knew about the existence of humans. In the coming days, they will definitely spread the word among the various orc tribes. When the time comes, a bloody massacre will be inevitable. No! It's several games. Jiang Yao sighed. How many orcs could accept them like Fedoro? Probably none. If he hadn't seen the thermal weapon in her hand, Fedoro probably wouldn't have accepted the alien invasion of Maka. It was just a matter of everyone getting what they needed. Planet Maka is indeed very large. But how much area is actually used? It cannot survive on the surface. So it can only expand its territory close to the center of the Earth. Because of this, they have a strong sense of territory, and are unlikely to be so generous as to give up their territory to outsiders. What Jiang Yao could think of. Other people naturally thought of it too. The room was no longer lively, and several people chose silence tacitly, and quickly finished lunch. This hot pot meal was both refreshing and frustrating. Once there are distracting thoughts in my heart, it will be difficult to swallow the delicious food. After finishing the hot pot, the rain outside finally stopped. Feng Qi and Zhou Jin took the seeds to another team, while the others went nearby to see the situation. Jiang Yao originally wanted to find Fedoro, but he found the door himself. Fedoro stepped into the ark for the first time. As soon as he entered, he was stunned by the luminous object in front of him. He had never seen such a good quality and bright lighting object before. There were also square and hard things in the house that he had never seen before. When Jiang Yao saw his grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden, she couldn't help but wonder how the orcs of Maka Star lived. Then he pointed to the tables and chairs.
Fedoro, don't you have any of these things? No. Unheard of.
Fedoro shook his head and touched the tabletop with his hand. It was smooth. People on Maka don't sleep, so they have no idea about rooms. Although they have used wood to make things, he has never seen these exquisite woods. Jiang Yao sat on the chair, and Fedoro followed suit. Feeling the coldness on his butt, he moved uncomfortably, and his tail swayed from side to side. When the chill stopped, he remained seated. It turns out that it can be used to sit on, which is really amazing. Seeing that he was no longer moving, Jiang Yao spoke.
Can you tell me your hiding place?
Even if Fedoro sat down, he was still 2 heads taller than Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao could only look at him and talk to him. Fedoro pointed in a direction.
To the east of the mountain. Why the east?
Fedoro put the spear on the table, looked at Jiang Yao carefully, and then quickly looked away, as if he was considering whether to say it or not. Jiang Yao seemed to notice his hesitation.
If it's not convenient for you to say, just leave it alone.
After all, it was the secret of the indigenous people. Since the other party refused to tell, she would go and find out personally. Just as he was about to ask something else, Fedoro looked over.
Because there is a special energy in the east that allows us to avoid bad weather like yesterday.
Chapter 172, The Secret to Longevity. The reason why he said it was because he wanted to get close to Jiang Yao.
Really?
Jiang Yao knocked on the table.
Is that kind of energy useful to humans? Have no idea.
He really didn't know that humans were the first aliens to visit the planet Maka and successfully survive. Jiang Yao did not embarrass him and asked another question that she had been curious about.
If you don't sleep, how do you spend your time?
Practice. Fedoro did not shy away from this question. The people of Maka Star all practice it. And this kind of practice should be similar to what Jiang Yao said about sleeping.
Huh?
Jiang Yao didn't understand.
Cultivation?
Fedoro nodded honestly. And when he mentioned cultivation, his eyes lit up.
I can live for 200 years only because of my cultivation. 200 years?
Jiang Yao stared at Fedoro in shock.
Yes. An elder of our clan has lived for more than 300 years.
Fedoro's tone was calm, as if he was saying something very ordinary. And he didn't even understand why Jiang Yao looked shocked. Jiang Yao leaned back on the chair and couldn't calm down for a long time. According to her understanding, the longest human lifespan is only about 150 years old. And the bodies of people over 70 years old are obviously degenerating and shrinking. But Fedoro in front of him is already 200 years old. And he still looks so young. Could it be that the cultivation he mentioned is the secret to longevity? Jiang Yao clenched her fists excitedly. She seemed to have discovered some incredible secret. Fedoro looked at Jiang Yao, who was thoughtful and excited, and seemed to have thought of a possibility.
Don't humans have such a long lifespan?
Asking this question was also his guess. Jiang Yao's unfocused pupils finally focused at the sudden sound. But when she heard Fedoro's question, Jiang Yao's mood returned to calm. Should you tell him the truth? Jiang Yao touched her forehead. It was better not to tell the truth. Compared with theirs, human lifespan was nothing. If the indigenous people know about it, they may use it as a reason for manipulation in the future. Human lifespan may be a fatal point on the planet Maka. and danger is everywhere. In order to avoid being harassed by the natives in the future, Jiang Yao had to lie.
Humans have about the same lifespan as you. I am now 203 years old.
Cough. Jiang Yao covered her mouth and pretended to cough. 23 years old is said to be 203 years old, which is not an exaggeration for the planet Maka. She tried her best to put on a very real expression, so as not to make Fedoro suspicious.
Are you older than me?
Fedoro looked at the petite female with a childish face in front of him. He didn't expect Jiang Yao to be 3 years older than her.
Ahem. That's too far away.
Jiang Yao waved her hand.
Let's exchange our respective cultivation methods. What do you think? Okay.
There was no guard in Fedoro's protruding eyes. Jiang Yao felt uncomfortable after answering so simply. Maybe it's because she's too old. And the aboriginal secret to longevity may have nothing to hide. But she wanted this secret very much. So she had to do this.
You say it first.
Jiang Yao's humility was very good. And Fedoro was not suspicious.
You must have seen the yellow light on the mountain. Right.
Jiang Yao frowned.
I thought I saw them when I first came here. Why? Couldn't they be them?
Fedoro said with a smile in his eyes.
Yes. We rely on collecting and absorbing yellow energy to extend our lifespan. It can not only extend our lives, but also protect us from lightning attacks. During thunderstorms every month, lightning will automatically avoid us and will not hit us and hurt us. Moving lightning rod? What is a lightning rod?
Fedoro didn't know. Jiang Yao shook her head slightly, her heart beating loudly again. How could the yellow energy be so powerful that the natural weather could go around it? No wonder there are still living things surviving on the planet Maka, which has severe weather. It turns out to be for this reason. On Earth, humans do not dare to compete with nature. Because of excessive exploitation and excessive use of energy, humans will bring about the end of the world. Although luck plays a large part, she does not deny that human beings are indeed unable to avoid being harmed by nature. Just exposing a little bit of the virus can lead to humans researching an antidote for a year or two, which is enough to show that the power of nature is very powerful. But on Maka, the natives actually defeated nature. It has to be said that they are indeed better than humans in this regard. Jiang Yao was lost in thought when Fedoro asked again.
What about humans? How do humans extend their lifespan?
What was supposed to come came. Jiang Yao stood up with a smile, pretended to go into the room to get something, and soon walked out of the room, holding a plate of braised pork in her hand. After a few steps, he came to Fedoro and placed the braised pork in front of him.
Try it. What is this?
Fedoro did not dare to touch such delicate food for fear of getting it dirty. An unknown fragrance penetrated into the nose, and Fedoro's throat moved. Jiang Yao's lips tilted.
This is the secret to human beings' longevity. We never eat raw food. All food is cooked. Cooking?
Fedoro didn't understand. The main food of the orcs on Maka was leaf insects in the mountains. Sometimes they would catch ferocious beasts and have a good meal. But he had never seen the food in containers before him. It turns out that the food humans eat is so small and delicate. So it's no wonder they grow so exquisitely.
Try a little bit. I guarantee you'll love it.
Jiang Yao picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and placed it on Fedoro. Fedoro couldn't help but fell backwards and did not take it. Jiang Yao still holds up the braised pork. For the secret of longevity, it doesn't hurt for her to be patient. The two faced off for a moment, and Fedoro was defeated. He took the braised pork on the chopsticks with his hands and threw it into his mouth. Yes, throw it. Such a small amount of food is not enough to fit between his teeth. Jiang Yao stared at Fedoro's expression. She was still frowning when she ate it. Now, Fedoro chewed, and swallowed it in one gulp. After eating, I was still unsatisfied and exclaimed,
"It's so delicious. It turns out that cooked food is so delicious."
After saying that, he took another piece of braised pork and threw it into his mouth. Seeing this, Jiang Yao secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Of course I won't lie to you. I gave you food that extends human lifespan. Can you collect some yellow energy for me?
Fedoro's squirming lips paused, then shook his head.
No. The yellow energy can only be absorbed by itself and cannot be saved.
Jiang Yao understood.
Then I'll go up the mountain with you, and you introduce me?
There is a mountain behind him, and I wonder if it contains the yellow energy that Fedoro mentioned.
Okay. Let's go now.
Fedoro stood up and held the braised pork in both hands, looking cautious and reluctant to eat it. It seemed that he was preparing to pack it up and take it away. The palm of Fedoro's hand was large enough for the plate to lie in his hand. Jiang Yao snickered secretly, and did not stop him from doing this. The two quickly got out of the ark and walked towards the nearest mountain. Chapter 173, Going Up the Mountain to Find Energy. Not long after they walked out of the door, Feng Qi and Zhou Jin came from a distance, followed by more than a dozen tall and upright figures. There was a cool breeze blowing, and everyone had their collars turned up, quite a bit like a big brother leading a little brother on something important. On the other side, Zhou Han, Li, Big Beard and others also came over. Jiang Yao stood there and waited. They arrived just in time, and they could go to the mountains to have a look together. Fedora accompanied Jiang Yao, staring in the direction of Feng Qi with a serious expression, holding the cold braised pork in his hand. Sensing something was wrong in the atmosphere, Jiang Yao looked at his sharp chin, thinking that he didn't want so many people to follow him. Jiang Yao said coolly,
"Do you mind if we go up and have a look together?"
Hearing the sound, Fedora lowered his head and looked at Jiang Yao. He felt that his eyeballs were about to fall off. It was so scary. Fedora didn't notice Jiang Yao's subtle expression and took a piece of meat from the plate to eat.
"I don't mind. I'm just worried that the food will get cold. I want to leave it for my daughter." "Do you have a daughter?"
Jiang Yao crossed her arms and couldn't imagine what an indigenous child looked like. After being here for a few days, she didn't seem to see any children. Couldn't the children come out?
"Well, my daughter is 50 years old."
"Well, you can't calculate it in human years." There were still raindrops in the sky. Jiang Yao's hair was already a little wet, and there were countless raindrops on her head. Zhou Han and others arrived first, and their shoulders were also wet. Several people didn't know where Jiang Yao was going, but no one asked. Follow behind and wait for Feng Qi and his party. 2 minutes later, Feng Qi finally led the team forward.
"Where are you going?"
Several people shook their heads and looked at Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao turned her head and looked at the mountain 50 meters away.
"Let's go up the mountain together and look for an energy that can extend our lives." "Extending lifespan?"
Feng Qi frowned.
"Human lifespan. Let's go up and take a look first."
Jiang Yao interrupted Feng Qi, fearing that he would let the truth slip if he continued. Several people didn't know why, but they didn't say anything. Feng Qi met Jiang Yao's gaze and found that she glanced at Fedora with her eyes. Feng Qi understood immediately. Jiang Yao must have said something to Fedora, but they just didn't know.
"Then let's go up and have a look."
After finishing speaking, he told Xiao Lei,
"Take them to the Arkansas. We will be back soon." "Okay."
Xiao Lei immediately took the person away. Only a few people from the team were left present. The group was led by Fedora and soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. Fedora suddenly stopped, and Jiang Yao and others who were following him also stopped.
"What's wrong?"
Jiang Yao took out her gun and stared at her surroundings warily.
"Hush!"
Fedora put his index finger to his mouth.
"There are some ferocious beasts and insects on the mountain. It's best not to disturb them." "Beast insect?"
When Jiang Yao heard the name, he knew it was not simple. A kind of insect was called a beast, which showed how powerful it was.
"We know. What's next?"
The people behind him tried their best not to make any noise, and listened to Jiang Yao and Fedora communicating quietly.
"This is the north. Let's go around here and go up the east mountain."
Jiang Yao understood. He just said in Arc Fedora that yellow energy can only be found in the east, so it naturally has to go up from the east.
"Okay. Just lead the way and don't worry about us."
The location of the ark is exactly to the north, adjacent to the east, and the distance is not very far. It was the mud and potholes on the ground that made the process a little more difficult. Everyone's shoes and trouser legs were soaked with rain and clung to the skin uncomfortably. Jiang Yao simply took out the raincoats from the space and put them on, one for each person, and gave them to Fedora. But he was used to being baptized by the rain and did not accept them. He just stared at the raincoat curiously and looked at it carefully. He had never seen anything transparent before. Jiang Yao said it was magical to be able to hide from the rain. The people following him had long wanted to reach their destination quickly. Just now, Jiang Yao mentioned extending lifespan, which successfully aroused their curiosity. Under the excitement, I didn't feel tired at all. This mountain is about 300 meters high. By the time we circled to the east, 15 minutes had passed. Fedora closed his eyes and raised his head, smelled the air, and then pointed somewhere.
"It's up there." "Okay. Come up quickly."
Jiang Yao also smelled it, but seemed to smell nothing except the fragrance. Looking in the direction Fedora pointed, Jiang Yao, who could see hundreds of miles away, quickly saw yellow flames fluttering on the mountainside. just like the will-o'-the-wisps people saw in ancient times. The will-o'-the-wisps were blue, but this thing was yellow. It should be the energy that Fedoro mentioned. Fedoro quickened his pace, his unshed feet subtly digging into the soil, and his whole body became extremely stable. Jiang Yao and others were different. Since the mountain was nearly vertical, they had to pull the branches along the way up the mountain. The road wet by rain was very slippery. Jiang Yao slipped a few times, but luckily she didn't fall. The hard work paid off, and the group finally arrived at their destination half an hour later. After getting closer, Jiang Yao felt even more the comfortable experience brought by the yellow energy. His body, which had been a little tired, recovered at this moment. Not only was recovery as simple as this, but his body was even full of strength. Jiang Yao looked at it in surprise.
Is this the yellow energy you are talking about?
Fedoro nodded.
Yes. We all rely on it to resist harsh weather and prolong life.
Feng Qi, who felt something strange, stared at Jiang Yao in surprise.
What does he mean? This energy can resist the weather?
Jiang Yao smiled and nodded.
Yes. A mobile lightning arrestor.
If you explain it this way, a few people should be able to understand it. They were frightened by thunder and lightning yesterday. After absorbing the energy, they should not be afraid of thunder and lightning.
Can you teach us how to absorb energy?
Jiang Yao is ready to make a move. Success or failure depends on this one move. Whether he can succeed or not depends on fate.
Can.
Fedoro was about to close his eyes when the spear in his hand suddenly trembled. He immediately opened his eyes and looked around him warily.
Something is approaching.
Jiang Yao also heard it. Not just her, but everyone heard it. Several people took out their guns and pointed them, and quickly determined the direction of the approaching object.
Careful!
Fedoro threw the spear, and Jiang Yao dodged, avoiding Fedoro's attack. With his heart beating faster, Jiang Yao looked at the place where he had just been, which had now become a deep pit. Fedoro's spear was lodged in a large head. Only then did they discover that the sneak attack came out of the ground.
It's the beast bug.
Fedoro walked closer and drew out his spear. Blue liquid suddenly flowed out of the beast's head, and it roared as its body continued to struggle in the ground. Chapter 174, surrounded by beasts and insects. Just when I thought there was only one and relaxed my vigilance, a large number of noises suddenly appeared underground within a radius of 50 miles. Jiang Yao and others quickly gathered together, looking back to back at the surrounding area, their eyes full of alertness. In an instant, countless earth bags appeared on the ground, like bamboo shoots after the rain, and beasts and insects burst out of the ground. Beasts and insects the size of footballs with green lights on their backs quickly crawled towards the team and surrounded them. There was a hissing sound coming from the mouth, which made people's scalp numb. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jiang Yao quickly took out 3 cannons, not caring whether the space would be exposed at this time. He bumped Fedoro next to him with his arm.
Fedoro, we have been careful not to disturb them. Why do these beasts and insects attack us?
Fedoro held the spear tightly with both hands and stared at the beast insect at the front with sharp eyes.
Because they also live by energy. Once they find someone coveting energy, they will come out in force and drive us out.
Jiang Yao was speechless.
Why didn't you tell me earlier?
Feng Qi was suspicious. Fedoro knew that there were beasts and insects guarding him, so he brought them up the mountain. What was his intention? Fedoro knew he had been misunderstood and wanted to explain.
The Makaya orcs went up the mountain. They won't come out. They will come out today. Maybe they smell a strange smell.
Fedoro couldn't help but look at the heads of several people. Several people looked at each other, daring their lover to be xenophobic. During the conversation, the beasts and insects stopped one after another 5 meters away from them. Maybe they had never seen a stranger before, so they were worried. Jiang Yao discovered that the bugs on Maka all have one characteristic. That is, their mouths are the same, with sharp teeth. The teeth are not white, but closer to dark green. And the saliva in the mouth is also transparent green, emitting a fishy smell that makes people feel sick and want to vomit.
Are they highly poisonous?
Jiang Yao asked. Gyudo answered honestly.
Yes. All kinds of beasts and insects on Maka are highly poisonous, in order to protect their territory from encroachment. In this case, everyone should be careful.
Jiang Yao put the cannonballs into the cannon. Feng Qi and Zhou Jin were responsible for lighting the fire, and the rest helped to put the cannonballs. There are too many beasts and insects, and it is impossible to deal with them with guns. Cannons are more practical. Boom! With one shot, dozens of beasts and insects were blown away, and some were even blown to pieces. Wisps of yellow light flew out of the corpses and gradually merged with the yellow energy in the woods. The yellow energy gradually became richer. Jiang Yao and others looked at the large area of bright yellow energy with surprised expressions. It turns out that they will spit out energy after death, which is unprecedented and unheard of. Before anyone could recover, the other beasts and insects sensed the threat and finally launched an attack on the team.
They're coming!
Fedoro used ice to freeze them while reminding the people around him. The approaching beast cannon was unable to fire. So Jiang Yao took out a machine gun and handed it to Zhou Jin and his sister, who fired mercilessly with their guns. Before the beasts and insects could open their mouths and bite them down, they died and turned into energy, floating in the air. More and more beasts and insects crawled out of the ground and gathered towards them, as if the entire mountain was their nest. No other types of beasts and insects were found.
Ah!
Chong Nansheng stared at his calf and exclaimed. Several people looked at his calf and were a little panicked the next moment. It turned out that at some point, a beast worm secretly emerged from the ground under his feet, biting his calf fiercely, and did not let go at this time. Chong Nansheng pointed his gun at its head. Bang! The insect quickly lost its breath, but its teeth were still embedded in its flesh. Chong Nansheng shivered in pain. Zhou Jin handed the gun to the bearded man and walked over to help Chong Nansheng pull out the beast's teeth. Just now Fedoro said that beasts and insects are highly poisonous. So Chong Nansheng. Zhou Jin clenched his back molars, hoping nothing would happen to him. Seeing that the beasts and insects were dead, the others worked hard to eradicate the beasts and insects, and finally drove them back 20 minutes later. There were too many of them, so we couldn't get rid of them completely. So we had to let the beasts and insects burrow into the ground and run away. Everyone felt relieved. And the next second, they were frightened by Chong Nansheng's expression. His face turned into the same color as a beast. Dark green. But the color is not dark. Just a light green. As if suffering from jaundice. Chong Nansheng was sweating and sat weakly on the ground. Zhou Jin supported him worriedly.
How are you feeling? Are you okay?
Chong Nansheng wanted to speak, but couldn't. His mouth was wide open and his tongue began to turn green. Everyone felt nervous and walked over to surround him. In less than half an hour, the poison has spread throughout the body. If he cannot be treated in time, he may not be able to save his life.
Brother Nansheng.
Zhou Han held his hand tightly with tears in his eyes. Seeing this situation, Jiang Yao frowned and couldn't help but look at Fedoro.
How to cure the poison of beasts and insects?
There is medicine in her space, but I don't know if it can detoxify the beasts and insects. After all, it is not a planet. I am afraid it will be counterproductive. Not only will the poison not be detoxified, but it will become more serious. Jiang Yao could only rely on Fedoro, and Jiang Yao was disgusted with this feeling of powerlessness. In the past, she had to face everything alone. But once she arrived at Maka Star, her heart began to become restless. Maybe because she felt insecure in the unfamiliar environment. After all, everything is unknown, and humans always have a fear of the unknown. Now, she must overcome this fear.
Nansheng!
Zhou Jin gently slapped his face. It turned out that just now, Chong Nansheng fell into a coma. Everyone was anxious and looked at Fedoro. Fedoro's expression was solemn.
The poison of the beast and insect can be cured, but you will have to suffer some pain. Don't worry. He just fainted and is not seriously injured for the time being. What crime did you suffer?
Jiang Yao asked. His life was almost gone, so there was no harm in suffering.
Throw him into the lake and let him soak for 2 days.
When everyone heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief.
The lake is not just a lake. Once you get in, you will feel like your whole body has been stabbed with a knife, and you will feel extreme pain. Can he hold on?
The bearded man stood up. He had been stabbed by a knife before, and could not move for 3 days. Chong Nansheng had to hold on for 2 days. How painful it would be.
We must persist. Life is more important.
Jiang Yao stared at the wound on Chong Nansheng's leg, and found that it had begun to rot. Feng Qi had already noticed his legs, and held his body on his back with one hand.
Hurry down the mountain. Don't delay.
Feng Qi quickly went down the mountain. Zhou Jin supported him from behind, and the others followed. Jiang Yao didn't want to give up this opportunity, and was in no hurry to go down the mountain.
How to absorb this energy?
Fedoro had just taken 2 steps when he heard Jiang Yao's voice and stopped again. Walk under the energy. Raise your hands and stand on tiptoes. Tilt your head upwards, and close your eyes. In one breath, Yellow energy penetrated into his body from his 5 senses. And everything went so naturally. Chapter 175 The Space Escapes. Jiang Yao originally wanted to do it. But after seeing such a magical scene, she didn't know what to do. After absorbing it for 2 minutes, Fedoro felt that his whole body was full of strength. He opened his eyes comfortably and stretched.
Every time we absorb energy, our body immediately returns to its optimal state and is in a state of excitement. So we never sleep. So that's it. I'll give it a try too.
Jiang Yao stepped forward and recalled Fedoro's steps and followed them one by one. But after waiting for a long time, she failed. Jiang Yao was slightly disappointed and looked at Fedoro.
Why didn't I succeed? Empty your mind and return to nature.
Just this sentence made Jiang Yao feel that she could not achieve this state. Her mind was full of things. How could she forget them all at once? You have to go back and practice. If you have time in the future, when your brain is really free, it won't be too late to try again. Looking down from the mountainside, Feng Qi and others have reached the foot of the mountain and are running towards the lake.
Try again next time. Let's go down the mountain first.
Good. When they arrived at the lake, Feng Qi had already put the unconscious Chong Nansheng into the lake, leaving only his head outside. The moment it was put in, the calm lake water suddenly started to flow, spinning around Chong Nansheng, forming a small vortex. Chong Nansheng's body, that originally sank in the water, was brought to the surface, and his limbs floated, drifting with the current. Thick smoke began to rise around the lake, and some of it penetrated over his head and disappeared. Everyone was stunned. What kind of operation is this? Jiang Yao wanted to get closer to the lake to see what was going on, but Fedoro held her back.
Do not go. Why?
Jiang Yao looked at Fedoro, waiting for his explanation.
There is a reason why I said before that we should not go near the lake. Normal people will die immediately if they fall in, but sick people can be cured if they enter the lake. This.
Several people were shocked beyond measure. What kind of planet is Massacre? It is full of mystery.
Let's go! He will be pushed ashore by the lake in 2 days. It's best for others not to visit.
Who? Fedoro whistled twice, and a CAO from a distance immediately came over. The ground shook slightly, and Jiang Yao and the others swayed. Not long after, Fedoro sat on the big CAO and left. Jiang Yao was about to return to the ark when the space suddenly shook again, and the feeling that something was trying to force its way out became more obvious. What wants to come out? Could it be that the space is not adapted to the environment of Massacre? Jiang Yao couldn't stand the feeling that her head was about to explode. She took out a teleportation talisman from the space and decided to verify it.
Jiang Yao, what's wrong with you?
Feng Qi held Jiang Yao's shoulders, but she was taken away from the place. In the blink of an eye, the two of them arrived somewhere on the earth. Without the protection of the atmosphere, they could not touch the ground, but floated gently about 5 centimeters above the ground. The space was still shaking. Jiang Yao was forced to squat down. Feng Qi hugged her tightly, with a worried look on his face. There must be another space problem. Coming to Earth does not solve the problem, which means it is not the environment. Jiang Yao took Feng Qi into the space. Once inside, the dizzy feeling disappeared instantly. The things in the space were scattered all over the place, because the space had not been expanded for a long time. The fence was a little crowded, but Jiang Yao was not in a hurry to expand the space. Instead, she clicked on the mall to see if there were any special items inside. This time I really discovered something.
Voidness is reality. Reality is virtuality.
Feng Qi read this sentence softly, not quite understanding the meaning. Jiang Yao shook her head. She didn't understand either. False or true? Suddenly it occurred to me that the last talisman in the safe had only one real word on it. Could it have any meaning? Jiang Yao thought. And suddenly there was a talisman in her hand, which was reality. She planned to use it to see what was fishy inside. Thinking about using it, the space shook for a moment and then stopped moving. Jiang Yao was stunned. There was still space in front of her, and there was no change. Could it be that she had used it improperly?
Huh? Why is there suddenly an extra door here?
Zhou Han's voice came from outside.
Bang, bang, bang.
Someone knocked on the door.
It's really a door.
The bearded man became excited, compared to their curiosity. The two people in the space were completely shocked. They were clearly on Earth. So how could they come back again? And what happened to the iron gate that suddenly appeared in front of me? Jiang Yao quickly stepped forward and opened the iron door, and the faces of Zhou Han and others appeared in front of her. Jiang Yao quickly closed the door and turned to look behind her. She was indeed still in the space. And Feng Qi was also. Did the space come out of her consciousness?
Bang, bang, bang.
Someone knocked on the door again.
Io! Open the door quickly. Why are you in the door? You suddenly disappeared just now and scared us.
Zhou Han knocked on the door eagerly. When Feng Qi saw that Jiang Yao hadn't moved, he took the initiative to open the door. But the door didn't move at all.
Huh?
Feng Qi understood and took the initiative to get out of the way.
It seems that only you can open this door.
Hearing this, Jiang Yao moved her steps and took the initiative to open the door. The door opened, and the worried faces of Zhou Han and others appeared again. Jiang Yao pushed them away and walked out, wanting to confirm her thoughts. As soon as she went out, Feng Qi was suddenly ejected before he could come out and almost fell to the ground. Jiang Yao turned around. Apart from the door, there was no trace of Khan in front of her. In front of her was the vast grassland, her own territory.
Are you hallucinating? Or was the space moved out by me?
Jiang Yao opened the door again, and the scene of space appeared again inside. She finally confirmed that it was real. The space really broke away from her consciousness and became an independent entity. And this independent entity could only be opened by herself. Yes, there is no need to build a house. Just build it directly in the space. It turns out that what I have been trying to get out of my head is space. The corners of Jiang Yao's mouth rose, very satisfied with this change. No matter how bad the outside world is, the space is extremely safe. But can the things in the space be taken out at will? Jiang Yao thought. And a car suddenly appeared in front of her. It was her favorite car. A few people who didn't know the situation. Jiang Yao touched the car body, the smile on her face getting bigger and bigger. This function of taking things at will has not disappeared, which is good. Now she no longer has to worry about the house. But Jiang Yao looked at the group of people around her and fell into a dilemma. She has a bold idea to put the Earth into space. In this case, humans can still live on Earth. After leaving the space, you will naturally arrive at Massacre. The two are connected without any conflict. Make full use of the resources on the Earth. Continue to expand the power on the planet Massacre, and get the best of both worlds. However, how long does it take for space to be upgraded to accommodate the Earth? Another difficult task. The gold coins in the space are already a series of countless numbers. If they are all used to expand the space, the area should be tens of thousands of square kilometers. The Earth has more than 5.1 billion square kilometers. Jiang Yao shook his head. It takes the year of the monkey and the month of the horse to achieve this requirement. It seems that the task of extending lifespan must be taken action. Chapter 176 Any Door. Seeing Jiang Yao froze on the spot and not knowing what he was thinking, everyone was at a loss. The appearance of this iron gate was too strange. So nothing bad could happen. Except for Feng Qi. None of them knew what was on the other side of the door. If they knew, they would definitely not be as nervous as they are now. Zhou Han took the initiative to approach Jiang Yao and waved in front of her eyes.
Io, what is behind this door? And why do you feel so haunted?
Jiang Yao woke up and found that her hand was still holding the doorknob. So she simply opened the door.
See for yourselves.
The door opened quickly, and several people looked in curiously from the outside. But they stayed still for a second.
It's space.
Zhou Jin shouted softly.
It's true. How did the space appear here?
The bearded man walked in.
Don't go in.
Feng Qi just finished speaking. With a whoosh sound, the big beard flew out, and everyone backed away in fear.
Ouch!
Then he fell to the ground in front of everyone. Zhang Jia went over to help him up. The bearded man held his buttocks in pain and wailed.
Ouch! Why was I ejected? Can't go in?
Zhou Han wanted to touch it with his hand, but was so afraid that he shrank back.
I was ejected just now.
Feng Qi had a stern face. He had followed Jiang Yao out just now. But the moment Jiang Yao went out, he was pushed out by a force. Although he was not as embarrassed as Big Beard, the feeling was real. Jiang Yao walked past several people and walked in. She probably knew what was going on.
Only I can open this door. You can only come in when I'm inside. So that's it.
Several people suddenly realized it. But they were still surprised by such a mysterious thing. Who would have thought that there would be an extra door on Massacre? Jiang Yao waved to several people inside the door.
Come in.
There are supplies promised to them. And Jiang Yao will not regret it. Several people walked in one after another. The space was still the same as before. And the supplies increased instead of decreasing. Jiang Yao walked to the river and looked at the black and white figure still sleeping at the bottom of the river. More than half a month has passed. But the baby killer whale still hasn't moved. Does it have to evolve into something else to wake up? On the other hand, Crucian Carp has evolved very perfectly. Feng Qi followed and came over. He had a question to ask Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. Jiang Yao turned around and saw that it was Feng Qi. Her muscles suddenly relaxed.
You want to see me?
Jiang Yao looked at the bottom of the river again.
Yes.
Feng Qi flexed his fingers and looked down at Jiang Yao's side face.
Why did you suddenly think of extending your life? Do you know the age of the orcs of Massacre?
Jiang Yao asked without answering.
Not sure.
Feng Qi and Fedora were not familiar with each other. Although he wanted to understand the living habits here, he was still not as quick as Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao said quietly.
Fedora is 200 years old. His daughter is 50. And there is an elder who is 300 years old.
When he finished speaking, there was still hope in his eyes. But when Feng Qi heard this astonishing number, he was very suspicious of its authenticity.
He told you personally? Otherwise.
Jiang Yao rolled her eyes.
He said that the reason why they live longer is because they absorb energy in practice. So I want to try it too.
She wanted to live like this forever. After rebirth, he values his own life even more.
But we are not from here. Will this method work? I tried just now. But it didn't work.
Jiang Yao didn't hide anything, and felt that there was nothing to hide in this matter.
Fedora said that you can succeed by relaxing your mind and returning to nature. I am going to adjust my mentality and try again. Well, let's get together then.
Jiang Yao nodded silently, walked to the oil field, and carefully observed the exit. The sparkling river water reflected on Feng Qi's complicated face, and his eyes followed Jiang Yao's back. He didn't expect that she would think so far ahead. The creatures on Maka planet are so long-lived that they are indeed a great threat to humans. Based on numerical comparison, human beings are at a disadvantage. If they want to continue to develop, they must have an advantage in numbers. I just don't know what Jiang Yao thinks. She probably doesn't care about the long-term development of mankind. After all, she is used to living alone. But he still hopes those people can survive. Not continuing this topic, Feng Qi thought of the more than 10 people in the Ark. So he followed.
By the way, do you want to meet the people I brought?
Jiang Yao straightened up.
Scientific researcher? We can meet.
Jiang Yao motioned to Feng Qi to go first.
Let's go!
The two of them walked to the door. Seeing this, the others grabbed some supplies of their own and followed. After everyone walked out, Jiang Yao closed the door. It had stopped raining when she came out, but the sky was still bright. She couldn't tell what time it was, and could only rely on her watch to check the time. If things continue like this, Jiang Yao feels that she may not be able to distinguish between day and night in the future. After all, it can't be seen from the watch. But judging from everyone's condition, they seem to be adapting well, have no strange illnesses, and are in good physical condition. As soon as they entered the Ark, the 12 people inside stood up neatly. And Xiao Lei walked from the team to Feng Qi.
Win team! Hello! Captain Feng!
Everyone shouted in unison. Feng Qi raised his hand to stop.
There is no longer a Feng team. From now on, we should keep our names consistent. Yes!
Everyone stared at Feng Qi cautiously without any dissatisfaction. They knew that they would have to rely on him if they wanted to live in the future. But they guessed wrong. Feng Qi stood sideways next to Jiang Yao and introduced him to everyone.
This is Jiang Yao, the captain of this team. If you have anything to report to her in the future, of course, it's best if we all discuss it together.
Several people looked surprised, and it took them a long time to understand what Feng Qi meant. This woman who looks very cold is actually the captain of the team? How can it be? There are only men in the team. So why can she stand above the Wind team and become the captain? Jiang Yao didn't know what they were thinking and looked at Feng Qi with the same surprise. The meaning in her eyes was very clear. When did she become the captain? Feng Qi just smiled at her without explaining. He just wanted to tell this group of people that he was no longer the Feng team he used to be. He was just an ordinary person who relied on Jiang Yao to survive. I just want them to respect Jiang Yao.
Hello, Captain Jiang.
Although they were puzzled, they still shouted politely and planned to get in touch to get to know him first. After all, it was not ordinary people who could survive until now. They still don't know that it is because of this woman in front of them that everyone is living well. The woman in front of them was their savior. Jiang Yao picked her ears and said,
"You're welcome. Just call me by my name from now on."
She is not used to being supported by others, and she always feels that others have some agenda. Feng Qi asked them to find them just to study the geological conditions of planet Maka.
Yes.
Chapter 177 Studying Soil. Jiang Yao walked to the sofa chair and sat down.
Everyone, please find a place to sit.
As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps in the living room came and went, and gradually became quiet. Everyone found a place to sit down, and the living room looked much more crowded. Zhou Jin and others sat down next to Jiang Yao, and the newcomer also sat opposite them. Looking at the people with different expressions on the opposite side, she saw that there were 2 women in the team. The ability to stand out among thousands of people is certainly not simple. But she only stayed for 2 more seconds, and then withdrew her gaze, not wanting to waste her words, and went straight in.
Has any of you studied the geology of planet Maka?
Each of the 12 people wanted to take a look, and 3 people raised their hands.
I've researched it. I.
Except for these 3 people. Everyone else had an annoyed look on their face. Among the 3 people, there happened to be a woman. She was petite and exquisite, so she could easily hide in the crowd and be ignored. Except for Zhou Han. All the people in the team were men. Jiang Yao had long been tired of seeing them. Now that 2 women came, she decided to get along with them. Jiang Yao pointed to the woman who raised her hand.
What's your name? My name is Li Qing. I am a geological exploration staff member, specializing in the structure of various types of soil.
Li Qing spoke elegantly and meticulously. Jiang Yao was very satisfied and admired such a person very much.
Have you studied the characteristics of soil these days? The research is out.
As soon as Jiang Yao finished speaking, the man next to Li Qing rushed to answer. Li Qing moved her lips and then closed her mouth silently. Jiang Yao frowned and immediately returned to his normal expression. The man quickly stood up, placed the suitcase on the coffee table, and opened it, revealing a large stack of papers inside, with dense notes written on them. There is some gray soil in the small box next to it, which should be the soil of Maka Star. Jiang Yao and others couldn't understand the report above, so they waited for the other party to explain it one by one. I saw him picking up the top piece of paper and holding it high in the air so that everyone could see it more clearly.
Everyone must have seen clearly that the soil on Maka is dark gray, while the soil on Earth is mostly red soil and brown soil, and is acidic.
The man took out some more red soil and slowly waved it around in front of people's eyes.
Well, what next?
Jiang Yao saw it clearly. He didn't expect that he still had soil from the earth in his hands. He had to admit that these people were indeed outstanding. The man put down the soil and continued to explain.
The soil in Maka Star is a strongly alkaline ferroaluminum soil, which is a bit like a saline alkali zone. You can only grow some trees, but not food. If you want to grow food, we must improve the soil quality. How to change it?
Feng Qi asked. The man hesitated. The problem of soil improvement was not his responsibility. So he looked at Li Qing, who nodded slightly and stepped forward.
It's easy to improve alkaline soil by applying acidic fertilizers, planting cotton and legumes, and, for a little more, using vinegar. Jealous?
Jiang Yao raised her eyebrows. There happened to be some in the space.
But, is there any other way besides these?
Li Qing thought for a while and shook her head slightly.
These are the simplest methods for this situation. But where can I find these things? There are none on Maka.
Zhou Jin, who was listening silently, also participated in the discussion. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. Yes, this is not the earth. How can it be said that it can be changed by changing it? The indigenous people were forced to eat leaves and insects. After all, there was nothing else edible here. Everyone was thinking in a normal way. But Jiang Yao. But she thought about transporting soil from the earth and combining it with the local soil. If the alkalinity of the soil is diluted, can food be grown? Or just dig a deep hole and fill it with soil from the earth? Just right for planting. But growing food depends not only on the soil, but also on the climate and the acidity and alkalinity of the rain. If the rainwater is alkaline, even if the soil is transported here, wouldn't it be all in vain if it is soaked by the rainwater? Growing food also requires photosynthesis. Their current place is inside the planet, not on the surface. And there is no sunlight at all. But there is no night on Maka. Can this kind of natural light carry out photosynthesis? No matter what, Jiang Yao plans to give it a try. Okay,
that's it for today. You will all live in the Ark from now on.
She wanted to quickly return to Earth to see if there was any soil suitable for growing food. If there was, she would bring it here.
Yes.
After leaving the Ark, Jiang Yao entered the space. followed by Feng Qi and others. Jiang Yao faced everyone and told her plan.
I'm going to go back to Earth and bring back some soil.
Several people were stunned. What kind of operation is this? Feng Qi raised his eyebrows and did not support Jiang Yao's actions. Zhou Han looked at Jiang Yao complicatedly and asked what she had always wanted to ask.
Are you planning to take care of those people and live with them in the future?
In her impression, Jiang Yao is not a person who thinks about others. And she is most afraid of trouble, and even more afraid of being entangled by others. But now?
Of course not.
Jiang Yao opened her eyes wide. How could she possibly live with those people?
Then why are you so concerned about growing food? Doesn't space have land?
After listening to Zhou Han's words, others also felt that it made sense. Why should she go to such trouble if there was space? Jiang Yao's heart beat a beat faster after seeing the same expression on everyone's faces.
Isn't this just in case? Space is an ethereal thing after all. What if one day it breaks down and disappears? What should we do? We can't just rely on it. Right. And you? After using up your supplies, don't you think about your future?
Jiang Yao squinted her eyes slightly, her eyes showing a dangerous signal. I hope it's not what she thought. Could it be that these people have become dependent on her space? In fact, it would be okay to raise a few of them. But having such an idea was enough to disappoint her. I have never had the space to be exposed before because I was afraid of this day coming.
We didn't think of it that way.
A deep voice came, and it was Zhou Jin who spoke.
Then what do you think?
Jiang Yao glanced at everyone's eyes and found that they were all magnanimous. Not as greedy as she imagined. And her tight cheeks loosened a little. Maybe she was overthinking it. He turned his attention to Zhou Jin again and motioned for him to continue. Zhou Jin shook hands and spoke again.
We just feel that Massacre planet does not belong to humans. Every planet has its own attributes. As invaders, we try to change its nature. Isn't it a bit unrealistic?
Several people nodded, and Zhou Jin's words just hit their hearts. Chapter 178 Goodbye Dinosaurs. Zhou Jin shook hands and spoke again.
I just feel that Massacre planet does not belong to humans. Every planet has its own attributes. As invaders, we try to change its nature. Isn't it a bit unrealistic?
Several people nodded, and Zhou Jin's words just hit their hearts.
We have to try even if it is unrealistic. How will we live without crops in the future? What will happen if the supplies run out? Have you ever thought about the future?
Feng Qi asked 3 questions in a row, making everyone look confused. Of course they had thought about these issues. But when Jiang Yao said he wanted to go back to Earth, they just thought it was dangerous and unnecessary. Zhou Jin was afraid that Jiang Yao would misunderstand. So she expressed her thoughts directly.
We can try to solve the soil problem based on the solutions mentioned by researchers. We don't know what the Earth is like. Will we be in danger if we go back hastily?
When Jiang Yao heard this, his expression relaxed.
There's no danger. I've already gone back once. Apart from the weakened gravity and thin oxygen, there's nothing special about it.
After getting along for so long, Jiang Yao still understands these people. As long as they are not greedy for space, everything will be easy to talk about. Of course, Jiang Yao knew that this was a bit unrealistic. But after the Earth fell into the Massacre planet, the trajectory of human life was forced to change. Human beings should be grateful that there is enough oxygen for them to survive here, instead of just drifting with the tide and living a miserable life.
That's good. Let's go with you. There are many people, and there will be someone to take care of you.
Zhou Jin said.
Yes. Let's go together.
Zhou Han and others spoke together. It's okay to go together. She can take the space back into her consciousness and take everyone there together. But the Earth's gravity is weakened, and she doesn't have extra weight talismans for so many people to use. There are only 4 of them at the moment, and there is no option to buy this kind of talisman in the mall. So she needs to save some.
No. I'll go alone. I'll go and come back soon.
Feng Qi was still worried.
I'll go with you.
Big Beard agreed.
Yes. Let Brother Feng go with you. We can rest assured.
Jiang Yao thought about it and refused.
What will happen to those people in the Ark after you leave? We need to let them understand the weather here and the composition of the rain as soon as possible. And you guys, find a suitable place to dig a 200 square meter pit. I'll transport the soil back and fill it up as soon as possible.
Several people nodded at the same time.
Okay. Don't worry.
Feng Qi just nodded silently and did not respond. He knew that once Jiang Yao decided something, he would not change it easily, and he would not force it. Jiang Yao took back the space and quickly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The next second, it appeared in a place with the best soil on the earth. Jiang Yao didn't know where it was. There is a thin layer of black ash on the surface of the soil, which should be caused by the last burning. But this does not affect the soil quality. After choosing a piece of fertile soil, Jiang Yao took out a shovel and started digging. She was alone, and despite her strength, she was still very slow. Because of this, the idea of putting the Earth into space is getting stronger and stronger. Even if it cannot be put in, all the useful materials on the Earth must be transported away. After 2 hours of non-stop digging, the soil piled into space finally amounted to about 100 square meters. The height of the soil-filling hole was about 2 meters, which should be about the same. Jiang Yao used the water in the space to wash away the sweat on her face, and prepared to take a walk nearby. Looking around, she noticed the cracks on the ground. Some were bottomless, with a lot of magma remaining, and some were shallow, with a lot of clear water inside. Jiang Yao raised her head, and finally saw the shadow of the moon again, and she was sure it was night. As I walked, I felt something hard on the sole of my foot. I moved my leg away and looked down, and found a stone with cold light. Jiang Yao picked it up and looked at it carefully. Then her eyes widened. This couldn't be a diamond. She had only seen the finished product, not the rough diamond that was as big as a fist and as transparent as glass. It should have been erupted by magma, and there should be many more nearby. Jiang Yao immersed herself in searching carefully, and finally saw 2 diamonds not far away. One of them was pink, and it was actually a pink diamond. Although she didn't know what the diamonds were used for, she just wanted to pick them up and keep them in case they could be used in the future. So much! Jiang Yao looked at a certain place in front of her. Densely packed diamonds emitted a faint light. Some of the diamonds were half buried in the soil, with only a small part of the diamonds exposed. She hurriedly ran over, took out the shovel, dug them up one by one, and threw them into the space. It wasn't until another hour passed that she dug out all the diamonds on the ground. When you go back, you have to think carefully about the uses of diamonds. Now that they are here, Jiang Yao doesn't plan to go back so soon. So he simply releases the strange tiger and giant python and lets them explore other places. He who had just been released, sat on the ground with his lips pouted, staring at Jiang Yao dissatisfied. Since the battle, how long has it been since you released us? The giant python didn't complain, but there was some displeasure in its purple eyes, and it opened and closed its mouth as it spit out the letter, feeling very angry. If you take them in for no reason, it means you are very frustrated. There is no freedom outside in this space. Jiang Yao looked at the 2 aggrieved looks and immediately raised her hands to admit her mistake. I was wrong and I won't let you in again. This is what you said. If you put us into space again, you will be a puppy. Only who could say this. Okay, Jiang Yao answered simply, coaxing the 2 of them before talking. You go and have a look around, and come back and report to me in time if anything happens. Okay. The 2 quickly recovered their original bodies. Each chose a direction and ran away. Jiang Yao continued to search, not missing any opportunity to pick up treasures. After a while, the ground began to tremble. Jiang Yao stood up in surprise and looked in the direction where Hu left. She saw it running towards her quickly, as if something was chasing it behind her. In fact, something seems to be chasing it from behind. Not only the strange tiger, but also the giant python ran back, and was also chased by a huge creature. Jiang Yao couldn't see the other party's appearance clearly until he heard a roar. Roar. She was shocked. It's a dinosaur. Right? Ouch! Hu ran over, picked her up, threw her on his back, and quickly fled in one direction. After meeting the giant python, he ran forward desperately. Jiang Yao sat on her back in a daze, unable to react for a long time. It turns out that the dinosaurs she saw last time really existed, and were not her hallucinations. When the ground cracked, it was these big guys that ran out from the center of the earth. There is not even a single plant on the earth. How did they survive? Wasn't the center of the earth destroyed by disaster? I'm afraid this is the only possibility. Chapter 179, The Soil Has Changed. Feeling that she was shrouded in shadow, Jiang Yao stiffly turned her head. When she saw the dinosaur behind her, her heart almost stopped beating. 2 nearly 5-meter-long dinosaurs were chasing after her. Their big heads were so close in front of her eyes that they seemed to be able to swallow her with just one mouth. They turned out to be much larger than the 2. Jiang Yao didn't know what kind of dinosaur they were, but when he saw the 2 sharp claws on their chests, he was sure that they were carnivorous. After images flashed before her eyes, Jiang Yao leaned forward, and the dinosaur's claws passed over her head. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and narrowly avoided the dinosaur's attack. Otherwise, she would have been hit by it long ago. Went up. Only then did Jiang Yao realize that their speed was a few points faster than the two. If this continued, they would have to be caught. Now is not the time for joking. We must go back to space. Looking at the giant python running ahead, Jiang Yao felt anxious.
Python,
Get smaller and crawl on top of me.
Upon hearing this, the giant python slowed down and immediately became smaller. It jumped over to Jiang Yao, and Jiang Yao hugged it.
Roar!
Ouch! When the dinosaurs swooped up, their figures immediately disappeared. The dinosaur behind him jumped into the air and was forced to roll forward due to its inertia. It rolled dozens of meters on the ground before stopping.
Roar!
The two dinosaurs quickly stood up and lingered unwillingly at the place where Jiang Yao disappeared. And Jiang Yao in space has returned to Maka Star with two of them. Jiang Yao opened the door from the inside, and the two quickly ran out, and she followed closely behind them. She even glanced behind them fearfully, feeling as if the dinosaurs were chasing after them. When several people saw Jiang Yao coming out, they all gathered around.
Io, you are finally back.
Zhou Han ran up and took Jiang Yao's arm.
Are you okay?
Feng Qi noticed Jiang Yao's nervousness. Hearing his question, everyone looked over and finally felt Jiang Yao's nervousness. Jiang Yao touched the sweat on her forehead and patted her chest in fear.
If there was no space, you wouldn't be able to see me.
What do you mean? Zhou Jin frowned, not understanding why Jiang Yao said that.
What happened to you?
Feng Qi came over and stood next to her. Before he could calm down, he jumped into Jiang Yao's arms for comfort. Jiang Yao hugged it tightly.
It's a dinosaur. I'm being chased by two dinosaurs. Dinosaur?
Everyone exclaimed. Feng Qi didn't believe it.
How could there be dinosaurs at this time?
Didn't the dinosaurs become extinct hundreds of millions of years ago? They shouldn't have appeared at this time.
Io, are you lying to us?
Zhou Han let go of Jiang Yao's arm, looking nervous. Jiang Yao glanced at the faces of several people and twitched her lips.
Believe it or not, there are indeed dinosaurs on the Earth. There should be quite a few.
When several people heard this, they were stunned. Facing Jiang Yao's serious face, they had no choice but to believe it, regardless of whether they believed it or not. Jiang Yao didn't explain too much, but walked to the hole they dug and filled it with soil. Hopefully the soil will adapt to the weather here and won't dry out, and her efforts won't be in vain. On Earth, she dared not go back. Several people had no intention of letting her go, so Feng Qi followed.
What does the dinosaur chasing you look like?
Jiang Yao stood at the edge of the pit, trying to recall the appearance of the two dinosaurs, but due to the lack of light, she could only see sharp claws and sharp fangs in their mouths.
I was too nervous at the time to see what they looked like, but I'm sure they eat meat.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have chased them. Sometimes people's luck is so bad. If she hadn't released two of them to explore the way, they might not have been discovered by the dinosaurs.
Is the Earth restarting again?
Zhou Jin expressed his thoughts. Jiang Yao denied it.
No. When the disaster broke out, I saw the dinosaurs from the cracks. Why didn't I see it?
The bearded man was puzzled.
I didn't see it either.
Several people shook their heads.
Maybe you didn't pay attention. At that time, they appeared in a crack in the lower left corner of the screen. If you don't pay attention, you really can't see it. I thought I saw it wrong. But
Jiang Yao didn't want to continue talking.
In short, the core of the Earth has not been destroyed. There are still biological activities inside. The dinosaurs are very large, and they are not affected by gravity.
As for how she survived, she didn't know.
Well, let's go take a look when we have the chance.
Feng Qi pursed his lips. The appearance of dinosaurs aroused his desire to explore. Jiang Yao nodded. If she was not afraid of the long distance, she could climb up from the hole she came down from. That hole was not very far from the Earth. As long as she could climb up, it would not be impossible to enter the Earth. Now, though, her concern is the soil. So he bumped into Feng Qi and pointed to the location of the ark.
Let them come out and see if the soil can survive.
Feng Qigong wanted to agree, but was overtaken.
I'll go,
the bearded man said and ran away. A few people squatted down and carefully observed the soil. The soil Jiang Yao brought back was very sticky. It should be red soil in color, and it should be suitable for growing food.
The scientific researchers quickly followed the bearded man over, holding a container similar to a small bottle in his hand. When they saw so much soil, everyone had a look of surprise in their eyes. They wanted to know where the soil came from, but they also knew the rules. It is best not to ask questions that cannot be asked, as they are also afraid of being kicked back. More than a dozen people squatted next to the soil and studied it carefully. Li Qing held the soil under her nose and smelled it while writing something down in her notebook. Jiang Yao was curious, so she walked over and stood beside her.
What are you writing?
Li Qing looked up and saw that it was Jiang Yao. She immediately stood up and answered her seriously.
I'm analyzing soil moisture and acidity. The result of it?
Li Qing crushed the soil in her hands and smelled it again. She found that there was a pungent smell and frowned.
The soil moisture is appropriate, but after the fire, the acidity and alkalinity of the soil shifted to alkaline. I guess it was left behind after the vegetation was burned. Will it have any impact on growing food?
Jiang Yao was concerned about this issue. Li Qing pushed up her glasses and said,
It has some influence. From the current point of view, it is best not to grow food in this soil. It will not be too late to plant it after the alkaline and acidic conditions are combined.
Jiang Yao was not satisfied with this result. She has been working on the issue of growing food for a long time, but there has been no result yet, and she feels very powerless. That's all. We've been studying it for so long. It doesn't matter if we wait a little longer. As for the issues of rain and weather, Jiang Yao wanted to know more.
How is your research on weather? How is the weather changing on Massacre?
Chapter 180. Hundreds of people came to the door. After Li Qing spread the soil in her hand into the pit, she turned the pages of her notebook and stopped after turning 2 pages.
We have been studying it since we first arrived. The climate of Massacre is very special. The temperature has always been around 20. Neither too cold nor too hot. It is very suitable for us to live. Yes, I know this.
Jiang Yao nodded. Li Qing knew what Jiang Yao wanted to know and continued to explain.
But it is very unfriendly to crops. Without climate change and sufficient sunshine, the proportion of them surviving is very small.
Jiang Yao didn't understand. Why were you talking about soil problems before you couldn't survive?
How small? Maybe only half.
Li Qing said frustratedly.
That's not bad.
Jiang Yao sighed at Li Qing's words. She really thought that her efforts were in vain. It's not bad to survive even half of it. Jiang Yao seemed to have thought of something.
Since the climate is not good, can we use greenhouse cultivation method?
There is a generator in the space, which can generate electricity and provide light. And the machine shop can make iron products. If you directly build a greenhouse, it should be feasible. When Li Qing heard this, she nodded excitedly.
I was about to talk about this method, but I didn't expect that you also thought of it. As long as the temperature is suitable, you can plant it. But this material...
After hearing what she said, Jiang Yao knew that greenhouse cultivation would definitely work. As for the materials, leave it to her.
I will think of a way. How long will it take for the soil alkalinity to drop?
Li Qing quickly calculated on paper.
Based on the residual alkalinity of the soil, it will take 5 days. Well, it hasn't been too long yet. So let's decide this. I'll leave this matter to you.
Jiang Yao patted Li Qing on the shoulder and left the matter of growing food to her.
Yes, I will do it well.
Li Qing promised with a sincere smile. As long as she can get the attention of Jiang Yao and Feng Qi, her future survival should not be a problem. When the others saw that Jiang Yao had left all important matters to Li Qing, they all showed dissatisfaction and stared at Li Qing jealously. But this resentment and jealousy were well hidden by them, and not easily seen by others. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Yao and others finally returned to space, and the Ark had been handed over to Li Qing and others for research. After dinner, Jiang Yao gathered everyone together and prepared to talk about the greenhouse.
I discussed with Li Qing today that the climate on Massacre is not suitable for growing food,
and the yield will be reduced to half or even less.
Others didn't quite understand, but Big Beard agreed with this conclusion.
There is no sunlight on the planet Massacre, so photosynthesis cannot occur. As long as the crops can survive, it will be fine.
Jiang Yao crossed her legs and said,
That's right. So I decided to build a greenhouse for greenhouse cultivation.
Greenhouse? Feng Qi frowned.
This method is good. It solves the problems of photosynthesis and temperature. But where does the water come from?
Jiang Yao pointed in the direction of the river.
Isn't that right? How to irrigate?
Zhou Jin asked. It's impossible to pick pots one after another. It would be too troublesome. Jiang Yao frowned and looked into the distance. She really hadn't thought about this problem. If food is grown in the future, it will definitely not be a small area, but thousands of acres. They don't have enough manpower. How will they irrigate it? Out of the corner of my eye, I accidentally glanced at the boats and planes in the dam. Yes. Several people who were also thinking of a solution looked over and asked, "What did you think of?" Jiang Yao chuckled and pointed to the dam. "You can use helicopters to irrigate." "That's right." The bearded man slapped his forehead. "When I was a kid, I saw my neighbor using a small helicopter to sprinkle water on vegetables. Why didn't I think of that? You are still smart." Feng Qi gave Jiang Yao a thumbs up. "Thank you for the compliment." After teasing, Jiang Yao stood up seriously and announced, "Now that the problem has been solved, let's get started. In 5 days, we will plant the first wave of food." "Good. Let's divide the work tonight and start building the greenhouse tomorrow." Jiang Yao spoke again. "Receive." Everyone agreed in unison and walked to the factory together. The required materials must be processed tonight. Jiang Yao went to count how many generators there were in the space. If there were fewer generators, he would use a machine shop to build a few more. As for assembly, she could only rely on Feng Qi and a few grown men. She knew nothing about machinery. After a careful inventory, there were 20 generators, 18 air conditioners, and thousands of large and small light bulbs and tubes, which temporarily solved the greenhouse problem. As for continued expansion in the future, Jiang Yao will purchase the necessary materials from the mall. After the last expansion of space, the mall accidentally added a lot of daily necessities, ranging from televisions to needles and threads. I don't know if it's because of her consciousness, but as long as she thinks about what she needs, after the space is expanded, the mall will always have more things she needs. The space works perfectly. After counting, Jiang Yao wanted to go back to her room to rest. Just as he was about to lie down, he heard a sudden knock on the iron door of the space. Knock. Buckle. Buckle. Knock. Buckle. Buckle. Urgent and very forceful. Jiang Yao sat up warily. It was time to go to bed. Who would knock on the door? When she walked down, Feng Qi and others were already standing at the iron gate, with guns in their hands. Feng Qi handed the other gun to Jiang Yao. "Who do you think is knocking on the door outside?" Jiang Yao shook her head. "It's just the people in the Ark and Fedoro. They should have something to do with me. Don't be nervous. No matter what, it's better to be careful." "That's right." Zhou Jin protected Jiang Yao on the other side, and the others stood behind Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao smiled softly and turned the door handle. Click. The door opened. Jiang Yao was the first to see the scene outside. He was neither from Ark nor Fedoro. But, Io, get away quickly. Zhou Han pulled Jiang Yao away. Everyone saw it clearly, especially after seeing Su Ji. Everyone's face lost expression. These people were living well on the other side. So why did they suddenly come to visit us? What was their purpose? Feng Qi stood in front of Jiang Yao and walked out first. Others followed one after another, leaving Jiang Yao at the end. Feng Qi put down his gun and looked at Su Ji cautiously. "Brother Su, why are you here?" Behind Su Ji stood 400 to 500 people, all of whom were former soldiers. They all had guns attached to their waists and stood in 6 or 7 rows in an orderly manner, staring coldly at Feng Qi and others. "We came here to discuss something." Su Ji took off his sunglasses, and the majesty he carried rushed towards his face, causing Feng Qi to unconsciously tighten the gun in his hand. "What's up?" Jiang Yao pushed a few people away. The moment she went out, the iron door closed automatically before they even had a chance to take a look inside. Chapter 181, Convincing Everyone to Eat Insects. Su Ji stretched his neck and finally looked away in disappointment, as did everyone else. Seeing their disappointed expressions, Jiang Yao couldn't help but sneer. "Come here! Come here! It shouldn't be appropriate to bring so many people here." Su Ji laughed without a smile. "What is your purpose of driving us to live in another place?" Su Ji licked his lips coldly. He knew that Jiang Yao was not a simple woman. After coming to Massacre for so long, the team supplies had long been used up, and everyone was as thin as a monkey. But look at Jiang Yao, Feng Qi and others. How do they look like hungry people? There must be a lot of supplies behind this door, enough to feed thousands of them. I heard Feng Qi say that Jiang Yao was their savior and kept them alive, so they couldn't come here to cause trouble. But during that time, they were locked up in the Ark and knew nothing about what was going on outside.
Whether Jiang Yao was the savior or not remains to be seen. Su Ji calmly touched the pistol on his waist. This time it was really not that he wanted to cause trouble, but that he was really hungry and couldn't stand it anymore. So he put down his dignity and came over to order some food. Give everyone a chance to live. It would be best if you can get some supplies before you break up. But if you make the other party angry, let alone supplies, you may not even have a sip of water. In this case, let's fight to the death. Is life-saving grace as important as my own life? Su Ji still weighed this clearly.
It's not us who drove them away. It was the leader of this tribe who allocated the place,
Zhou Jin explained.
Oh, then why did you ignore us after you saved us?
Hearing this, Jiang Yao smiled disdainfully.
Why? I was kind enough to save you once, but I saved you by mistake. Will I still be responsible for the rest of your life?
From what Su Ji meant, this should be the case.
Since you have a lot of supplies, it doesn't matter if you take charge. We've been hungry all day. You can't watch us starve to death. Brother Su.
Feng Qi didn't expect Su Ji to say such words. Su Ji was not like this in the past. Su Ji looked away and landed on Feng Qi.
Feng Qi, if you still recognize us as your brothers and comrades in arms, then help us. We are really desperate.
Feng Qi opened his mouth half open, not knowing how to respond. Su Ji was so aggressive, so he must have been pushed into a hurry. His words sounded like he was negotiating terms and orders, which made Feng Qi feel uncomfortable all over.
I don't have much supplies. You have found the wrong person.
Jiang Yao became impatient. She knew what it meant to bring so many people here. It's nothing more than asking for supplies. Be polite first and then fight. If she doesn't give them, he will definitely rob them. But how could she let them succeed? Su Ji took 2 steps forward and snorted coldly.
You said this and I replied to the letter? Look at you. Everyone's face is rosy and shiny, and each body is stronger than the other. How can you not have supplies?
When Zhou Jin and others heard this, they looked at the people next to them curiously and found that what Su Ji said was correct. They looked like they were hungry. They usually eat and live together, so they definitely can't notice such a subtle change. But Su Ji, who hasn't seen each other for a long time, can see it at a glance, which seems to make sense. Zhang Jie stood out from the crowd and walked to Jiang Yao.
We eat insects from the mountains. Believe it or not.
As soon as Zhang Jie finished speaking, several people followed him.
Yes. We survive by eating leaves and insects. Yes. That's right. Leaves? Insects?
Su Ji looked at the people as if they were fools.
Do you think I'm an idiot? I would still believe the locals eating these. But as a human being, do you think I should believe it? Believe it or not. It's true.
Jiang Yao followed everyone's words. Now that she found this reason, she didn't mind continuing to make it up.
Huh?
Su Ji sneered, took out a gun from his waist, and pointed it at Jiang Yao.
Since you refuse to give it, we will take it away.
Su Ji pulled the trigger, and Jiang Yao's expression changed. Just as she was about to hide to the side, she saw Su Ji being bitten into the CEO's mouth and taken away from the ground. Is Fedoro coming?
Team Su!
Hundreds of people had never seen this scene before, and they were all spinning around in confusion.
Ah! Put me down!
Su Ji struggled hard, but couldn't get away. Seeing himself getting further and further away from the ground, he couldn't help but panic. If he fell from this height, he would be disabled if he didn't fall to death. Jiang Yao looked at Su Ji, who was 30 or 40 meters above the ground, and her heart dropped as she mentioned it just now. It would be nice to have someone to help, but she was afraid she wouldn't be able to hide in front of hundreds of people. The Doro quickly slid off to CEO's back, and hundreds of people voluntarily made way for the king who commanded this territory to pass smoothly. The Doro came to Jiang Yao and pointed to the crowd.
What's going on with them?
Jiang Yao followed his hand and looked over, and she couldn't help but laugh at the crowd that looked angry just now. But now, they were as cowardly as quails.
They are here to cause trouble. Please help me drive them away. Okay.
Just as Fedoro was about to do so, Jiang Yao spoke again. The volume, this time, was so loud that Su Ji could hear it clearly even from a high altitude.
Let me ask you, did we survive eating leaves and insects?
Fedoro turned his head and looked at Jiang Yao doubtfully.
You? Just nod or shake your head.
Jiang Yao stared at Fedoro, hinting wildly, hoping that the other party could understand the meaning in her eyes. Fedoro looked at it for a few seconds and finally understood what Jiang Yao meant, so he nodded twice silently. The meaning is obvious. Jiang Yao and others survived by eating leaves and insects. When hundreds of people saw this, they couldn't help but believe it. Even Su Ji, who was in the air, was dubious. Did they really survive by eating bugs? The bugs on Maka are very different from those on Earth. They are not so much bugs as they are animals the size of chickens, ducks and geese. He saw a duck-like insect 2 days ago, but he never thought of catching it and eating it. Thinking about it this way, it should be true that you can survive by eating worms. After all, you are really full. Suji stared at the crowd in annoyance, with an expression that felt like he had missed out on hundreds of millions, and made himself hungry for a whole day. Jiang Yao secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw everyone's reactions. If it were in the past, she would have taken out the cannon and destroyed these people. But now it is different. She still has to leave some incense for mankind.
Everyone has seen it. We survived by eating the food of the locals. If you don't want to starve to death, you can also go to the mountains to find food. Now that we have come to Maka Planet, we must follow the natural laws of Maka Planet to survive, instead of living by robbing the same kind of food.
Chapter 182 Kill them all. What's more, I'm already studying how to grow food. If it succeeds, I will let Feng Qi help you. You will be self-sufficient in the future and no longer worry about food. Please don't come over to cause trouble and cause trouble for me. If you come over again to make trouble, don't blame me for ignoring old friendship and getting rid of you all.
At the end, Jiang Yao's tone became more and more serious, colder and more intimidating. She meant what she said. If this group of people continued to have their own way, she would not keep them for the continuation of humanity.
But where are we going to find bugs to eat now? We've been hungry all day. Can't you bring some out to lull us?
In the front of the team, the man holding a machine gun stood up and stared at Jiang Yao with an annoyed look on his face.
Yes, we are very hungry now. What will happen if you just bring out some food? We want food. We want food.
Others followed suit. Jiang Yao clenched the gun in her hand and snorted coldly.
Self-reliance is the most basic human instinct. If you can't even do this, you'd better stop living.
Boom. One shot hit the man in the arm.
Ah!
Screams followed, and everyone in the team thought Jiang Yao was going to go on a killing spree. So they all raised their guns to fight back. But before the gunfire sounded, the strange tiger and the giant python simultaneously grew in size and launched an attack, sweeping away all the people in the front row of the team and falling on those behind them. Some of them hit the muzzle of the gun and were accidentally injured by teammates.
Muffled hums sounded one after another, and the atmosphere became tense for a moment. Su Ji, who was hanging in the air, saw this and shouted loudly to stop him.
Don't act rashly.
The restless crowd suddenly fell silent when they heard the voice of the backbone.
Jiang Yao, ask him to let me down. As long as he lets me go, we will return immediately.
Su Ji struggled in midair and yelled at Jiang Yao. If it is not stopped in time, the conflict will become more and more out of control, and most of the team will be killed or injured. This is not the result he wants. Today he thought he had a great chance of winning, but he didn't expect that this clan leader was also with Jiang Yao. People under the eaves have to bow their heads. He did not dare to confront the indigenous leader.
Don't come to my territory again. Otherwise,
Jiang Yao raised her gun and pointed it at Su Ji.
No, we won't come again.
Seeing the black gun pointed at him, Su Ji was so frightened that he was covered in cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Jiang Yao is a cruel master. If she wants to kill someone, no one should be able to escape.
Let him down. Thank you, Fedoro.
Jiang Yao took back her gun and thanked Fodorot next to her.
It's such a small thing. You're welcome.
Fedoro put his hand to his mouth and whistled.
Call out.
The next second, the CEO slowly lowered his head, and Su Ji was thrown down from a height of 2 meters. Fortunately, someone below caught him. Otherwise Su Ji would have fallen straight to the ground. Looking at Su Ji, who was being helped up, Jiang Yao's eyes were as cold as ice, and she said coldly,
I'll say it again. If you come back to cause trouble again, don't blame this extra grave on Maka. Okay, we won't come again.
Su Ji was not afraid of Jiang Yao, but of the forces behind her.
It's just about growing food.
Jiang Yao interrupted him, her tone clearly impatient.
I'll let Feng Qi bring you a message. Just wait in your own territory. Okay, it's settled.
Su Ji glanced at Feng Qi next to Jiang Yao, with jealousy and hatred in his eyes. Jealous that he could survive easily, and hating that he didn't take him with him at that time, but only took Xiao Lei with him. So much so that his life is getting harder and harder now. And he can't even provide basic food and clothing. Jiang Yao didn't miss the unwillingness in Su Ji's eyes. Nor did she miss the ill-intentioned looks of others staring at Feng Qi. I couldn't help but warn again.
Feng Qi is mine. If you dare to take advantage of him, I will crush you and scatter you into space.
When the other party heard this, they immediately looked away guiltily and gave in. They couldn't afford to offend the woman in front of them. Feng Qi's cold eyes looked at Su Ji faintly. Su Ji ducked away with a guilty conscience, adjusting the corners of his clothes intentionally or unintentionally.
Leave quickly!
Jiang Yao was furious, and the temperature around him suddenly dropped. Under her chilling aura, Su Ji was the first to turn around and leave. The team followed one after another and gradually disappeared around the corner of the mountain. Jiang Yao's base was separated from where the team lived by a mountain, so she didn't notice the sudden arrival of so many people. If it was a flat grassland, she would have discovered it long ago and would not have waited for the other party to come to her doorstep and threaten. When looking at the grassland that finally returned to calm, Jiang Yao relaxed her shoulders, put the gun back on her waist, and turned her head to look at Fedoro.
You came to see me. What happened?
Fedoro looked at the people behind her and hesitated for a few seconds. Seeing that Jiang Yao had no intention of avoiding them, she spoke slowly and without hesitation.
Your existence has been discovered by other tribes, and they are preparing to. What to prepare?
Jiang Yao squeezed her palms. She probably guessed what Fedoro would say.
Prepare to drive you all to pieces.
Fedoro looked into the distance complicatedly, and his voice was long and ethereal, floating clearly into everyone's ears.
It is as expected.
Hearing this result, Jiang Yao frowned.
I know this day will come sooner or later.
The others behind him seemed to be prepared and not very surprised.
How many orcs are there on the other side?
Feng Qi asked. He had to be fully prepared. After all, there were only a few of them. As for the wave that left just now, Feng Qi didn't expect them at all.
For 0.6 million.
Fedoro said quietly.
How much?
Zhang Jie suspected that he heard wrongly. Several people were stunned at the same time. More than 4 million. This is a huge number. Even with the support of cannons, there is no chance of winning.
The total number of all the tribes is this. You?
Fedoro looked at the team of only 10 people and couldn't help but worry.
Don't worry. I will help.
Jiang Yao is very grateful to Fedoro for his willingness to help. But there are too many opponents. If you want to defeat them, it will not be possible in a short time.
Even if the Machias orcs also participate, we still don't have much chance of winning. It's okay for the other party to attack separately, but we are afraid that they will unite. Yes, that's what I'm worried about.
Feng Qi nodded.
If we really can't hold on, we can hide in space, but hiding is not a long-term solution. The only way is to defeat them.
Jiang Yao looked at the iron gate behind her. Space was just the final result.
Everyone have a good rest tonight, and get up early tomorrow morning to make cannons. Okay.
Everyone agreed. After sending Fedoro away, Jiang Yao took him back to the space. Feng Qi followed her, knowing that this war was no small matter. There were too few of them, and they should fight the enemy together with all humans. After all, the indigenous people target all humans, and Su Ji and others cannot avoid it, no matter what. Let's go and notify you. Chapter 183. They are coming. So Feng Qi called Jiang Yao to go back to his room to sleep.
Jiang Yao, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you.
Jiang Yao turned around and looked at Feng Qi puzzled.
What's the matter?
Others also stopped and waited for Feng Qi to speak. Feng Qi organized his speech and said,
I think it is necessary to tell Su Ji about this matter. After all, it has something to do with them. It is of course best for humans to resist together.
Jiang Yao understands Feng Qi's thoughts and agrees with this. She has finally saved more than 1,000 people, but she cannot be destroyed by others.
Okay, let's inform them tomorrow. Su Ji should know the stakes. In order to survive, he will definitely not refuse.
If you really refuse, then give up. When Feng Qi heard this, his face relaxed.
Okay, I'll go tomorrow morning.
I hope Su Ji can judge what is good or bad, and not be too selfish at this juncture. In Feng Qi's impression, Su Ji has always been a kind person. Now there have been huge changes, which may have a lot to do with the current living environment. After the discussion, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. The next day, Jiang Yao got up early, performed a set of punches as usual, and then devoted herself to making cannons. She gave Zhang Jie a task today, which was to refine oil and make more fire to pop it out. If it couldn't be beaten, use fire to burn it. She didn't know when the tribe would attack. And she also wanted to build a wall around the base where she was stationed. This way, even if the other party attacked, there would be time to buffer. However, the mounts on Massacre are very large, and I am afraid that building a wall will not last long. It's better to focus on making thermal weapons. It should be difficult for the Massacres to withstand the damage of cannonballs with their own energy, unless they have some defensive abilities. But after so many days of understanding her, no one mentioned her own skills except that Fedoro had the ability to freeze. Is it possible that only a king of a tribe can do that? If that were the case, it would be much easier to handle. Chong Yuan was looking at the mortar when the ground shook again. But this time she was not panicked at all. The noise should have been caused by Dinosaur's running. Dinosaur running? They usually start running only when something happens.
Everyone come out with me and have a look. Okay,
several people said seriously. Each picked up their own weapons and quickly approached the door. Chong Yuan picked up the mortar and opened the door. Everyone ran out first, and Chong Yuan was the last one.
Bang!
The iron door made a crisp sound the moment it was closed. As soon as Chong Yuan went out, she saw Fedoro's big beast running towards this side and stopping steadily in front of everyone. But there was no figure of Fedoro on it.
Dinosaur, where is your master?
Chong Yuan asked. Fengqi arrived just in time and stood beside Chong Yuan with a slight breath in his chest. The ground was shaking just now, so he rushed back as fast as he could. Chong Yuan looked at Fengqi. The meaning in his eyes was obvious, and Fengqi understood it.
They agreed to fight the enemy together. Okay.
Chong Yuan didn't do what he thought. She felt that they should have shouldered the responsibility and agreed or disagreed. Asking Fengqi was just to inform them, not to ask for their opinions. Before Fengqi could speak again, Dinosaur suddenly lowered his head, held everyone in his mouth, and flicked his neck, throwing several people on his back, and then ran quickly. Chong Yuan and others hugged Dinosaur tightly, probably guessing something. The fact that Fedoro was able to get Dinosaur to pick him up meant that the enemy might have invaded, and he was personally blocking it or delaying it. Chong Yuan hugged the giant python from her arm and said,
Giant python, go quickly and inform Suji's gang so that they must be prepared to fight. Okay, I'll go right away.
The giant python jumped off Dinosaur's back, quickly grew in size in midair, and ran to another base. Time waits for no one. The giant python ran more than 10 feet away in one stroke, and disappeared after a while. When Chong Yuan and others arrived at Fedoro's side, his tribesmen were ready with spears.
What's the situation now?
Chong Yuan asked. There was a hill in front of her, and she couldn't see anything moving in the distance.
The orcs lurking inside the opponent sent me news that a large force is coming this way, with a total of 2 million people. So many?
Zhou Jin looked forward, carefully observing whether there was any abnormality in the distance.
Who among them has special powers? What are their special powers?
This is what Chong Yuan wants to know.
Superpower?
Fedoro looked at Chong Yuan in confusion, and then understood.
Are you talking about energy?
Without waiting for Chong Yuan to respond, he continued.
There are 4 tribes coming. The king of the Easy tribe is good at thunder and lightning. The king of the Bear tribe is good at summoning rain. The king of the Fuji tribe is good at restoring the strength of his tribe. And the king of the Chain Root tribe is good at turning dead tribesmen into puppets. Attack like a normal orc.
Hearing these increasingly outrageous powers, Chong Yuan expressed her headache, especially the last one, resurrecting the dead and turning them into puppets. What was the difference between them and zombies? Chong Yuan no longer hesitated and took out all the thermal weapons from space. Whether they were Makai orcs or humans. One for each person. Kill gods when you meet them. Kill devils when you meet them. Now that you're here, don't go back.
You all come here.
Chong Yuan called several people together.
Distribute the guns and cannons immediately and teach them how to use them. Don't let the chains fall off later. Okay, let's do it now.
Several people quickly left with guns in their hands. The orcs passing by had a gun in their hands. Everyone except Chung Nansheng, who was still removing toxins, was on alert. After waiting for nearly an hour, during this gap, everyone basically learned how to use guns and SHLS. Fedoro is big, holding a mortar in his hand, waiting for the enemy to come. As early as half an hour ago, Suji had brought everyone to the battlefield, and the giant python also returned to Chong Yuan. Side by side with Ihu, Chong Yuan took a cursory look at the team led by Suji and found that they were not evacuated yesterday, but were standing in an orderly army. For them, the words, "Going to the battlefield," should be engraved in their bones. At this critical moment, no one even flinched.
Coming!
Fedora was looking at something and pointing his right hand into the distance. Jiang Yao followed and looked over. But because he was not tall enough, he did not see the enemy approaching. It wasn't until hundreds or even thousands of black shadows ran down the hills that Jiang Yao could see clearly. The enemy is riding towards this side on horseback.
Everyone be on alert!
The place was still far away at this moment, but Jiang Yao still tensed up her nerves. In this battle, she would not allow herself to make the slightest mistake. The battle that concerns your own life and the survival of mankind must be won. Chapter 184 Millions of Wars. There are more and more black shadows coming down from the hills. Like black ants looking for food. They smell the fragrance of food and move out in full force. Several people had never seen such a scene before. Countless goosebumps appeared all over their bodies, and their minds went blank. The fastest runners should be the leaders of the major tribes, followed by the orcs without mounts. 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, 1 million, 2 million. The number of black people coming down from the hills gradually decreased. And soon they concentrated 100 meters away from Jiang Yao's team, occupying tens of thousands of acres of grassland. Dense black shadows with no end in sight. Jiang Yao's heart was beating fast. This spectacular scene could only be seen on TV, but she didn't expect to see it in reality. At a glance, Jiang Yao found that each clan had different mounts lined up in the front row. One clan's mount looked very fierce, and its fangs were so thick and long that they almost touched the ground. The muscles are as full as a horse's body, with veins popping out. Unlike a horse, its neck is not long, and its head does not look like a horse's head, but like a tiger's head. With such a powerful mount, the tribe's strength must be pretty good too.
That is the Change Root clan. Standing on the back of the most ferocious mount is Chong Yuan,
who controls the dead body.
He is the most powerful king among all clans.
Just when Jiang Yao was curious, Fedora had already given her the answer.
Since he is the most powerful, then he is the target of our attack.
Capture the thief first and capture the king first. And deal with the strongest one first. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with the other minions? Chong Yuan's power can turn corpses into puppets. Before that, if you try to create as few corpses as possible or kill him directly, the puppet explosion will not exist. Looking at the stagnant large army, Jiang Yao thought that the other party had some conspiracy. So she asked Fedora.
Fedora, what do they want to do?
Fedora did not respond, but touched the eye stone on his head and slowly closed his eyes, as if he wanted to sense the other person's energy. The tribesmen standing behind him were eager to know the other party's intentions, and looked at Fedora one after another. For a moment, Fedora opened his eyes filled with coldness.
What did you sense?
Seeing his expression, Jiang Yao felt that it was not a good thing. Fedora said in a deep voice,
"Murderous intent."
It was useless to ask. Of course she knew there was murderous intent. I wanted to ask again, but I saw the enemy running towards me again, and my ears were filled with the sound of rumbling footsteps.
"They're attacking!"
the bearded man shouted. Everyone raised their weapons and prepared to fight. There was a sinister smile on Jiang Yao's lips.
"Come on. Okay,"
she said, because she was afraid that the other party would be too nagging and didn't dare to do it. Excited, Jiang Yao held up the torch and lit the fuse.
"Fire!"
The moment she finished speaking, everyone standing in front of the cannon lit the fuse, and dozens of cannonballs flew out one after another, drawing an arc in the air.
"Call out! Call out! Call out! Ouch!"
Screams resounded throughout the sky, and the enemies within an 8-meter radius of the impact of the SH.L were knocked away or even blown to pieces. Blue blood spattered slowly all over the ground. Perhaps they had never seen a cannon. When they saw its power, everyone on the enemy stopped for 2 seconds.
"Give it all to me!"
I don't know who gave the order. And the stagnant army rushed over again. Countless corpses lay on the ground, and the empty spaces were quickly filled by the enemies behind them, fighting bloody battles as if they were not afraid of the SH.Ls. Seeing that the enemy had dodged the SH.Ls and ran in front of him, Fedora directly picked up the mortar and rushed forward. Jiang Yao and others followed closely behind and rushed into the enemy's team.
"Kill!"
The remaining minority served as artillery, firing towards enemy camps in the distance. Fedora's skill is freezing. When he uses his superpower to attack in a certain direction, the mortar in his hand is aimed in that direction. The enemy had just been frozen, and was hit by a cannonball, and his body was instantly gone. Suddenly a bright light flashed in the sky. Thunder roared, and lightning struck Jiang Yao's team directly, and his teammates behind him were instantly electrocuted. It's the 3 clan leaders who have activated their powers. Heavy rain poured down on everyone, blurring their vision, but no one on either side flinched, and instead became even more imposing. Amidst the lightning and thunder, Jiang Yao saw the clan leader who made the puppet at a glance. Approaching him while shooting, Feng Qi, who was not far away, understood Jiang Yao's intentions and had been around to help her deal with the ferocious-looking enemies. Suddenly, a puppet jumped up from behind Jiang Yao, trying to stab her in the back. When Feng Qi saw this scene, his heart almost burst out of his chest, and he immediately shouted loudly, "Jiang Yao, get out of the way!" But the rain was so loud that Jiang Yao didn't hear it. She still raised her gun and charged at the enemy in front of her. Unaware of the danger behind her, Feng Qi was very anxious, quickly eliminated the enemies around him, and rushed towards her. However, it was still a step too late. When he pointed the gun at the enemy, the puppet's spear had already stabbed Jiang Yao. Being stabbed in the back by a spear, Jiang Yao's center of gravity was unstable, and she was forced to fall forward. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and stabilized her body with both hands on the ground to avoid falling to the ground. Because I was the first to wear stab-proof clothing, I only felt a force hitting my lower back and did not feel any pain. Jiang Yao quickly turned around and half knelt on the ground, beating the puppet that attacked her into a sieve. It wasn't until her head was smashed that the puppet fell down and couldn't get up at all. Feng Qi ran over and pulled Jiang Yao up from the ground. He was frightened for a while. After seeing that her waist was not seriously injured, he felt relieved. "Be careful!" Dazzled by the rain, Jiang Yao rubbed her eyes vigorously, and her eyes suddenly became clear. He immediately yelled at Feng Qi. "What did you say?" "Nothing," Feng Qi shouted back. "It's raining so hard that it's hard to talk." Without any more nonsense, Jiang Yao quickly turned around and continued to be immersed in the battle. The two of them quickly carved a path back to back and slowly approached Chong Yuan. Zhou Jin and others have been hovering around them. They have already agreed to kill Chong Yuan first and then deal with the others. Everyone has the same goal. Enemies continue to attack them, and Zhou Han found the opportunity to quickly approach Jiang Yao. This time, she will accompany Jiang Yao, no matter success or failure. If you encounter a puppet, just blow the head off, and they will have no chance to recover. Jiang Yao loudly told his teammates what he had discovered. "Copy that." Several people who heard it came over and formed a small team with Jiang Yao. Even though their force was off the charts, they were still no match for millions of people on the other side, and they gradually began to feel overwhelmed. But Chong Yuan was close at hand, and Jiang Yao didn't want to give up this opportunity. Just when several people were helpless, most of the SHLs at this time fell around Chong Yuan, giving Jiang Yao and the others a chance to get close. "Now! Hurry up!" Chapter 185. Jiang Yao is controlled. Jiang Yao shouted while dodging the SHLs, wiping the rain off her face randomly, and was the first to rush to 10 meters away from Chong Yuan. But before she really got close, Chong Yuan's mount discovered her whereabouts. The pair of slender fangs stabbed at Jiang Yao quickly. Jiang Yao turned over to avoid it, and the fangs penetrated deeply into the puddle beside him. The strange tiger and the giant python sensed that Jiang Yao was in danger and immediately ran over from a distance and attacked their mount. Feng Qi and others also shot at the mount with guns, all attacking its head. There was only a squeaking sound, and the mount felt pain and was forced to retreat. Chong Yuan on its back finally noticed something was wrong. After stopping using his powers, he looked towards Jiang Yao and others. After seeing the enemy's appearance clearly, Chong Yuan showed a disdainful expression, jumped off his mount extremely arrogantly, and stared at Jiang Yao and the others with disdain. "Humph! I haven't come to you yet, but you came to my door instead. You are simply overestimating your capabilities." He didn't speak loudly, but Jiang Yao and the others could still hear him. Jiang Yao's heart rang with alarm bells, and she couldn't help but be a little cautious. The rain was a little lighter at this time, but not enough to hear the sound clearly from 5 meters away. Looking at Chong Yuan's fat head and big ears, I thought he was just an orc who could control puppets. But now it seems that he is not that simple. In order to test the other party, Jiang Yao said in a deep voice, "Since you can't tolerate us, don't blame me for being merciless." After saying the harsh words, he did not forget to warn his teammates. "Be careful that the other side has other tricks.
Be careful when we meet. We know.
Several people had large and small scars on their hands, necks and faces. Even Jiangya was not spared. The shrapnel blown up by artillery fire made a gash of more than 10 centimeters on the left side of her face, which was sizzling outward, bleeding. But she had forgotten the pain and wanted to eradicate this most powerful enemy. Jiang Yao's turning of head just now exposed the wound in front of Chong Yuan. As soon as he saw the red color on Jiang Yao's face, he screamed excitedly, making everyone a little more cautious.
Jia jia jia.
The voice was like a drowning crow, extremely unpleasant to hear.
It turns out your blood is red, which just adds a little vitality to my test subject.
Chong Yuan has been looking for other special blood so that he can inject it into the puppets to completely resurrect them from the dead. He has tried the blood of all creatures on Maca, but none of them can make the puppets think. Now that new blood has appeared, how could he not be crazy about it?
Ha ha!
Chong Yuan seemed to have a chance of winning.
Today, you can't leave.
Jiang Yao snorted coldly.
What a shame!
As soon as she finished speaking, she took out the musket that Feng Qi made last night from the space, and it burned when fired, which was an improved version of the firebomb. The next moment, he shot at Chong Yuan, but when he first attacked, Chong Yuan's body was carried away by his mount in time. The firebomb instantly fell on the place where he was standing, burned and was extinguished by the rain. Chong Yuan, who was sitting firmly, saw the weapons in Jiang Yao's hands, and the greed in his eyes became even heavier. If these weapons could be used by him to study, his people might also have such powerful weapons in the near future. For the two new gains, Chong Yuan also took it seriously. He raised his cane high and silently recited a spell. The corpses around him immediately stood up from the ground and attacked Jiang Yao and others. Everyone no longer hesitated and aimed at the puppet's head with a burst of fire. However, there were too many, and they could not finish them. The hand holding the gun gradually felt sore, and his whole body felt weak. But they seemed to find that the puppet did not kill them, but wanted to surround them and capture them alone. Jiang Yao knew that Chong Yuan had another purpose in capturing them, but she would not let him succeed. So he summoned a crucian carp and two small ones to join the battle. Jiang Yao sat directly on the crucian carp's back, and the crucian carp quickly took her away from the ground and flew into the air. If there is no advantage on the ground, then attack from the air. Chong Yuan opened his mouth in surprise. He had never seen a mount that didn't fly. He wanted this big guy too. Another string of spells fell, and the crucian carp's body suddenly stiffened. Its wings as thin as cicada wings seemed to be frozen, unable to move at all.
Jiang Yao! I'll! Boss!
When several people on the ground saw this, they looked into the air worriedly and shouted. Jiang Yao wanted to respond, but found that she could not make any sound, and her whole body was frozen in the air like a crucian carp. Her hands were unable to hold the gun, and it slipped from her hand and fell from the air. There was a noise, and several people were at a loss. What happened to Jiang Yao, and whether she was okay or not? They all didn't know, so they could only worry down there. Chong Yuan saw the panic on the faces of several people and couldn't help but said proudly,
"In just 5 minutes, they will be wiped out. If you hand over your weapons and follow me, I can consider letting her go." "Impossible,"
Zhou Jin said coldly, the veins on his neck bulging out.
"I'll. Can you hear me?"
Zhou Han shouted anxiously. But Jiang Yao didn't seem to hear her and didn't respond. Feng Qi withdrew his gaze and glared coldly at Chong Yuan on his mount. This man's ability could not be ignored. He was their love rival. Quietly taking out the sniper rifle from behind, Feng Qi carefully retreated to Zhou Jin and Big Beard, and whispered,
"You guys block it for me while I try to snipe. Okay, hurry up. I wonder how the boss is doing up there."
The bearded man turned around and blocked Feng Qi tightly.
"I know."
Feng Qi put the gun on Zhou Jin's shoulder and pointed it at Chong Yuan's cane. He had noticed the specialness of the cane just now. If it could be destroyed, Jiang Yao would be able to regain her freedom. But this was just his guess.
Boom!
With a gunshot, the jewelry on the top of the cane shattered, and most of it scattered on the ground.
"Successful!"
Zhou Jin shouted excitedly. After hearing the sound, Chong Yuan didn't recover for a long time. He just stared blankly at the top of the cane. He didn't expect that the opponent's weapon was so powerful, breaking even the hardest light stone on Maca Star. The curvature of the corners of Chong Yuan's mouth became wider and wider, and his body trembled with excitement. What a powerful weapon! In excitement, Chong Yuan threw away his stick from a high place, and then took out something like a dead branch from his arms. In just a few seconds, the dead branch turned into a cane again. Before several people had time to call Jiangyao, they were all shocked.
What kind of magic is this? What kind of monster is he?
Zhang Jie frowned tightly.
I don't know.
Feng Qi's hawk-like black eyes stared straight at the cane in Chong Yuan's hand. Fedora was not here, and he had no way of knowing.
Let's wait a little longer,
Feng Qi said again.
Okay. Wait a minute.
What are you waiting for? Everyone tacitly agreed. But 2 minutes had passed, and they discovered that Crucian Carp and Jiangyao had not disappeared yet. Suddenly realizing something, several people's minds went blank for a moment. They didn't know what to do at all. They only knew that their only way to survive was gone. Chapter 186 being taken advantage of. Jiangyao, who was frozen, was also anxious. She wanted to go back to the space from the moment she settled down. But no matter how she used her thoughts, she failed. Is space really out of order? Jiangyao's face turned pale, and she was really panicked. Her biggest bargaining chip is space. Now that space is invalid, doesn't it mean that she will be at the mercy of others? What to do? What to do? What to do? Jiangyao was so anxious that she was sweating all over. Feeling so helpless for the first time. 3 minutes had passed, and my body suddenly began to hurt, as if someone had grabbed the skin and tore it apart. And the pain intensified. Gradually, cold sweat began to break out on her forehead, and her body couldn't help but twitch. It hurt so much. Jiangyao gritted her teeth. Her lips turned white, and she fell into a semi-conscious state. Could it be that what Chong Yuan said was true, and that she would really be wiped out in 5 minutes? No. She didn't want to die like this. Time passed by second. Feng Qi didn't dare to gamble anymore, and finally threw the weapon in his hand to the ground.
We surrender.
Seeing this, several people followed suit. Jiangyao's failure to return to the space is enough to show that something has really happened to her, and she cannot be allowed to disappear into ashes.
Let her go quickly. We will follow you.
Feng Qi held back the pain in his heart and shouted at Chong Yuan. The moment the weapons fell to the ground, they were all captured by the enemy orcs and pointed with spears.
Ha ha ha. If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place?
At this time, Chong Yuan was extremely proud. Some tribesmen came to report before. It was said that the invading aliens had very powerful strength and weapons. Now it seems that they are nothing more than that. After Chong Yuan laughed, he immediately ordered the tribesmen on the side.
Tie them up. Yes.
Soon, Feng Qi and others were escorted to their tribe by the orcs, waiting for Chong Yuan's next order. 5 minutes came quickly, but Chong Yuan did not move. The Crucian Carp in midair slowly flapped its wings and slowly started to move. Can move. When Feng Qi saw this scene, there was nothing he didn't understand. His face turned pale in the blink of an eye, and his muscles couldn't stop shaking, exuding a strong hatred from the inside out. Be cheated? What Chong Yuan said would disappear in 5 minutes was clearly a lie. Jiangyao, who was sitting on Crucian Carp's back, felt the pain subside. After he could move, he immediately stood up and took out the cannon and pointed it at Chong Yuan.
Let them go, or I will blow up your clan.
Although she couldn't speak just now, she heard the following conversation clearly. She didn't expect that Feng Qi and others would be willing to be arrested for her. While she was moved in her heart, she didn't want to miss the opportunity to save people.
Ha ha ha.
Chong Yuan raised his cane, looking like he was sure of victory.
You try to activate it. I have already controlled you before you can do it. I advise you to follow me back and be my test subject. Impossible.
The sound of fighting still rang in her ears, but Jiangyao seemed not to notice it. The torch in her hand had not fallen down yet, and she was thinking about what Chong Yuan had said. Indeed, just now she wanted to fight Chong Yuan in the air, but before she even started, she was suddenly controlled by him. Everything was so sudden that she didn't have any extra time to react. Feng Qi and others were captured. What should we do? At this time, Su Ji and Fedora led people to kill them. When they saw Feng Qi and others being arrested, Su Ji showed a complicated expression. To save or not to save? During the confrontation between the two sides, Fedora walked out of the crowd, holding a mortar on his left shoulder and a spear in his right hand, looking up at Chong Yuan on his mount.
If you want territory, I can give it to you, but you must let them go.
Hearing the familiar voice, Chong Yuan's eyes narrowed into slits.
I want the territory. They want it too.
I want him to give up such a good opportunity and dream. That's right. Driving away the aliens is just a reason for him to become the overlord. What he really wants is for all the orcs on Maka to crawl under him and bow their heads. For this goal, he has been preparing for more than 700 years, waiting for this moment to arrive. After more than 700 years of hard work, you just want to get rid of him with a mere territory?
Ah, Chong Yuan, you have studied forbidden arts for so many years. Do you really think we don't know about them?
Fedora knew how big Chong Yuan's ambition was, but for the sake of forbidden arts, he did not hesitate to sacrifice his clansmen. And he had already violated the covenants of all clans. There is only one rule that all races abide by, which is not to practice forbidden arts. But Chong Yuan has been practicing secretly for hundreds of years, and they only discovered it a few days ago, which is enough to show how deep his city is. The source of prosperity must be eliminated, and future troubles will never be avoided. Fedora put his hand in his mouth, and the orcs of all races who were still fighting stopped and quickly moved closer, surrounding Chong Yuan and others. The weapon in his hand was also pointed at Chong Yuan. It goes without saying that the orcs, who had united with Chong Yuan just now, had also switched sides and were all targeting him. The artillery fire suddenly stopped, and the vast grassland was eerily quiet. Only a few drops of rain still hit everyone's face, making their chaotic minds gradually clear. At this moment, Jiang Yao and others finally understood. It turned out that the indigenous people's crusade against humans was just a pretense, and they wanted Chong Yuan's life for real. Fedora really took great pains to capture Chong Yuan. Jiang Yao bit her lips. This was the first time she had been taken advantage of, and she felt very unhappy.
What's going on with you? Why don't you arrest them all?
However, no one responded to him, and all the orcs watched his every move cautiously. Except for Fedora. The kings of other tribes walked out of the crowd, stood beside Fedora, and stared at Chong Yuan coldly. Chong Yuan, who was still arrogant at first, became panicked when he saw the scene.
You? Humph. I didn't expect that. Chong Yuan, you would be here too.
The king of the Fuji tribe stood up and stared at Chong Yuan coldly. The Fuji tribe was a small tribe and had been suppressed by Chong Yuan for many years. He had already had enough. Now that he finally had the opportunity to attack the opponent, how could he let it go?
So you guys have been colluding together for a long time. Good. Ha ha ha. Very good.
Chong Yuan was furious, stood up from his mount, and glared at Fedora.
Did you organize this conspiracy?
After hearing this, Jiang Yao also looked at Fedora. Fedora sensed the complex gazes in the air, and although his heart was pounding, his face remained calm.
Yes, I heard about you practicing forbidden arts many years ago, but we did not act immediately. Instead, we planned for a long time and finally succeeded in luring you out this time.
Su Ji, who was standing aside, heard this and understood at this moment. He secretly clenched his fists. I thought this was a war related to the survival of mankind. But unexpectedly, I made a wedding dress for others, and sacrificed the lives of dozens of brothers for it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Su Ji opened his eyelids and looked at the woman in the air. I don't know if all this is due to her. I hope not. Otherwise, he will risk his life to avenge his brothers. Chapter 187 Escape Successfully.
I advise you to know the current situation and let them go. Otherwise,
Fedora's voice sounded again, with threats in his words. Chong Yuan only panicked for a moment. But when he saw the tied human being behind him, he became unscrupulous again.
What if you kill me?
He had a hostage in hand, and did not believe that Fedora would really take action. I heard that he is very close to humans. Would he disregard human lives just to kill himself? Chong Yuan is ready to take a gamble.
Yes, I will kill you.
Just because Fedora didn't respond didn't mean that the other clan kings didn't speak. They had been waiting for this day for a long time, and couldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Mere aliens don't matter. If they die, they will die.
Everyone, please come to me. I can't let Chong Yuan escape.
Upon hearing this, Chong Yuan realized that these humans did not pose a threat to Fedora. That's all. He immediately raised his staff and chanted a mantra. In the blink of an eye, countless puppets got up from the ground and gathered around him. The orcs of all races couldn't help but become nervous when they saw this situation. Fedora didn't want to let go of the hard-won opportunity. After looking at Feng Qi and the others, he turned to face the tribe.
Remember not to hurt humans. Jiang Yao is kind to us. Yes.
When the kings of other tribes heard this, they all showed dissatisfied expressions.
It seems that the rumors are true. You and them are indeed very close.
Fodoroheo didn't care about the other party's contempt.
Have you all forgotten what I said before? They are not simple humans. They are much more capable than us. We should not be enemies with them. Okay. I'll listen to you.
The kings of several tribes nodded impatiently. But they didn't take Fedoro's words to heart at all. If humans were really that strong, would they still be caught by Chong Yuan? The sound of their conversation was very low, and Jiangyao did not hear Fedoro's words of defense for human beings. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, she was very anxious. Her head was like clockwork, and she was trying to think of countermeasures. How to save them? Is there anything else that can be used in the space? It would be great if I could teleport to Feng Qi and the others. Move? Jiangyao's eyes lit up. How could she forget the teleportation talisman? As long as she enters the space and uses the teleportation charm, she can appear everywhere. He will find the right moment later, teleport himself to Feng Qi and the others, and quickly collect them into the space. They were unaware of everything. Chong Yuan's current goal was not them, and they would definitely not react so quickly. It was decided that the moment the two sides started fighting, she went to the rescue. After thinking of a solution, Jiangyao no longer panicked, but instead acted like an outsider, watching the show in midair. The tied-up Feng Qi and others didn't know Jiangyao's method, and knew that they couldn't escape today's disaster, so they looked like they were ready to die. Death is death. From the end of the world to now, they have been very lucky. Su Ji couldn't help but tighten his gun when he saw the attitudes of several people. He hesitated. This war is no longer as simple as the survival of mankind. If you really get involved, you will definitely sacrifice the lives of most of your brothers, and you may not get anything good in the end. It's not worth asking him to save a few people he can't control. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Ji decided to withdraw from the war. He had to consider other people. He turned around calmly and gave his brothers a retreating look. Everyone suddenly understood and quietly left the team. Jiangyao sat high and could see far away. She had already noticed Su Ji's behavior and couldn't help but snort coldly. She never counted on them from beginning to end. During the confrontation between the two sides, someone finally couldn't bear it anymore.
Hack them all! Leave no one behind! Capture Chong Yuan alive!
Someone yelled, and Fedoro's team immediately rushed forward and fought with the puppet. Upon seeing this, Chong Yuan raised his cane and chanted another series of spells to perform his supernatural powers. Some of the enemies under his feet were quickly immobilized and unable to move. The horse beneath him was stepped on, and the immobilized enemies soon saw the King of Hell. But Chong Yuan did not let them go, but turned them into puppets to continue fighting. He was enjoying watching the people of the same clan killing each other, since he kept outputting superpowers. He had no time to take care of Feng Qi and the others. They were tied up and stood in the center of the war, watching helplessly as both sides slaughtered each other in front of them. But fortunately, these orcs had no intention of harming them. Jiangyao saw the opportunity and returned to the space with a bang. The Crucian carp still stayed in the air to cover her. With a thought, a teleportation talisman appeared in her hand. Jiangyao was thinking about Feng Qi and the others. In an instant, her figure appeared in front of them.
Jiangyao! I'll!
Several people became excited about Jiangyao's sudden appearance, and the space returned to normal.
Shoo! Don't talk!
After saying that, Jiangyao quickly took them back to their space. After returning to the space, the sound of killing disappeared at this moment, and calmness returned to his ears. Jiangyao quickly untied several people, and they were freed. Feng Qi was silently relieved when he saw that Jiangyao was fine.
What happened just now? The space failed? Are you okay?
Zhou Han walked to Jiangyao and asked worriedly. Jiangyao shook her head.
I was controlled at that time. I couldn't move or return to the space.
Several people frowned upon hearing this. Feng Qi pinched his chin, thinking about Chong Yuan's cane.
That old guy Chong Yuan's powers are really weird. I'm lucky to have escaped from him.
Jiangyao sat on the chair.
He couldn't protect himself just now and wouldn't notice us.
Chong Yuan indeed didn't notice them. When he remembered, they were no longer on the ground. He didn't see how the few people escaped, but Fedoro noticed it. He knew that Jiangyao had a way to rescue them, so he had no worries. He hoped that she wouldn't mind using human beings. Everyone in the space was silent, until the bearded man spoke angrily.
I didn't expect Fedoro to plan such a conspiracy. His usually honest appearance must be just an act. Yes, even we were used by him.
Feng Qi glanced at Jiangyao and felt relieved when he saw that there was nothing strange on her face. Jiangyao is both cold and enthusiastic. As long as she is willing to treat someone she trusts sincerely. Fedoro has obviously already been among those she trusts. But with his performance today, I'm afraid Jiang Yao no longer regards him as a teammate.
I heard from Fedoro that he started planning a few days ago. Did he reveal our whereabouts?
Zhou Han looked at Jiang Yao carefully.
Yes.
Jiang Yao gave an affirmative answer.
Although our whereabouts will be discovered by other tribes sooner or later, they will not unite to deal with us in such a short period of time. Being able to do so at such a fast speed shows everything. It's been planned a long time ago. And Fedoro must be the mastermind of the plan and the culprit who betrayed us.
She heard the following conversation clearly just now. And she did not accuse Fedoro wrongly.
Io, don't be angry. Fedoro must have had some unavoidable reasons for doing this.
Chapter 188 continued to build the greenhouse.
No matter if he has hard reasons or not, I don't trust him anymore. Besides,
I'm not angry.
Jiang Yao stood up and went back to the room. Being used once was enough. And she didn't want to make the same mistake again. It's just a missing teammate. She doesn't care. Several people looked at Jiang Yao's leading figure and felt very uneasy. Fedoro really went too far this time. In order to get rid of Chong Yuan, he even lied to Jiang Yao. I don't know what he was thinking. Doesn't he admire Jiang Yao a lot? Why this time? There was a raging war outside the space. But there was silence inside the space. As if the war just now was all an illusion. They don't know what's going on outside. Whether Chong Yuan has been arrested. Or whether the war is over. These have nothing to do with them. When Jiang Yao came out of the Iron Gate, what she saw in front of her was no longer a bloody battlefield, but her territory. The grassland is peaceful. The breeze is cool and pleasant. Occasionally, there was a roar in the distance, and the ground shook intermittently. The war was not over yet. Several people came to the Ark one after another, and 12 researchers were still studying it carefully. Seeing Jiang Yao and others coming in, they all stopped what they were doing. After Jiang Yao nodded casually twice, everyone was immersed in their work again. Jiang Yao walked up to Li Qing and asked,
"What changes have occurred in the soil today? The alkalinity has dropped. But we need to observe it for 2 days."
Li Qing took out the report and made a summary for Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao is very satisfied with this conclusion. As long as it can go down, there will be a chance.
Well, okay. We will set up the shed in the next 2 days. And then we can try to grow food.
Okay. When Jiang Yao went out, Feng Qi and others were already waiting by the pit. Having just seen Jiang Yao going to the Ark, they knew what she was thinking. Once the war had nothing to do with her, she would definitely focus on other things and never waste time.
Let's go get the materials for building the shed together.
Jiang Yao waved to them and walked towards the Iron Gate. Several people looked at each other and quickly followed. On the way back, Zhou Han glanced at Zhou Jin's bleeding arm.
"Brother, is your arm okay?"
"It's okay.
Just a minor injury."
Zhou Jin moved his arm carelessly. Except for a little pain. There was no problem. Except for him. Everyone else was more or less injured. And even Feng Qi's calf had a deep wound. The wound on Jiang Yao's cheek has been treated simply by her. But judging from the depth, it may leave scars. But she has a miraculous ointment. So you don't have to worry about scarring. As soon as she entered the space, Jiang Yao took out the medicine for treating wounds and put it on the table.
"Treat the wound first. This place is no better than home. You must be careful not to let the wound get worse."
"Good." Everyone kept silent in a tacit understanding and treated their own wounds silently. If their teammates couldn't handle anything, they would help each other. Feng Qi bandaged his calf and looked at the bandage on Jiang Yao's face.
"How's your face?"
"It's okay.
I've already taken care of it."
Jiang Yao shook her head indifferently and touched the wound with her right hand. Unexpectedly, my cheek was injured again. But unlike the previous life, this time there would be no traces. Seeing that everyone had bandaged their wounds, Jiang Yao stood up and walked towards the machinery factory, followed by the others.
"Take out all these materials and build the shed in 2 days." "How big is the shed?"
Feng Qi asked. Jiang Yao thought for a while.
"The shed should be as big as the pit is. As big as possible to cover the pit."
"Put it on the pit?" Zhou Jin looked over.
"That's right. Let's try the first batch first. If it succeeds, we can go to the foot of the mountain to build it."
"Anyway, there is ready-made soil, so there is no need to bother digging out the soil in the future."
"Okay. Just be there."
Several people carried the steel materials one after another and walked to the pit to start building. Jiang Yao had given Feng Qi books on architecture before, so they should know how to build it. Looking at the mountainside, Jiang Yao was ready to go up and try to absorb the yellow energy. If she could succeed, she would come back to teach others. Fedoro is unreliable, and you will have to explore on your own from now on. She didn't fully trust him originally, but this time, Fedoro's reason was so impeccable that she didn't even think about it elsewhere. Don't think about this anymore. Jiang Yao turned around and left. Feng Qi looked worried as he looked at Jiang Yao's back walking towards the mountain. She went to explore the energy to extend her life. There were beasts and insects on the mountain. Can she cope with it? Go and have a look. It'll be alright if we are here. As soon as Feng Qi turned around, he saw Zhang Jia's serious expression. He wanted to follow, but when he saw the unfinished greenhouse, he hesitated. Or not. Go ahead. We are all worried about Jiang Yao. Zhou Jin looked at the foot of the mountain with a worried look on his face. Feng Qi is more capable than him, and they can rest assured that he protects Jiang Yao. Seeing that no one had any objections, Feng Qi put down the pole in his hand. I'll teach you here. We'll be back soon. Good. Under everyone's gaze, Feng Qi quickly ran away, looking at his unhappy brother. Zhou Han couldn't help but ask quietly, Brother, you want to go too? Right? Huh? Zhou Jin lowered his head unnaturally. No. What's the matter? I can't tell what you're thinking. If you like it, go for it boldly. What are you afraid of? Zhou Han stared at Zhou Jin with a look of hatred. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Jin straightened up and stared at his sister with a hint of warning. You are not allowed to mention these words in front of others. Do you hear me? When Zhou Han saw his brother being cruel to him, his eyes turned red uncontrollably. I won't be so stupid. If you let others know your thoughts, then I will be the first to get in. At this point, Zhou Han finally realized something and reminded his brother again. Just keep your face. If someone takes it away from you, you won't have anywhere to cry. Zhou Jin stopped digging and then continued digging. As for what he thought, no one knows. Seeing his brother's indifference, Zhou Han could only feel anxious in his heart. Ever since she escaped, Io has been treating everyone equally well and has never taken special care of anyone. She doesn't have such thoughts, but it doesn't mean that others don't. Such as Feng Qi, the only man who is better than her brother. The days to come will be so long. Io will never be alone until she grows old. She will eventually choose to spend the rest of her life alone. As for who to choose, Zhou Han sighed helplessly. Whoever she chose had nothing to do with her. But if it wasn't her brother, she would definitely be sad. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. She will bless whoever Yao follows. Zhou Han stopped worrying and continued digging holes. Jiang Yao, who had just arrived at the foot of the mountain, was caught up by Feng Qi. Hearing the rapid footsteps behind him, Jiang Yao took out his gun. It's me! When a familiar voice came, Jiang Yao put the gun back on her waist and looked at Feng Qi. How did you come? Chapter 189 was successful. Everyone is worried about you, so you asked me to follow you. Feng Qi passed her and went up the mountain first. I'm leading the way. Okay. After hearing this, Jiang Yao already guessed that Feng Qi knew what she wanted to do. It doesn't matter if there is one more person. There will be someone to take care of you when you are in danger. Looking at your bad expression, are you still worried about Fedoro betraying us? Huh? Why did you mention him suddenly? Jiang Yao touched her cheek. Is her face really so bad? But she really wasn't thinking about Fedoro. I didn't mind. He was just an insignificant orc. When I got close to him, I wanted to know everything about Massacre. I didn't think about anything else. Feng Qi looked over as he walked. It's okay if you don't. The people in our team are still trustworthy. He was very accurate in judging people, and he was pleased that Jiang Yao had an upright partner. Ha ha. Jiang Yao chuckled. Hearing the laughter behind him, Feng Qi's heartbeat slowed down a beat, and he immediately stopped and turned to look at Jiang Yao with a smile on his face. Why are you laughing? Jiang Yao crossed her arms and directly exposed the implication of his words. So you said so much because you were afraid that I wouldn't trust you? Feng Qi looked slightly embarrassed, but did not deny it. That's what I meant. Don't worry. I have my own conclusion in my mind. Jiang Yao stopped smiling, and her eyes without the smile looked extremely serious. Feng Qi continued to lead the way without repeating the topic. As for the meaning of Jiang Yao's words, he also had a guess. The word trust is inherently testing people's hearts. As long as we don't expose it,
Everyone can still get along well with each other. It will take a long time and cannot be generalized. The two of them quickly arrived at the place where they last killed the beasts and insects one after the other. Jiang Yao listened intently to the movements around him and held the submachine gun tightly in his hand. She didn't forget that some beasts and insects escaped last time. This time it was just the two of them. So it was better to be careful. But to her surprise, the mountain was quiet without any noise. Just when she thought about the reason, Feng Qi gave an explanation.
Perhaps they have remembered our scent last time. They dare not come out this time because they are afraid of the fire bombs in your hands. Yeah, I guessed it.
With no more threats, Jiang Yao put away her gun and walked towards the direction where the yellow energy gathered. I don't know if it was her imagination, but she always felt that the color was more intense than before, tending to be more orange. Richer should be better. Jiang Yao did not doubt that he was there. She stood on tiptoes and stretched out her hands to touch the yellow mist.
Wait a minute!
Jiang Yao's hand was stopped by Feng Qi. Jiang Yao turned around.
What's wrong? Are you sure this thing is not harmful?
Last time he was in a hurry to save someone, but he didn't see Jiang Yao absorbing energy, so he was worried.
No, I touched it last time.
Jiang Yao took his hand away and continued to repeat the action just now. Feng Qi stood next to her and watched nervously without disturbing her. Jiang Yao recalled the steps Fedora said, emptying her mind and letting her whole body relax the moment she came into contact with the energy. The moment the energy penetrated Jiang Yao's body, the blood vessels in Feng Qi's arms bulged, and he forgot to breathe. He watched Jiang Yao keep her hands upward without any movement, and his heart was beating hard. I don't know if this is a failure or a success. Jiang Yao, who had her eyes closed, was already immersed in the magical feeling. She felt that every nerve cell and blood vessel cell in her body was constantly growing and active in every corner of her body. Jiang Yao felt extremely relaxed at this moment, and her skin felt like it was waking up. Even the wounds on his face no longer hurt, and they felt numb as if they had recovered quickly. She knew that this time it should be a success. It turns out that as long as you get rid of distracting thoughts and your brain follows the energy, you can succeed. A few minutes later, when all the energy was integrated into her body, Jiang Yao opened her eyes and jumped twice in excitement.
I succeeded. I really did it.
Feng Qi saw that there was nothing strange about her, and his heart that had been lifted up returned to its original position.
Really successful?
He didn't quite believe that this thing could prolong life.
Really? If you don't believe it, just look.
Jiang Yao quickly tore off the bandage on her face.
Hey! Don't!
Before he finished speaking, Feng Qi was shocked on the spot, and his right hand remained motionless in midair. When he saw that there were only faint marks on Jiang Yao's face, he finally believed that this yellow energy could extend his lifespan. It can quickly scar and regenerate the skin. There is no more convincing phenomenon than this.
I'm not lying. Am I right? The wound healed after just one absorption. If it were absorbed twice more, would it be able to prolong life?
Jiang Yao closed her eyes and wanted to try again, but was stopped by Feng Qi again.
Wait for a while. Let's go back and ask Fedora. You can't take your life for granted.
If the body cannot bear the load, wouldn't it be harmful rather than helpful?
I have a way of knowing without asking him.
Didn't Fedora say that the natives go up the mountain to absorb energy every day? She can observe how much other orcs absorb every day.
It's okay not to ask him. At least you have to understand it clearly before continuing. Yeah, that makes sense.
Jiang Yao suppressed her curiosity and pushed Feng Qi over.
Go and try.
Feng Qi hesitated for a moment, but was still ready to give it a try.
How to do it? Get rid of distracting thoughts. Empty your brain. And when the energy enters the body, your brain will follow it.
Jiang Yao carefully spoke out her feelings. After all, everyone's physique is different, and what she can feel may not be felt by others.
Let me try.
Following Jiang Yao's actions just now, Feng Qi put his hands into the energy, closed his eyes, and cleared his mind. Only a minute later, the rich energy above his head turned into thin threads and began to penetrate into his body, from his fingers to his shoulders and then to his chest. Feng Qi's upper body was completely surrounded by yellow energy. Jiang Yao was watching silently from the side. Seeing this scene, she stood there in shock. The energy that penetrated her body just now should not be as strong as it is now. Is Feng Qi's physique easier to absorb? Ask him when he wakes up. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Feng Qi slowly opened his increasingly bright black eyes. Jiang Yao couldn't wait to walk over.
How is it?
Hearing Jiang Yao's question, Feng Qi quickly pulled up his trouser legs and saw that the wound on his calf had disappeared. The skin was shiny and delicate, and it was clear that there was no injury there. Jiang Yao squeezed her arms.
Why is it better than what I absorbed?
She admitted that she was envious. Feng Qi himself was confused.
I don't know either. It feels like the skin and even the bone marrow are reborn, returning to the state they were in when they were babies.
He did absorb it the way Jiang Yao said just now, and he didn't expect the effect to be better than Jiang Yao's.
No matter what, it would be nice to succeed. Well, that's true.
Although Jiang Yao had doubts, she couldn't find anyone to answer her questions, so she had no choice but to give up. Let's wait until tomorrow to explore other places.
Let's go down the mountain and tell others to go.
Jiang Yao walked in the direction he came from just now. Chapter 190 Fedoro apologizes. Feng Qi followed closely behind. When the two of them passed by the lake, they took a special look at Cheng Nansheng, who was detoxifying, and found that his eyes were still closed tightly. His face was not much green anymore, and black steam was rising from the top of his head. The lake water formed a vortex with him as the center, and the whole person floated on the water.
It seems that his poison has not been completely eliminated. It should take half a day,
Feng Qi said.
Well, let's come and have a look in the evening.
Jiang Yao continued walking back.
Let's go!
The two of them walked in tandem, and finally arrived at the base. Several people were still busy building the greenhouse. When they saw the two coming back, they all gathered around them.
I'll! Jiang Yao! Boss! What are you doing up the mountain?
Others were more reserved, but the bearded man asked directly, without beating around the bush. Jiang Yao glanced at Feng Qi and motioned for him to tell everyone. After receiving Jiang Yao's instructions, Feng Qi told everyone about extending his lifespan.
What did you say? The yellow energy on the mountain can extend life?
Zhou Jin frowned, obviously not believing it.
Well, look.
Feng Qi directly opened his trousers and showed the injured area to everyone. When everyone took a look, the skin on the calf was fair and intact, and there were no signs of injury.
Is it because of that energy?
The bearded man couldn't believe it.
Your face.
Zhou pointed to Jiang Yao's cheek in surprise. The wound there was also healed. After Zhou said this, everyone noticed that the bandage on Jiang Yao's face was gone, leaving only a flesh-colored scar.
It's incredible.
Several people heard the sound and nodded in agreement. This matter was indeed unbelievable, but the facts were in front of them, and they had to believe it. Seeing the horrified looks on everyone's faces, Jiang Yao couldn't help but chuckle.
Everything he said is true. Let's absorb it together tomorrow. Okay.
Several people nodded together. They had wounds on their bodies, and they would definitely be healed if they absorbed the energy tomorrow. While everyone was working, they were thinking about going up the mountain tomorrow.
Ouch! Ouch!
Suddenly there were cheers in the distance. Several people looked up and found a group of orcs approaching quickly. The leader is Fedoro, with a tied orc beside him.
It's Fedoro and Chong Yuan.
Zhou Jin put down the iron frame and looked at Jiang Yao with some worry.
Why are they here?
Jiang Yao looked into the distance expressionlessly, already thinking of several reasons for Fedoro to come here. One is to show off one's power. The other is to use Chong Yuan's incident to apologize to her. And the third, take the opportunity to expel humans? It's better not to be the third one. Otherwise, she won't show mercy.
I don't know. It's definitely not a good thing.
Feng Qi has not forgotten Fedoro's use of humans.
No matter what, everyone should be vigilant,
Feng Qi reminded. Several people nodded in unison and took out their guns and held them at their sides. After a while, the shouts got closer and closer, and Fedoro and his tribesmen quickly arrived in front of a few people. Fedoro held Chong Yuan, who was tied up with 5 flowers, in his hands. There was only a distance of 5 meters between the two sides. Jiang Yao stood at the front, staring at Fedoro coldly. Fedoro threw him in front of Jiang Yao with all his strength.
Jiang Yao, I leave Chong Yuan to you. Do whatever you want.
Chong Yuan lay on the ground with a livid face, not understanding what Fedoro meant by handing him over to humans. But at this time, it was best for him to remain silent, as anyone he offended would be killed. Jiang Yao snorted coldly and squinted at Fedoro.
Leave it to me? Yes.
Fedoro nodded heavily, feeling a little guilty when Jiang Yao saw it.
Why?
Chong Yuan glanced at Fedoro. He also wanted to know, faced with Jiang Yao's doubts. Fedoro explained patiently.
Didn't he threaten to kidnap your teammates? I'll leave it to you to vent your anger. Is that why?
Jiang Yao didn't care about his face at all.
You're apologizing for betraying me. Right.
Such an explicit question made other orcs look at their king frequently, wondering what Jiang Yao meant. Fedoro's face turned red, but his skin was so dark that no one could see it.
It was not my intention to betray you. But only in this way can we lure Chong Yuan out and catch him.
Upon hearing this, several people immediately understood that Fedora was explaining to them. It turns out that he brought Chong Yuan here because he wanted to apologize? Chong Yuan looked up in surprise. Fedora actually explained his behavior for human beings. Why? He knew that these humans were not simple. But he didn't expect Fedora to value them so much. The person next to her didn't respond for a long time. Feng Qi looked over and touched her arm intentionally or unintentionally with his shoulder.
How do you deal with this matter?
Jiang Yao pushed aside her long hair that blocked her eyes and did not respond to Feng Qi, but looked into Fedora's sincere eyes.
No matter what, I will never trust you again. From now on, let's stay on the same page and stop interacting with each other.
Hearing this, it was not only Fedora who was anxious, but also Zhou Jin and others. If there is such a stalemate, will it be difficult to get along with each other in the future? If the other party turns against you. Fedora still had the mortar on his shoulder, so he had no time to care about it at this time and put it directly beside him.
Jiang Yao, I was wrong to lie to you. I apologize to you, and I will leave Chong Yuan to you. You can deal with it how you want. We are still like before. It's impossible like before.
Jiang Yao interrupted Fedora, ignoring the other person's helpless expression. Fedora lowered his head in disappointment, knowing that he had done too much this time. What method can be used to obtain Jiang Yao's forgiveness? What does she like best? The atmosphere froze for a moment. Chong Yuan rolled his eyes and tried hard to think of a way to escape. As long as he took off the wooden needle on his head, he would disappear. How can I get it with my hands tied? On the way, he proposed many conditions for the transaction. But Fedora refused to agree. He didn't know if the human in front of him would agree to his conditions. While Fedora was meditating, Chong Yuan looked at Jiang Yao and whispered,
Human, as long as you let me go, I can give you everything, including my laboratory.
After hearing this, several people looked at Chong Yuan. Jiang Yao touched the gun in her hand and pointed it at him.
Don't waste your time. If you say one more thing, I will kill you.
Laboratory? According to the conversation between Chong Yuan and Fedora on the battlefield, she knew that this laboratory was definitely not a good place and would be useless. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun, Chong Yuan was so frightened that he shut his mouth and swallowed what he still wanted to say. Now there is no way out. And Fedora, who was anxiously thinking of a solution, finally thought of something Jiang Yao liked. Territory. Today they successfully occupied Chong Yuan's territory. He was allocated thousands of kilometers of territory. Part of the territory has a particularly good environment, surrounded by mountains and rivers. Jiang Yao must like it. Chapter 191 The Key to the Laboratory. After getting along for so long, he has regarded Jiang Yao as a companion. It is best for both parties to live in peace. He was afraid of the weapon in her hand. Thinking of this, Fedora suddenly felt less heartbroken about giving away the territory.
Jiang Yao, how about I give you half of the territory I gained today?
As soon as Fedora finished speaking, several people present were stunned at the same time. Is he really willing to give away the hard-earned territory? Jiang Yao was also a little surprised. She didn't expect Fedora to be willing to use her territory to make amends in order to gain her forgiveness. But this was just what he meant. And she would definitely not accept it. If she wanted territory, she could fight for it herself. Didn't the tribes of Massacre make a living by fighting for territory? Sooner or later, someone would come to make trouble. And it was time to seize some territory. She knew how to weigh the pros and cons, and would not offend Fedora to death.
I don't want the land, but you can take the people back with you. If you don't have anything to do in the future, don't come here.
Jiang Yao's tone of voice was not as stiff as before, but she still maintained a distant attitude. Seeing that Jiang Yao was still like this, Fedora knew that nothing he said today would win her forgiveness. So he could only find another opportunity to apologize. Let's deal with Chong Yuan first.
What do you want to do with this person?
Fedora asked Jiang Yao after kicking Chong Yuan on the ground.
You are the king. You decide.
Chong Yuan was forced to lie on the ground and listen to the two men kicking him around like a ball. Feeling angry and anxious, he has to find a way to remove the needle from his head. As long as it is removed, he can escape. Unable to hear clearly what others said, Chong Yuan was immersed in his own world. Got it. With the plan in mind, Chong Yuan finally smiled proudly.
Fedoro, haven't you always wanted to rescue the orcs in the laboratory? I can tell you how.
Chong Yuan's words were like pebbles falling into water, arousing people's curiosity and breaking several people's conversations. Everyone present looked at him, waiting for the answer.
What method?
Fedoro squatted down and faced Chong Yuan.
You let me go first. That's the condition.
Chong Yuan moved his body and signaled Fedoro to untie the cane.
Impossible.
Fedoro refused without thinking.
Don't you want to save your people?
Chong Yuan's voice was not loud, but it made Fedoro feel a little uncomfortable. How could he not save his people? Not to mention that there was his wife's mother in the laboratory. But the condition is to release Chong Yuan, which he will definitely not agree to.
Where is the laboratory? It's not easy to save people. Just bomb it.
Seeing Fedoro being threatened, Big Beard couldn't help but raise his opinion. When Fedor heard this, he still shook his head with a frown.
His laboratory is very hidden, and we can't find it. Yes, only I can make the lab appear.
As Chong Yuan spoke, he raised his eyes inadvertently. This small move caught the attention of Jianyao, who had been staring at him. But she didn't say anything, and wanted to observe more. Seeing that no one noticed his expression, Chong Yuan couldn't help but become anxious.
Fedoro, if you don't go, their blood will run out, and all that will be waiting for you is shriveled corpses.
Fedoro raised his eyes and glared at Chong Yuan.
What did you say? Did you take their blood again? That's right.
Chong Yuan's eyes glanced upward again, and his head twisted twice from time to time. His actions finally attracted people's attention.
King, there seems to be something on his head.
The orc pointed at Chong Yuan's head, and he saw a shining object hidden in his hair.
Is that the key?
Fedoro quickly pulled Chong Yuan's head away.
Ah, what are you doing? There is nothing on my head.
Chong Yuan pretended to struggle hard and kept shouting.
There is nothing. Don't move.
Fedoro ignored his cry, pressed his head heavily on the ground, searched carefully, and finally saw something shining silver.
What is this?
Fedoro directly raised his hand and touched it.
It's nothing. You can't take it away. That's...
Chong Yuan didn't give up, still struggling hard, and the look on his face didn't seem to be fake.
What is it?
Fedoro asked again.
It must be the key to the laboratory. King,
take it off quickly.
The orc's eyes almost popped out of his head with excitement.
No, not the key.
Chong Yuan looked flustered on the face, but he was extremely excited in his heart. Take it down. As long as he takes it down, he can escape.
Key.
Seeing Chong Yuan in such a panic, Fedoro reached out to get it without doubting that he was there.
Wait.
Jianyao held Fedoro's wrist.
Be careful of being fooled.
Jianyao's voice rang in his ears. Fedoro's consciousness gradually became clearer, and he quickly took his hand away. He was too careless. Everything on Chong Yuan's body is very strange. If you touch it casually, something might happen. Fortunately, Jianyao reminded him. Chong Yuan had cursed Jianyao dozens of times in his heart. He was about to succeed, but he failed again. However, Jianyao was not in the mood to appreciate his change of expression, but looked at the orc who had just spoken.
How do you know what's hidden in his head is a key?
Looking at Jianyao, who was speaking to him. The orc didn't react for a moment and pointed at himself in confusion.
Are you talking to me? Otherwise?
Jianyao easily gave up. When the orc saw the gun, he swallowed secretly and said solemnly,
Me. I saw his expression was weird, so I followed his gaze and saw something there. You are avoiding my question.
Jianyao stared at him with cold eyes. She had carefully observed the orc since he spoke just now, and found that the orc and Chong Yuan had looked at each other. But what he said next had to make her suspicious. When Fedoro heard this, he also realized that something was wrong. He released Chong Yuan's head with his right hand, stood up and walked towards the orc.
Why were you so anxious for me to take it off just now?
Feeling the king's approach, the orc took 2 steps back in panic.
Wang, I really didn't mean anything else. I only guessed that it was the key when I saw Chong Yuan's eyes. If it's really a guess, how can you be so sure? Are you still in a hurry for Fedoro to take it off quickly?
After listening to Jianyao's words, Fedoro became more sure that there was something wrong with the orc in front of him. And maybe he was in the same group as Chong Yuan.
Tie him up too.
Yes. King,
I was wrong, and what I told is the truth.
But no one listened to his excuse, and Fedoro's men quickly tied him up and pushed him to Chong Yuan. The two sat on the ground next to each other, motionless. Chong Yuan, who was disheartened after his treacherous plot was discovered, felt his dead heart come back to life after feeling someone beside him. Didn't pushing people towards him give him a chance? Chapter 192 lifespan is 10 times longer than that of humans. Chong Yuan and the orc looked at each other, and the orc immediately sat up, put his head close to Chong Yuan's head, and bit off the silver needle with his mouth.
Separate them quickly.
By the time Chong Yuan noticed them, it was already too late. Seeing this, several people rushed over to grab it. But Chong Yuan had already taken the silver needle in his mouth and said,
"Laboratory."
Silently in his heart. The two figures disappeared in an instant, leaving only canes all over the place. Several people threw themselves to the ground because of excessive force. Chong Yuan escaped. Everyone present was horrified, especially the orc who had just pushed the orc over. He was so frightened that he fell to the ground and kept kowtowing.
"King, I didn't mean it. I didn't expect them to."
But Fedora was so angry that he kicked him hard with a livid face. The orc immediately fell to the ground and fainted. When Jianyao saw all the orcs were silent for a long time, she was trembling with fear, with a look of reluctance on her face. They worked hard to plan a plan, but they let Chong Yuan escape. They will definitely be angry. But what does that have to do with her? Jianyao felt bored and put away the gun.
"The farce is over. Please leave quickly. Don't delay our progress."
"Okay.
I'll come back next time. I didn't bother you today."
Fedora looked at Jianyao apologetically and quickly led the people away, looking at the crowd of tens of thousands of beasts drifting away. Fengqi felt that this storm was not over yet and would affect their living conditions in the future. So he glanced at Jianyao, who was starting to work again.
"Jianyao, what do you think about Chong Yuan? How else can we look at it? If he comes to kill us, we will welcome him. We have suffered from him before, and we will definitely be sure to deal with him next time."
Jianyao lifted the 300 gene rain shelter by herself and placed it on the iron frame with the help of several people.
"Well, in short, everyone should be careful. Chong Yuan comes and goes without a trace. He is very cunning."
Fengqi did not forget to tell everyone.
"Okay."
Several people nodded silently and then continued their work. Zhou Jin suddenly thought of Cheng Nansheng in the lake and called Li Yi to come over and take a look.
"Li Yi, come with me to see Cheng Nansheng. His poison should be cured."
Li Yi put down his things and said,
"Okay. Wait a minute."
Jianyao called to the two of them, took out 2 sets of clothes from the space, and threw them to Zhou Jin.
"Get some clothes. When we come back, he should be almost well and ready to get up."
"Thanks." Zhou Jin tightened her clothes and saw Jianyao's expressionless but endearing face. She couldn't help but think about Zhou Han's words in her heart.
"You're welcome."
Jianyao lowered her head and did not notice the enthusiasm in Zhou Jin's eyes. After the two left, Fengqi looked at Zhou Jin's back thoughtfully, feeling that the way he looked at Jianyao was different from before. What's different? He used to look at a brother, but now he looks like a woman. Fengqi's back stiffened. Is this really the case? Her eyes were half squinted. Jianyao didn't have such thoughts. Did she? If she had such thoughts, she would have treated Zhou Jin differently. He had to make plans early. Fengqi had complicated thoughts, but Jianyao didn't notice the difference in the people around him. In this life, she has never worried about the love between her children. She just wants to live and live well. As for dating being too complicated, she doesn't want to be caught in a weak spot. 6 o'clock in the evening arrived quickly. Jianyao and everyone gathered their things and returned to the space. While everyone was having dinner, Zhou Jin and Li helped Cheng Nansheng in.
"The toxin has been eliminated?"
Jianyao looked at Cheng Nansheng's pale face.
"Well, that's it."
Under everyone's concerned gaze, Cheng Nansheng responded slowly. Zhou Jin helped him sit down, and Fengqi handed over the soup that had been reserved.
"If you are weak, soup is best."
"Okay." Cheng Nansheng drank the soup silently, looking confused at the serious faces of the others.
"What's wrong with you?"
Zhou Han looked over and said,
"A big thing happened during the days when you were in coma. What's the matter?"
Cheng Nansheng looked at Zhou Jin, wondering why he didn't say anything just now.
"Let's eat first."
Zhou Jin met his confused gaze.
"I'll tell you in detail later."
"Good." The space returned to calm. Everyone had a tasteless meal, but Jianyao enjoyed it the most. After dinner, Jianyao walked to the river again to observe the movements of the little killer whale. It's been so long. It's time for it to wake up. However, Jianyao kept watch for a long time. But there was no sign of the baby killer whale waking up. The black and white stripes on his body seemed to have faded a lot, and his body was much larger than before. The fangs in his mouth were exposed. He didn't look like a killer whale, but more like a ferocious animal. Jiang Yao's lips raised slightly, which was a good sign. As for what it would evolve into, she didn't know, but she hoped it would be a ferocious beast. Even crucian carp can fly, and she is not surprised that killer whales can look like other things.
Aren't you going to sleep yet?
Feng Qi came from the oil field, holding a new type of cannonball in his hand. Jiang Yao looked over and raised her eyebrows.
Aren't you asleep too?
While talking, Jiang Yao saw the SHL on Feng Qi's cell phone.
Why did you bring it over?
Feng Qi picked up the cannonball.
It is a new type of cannonball that I developed together with the people in the Arkansas. It does much more damage than ordinary cannonballs. And it also releases a narcotic poisonous gas. Narcotic poisonous gas?
How could Jiang Yao forget that pharmaceutical factories can not only make ordinary medicines, but also poisons and antidotes?
That's right.
Feng Qi nodded.
As long as you launch it, the immortals where it falls will also be injured by the poisonous gas. Orcs are no exception?
Jiang Yao took the cannonball in surprise and looked at it carefully. No exception. The researchers in Ark also specially studied the genes of orcs.
Oh! Jiang Yao was confused.
What's the difference? Well, you don't understand even after I tell you. In short, chromosomes are much more complex than human chromosomes. They can indeed live longer. Their lifespan is 10 times that of humans. And they don't look old. You mean? The oldest of them can live to be more than 1,000 years old?
Jiang Yao only caught this sentence. Qiantai. You can compete with 1,000-year-old bastard. Feng Qi seemed to know what she was thinking and couldn't help but chuckle.
That's what you understand.
Jiang Yao quickly snapped her fingers.
Okay. Let's go up the mountain tomorrow and complete this required course. By then, we may live longer than them. Well, I hope so.
The two chatted about this topic for a long time. And it was not until midnight that Jiang Yao was sent back to the room by Feng Qi. If you don't sleep, you will definitely not be in good spirits tomorrow. But since they absorbed the yellow energy, their bodies did not feel tired at all. Not even drowsy. Knowing this result, Jiang Yao was excited for another night. It turns out that what Fedoro said before is true. And it turns out that this is the reason why they don't sleep. After she absorbs it for a certain period of time. Can the bad weather on Maka be avoided? A natural lightning rod. She longed for it. Chapter 193 The Trouble with the Fedoro Tribe. The time soon came to 6 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Yao did some boxing like she did her daily homework. Then had a simple breakfast and left the room. There was something important to do today. So everyone got up very early and were waiting for her in the living room.
Now that everyone is up, let's set off. Okay.
Several people were eager to try and were very excited. After leaving the space together, Feng Qi stopped Jiang Yao.
Call everyone in the Arkansas. They are very valuable for research.
Jiang Yao nodded without thinking.
You are right. They deserve special treatment. By the way, why didn't you see Uncle De?
Jiang Yao always felt that someone was missing before. But now that she thought about it, she realized that a big boss was missing. Hearing Jiang Yao's question, Feng Qi looked in the direction of Su Ji's team.
Uncle De doesn't trust the people. So you don't want to come over?
Jiang Yao guessed it.
That's right. He doesn't want to.
Feng Qi nodded. Uncle De was a stubborn old man. He was unwilling to give up on those people despite repeated persuasion. He is a respected doctor and scientist.
Forget it if you don't come. Anyway, I have a pharmaceutical factory, which is equivalent to a universal doctor.
Jiang Yao waved her hands indifferently and took the lead to the front to lead the way. Zhou Jin went to call Fan Zhou and his party. By the time the two groups of people met, they were already on the mountainside. When ARC scientific researchers heard about Professor Jiang Yaohui's method of extending lifespan, they were more grateful than surprised. When they saw the rich yellow energy, they were even more surprised.
Is this the energy that makes people live longer?
Li Qing walked to Jiang Yao and stared expectantly at the smoke above her head.
Yes, they are all yellow.
As for the other blue and pink smoke, Jiang Yao didn't know what they were.
You all remember. Just put aside distracting thoughts and clear your mind. Don't be distracted when absorbing. Received.
Everyone nodded heavily, their expressions even more excited.
I'll give you an example.
After Jiang Yao finished speaking, she passed several people and came under the energy. She followed yesterday's steps a few times. After a few minutes, She felt comfortable and relaxed.
That's it. Try it. Good.
They did not miss the changes in the skin condition on Jiang Yao's face. When they first arrived, they saw that her skin was delicate, tender and smooth. After absorbing the energy, the skin could be broken by blowing. Just like a baby's skin. It's really amazing. Everyone recalled the steps and eagerly followed Jiang Yao's example. A few minutes later, most of the more than 20 people succeeded, while a few of them failed.
I succeeded.
Zhou Han ran over and happily showed the wound to Jiang Yao.
Look. There is only a faint scar left on my wound. I succeeded too.
Zhou Jin walked over and exposed the injured area. Surprisingly, like Feng Qi, his skin has returned to its original state without any trace of injury.
What's causing this? Height? Different chromosomes?
Jiang Yao heard Feng Qi talk about the chromosome problem last night. She was not sure whether it was related to this. Forget it. I'll go check out other mountains later. More than 20 people came over one after another. Some were excited, and some were disappointed. Unsuccessful. Fang Zhou took a few people, including Li Yi, Cheng Nanxing and Big Beard. Since Li Yi's parents died, his mind has been very heavy, and he is in a gloomy state. It is understandable that he failed. Cheng Nanxing's body may have just recovered, so it's understandable that he didn't succeed. But the Big Beard?
Big Beard! Why didn't you succeed?
Jiang Yao looked sideways. Did this kid have any secrets? The bearded man shook his head in disappointment.
I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't get rid of distracting thoughts at all.
He always felt sorry for his family and the brothers who died on the ship. And he was the only one left alive. The yellow energy seemed to be specifically against him. As soon as he closed his eyes, what came to his mind were the corpses strewn about on the ship, as well as the scene of him being rescued by Jiang Yao. I really can't calm down.
It's up to you to overcome it. If it still doesn't work, practice at home for a few days and a half and try again.
Jiang Yao's eyes fell on the few who failed. Of course she hoped that everyone could live a long life.
Okay, I'll listen to you.
Although they didn't succeed, they didn't give up the opportunity completely. Once they find the trick, they will definitely come back again.
That's it for today. Let's go down first.
The mountains are full of dangers, and staying here for a long time will only make them more dangerous.
Good.
The group of people went down the mountain in a mighty manner. And when they reached the foot of the mountain, Jiang Yao quietly separated from everyone. Before leaving, she specifically told Feng Qi where she was going.
I'll go take a look at the other party's mountain. You guys set up a shed first. I'll be back in a while.
Feng Qi was worried.
You won't let me follow you? No. I took the space away.
Jiang Yao pointed to her head. Just now, she had used her mind to contain the space, and now she could enter it at will. Feng Qi knew what she was going to do and stopped trying to dissuade her.
You have to be careful and withdraw if you find anything wrong. I know.
As soon as Jiang Yao finished speaking, she disappeared in front of Feng Qi. Feng Qi paused for a moment, then raised his steps again to catch up with everyone. The others didn't see Jiang Yao, and they all knew the rules and didn't ask. Jiang Yao could leave without saying a word, indicating that she didn't want them to know her whereabouts. But Feng Qi made an exception. Feng Qi is like the vice-captain of the team. Although he comes last, his military temperament makes people look at him differently and be convinced. Therefore, whenever Jiang Yao had something to do, she would only discuss it with him. No matter where she went, she would only tell Feng Qi. But they won't mind, because everything Jiang Yao does, once she has a conclusion, she will not lie about it. No matter whether it is good or bad, she will tell the truth. In fact, as long as I can survive with her, it's already good. Jiang Yao, who had just disappeared, soon appeared on a mountain not far away. This mountain was the territory of the Fedoro tribe. At this time, it should be the time for the natives to absorb energy. Jiang Yao reached the mountainside and advanced quietly. There was an energy gathering place not far ahead. As soon as she got closer, she saw many tall figures at the energy place, all doing the same movements and absorbing energy. Jiang Yao quickly found a hidden place to hide, and took out a telescope to observe everyone's emotional changes. And with this look, she could tell there was something fishy. Chapter 194. Entering Chong Yuan's laboratory. Among the orcs, the ones standing in the most energetic places were all female orcs. They were petite, but still a head taller than her. There were male orcs standing around them, all with their eyes closed, absorbing energy seriously. After one wave was completed, they started a new round of absorption. until after 3 times, all the orcs stopped. Their skin became visibly shiny and delicate to the naked eye, and their dark skin seemed to be coated with a thin layer of golden light, shining under the natural light. But this golden light only lasted for about a minute, and then disappeared. However, Jiang Yao finally knew that energy could be absorbed 3 times a day to achieve such an effect. They only absorbed it once, and had little effect. Jiang Yao quietly stood up, and was about to leave, but heard a familiar voice among the orcs.
King, are we going to let Chong Yuan go like this?
Fedoro's right-hand elder, Sean, emerged from the orc group, followed by Fedoro. Fedoro shook his head solemnly.
Impossible. We must find his laboratory. Otherwise, every tribe on Massacre will perish in his hands. But now, he comes and goes without a trace. How can we find him?
Sean had a sad face, and felt very upset. It would have been better if Chong Yuan had not been handed over to humans at that time. But the king was bewitched by humans, and there was nothing he could do.
Go to his lair and have a look.
Fedoro seemed to have made up his mind.
Follow me to go check out the surrounding area first. Yes.
In order to avoid alerting others, Fedoro did not want too many people to follow him. He must rescue his mother-in-law. Watching the orcs descending the mountain one after another, Jiang Yao followed them quietly. She also wanted to see how Chong Yuan's laboratory was doing, and whether it could be used by her. Know yourself and the enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. This is also the best time to explore the source of Chong. In this way, Jiang Yao quietly followed Fedoro to the area around Chong Yuan's territory. There were many guards guarding the area. Fedoro and Sean were hiding behind a hill, while Jiang Yao was hiding behind a big rock. Seeing the tight guards, Jiang Yao quickly returned to the space, used the space to enter Chong Yuan's territory, and quickly found the other party's residence. Chong Yuan happened to be resting in the room. Jiang Yao did not intend to disturb him, but was waiting for Chong Yuan to go to the laboratory. The hard work paid off. Chong Yuan finally woke up, sat up from the bed, and quickly opened the door. Jiang Yao quickly stepped into the space, and came out after Chong Yuan left. Chong Yuan walked very fast alone, with no one following him. Jiang Yao could conclude that he must be heading to the laboratory. When he reached a very empty grassland, Chong Yuan very carefully took out the silver needle from his head, held it to his mouth, and muttered something silently. When a house with white light suddenly appeared out of thin air in the grassland in front of him, Jiang Yao looked in surprise, and saw that the outside of the house was made of rough diamonds, covering an area of about 200 square meters, and there were more than a dozen mindless puppets standing at the door. When Chong Yuan walked over, the puppet stepped out of the way and let him in. The moment the laboratory appeared, Fedoro, who was hiding behind the hills, also saw it. It turns out that the laboratory is not far away, and their hiding place is really good. Jiang Yao used the space to quickly enter the laboratory and hid in a dark corner. Chong Yuan did not find her. Before she could be proud, what came into view were the shriveled bodies of orcs, as if their blood had been sucked dry. Like mummies, there seemed to be red blood in it. Jiang Yao clenched her fists. When did he arrest humans? Jiang Yao's alarm bells went off. But she didn't expect that what Chong Yuan said was true, and he was actually studying puppets. No, we can't let him continue. If it continues, human existence will be threatened and the consequences will be unimaginable.
Who?
Chong Yuan held a cane in his hand, and the cane was facing the direction where Jiang Yao was hiding. Jiang Yao paused. She was hiding so secretly. Could he even find her? If she finds it, she will find it. She is not afraid if she has space. As long as she runs into the space before Chong Yuan chants the spell, he will be helpless. So Jiang Yao boldly walked out.
It's me!
Jiang Yao's body was exposed to the light.
So this is your laboratory. It's so spectacular.
Chong Yuan's face flashed with excitement when he saw it was Jiang Yao.
I didn't look for you, but you could have found it here. Should I say you are too smart? Or too stupid?
Jiang Yao crossed her arms and said,
If I don't follow you, will you sacrifice a large number of orcs again?
The chin points to a corner, where dozens of orcs live. Their eyes have lost their light, as if they will become puppets in the next second. Jiang Yao didn't know what Chong Yuan did to them, but Chong Yuan must be dealt with. As for the lab, she would consider incorporating it into the space.
Whether I sacrifice or not is none of your business. You came just in time. Be my second test subject.
Chong Yuan had an evil smile on his face. He was talking about the second human test subject. The blood of the first one was not pure enough and failed. But the last time he saw Jiang Yao's bright red blood, He felt like his whole body was boiling. Jiang Yao's blood should be extremely pure. Jiang Yao didn't waste any time and directly took out the poison SHL developed by Feng Qi and loaded it into the cannon.
Let them go quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude.
When Chong Yuan heard this, he laughed, ha ha ha. He didn't waste any time. He chanted the spell directly and wanted to use the same trick against Jiang Yao before. But how could Jiang Yao give him this opportunity? The cannon was lit directly and fired towards Chong Yuan.
Bang!
The two waves of energy collided in the air, causing the cannon to explode in the air. Although Chong Yuan was not harmed, the poisonous gas released by the cannonball penetrated his nose and mouth. In an instant, his body became weak, his knees bent, and he fell to the ground. However, Chong Yuan's spell did not hurt Jiang Yao in the slightest because of the cannon's obstruction. Seeing that Chong Yuan had been poisoned, Jiang Yao proudly loaded another cannonball and aimed it in Chong Yuan's direction.
Hurry up and hand over the keys and let the man go.
Chong Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he stared at the cannon in Jiang Yao's hand in fear. Why did he feel that the cannon was stronger this time? Sure enough, human strength cannot be underestimated, and he was careless. Chong Yuan bit his lip tightly and held the silver needle tightly in his hand, refusing to hand it over no matter what.
You can let me go, but I can't give you the key.
Jiang Yao smiled disdainfully, walked over slowly, and pointed a submachine gun at his temple.
You think I'm negotiating terms with you? Boom!
Before Chong Yuan could defend himself, he was shot in the knee.
Ah!
A scream came out of the laboratory. Fedoro and Sean, who were not far away, looked blank in their eyes.
Juan, it seemed like Chong Yuan was screaming just now.
Chapter 195, Taking Back the Laboratory Space.
Yes, I heard it.
Fedoro buried his head, but in his mind, he was thinking about the person who could make Chong Yuan scream. If all races do not join forces, no one will be his opponent. Apart from, except Jiang Yao who has space. It should be her. Fedoro's whole body tensed up.
Let's go in and take a look.
As soon as he finished speaking, Fedoro crawled closer to the laboratory.
Yes.
Sean followed. Not only the two of them heard it, but also the orcs in the tribe heard it. They took up their weapons and surrounded the laboratory tightly. Fortunately, Fedoro and Sandy Bay entered the laboratory before the siege. As soon as he entered, he saw Chong Yuan collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Standing in front of Chong Yuan was Jiang Yao holding a gun. She looked over indifferently. When she saw someone coming in, Jiang Yao didn't see the person's appearance clearly, so she quickly pointed the gun at the two of them, preparing to attack.
It's us! Jiang Yao! Don't shoot!
Fedoro was so frightened that he shouted when he saw the huge submachine gun in Jiang Yao's hand. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao took away the submachine gun.
Why did you get in? No one is surrounding you outside. Yes, and there are a lot of them.
Fedoro approached Jiang Yao and looked at Chong Yuan on the ground.
What's up with him? He's poisoned. What do you want to do with him?
Chong Yuan was shocked when he saw Fedoro coming in. It turns out that Jiang Yao did not come alone, but infiltrated the tribe together with Fedoro. When did his defense become so fragile? You don't even know the enemy is approaching. Is it because he was injured before? Possible. Chong Yuan knew that he could not escape today, but he was not willing to die like this before the experiment was completed. But being caught by Fedoro, he couldn't escape today. The silver needle can only bring people back to the laboratory, but cannot go anywhere else at will. Miscalculation.
Kill him directly and avoid future troubles forever.
While Fedoro was hesitating, Jiang Yao made a direct suggestion and blasted him to pieces without giving Chong Yuan a chance to survive.
Okay, I'll do as you say.
Fedoro saw that Jiang Yao had made a decision and agreed repeatedly. He had wanted Jiang Yao to execute Chong Yuan before, and it was not too late now.
You guys help the orc in the corner. Don't hurt the innocent.
Just after finishing speaking, Jiang Yao aimed at Chong Yuan's head again. Chong Yuan broke out in cold sweat and shouted,
You can't kill me. If you kill me, they won't survive.
Jiang Yao's cold eyes held the blade.
What did you say? What I told is the truth. If I die, they will be buried with me. Their fate has long been connected with mine and cannot be disconnected.
Chong Yuan held his head high, with an expression as if he were trying to kill me. Jiang Yao's hand holding the gun was trembling slightly, and even the corners of her mouth were twitching.
Since you can't die, then I will torture you so that you can't live or die. Bang bang.
As soon as she finished speaking, The gun in her hand shot Chong Yuan's thigh. 2 full shots hit the joint of the knee. Chong Yuan turned pale in pain and groaned helplessly. His body was unable to move due to the anesthetic. Chong Yuan's words were most likely false. But she didn't dare to bet and looked at Fedoro, who had successfully rescued the orcs.
Fedoro, is he telling the truth?
Fedoro was about to say that he didn't know, when an orc in the group of orcs suddenly stood up.
What Chong Yuan said is true. When we were captured, we were specially injected with his blood. Our blood has fused with his. If he died, we wouldn't survive. Yes, this is a special method of Chong Yuan. It seems to be a forbidden technique, but we don't know its name. So troublesome?
Jiang Yao didn't know that just blood could have such a big effect. But she was not an orc, so she definitely couldn't understand this phenomenon. While the 3 of them were thinking about what to do, Chong Yuan laughed proudly.
Ha ha ha. No one can break my forbidden technique. Not even you humans can do anything about it.
Jiang Yao sneered.
I'll tell you if there's any other way. When you come back with me, I'll have plenty of ways for you to lift this forbidden technique.
Jiang Yao snatched the silver needle and cane from Chong Yuan's hand. And with a wave of her hand, the laboratory disappeared from the grassland out of thin air and was taken into the space by her. She didn't allow Chong Yuan to have another chance to escape. However, Chong Yuan and others in the laboratory did not know about this change. Only the orcs surrounded outside saw this magical scene. But they were not surprised and just assumed that Chong Yuan had put the laboratory away. Without seeing the figure of the king, the orcs surrounding them gradually dispersed and went about their own business. They never imagined that their king had been captured and taken away from the tribe. By the time Jiang Yao escorted Chong Yuan out of the laboratory, she had already returned to her base. Several people who were busy building the greenhouse saw her figure and approached her one after another. Fedoro and Sean sincerely admired Jiang Yao's ability. And in just a moment, they returned to their tribe.
You're back.
Zhou Han ran over first. And when he saw Chong Yuan in her hand, he immediately exclaimed,
You actually captured Chong Yuan.
Feng Qi and Zhou Jin took Chong Yuan from her hands and held him tightly beside them.
You went to the enemy tribe. Why didn't you call us?
Feng Qi frowned, a little unhappy with Jiang Yao's risky approach. If there is any danger, even if they know it, they will not be able to run to the rescue in time. Jiang Yao shrank her shoulders.
The situation is urgent, and I don't have time to come back to inform you.
Fedoro stood aside silently. He knew that Jiang Yao must have followed him to quickly find Chong Yuan's laboratory. If something happened to Jiang Yao, he would feel guilty. But fortunately, she was not injured and successfully captured Chong Yuan.
Zhou Jin, go and call some of the genetic researchers in Ark and ask them to check the blood in the orc's body.
If Chong Yuan refused to give the antidote, she would have to let the researchers give it a try. If it is really researched, it will be another major breakthrough in the study of orc genes.
Okay, I'll go right away.
Zhou Jin walked in the direction of Ark. Jiang Yao sat on the ground and observed the space. She has used up the teleportation talisman today, and there will be no similar talisman to use in the future. She wants to see if she can buy it in the mall. The mall suddenly had a lot of unexpected things for her to buy. She hoped there were teleportation charms in them. Looking at it, Jiang Yao immediately laughed. There were indeed the necessary teleportation talismans in the mall, but the quantity was very small. Only 3. The price was so expensive that most people couldn't afford it. But Jiang Yao is not an ordinary person. There are already countless gold coins in the space. She can still buy some teleportation talismans. Chapter 196. Chong Yuan was arrested. In his free time, Jiang Yao used gold coins to expand the space and fences. And the land also expanded a lot. The land is full of yellow rice, ready to be harvested at any time.
Here we come.
Feng Qi's voice sounded in his ears. Jiang Yao opened her eyes and saw that several people behind Zhou Jin had something in their hands, and quickly stepped forward.
Captain Jiang.
Several people greeted together.
Yeah.
Jiang Yao nodded casually.
You go get the blood of Chong Yuan and the orcs and try to see if you can concoct an antidote. What antidote?
The researchers did not understand the cause and effect, and had little idea of the antidote mentioned by Jiang Yao.
They said they have Chong Yuan's blood in their bodies, and if it is not removed, they will die as well when Chong Yuan dies. This matter is very evil. I have asked you to come here because I want you to study the truth of their words. Understood?
If it is mixed with the opponent's blood, if the opponent has an accident, the carrier will also have an accident. It is indeed very evil. They have never seen this phenomenon before, and must study it carefully. If this is true, they will have a great breakthrough in research. The researchers quickly took blood samples from Chong Yuan and the orcs, and quickly returned to the Ark to start research. Jiang Yao knelt down and looked at Chong Yuan with threatening eyes.
Chong Yuan, if you hand over the antidote, you will suffer less physical pain. Huh?
Chong Yuan sneered.
Don't think I don't know what will happen to me if I give you the antidote. Do you think I'm that stupid? Tisk.
Jiang Yao frowned slightly.
If you don't hand it over, you won't end well.
Before Chong Yuan understood what Jiang Yao meant, she raised her gun again. Boom! The bullet entered the other leg.
Ah!
The severe pain of the bullet entering his bones made Chong Yuan roll on the ground, moaning continuously.
Ouch, it hurts. It hurts. If you don't hand it over, I guarantee that the next shot will hurt you even more.
Jiang Yao missed the important parts and only hit some joints and other places. It was painful, but would not kill him easily.
Even if you beat me to death, I won't say anything,
Chong Yuan said stubbornly, but refused to come up with the antidote. Jiang Yao really couldn't kill him, and there was nothing she could do about him. So she had to compromise and stop wasting bullets.
What should I do with Chong Yuan?
Feng Qi looked at Chong Yuan on the ground, worried that he would run away again. Jiang Yao glanced at Fedoro.
Leave him to you? Okay. I just want to ask him something.
Fedoro decided to take Chong Yuan away. After Chong Yuan escaped, the kings of other clans received the news from nowhere and came to investigate. Chong Yuan was captured again, so he could be kidnapped and brought back to explain to all the tribes. After Fedoro took Chong Yuan away, Jiang Yao and others were immersed in the work of building a greenhouse. With everyone's efforts, the shed of hundreds of square meters can be erected within the next day. During this period, Jiang Yao also told everyone what he saw on the mountain. Only then did they realize that it was only when each person absorbed energy 3 times that they truly absorbed it. Several people agreed to wait until the greenhouse was set up before trying to go up the mountain together. As for the 3 people who failed today, they were also mentally prepared. If they failed once, they would not believe that they would not succeed again. After dinner, Jiang Yao took several people to Chong Yuan's laboratory. The bodies inside had been taken away by Fedoro, and the rest were bottles and unknown potions. But the blue liquid should be the blood of the orcs, and some red liquid should be extracted from the human corpses seen before.
Chong Yuan is so vicious. He even conducts experiments on living people. What does he want to study?
Zhou Han observed and complained that it was too cruel to experiment on living people.
I don't know either. When I entered the laboratory, Chong Yuan seemed to be doing something with a liquid, and I didn't see clearly.
I was so nervous at the time that I didn't pay attention to what Chong Yuan was doing.
Leave these to the people in the Ark. We can't understand them either.
Feng Qi expressed his opinion. Jiang Yao is very happy to let the researchers conduct research. Otherwise there will be no point in moving the laboratory back.
Let the laboratory out tomorrow and let them study it. Good.
Everyone had no objections and quickly dispersed. Jiang Yao returned to the room and was not in a hurry to go to sleep. She thought that the greenhouse would be ready tomorrow, and she wanted to make plans for growing food. First of all, the problem of food and clothing must be solved. Of course, there is too much food in her space to eat, so the problem of food and clothing naturally does not need to be considered. But if she wants humans to survive here, she must put these things into practice before she can feel at ease. It was the last thing she did for humanity. From now on, she would start to mess up. Can't sleep. Jiang Yao simply came out of the room and laid out the crops and grains she had stored one by one. The seeds of vegetables and fruits were all available. She only needed to consider which grains would grow quickly and have high yields. As for high yield, she thought of potatoes and sweet potatoes, which have high yields and can be used as staple foods, so people will not go hungry. Then there are the vegetables. Plant a little of each to try. The first greenhouse should be used as an experiment. The soil in the field should be ready for use tomorrow. Then connect the circuit in the greenhouse and you can plant. I hope there won't be rainy weather. Otherwise fist-sized raindrops will fall. Although the stainless steel greenhouse can withstand it, thunder and lightning will definitely not escape it. In order to avoid being affected by the climate, Jiang Yao wanted to try putting lightning arresters around her. If it could be avoided, it would be best. If not, she would think of ways to improve it. Fortunately, the climate on Massacre Star is very stable in normal times. It won't rain for more than a month or 2. She had 2 months to experiment. Human time passes quickly, and the biological clock prompts people to wake up from their sleep. Jiang Yao specially killed a cow today. Steamed, stewed, roasted and fried it, and had a whole cow feast. Everyone has worked hard together for so long, and it's time for them to replenish their bodies. There are so many animals in the space that Jiang Yao has no time to manage them. When he checked just now, he found that several fences were full. Even there were a lot of eggs piled up in the corner of the pheasant shed. She quickly picked some out, made them into boiled eggs, and took them out to eat when she was hungry. The space has become a huge farm. She has to catch some animals and raise them to see if they can adapt to the outside environment. If you can adapt to it, then build another fence and let it go free. When several people came together, they smelled the strong aroma of meat in the air. Even though they didn't worry about meat every day, they were still greedy, thinking that Jiang Yao must have cooked something delicious. Everyone walked out eagerly. When they arrived at the living room, they saw a table full of food and Jiang Yao waiting for the meal at the end of the food. Chapter 197 Rescue Chong Yuan.
Wow! Boss! Why are there so many delicious foods today?
The bearded man chose a seat and sat down, staring at the big basin in front of him with bright eyes, and swallowed his saliva.
Thank you for your hard work these past 2 days. Let's make a delicious meal.
Of course. What she said was done by a machine.
What kind of meat is this? Venison or beef?
Johan also rubbed his hands and sat down, looking at Jiang Yao expectantly.
Yak meat.
After Jiang Yao responded, she waved to others.
Everyone, sit down, eat quickly and go to work. We have to finish building the shed today. Good.
A few people quickly sat down and started eating together. A few people did not use chopsticks, but gnawed directly with their hands, which was very enjoyable. Especially the taste is so addictive. Sure enough, the food in the space is much more delicious.
It's delicious.
Johan nodded while eating, not forgetting to get some meat for Zhou's mother.
Mom, if you eat more, you will lose weight. Okay.
Mother Zhou forced a smile. Today, Zhou's mother looks much better. Since Zhou's father passed away, Zhou's mother has been depressed and has been living alone in Fangzhou. Just yesterday, Zhou's mother took the initiative to return to the team. She must have figured it out. Jiang Yao didn't have time to take into account everyone's emotions. She had to rely on herself to do this kind of thing. The meal took half an hour to finish. Seeing that most of the food was still untouched, Jiang Yao thought for a moment and decided to send it to the institute. People who use their brains are more tired than those who work, and need to replenish their energy even more. In fact, during the days they came, Feng Qi and others provided their own food to each other, but Jiang Yao did not take anything out. This time, consider it as compensation. After all, they will need their help later.
Pack up the meat and send it to the Ark. All?
Feng Qi wiped his hands for a moment.
There is still more than half of the beef left. Are you sure it won't be too much? Well, there are many of them. Take them all.
Jiang Yao didn't want to be too stingy once in a while.
But,
Feng Qi hesitated.
But what?
Zhou Jin asked.
If we take out so much meat at once, it will inevitably arouse others' suspicion. And they will think that we are not short of food and have developed a habit that is taken for granted. If they use this as a threat and don't do research without giving them food, wouldn't we be very passive?
After hearing this, everyone understood what Feng Qi meant.
Feng Qi is right. We should take less beef. We can't let them know that we have abundant food. Otherwise we will continue to have trouble.
Zhou Jin discussed the matter and felt that Feng Qi was right this time. You can't make people cunning. Otherwise, good intentions will become unintentional. Jiang Yao didn't expect Feng Qi to think so carefully. She also realized at this time that she really couldn't give too much. If it spread to Suji's team, there would definitely be trouble again.
Then let's give each person half a bowl. Well, let's get the bowls ready.
Feng Qi took out 12 plates from the cabinet on the side, containing 1 or 2 rice and beef. Every plate is equal parts equal, and put it in a big box, and sent it out by Big Beard and Zhang Jia. After the two of them went out, Jiang Yao opened the iron door again with a basket filled with boiled eggs.
Let's go out too.
Good. Several people followed behind silently, their eyes stunned by the basket of eggs. A rough calculation showed that there must be 50. They haven't eaten eggs for a long time, and they can't even recall its most basic taste. Only a vague image. Before the 2 bearded men came back, Jiang Yao and others had already arrived at the shed and continued to set up the shed. The surroundings of the shed are made of stainless steel, and even the roof is made of stainless steel. Jiang Yao remembered that she had seen plastic greenhouses, which seemed to be easy to ventilate, but were not suitable for the climate of Massacre. So she insisted on building a roof for the soil to shelter from wind and rain, so that it could withstand thunderstorms for a longer period of time. Jiang Yao put down the eggs and entered the greenhouse through the entrance. When she saw the empty space inside, she was very satisfied. A lot of food should be grown here, but there doesn't seem to be enough soil. There is soil in the space, but the soil inside is so precious. If it is only suitable for the space and not suitable for the outside climate, it will be lost to death. This matter must not be exposed to outsiders. Jiang Yao no longer thinks about this, but calls on everyone to work quickly.
Everyone, hurry up and don't waste time today. Good.
As a result, they quickly started moving. After eating meat today, they felt much stronger and were very motivated to do things. Jiang Yao is already very strong, so doing some heavy work is no problem. Take the 3 generators out of the space. Hold the wires in your hands, and walk around the greenhouse to estimate how long the wires are needed. After determining the line, Li and Zhang Jie, who know how to connect electricity, completed the power supply. Just wait until the food is planted and pour diesel into the generator. There will be enough light in the greenhouse for photosynthesis, and the crops will be easier to survive. Just when everyone wanted to take a breath, there were messy footsteps coming from the other side of the mountain. Very fast. Coming this way. Several people quickly stood up and stared into the distance.
Fedora brought someone here again?
Zhou Jin guessed. The last time he brought someone here, there was the same movement.
Not quite.
Jiang Yao didn't think it was Fedora. He just came yesterday and took Chong Yuan away. He couldn't come back today. If it weren't for him, Jiang Yao could only think of one possibility.
Chong Yuan's tribe is attacking. Why are they coming towards us?
Zhou Han was puzzled.
Their king has disappeared. The only thing he can think of is that he was kidnapped. And he thinks he was kidnapped by us.
Jiang Yao explained patiently. The person was indeed captured by her. But only Fedora and her team knew about this. How did the other party know? Or is he deliberately looking for trouble and treating her like a soft persimmon?
Let's go back quickly. Don't really get into a fight and damage the greenhouse.
After Jiang Yao finished speaking, she ran towards the iron gate. She couldn't let those people discover the space.
Come on. Let's go back and get ready.
Feng Qi followed immediately. After Jiang Yao quickly took back the space, he took out the cannons one after another and placed them neatly on the ground, one in front of each person, waiting for the enemy to approach. There was such a big movement. Fedora must have noticed it. It is best to keep a close eye on Chong Yuan. If he escapes again this time, it will not be so easy to catch him next time. Among all the tribes, Jiang Yao was afraid of only Chong Yuan. As the ground trembled slightly, thousands of black shadows appeared on the grassland, and it seemed that they were all out in force. Jiang Yao took out the binoculars and confirmed the other party's identity again. Only when she saw the same mount as Chong Yuan did she confirm the other party's identity. He was indeed one of Chong Yuan's subordinates. In this case, she had nothing to say. Chapter 198. The greenhouse is built. Before the large army arrived, Jiang Yao lit the fuse.
Fire! Don't show mercy to them. Good.
Several people fired one after another, and the SHLs exploded one after another among the enemy troops. In an instant, corpses were everywhere, and it was tragic. Jiang Yao had seen through life and death, and still showed no mercy in his hands. He fired the fire bomb, and with a bang, blazing flames burned in the enemy camp. The corpse on the ground was quickly devoured by the fire. He tried to crawl out of the fire alive, until the back of his hands was ignited with flames, and he gradually lay on the ground motionless. At a glance, countless burning people were running and rolling on the grassland, shouting for help. Some fell forward and were burned alive, while some managed to escape and disappeared. The entire army was like a headless fly, quickly surrendering, abandoning its companions and running away. If Chong Yuan was still here, they would definitely not be as leaderless as they are now. The gunfire finally stopped.
Humph. I thought it was so powerful. But without Chong Yuan it would be nothing more than this.
The bearded man held up the torch and proudly looked at the enemy army in a sea of fire.
They won't dare to come again next time,
Zhou Jin said.
Hit them once, and for all until they dare not come.
Jiang Yao put away the cannon, ignored the orcs fleeing on the grassland, and went straight back to the greenhouse to continue working. With their hard work, the greenhouse was finally set up in the afternoon. Looking at this iron box-like greenhouse, Jiang Yao felt filled with a sense of accomplishment. Then she connected the electricity inside, and it was done. Next, several people began to fix the wires and press the light bulbs. After pouring diesel into the generator, a greenhouse is ready like this.
It's finally finished. I wonder if I can grow food.
Johan stretched out and squatted beside the shed to rest.
It will definitely work.
Lee touched her soft hair.
Let's go to the ark and ask when the soil will be ready for planting.
Jiang Yao couldn't wait any longer. She wanted to sow the seeds as soon as possible and see the results as soon as possible. When a few people arrived at the ark, the researchers were still working hard, and they didn't even know when they arrived. Jiang Yao quickly found Li Qing among the group of people, quickly walked over and pulled Li Qing out.
Captain Jiang, what's the matter?
Li Qing followed Jiang Yao, holding a workbook in her hand. Jiang Yao did not rush to talk, but pulled her outside the ark and pointed in the direction of the greenhouse.
The shed has been erected. How much acidity in the soil has been restored?
Li Qing was surprised at the speed of several people. They actually set up the project within 2 days as promised.
80% has been restored and can be planted tomorrow. What are better things to plant?
Jiang Yao asked again. The others listened quietly.
You can grow anything. But at this stage, we better grow some food and vegetables that can be harvested quickly.
Li Qing thought of something.
Team Jiang has grain seeds?
Jiang Yao glanced at her and said nothing. Li Qing shut her mouth knowingly. How could she forget? Don't ask questions that shouldn't be asked.
Let's plant it tomorrow. Come and take a look then. I'm afraid the seeds will be spoiled.
Except for the bearded man. All Jiang Yao's people have never worked in the fields. If they are really allowed to grow food, how can they not waste a lot of it? With Li Qing as an expert, they will not take any detours.
Okay. I'll be there early tomorrow morning.
Li Qing agreed very readily. It was getting late, and Li Qing still had unfinished tasks. So she raised the documents in her hand.
Then you guys talk first. I still have things to do, so I won't accompany you. Okay.
Go ahead. Jiang Yao and others nodded and watched Li Qing leave. Feng Qi spoke at this moment.
What kind of food is Io going to grow?
Jiang Yao didn't want to hide it.
Sweet potatoes, and some green vegetables. Is there enough soil?
Zhou Jin worried.
Not enough.
Jiang Yao shook her head.
Let's plant a little and do experiments first.
Several people understood. Back in the space, everyone sat at the table and had a good meal, and then went back to their rooms. Jiang Yao gnawed on the duck neck and sat boredly by the river, admiring the only beautiful scenery that had the flavor of hometown. The gentle breeze made people sober enough. The surface of the river is sparkling, and occasionally a school of fish swims by, causing small waves. It was rare for Jiang Yao to feel such a comfortable feeling. After chewing the duck neck, she lay down on the ground, closed her eyes, and enjoyed this moment of peace. As soon as I close my eyes, it's the next day. Others came out of the room and did not see Jiang Yao, but they knew that Jiang Yao must still be in the space. So they were not in a hurry. Everyone went to do their own thing. Feng Qi didn't sleep last night, but read the agricultural book given by Jiang Yao twice, and finally learned how to grow food. Zhang Jie mentioned before that he could refine oil. So in his spare time, he refined nearly a ton of diesel, which was enough for a generator to generate electricity. When Jiang Yao woke up, it was already half an hour later. Touching her sore and numb arms, she stood up from the ground. This was the first time she had gotten up so late. Sure enough, once people relax, they sleep well. Maybe it's because I didn't sleep the night before, so I slept soundly last night. Others can't wait. Jiang Yao quickly ran to the living room and saw everyone sitting with a lot of food placed in front of them, apparently waiting for her to have breakfast.
Why don't you eat? I'm not here, so you can eat first without waiting for me.
Hearing Jiang Yao's voice, everyone's faces immediately relaxed. After not coming out for so long, they thought something happened to Jiang Yao in the room. But now it seems that they were overly worried.
It's okay. It'll be delicious if we all eat together.
Feng Qi moved a stool for Jiang Yao, and Jiang Yao sat down with a smile.
Eat quickly. Let's go to work after eating. Boss, I know how to grow food, so leave it to me.
Big Beard thought about it for a long time last night. Others would definitely not be able to grow it, and the food would be wasted if it was ruined. But he happened to be able to do it. If the land area is not large, he can solve it alone.
No. Let's go together. If you don't know how, you can teach us. From now on, we can do things independently without disturbing each other.
Jiang Yao has long thought about how to distribute it in the future. Others can reclaim wasteland by themselves. build greenhouses by themselves, manage their own, and own the food they grow. He no longer eats from the big pot with her, but starts his own small stove and each cooks his own food. Then divide the animals into space and raise each one. At this point, she can live alone and no longer live with other people. This method is very good.
I want to learn to grow food. Big Beard, please teach me.
Johan looked at Big Beard.
Good. Let's learn too.
Feng Qi buried his head in eating, interjecting from time to time. Others didn't know what Jianya was thinking. But Feng Qi knew that she usually didn't like living with others, and he probably thought about what would happen in the future. Chapter 199 Need more soil. You have to build your own house as soon as possible before the thunderstorm arrives. As for how to build it, it would be better to follow the method of building a greenhouse. It was a bit cold, as if Jian Yao's living space disturbed her. 10 minutes later, everyone came out of the space with their farm tools and walked towards the greenhouse. But before I arrived, I saw a figure I shouldn't have seen at the greenhouse. Why is he here? Seeing this, several people moved faster. Feng Qi and Zhou Jin quickly walked to Su Ji.
Brother Su, why are you here?
Feng Qi looked at him steadily. What does it mean that Su Ji came here alone? He didn't go to the Iron Gate to look for anyone. Instead, he came to the greenhouse first. What was his intention? Fortunately, the door of the greenhouse was locked by Jianyao. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what would have been lost.
Ha ha ha.
Su Ji looked at Feng Qi for a long time before bursting into laughter.
Feng Qi, you look nervous. As if I'm going to cause damage. I just came here to see how the food is growing. You don't know. We almost vomited after eating bugs. And without rice and whole grains to eat, our bodies almost collapsed. If Uncle Do was not there, many of us might have died of illness.
The more Su Ji talked about it, the less he smiled. What he said was true. Without nutritious food for a long time, your body will become exhausted and sick sooner or later. Those who have served as soldiers are fine. But there are still hundreds of civilians in the base. They have long been unable to hold on. And they are all starved and emaciated.
Everyone eats bugs. Just get used to it.
Jiang Yao walked over at this time and stood next to Feng Qi. Su Ji understood what Jiang Yao meant.
But I know that you are not eating worms to satisfy your hunger, but that there is plenty for you to eat.
Su Ji was about to speak but stopped.
Jian Yao, do you think you can lend us some food? We can work to offset the cost. Work.
Jian Yao pinched her chin.
There is a job for you to do, but it's a bit dangerous. I don't know if you are willing. Jian Yao.
Feng Qi wanted to stop her, but he didn't know what kind of job she was talking about and wanted to hear more.
Yes, we are very willing.
When Su Ji heard that there was a job, he excitedly agreed.
I haven't said anything about the work yet. You should listen to it first.
Su Ji squeezed the hem of his clothes and said,
Just say it.
Others were also waiting for Jiang Yao to speak. They didn't know what kind of thing would require so many people to work.
You should know that the earth was destroyed when it hit Maca. But the soil on it can still be used to grow food. I just need the soil on it. Your job is to transport soil back from the earth. But it is already occupied by dinosaurs. It depends on whether you have the courage. Dinosaurs?
Su Ji froze.
Why are there dinosaurs? It's absolutely true. Why did I lie to you?
After saying that, Jiang Yao released the 4 and the Christian carp.
With their help, you will still have a chance of survival when you encounter dinosaurs. As for the mud,
you can just tie it to the Christian carp and let it bring it back.
After hearing what Jiang Yao said, Su Ji was still thinking about the safety of this matter. Dinosaurs are no joke. Once you encounter them, you won't be able to run away even if you want to. But as long as there is food to eat, it doesn't matter if you work hard.
I'll go back and discuss it with him. After all, I can't make the decision alone.
He really doesn't represent everyone.
Okay. Tell them to take care of 2 meals a day. Also, most of the dinosaurs on the earth live in the center of the earth and rarely live on the surface. As long as you move gently, you won't attract their attention.
Jiang Yao didn't lie after that. Last time she went there for so long, she didn't find any dinosaurs. This shows that they rarely come to the surface. After all, the ground is scorched and there is nothing left. So what are they doing here? As for the last time I was chased by a dinosaur, it must have been a coincidence.
Okay, I will definitely tell you this, and I will give you an answer in the afternoon.
Su Ji responded readily.
Good.
Looking at Su Ji's leaving figure, Jiang Yao curled her lips. She was worried that no one would dig the soil and come back. How could she refuse when labor came to her door? Others understood Jiang Yao's intention from the beginning, but they didn't expect her to be so thoughtful. There will be a lot of soil needed in the future, and it will be too late to get it for a while. Now with that team of people, the soil problem has been solved. Only, Io, are you so sure that Suji will agree? Zhou Han looked at Jiang Yao's face. Dinosaurs live on the earth. How can humans fight with them? She doesn't believe that those people will agree. Others were also dubious. As long as it keeps them fed, they will agree. Who wants to be hungry, and who wants to be sick? In order to have enough food and clothing, we have to try no matter how dangerous it is. It took a long time. Let's grow food quickly. Zhou Jin took the cloth bag from the bearded man, took out various seeds from it, and distributed them to everyone according to different types. Before sowing, the soil must be divided into several areas. While they were busy, Li Qing came over and quickly joined them. After the areas were divided, Big Beard showed everyone how to grow different grains. After everyone learned it, everyone divided their work and planted the areas they were responsible for. This is neither troublesome nor a waste of time. Li Qing provided guidance and explained clearly the living habits, planting depth, and watering amount of each grain one by one, helping everyone avoid many mistakes. Jiang Yao was responsible for planting potatoes. After loosening the soil, he dug 2 rows of shallow pits. Then he cut the potatoes into several pieces and buried them shallowly in the pits. Finally, he sprinkled some water and chemical fertilizer, and he was done. Potatoes are the easiest crop to grow without wasting much time. After the potatoes were planted, Jiang Yao went to help Zhou Han plant peanuts. Before planting peanuts, holes also need to be dug. The two of them dug a hole and put peanuts in the other. In this way, all 50 holes were planted. Others were also very fast. In just 1 hour, more square meters of soil were planted with food. After they went out, Jiang Yao turned on the generator, and the greenhouse was immediately surrounded by light, allowing the seeds to photosynthesize. In order to maintain the temperature, Jiang Yao also placed electric ovens at the 4 corners of the greenhouse. After adjusting the appropriate temperature, he locked the greenhouse. The work she had been looking forward to day and night was finally done, and she could finally rest. As for the other greenhouses, leave them to Feng Qi and others. She is only responsible for leading people on their way, and will not keep an eye on them all the time. She had space and didn't need the food in the greenhouse, while others did. As noon approached, Jiang Yao and the others did not go back, but settled for lunch with boiled eggs and flatbread. Several people were gathering together to discuss where to cultivate the next piece of land. Jiang Yao listened quietly and occasionally gave some suggestions. Chapter 200 Reaching Unification. First, create a space around the pasture, and I'll release some of the animals in the space. Jiang Yao peeled the eggs and spoke her thoughts gently. Everyone else turned to look at her. Feng Qi came over and sat down next to her. You mean the ranch? Jiang Yao nodded. Yes, the ranch. Today's food hasn't sprouted yet, so there's no need to build a greenhouse so quickly. It's a good time to build a pasture, and you will live on it in the future. How about it? Several people took a look at each other and felt that what Jiang Yao said made sense. The busy days of the past few days have gradually transformed the temperament of these people into a mountain village, and they have quite a flavor of rural uncles and aunts. Due to the lack of energy absorption, the hands that were originally delicate have now become rough, and their faces are dull. Just do as you say, and we'll do it right away. Zhou Jin agreed without thinking. Anyway, we all live on this piece of grass, and we don't see each other every day, so there's nothing wrong with living separately. Let's build a house together. Feng Qi stood up. I happen to have steel, so I can build a house like a container. Container? Zhou Han asked. What should I do if there's thunder? Make a lightning rod or a lightning tower. Jiang Yao took out a book from the space, which explained how to make a lightning rod. Build the house a little lower, and build some telephone poles next to it to guide lightning to other buildings, so the house won't be afraid of lightning strikes. Of course, she just thought this way, and she still had to try it to see if it would work. There are many useless things in space, such as boats. However, the boat is not as resistant to lightning attacks as the Arkansas. On the contrary, it is more likely to attract lightning, so it is not used as a shelter. But there is no thunderstorm now, so you can use it for them to stay temporarily. When the work is over, Jiang Yao plans to take out the big boat. You can try the method Jiang Yao said.
Feng Qi took the book in Jiang Yao's hand and read it carefully. Seeing that they had something to do, they didn't care where they were now. They fell down on the ground and prepared to take a lunch break to regain their energy before building a house. An hour later, several people woke up and made an allocation of the subsequent houses.
Each container can accommodate up to 4 people, and we will get a share.
Feng Qi looked at everyone and expressed his thoughts. He originally wanted to live alone, but in order to reduce materials, he chose to live with 2 people.
Let's live together as a family of 4 and have someone to take care of us.
Zhou Jin spoke, and Zhou Han pulled Li Yi and Zhou's mother and nodded in agreement. She didn't want to live separately from her family.
For the rest, 2 people can share a container. Which of the 3 of you is willing to live with me?
Feng Qi looked at the 3 bearded men. The bearded man looked at Zhang Jie, who nodded. So the bearded man pointed at Zhang Jie and said,
I live with him.
The 2 of them lived together in the mountains before, and this time was no exception.
Well, then Cheng Nansheng can live with me.
Feng Qi nodded silently. It is enough to build 3 large containers. Soon, everyone discussed the allocation of pasture. Feng Qi was the first to give his own suggestions.
Each container manages a ranch, and everyone divides labor and cooperates. Is there any problem? No problem. It's a good distribution.
Several people had no objections. Feng Qi smiled with satisfaction.
The food obtained in the future will also be divided equally. After all, we all brew it together to avoid conflicts in the future.
As soon as Feng Qi finished speaking, several people nodded quickly.
Let's just decide. We have no objection.
Jiang Yao sat aside and quietly watched the distribution of several people, without interrupting. She doesn't live with them anymore, so sometimes it's time to let them go and let them think for themselves. She was very satisfied and pleased with the result. From now on, she can finally have her own solitude. Under the leadership of Jiang Yao, several people moved into the space to move materials for building houses. They went back and forth more than 10 times and finally moved out everything they needed. Several people were panting from exhaustion, but they couldn't stop. While he was busy, Su Ji walked over alone again. When he saw the steel piled up like a hill, he was stunned in surprise. Where did these people get the supplies from? And why did they see different things every time they came?
What are you?
Su Ji didn't know what they were doing with steel.
Build a house.
Feng Qi didn't hide anything. The other party would know it sooner or later.
House?
Su Ji stared at the materials with envy. He also wanted to own a house. I have been here for so long, and I have always lived in a cave, which is dark and cold and not suitable for human habitation. But fortunately, all the supplies in the ark had been empty before, so they could barely stay out of the cold.
You came here. Have they made a decision?
Jiang Yao put down her tools and walked over slowly. Looking at Su Ji's gray appearance, she knew that he was constantly tossing back and forth.
Yes, they are willing to dig the soil.
When Su Ji heard Jiang Yao take the initiative to mention this matter, the disappointment in his heart slowly disappeared. The most important thing is to be able to solve the problem of food and clothing. For the rest, just make do with it. Thinking of the fragrant rice, Su Ji couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It had been a long time since they had eaten rice.
Well, let's start taking action tomorrow. I will give you a packed lunch tonight, and you will be full before you hit the road.
Jiang Yao has always been used to acting vigorously and resolutely. Now that he has a labor force, he should not waste resources without using them. Box lunch? Su Ji's eyes flashed.
Okay, I'll send someone to move it tonight. No need to come over. We'll pull them over in a car.
Jiang Yao waved her hand. She didn't see so many people wandering around her door anymore.
Okay, I'll go back and tell them, and we'll set off tomorrow.
Su Ji turned around to leave, but then thought of a question.
How do we get out and find Earth? You don't have to worry. Ihu and the others know the way. Just follow them.
The 2 who followed her down from the hole must not have forgotten the location of the hole. From that position, you can reach the place where the Earth fell, which is easy to find.
I see.
Su Ji ran away quickly. The thought of having delicious food in the evening made him full of energy. Leave the dangers of Earth behind.
Will they dig the soil seriously?
Zhou Jin was a little worried. Those people felt unreliable.
They are all soldiers. They know what integrity is, and they will take it seriously.
Feng Qi walked to the materials again and picked up a hoe to dig the foundation.
It's best like this.
Jiang Yao snorted coldly.
With Ihu and the others supervising, there's no chance of being lazy.
The reason why she released a few to follow them was for surveillance. She would not make a loss-making business. Now that the soil issue has been solved, it's time to solve the problem of Chong Yuan's antidote. A day later. I wonder if the researchers have found an antidote. What a headache. If we really can't figure it out, we should quickly deal with Chong Yuan to avoid future troubles. Chapter 201 decided to live separately. No. As soon as we talked about the antidote, Fedoro came over on his mount. Jiang Yao sighed softly. He must be here for Chong Yuan's affairs. Jiang Yao. Fedoro came over quickly as soon as he came down. The battle was fought beautifully in the morning. Chong Yuan's men fled and scattered. His territory has been occupied by me. Jiang Yao pursed her lips and smiled. I just fought them off. It was you who did the extermination. Right. Fedoro touched his head in embarrassment. That's what happened. By the way, I'll still give you half of the territory. How about that? When several people heard about the territory, they immediately became interested. That's great. We have a bigger place to open a ranch. Zhou Han ran over to hold Jiang Yao in his arms. She was so happy when she thought of the livestock all over the mountains and plains. In that case, I won't be polite and accept it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao agreed to share half of it. How big is Chong Yuan's territory? How much area does my share cover? Fedoro had no concept of the area. The orcs defined it by mountains and rivers. Your territory has about 5 mountains, 2 lakes, and 1 river. It's so spacious. It's 3 times the size here. 3 times. Jiang Yao didn't know Chong Yuan's territory was so big, and she was so excited that she didn't know what to say. I'll go over there tomorrow and have a look. If it suits me, I'll live there long term. When several people heard this, they didn't know what Jiang Yao meant. Feng Qi frowned. Is it safe for you to go alone? What if you encounter an enemy? I have space. So what are you afraid of? Jiang Yao knew that everyone cared about her, but she wanted to live alone. The place here is for you. You have to cherish it. If anything happens, just go and find me. I'll leave the helicopter here. Seeing that Jiang Yao had made up his mind, everyone stopped trying to persuade him. With the helicopter, it was really convenient for them to go there, so they didn't say anything more. Zhou Han glanced at his brother with dissatisfaction, feeling anxious about his lifelong event. Seeing my sister again had no such idea, so she didn't even dare to mention it. It was really nerve-wracking. Fedoro looked at Jiang Yao and hesitated to speak, but Jiang Yao guessed that he still had something to ask. You want to ask about the antidote? Well, I wonder if the antidote has been researched. Fedoro asked gently. He didn't want to leave Chong Yuan until tomorrow. Follow me and ask. Jiang Yao turned around and walked towards Arkansas. After taking 2 steps, she stopped and said to the people following her, You can stay and build the house. Several people nodded calmly. After Jiang Yao walked away, Zhou Han dared to question Zhou Jin loudly. Brother, what are you thinking? I was about to move away. Why are you not impatient at all? Zhou Jin stopped and said, Don't worry about things you shouldn't. Feng Qi had good hearing and immediately understood what the two were talking about. So Zhou Jin also liked Jiang Yao? Yes. Jiang Yao had been living with this group of people before she met him, so it was inevitable to develop feelings for him. However, he did not allow Jiang Yao to live with others. Feng Qi clenched his fists and walked to the other side to work alone. With Jiang Yao's temperament, I'm afraid none of these people will be able to impress her, including himself. Thinking of this, Feng Qi sighed in despair. It still takes a long time, so take your time. At the other end, Jiang Yao had already brought Fedoro to the ark. When Li Qing saw the two of them, she immediately came out to greet them. Captain Jiang, you are here. Yes. Jiang Yao put her hands behind her back. How is the matter about asking you to research the antidote? Li Qing was a little embarrassed when she heard it was about the antidote. I'm in charge of the soil. I don't know much about the antidote. I'll take you there and ask. Let's go! Jiang Yao motioned to Li Qing to go ahead, and they followed behind. Entering another laboratory, the 3 of them saw a line of red smoke coming out of the door. Jiang Yao quickly covered her mouth and nose with her hands. What happened? Li Qing shook her head. Maybe the experiment failed? When the red smoke disappeared, Jiang Yao took the lead and walked in wearing a mask. There were 3 people in the laboratory. They seemed to be trying to remedy something, and they were in a hurry. It was already 2 minutes later when they saw the figures of Jiang Yao and the others. Captain Jiang, Zhang Cheng, the leader, saw Jiang Yao and immediately greeted him. Well, how's the antidote going? Jiang Yao handed over Chong Yuan's laboratory to them last night. From the looks of it, it seems that they haven't refined the antidote yet. Sure enough, Zhang Cheng shook his head in disappointment.
Every time when we are about to succeed, the liquid automatically burns into water vapor. We don't know what's going on.
Jiang Yao didn't understand the twists and turns.
So, the antidote issue can't be solved? There is one last chance to try. We will try it now. Please wait outside the door.
Seeing another researcher take out the potion and hand it to Zhang Cheng, Jiang Yao knew there was another chance.
How long it takes?
Zhang Cheng paused and said,
5 minutes will be enough.
Jiang Yao nodded, turned and left. After the three of them went out, Zhang Cheng devoted himself to research again. Jiang Yao took out a plate of chicken feet and sat in the living room waiting. Li Qing has returned to her job and continues to work. Fedora was a little curious when he saw the plate of food that looked like animal feet.
What kind of food is this? It smells delicious. Chicken feet. You can eat them if you want.
Jiang Yao took one and gnawed on it. She loved to nibble on these braised meats when she was bored. Fedora sat aside and carefully picked up a chicken foot with his right hand and placed it in the heart of his left hand. The orc's hand was twice as big as a human's. The chicken's feet were lying in his palm, looking particularly thin. Jiang Yao couldn't help but chuckle when she saw this scene.
Hurry up and eat it. If you look at it, you will see a flower.
Fedora nodded solemnly, opened his mouth, and ate the chicken feet in one bite. Then, there was the sound of crunching and crunching bones. When Jiang Yao heard this voice, she felt something was wrong all over her body. The orc's teeth were so good that they could even break bones.
You don't need to eat the bones. Huh?
Fedora had already chewed up the chicken feet and swallowed them, and licked his lips with unsatisfied interest.
Forget it. You can eat whatever you want.
Jiang Yao continued to eat in small bites, occasionally spitting out bones.
This food is so delicious. Much better than bugs.
Fedora took another one and put it in his mouth.
Haven't you ever thought about roasting the bugs before eating them?
Jiang Yao stopped eating after finishing one, and looked towards the direction of the laboratory from time to time.
How to bake? We don't know how to bake. Use fire.
Jiang Yao took out a lighter, and with a pop sound, flames came out of the lighter. Fedora touched it out of curiosity, but heard a sizzle, and the hair on his hand was burnt.
Ah!
He quickly retracted his hand.
What is this? It's so hot.
Chapter 202. Fengqi's delivery was in danger?
This is fire.
Seeing that he didn't seem to be pretending, Jiang Yao explained patiently.
Use this fire to ignite leaves and wood, and then put the food on the rack to bake. When the aroma comes out, it is cooked, and you can eat cooked food. So that's it. I'll go back and try.
Fedora heard it half understood. He had to go back and try it himself to fully understand.
Take it.
Jiang Yao threw the lighter to Fedora. Fedora caught it immediately and held it carefully in his hand. At this moment, the door of the laboratory was opened, and no more red smoke came out. Jiang Yao ran over in surprise, and bumped into Zhang Cheng, who came out. Jiang Yao couldn't wait to ask,
Did it succeed this time?
Zhang Cheng nodded excitedly.
Success.
After speaking, he handed the red liquid in his hand to Jiang Yao.
This is the antidote. Drop it into 300 grams of water, and it will detoxify. Remember? It only takes 1 drop. Remember? Chong Yuan can't stay here anymore.
Jiang Yao picked up the potion and walked out, and Fedora quickly followed.
Chong Yuan can finally die.
Fedora didn't mention how much he hated Chong Yuan. He had captured so many live orcs for experiments, and he really should have cut them into pieces. Jiang Yao heard this and gave him the potion in her hand.
Take this and go back to save the clan members. Make sure they are not related to Chong Yuan before killing them. I understand.
Fedora took the potion and nodded gratefully towards Jiang Yao.
Thank you very much this time. I'm sorry about what happened before. No need to mention the past. Let's go!
Jiang Yao waved to him and told him to leave quickly. Fedora didn't stay any longer, said goodbye and left in a hurry. Jiang Yao returned to the team again, looked at her watch, and found that it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. She had to prepare the lunch box and pull it to Suji's team. She saw her coming back and rushed to greet her.
Is everything done? It's done. Please stop for a moment and help me load the lunch boxes into the car.
After Jiang Yao finished speaking, he took out his car from the space. She helped to remove the back seat, revealing a spacious trunk. Several people returned to the iron gate together and loaded the lunch boxes that had been stored in the space for a long time into the car one by one. These lunch boxes were the takeout that Jiang Yao originally called for. Since the space has a cooking function, she has never bought or eaten takeout. The space has a freshness preservation function, and every meal is fresh and warm. It is just right to give these to those people to eat, and to make some room in the space. In addition to the lunch boxes, she also brought out thousands of milk teas. Johan showed a satisfied smile while drinking.
I haven't had milk tea for a long time. I really miss it. There will be more opportunities in the future. If you want to drink, just tell me.
Jiang Yao never treated them badly with food, but they were very sensible and never asked for anything. At this point, Jiang Yao is still very pleased.
Then I won't be polite from now on.
Johan smiled and didn't seriously ask Jiang Yao for food. During these days, she was really grateful that Jiang Yao didn't dislike all of them and made everyone fat and fat. How could she have the nerve to ask for more? Several people speeded up together, loaded the lunch box and milk tea into the car, and were driven there by Feng Qi and Xiao Lei. As for the others, they collected Hong and rested in the space.
Starting tomorrow, there will be more and more soil. Have you found a good place to dig a hole?
Jiang Yao stared at Zhou Jin.
We decided to build the greenhouses together and prepare to make a greenhouse base. It will be more convenient for management and irrigation in the future without having to run around. This method is good? Then just watch and do it. I will go to the new territory tomorrow to have a look.
As soon as Jiang Yao's words came out, the atmosphere suddenly turned gloomy. Johan looked at Jiang Yao reluctantly.
Io, have you really decided to live separately from us? Isn't it good for us to live together?
Jiang Yao looked up and didn't understand why Johan was sad.
It's not a bad thing. It's just that I want to live alone for a while. When I feel lonely, I will come back to stay with you for a while.
Johan glanced at his brother. His face was firm, and he asked what he had buried deep in his heart for a long time.
Have you never thought about the major events in your life? A major event in life?
Jiang Yao was stunned when asked.
Isn't what we are doing a major event in life? That's not what I'm talking about. It's... Han! Shut up!
Before Johan could finish speaking, Zhou Jin quickly stopped her. Judging from Jiang Yao's answer, she must not have reacted yet. If she continued to ask, everyone would be embarrassed. Jiang Yao stared at the two brothers and sisters playing riddles, seeming to figure out something. The big thing in life, that Johan said, is to find someone to live with. However, she never thought about it. To live a new life. Of course she must live for herself. She would not feel comfortable if she had one more person to share her life with. She has never thought about getting married and having children. She hasn't stabilized here yet. So how can she think about such long-term things? What's more, among the few of them, he seems to have never had that idea. And they are more friends and brothers. They suddenly became a couple. Jiang Yao shook her body with goosebumps. She would definitely not get along. Forget it. I'm still comfortable alone. In order to avoid embarrassment, Jiang Yao put the duck products on the table.
It's a bit boring to wait like this. Let's wait while we eat.
This opening instantly shifted everyone's attention to the two delivery people.
Brother Feng, is it okay for the two of us to go and bring so much food without causing panic and causing disorder?
Asked the bearded man.
Yes.
Zhang Jia nodded.
You are underestimating him. His organizational skills are obvious to all. Even if he leaves the army, he is still a soldier and others will obey.
Jiang Yao has never doubted Feng Qi's ability. The order may be affected a little, but it's not a big problem.
I hope so.
Several people ate and waited until evening. Jiang Yao had doubts about what she just said and frowned deeply. Did she really encounter a problem? Su Ji wouldn't have detained them. Right? He shouldn't be holding her hostage regardless of the consequences.
Why hasn't Brother Feng come back?
Not only Jiang Yao, but also Zhou Jin and others began to worry.
How about we go take a look?
The bearded man stood up first and looked towards the door.
Wait and see. If they haven't come back in 5 minutes, we'll just kill them.
Seeing several people getting up at the same time, Jiang Yao also looked towards the door. Suji really dared to mess around. Don't blame her for being rude. He was kind enough to provide them with food. But was he going to repay the favor with a grudge? Waiting left and right. 5 minutes finally arrived.
5 minutes are up. Let's go!
Chung Nanshan looked out at the grassland where there was still no sign of a car. Several people looked at Jiang Yao, waiting for her instructions.
Take the guy and follow me.
Jiang Yao dropped the chicken feet, picked up a submachine gun, and stood at the door waiting for a few people.
Let's go!
Several people were the first to go out, and Jiang Yao was the last to close the iron door. Everyone picked up their weapons and walked towards Su Ji's base. Chapter 203 Pregnancy? The few people had just reached the halfway point of the grassland when they saw the exhaust fumes from the car, and Feng Qi was driving towards them. When he saw the menacing appearance of several people, Feng Qi stopped and got out of the car.
Where are you going?
Hearing his question, Jiang Yao couldn't help but roll her eyes.
Let's go see if they have detained you. Why are you back so late?
Several people nodded at the same time and stared at Feng Qi in confusion. Feng Qi immediately understood that these people cared about him, and hurriedly explained the reason why he came back so late.
There were too many of them, and some people didn't obey the command, so it was delayed for a while. Is it that simple?
Jiang Yao didn't believe it, always thinking that he was stopped by someone and not allowed to come back. Seeing that he couldn't hide it from Jiang Yao, Feng Qi had no choice but to tell the truth.
Brother Su is not ready to let us come back. They want me to lead them tomorrow. Everything on Earth is unknown. He thinks I am familiar with the environment above. So how did you get rid of them?
Zhou Jin interrupted Feng Qi, and the others also looked at him in confusion. They really wanted to know how Feng Qi came back.
I said, if I don't go back, Jiang Yao will no longer provide food and will no longer care about their life and death.
Jiang Yao nodded with satisfaction.
You are absolutely right. If they dare not let you come back, I will definitely not let them go. Everyone, go back. It's very late.
Even though there is no night on Makkah, humans' biological clock has never changed, and they still know when it's time to rest. Everyone got in the car and drove back together. As soon as he entered the space, Feng Qi's serious face relaxed a little. Jiang Yao walked behind him, not forgetting to remind him to eat.
You haven't eaten yet. I'll keep it for you. Eat breakfast and rest. Okay, let's go eat now.
Feng Qi took Xiao Lei and had dinner quickly. Jiang Yao walked to the river again and felt the breath of nature. The killer whale hasn't woken up yet, but looking in Jiang Yao's direction, it seems to have changed a lot. The color on his body has faded to white, and there seems to be growth underneath.
Leg?
Are those legs? Jiang Yao is not sure. Killer whales are mammals. Has it also evolved into a land animal? Being able to walk with legs is really amazing. Looking carefully, it seemed that a neck had grown out from under the killer whale's head. The head was no longer pointed, but gradually rounded. Although she couldn't see the facial features, she knew that the killer whale was no longer a killer whale. As for what kind of animal it will turn into, Jiang Yao doesn't know. I don't know when it will wake up. Let's wait. Seeing the swarms of fish in the river, Jiang Yao had an idea. She remembered that when she was searching for supplies, there seemed to be fishing rods. As soon as the thought came out, the fishing rod and bait suddenly appeared next to him. Jiang Yao raised the fishing rod, eager to try it, wanting to taste the difference in the taste of the fish inside. When she just threw the bait into the river, Zhou Jin came over and saw her fishing. So he also picked up the fishing rod on the side and started fishing. Zhou Jin looked at Jiang Yao aside.
Why do you suddenly think of fishing?
Jiang Yao kept staring at the float.
I can't sleep. I want to eat fish. Okay, let's fish together.
Zhou Jin carefully touched the fishing rod, looking at the river surface, but feeling very nervous in his heart. I wasn't as uncomfortable getting along with Jiang Yao before. Maybe it was because of my complicated thoughts.
Took the bait.
Jiang Yao's excited voice came to his ears. Zhou Jin quickly picked up the fishing rod and saw that there was no fish on it. But Jiang Yao's fishing rod was obviously bent. Zhou Jin suddenly breathed out. It turned out that it was not his fishing rod that was hooked. After a while, Jiang Yao pulled the fish up. The two of them looked at it together and realized that it was a grass carp weighing more than 10 kilograms. Its white scales were wet and emitted a cold light. Jiang Yao carried the fish and walked back excitedly.
Come on! I'll take this fish and cook it. You all can come and eat. Okay.
Zhou Jin stared at Jiang Yao's back, trying to say something but couldn't. Just live like this. Live simply. Jiang Yao ignored Zhou Jin behind him and threw the fish to the machine. A few minutes later, spicy boiled fish, fish head with chopped pepper, and steamed fish were out of the pot. Smelling the strong fragrance, Jiang Yao swallowed her saliva. When everyone gathered around, Jiang Yao started to move. The fish meat quickly melted in her mouth, and Jiang Yao nodded with satisfaction.
The fish in this river are indeed different and much more delicious.
Hearing this, the others also took some and put it into their mouths, eating the fragrant fish meat. They were also very satisfied.
It's indeed much more delicious. We've finished eating here. Let's go fishing again,
Zhou Han suggested.
Okay.
Feng Qi didn't refute. He hadn't eaten fish for a long time. Jiang Yao didn't object, thinking that before she caught a lot of fish in the mountains and didn't find a chance to eat it. Now that she is free, she would like to eat even more. An untimely sound of vomiting came from Zhou Han's mouth, causing everyone to lose their appetite.
Han, what's wrong with you?
Li carefully patted her back, but Zhou Han did not answer him in time. After vomiting, Zhou Han felt a little better.
I don't know what's going on. I've been feeling a little nauseous these past 2 days.
When he said it was disgusting, Zhou Han was afraid that Jiang Yao would misunderstand. So he hurriedly explained to her.
Don't get me wrong. I haven't had a good appetite these past 2 days. It's not that the fish doesn't taste good.
Jiang Yao nodded.
I know. You don't need to explain. I don't have a doctor here. I don't know how to treat you. I wonder if there is a doctor over there in Ark.
Jiang Yao asked Feng Qi this question. Feng Qi shook his head solemnly after receiving her question.
They are all researchers, not doctors. Then how? Vomit.
Zhou Han ran off the table, hit aside and vomited.
Is it possible that you have a bad stomach?
Zhou Jinjin frowned, very worried about her sister's illness.
I don't think she's sick.
Zhou's mother, who had been silent all this time, was thoughtful.
How to say it?
Jiang Yao didn't understand.
It's more like being pregnant.
Zhou's mother raised the corners of her mouth.
I'm going to have a grandson. Pregnant?
Several people stood up at the same time and looked at the two people in the corner. No matter what possibility they thought of, they never thought that Zhou Han would be pregnant. Jiang Yao became serious. She didn't know whether it was good or bad to be pregnant at this time. They have not officially settled down yet, and they are not sure which tribe will come to cause trouble again. There is danger everywhere, but pregnancy is a natural phenomenon, and she should follow the rules. Jiang Yao couldn't help but curl her lips when she thought of the bustling little guy in the team a year later. This feels not bad. Chapter 204 Absorbing Energy Again. Zhou Han held his stomach and was supported by Li Yi as he walked over. When they heard Zhou's mother say she was pregnant, the happy expressions on their faces could not be concealed.
Mom, am I really pregnant?
Zhou Han sat next to Zhou's mother, touching his belly uncertainly. It feels like there is really a little thing pregnant inside.
Is it true? We'll know after testing it.
Just now, Jiang Yao had asked the pharmaceutical company to make a pregnancy test stick, and she was holding it in her hand. Seeing so many people around, she was too embarrassed to give it to Zhou Han directly, and planned to give it to her later. Everyone was very happy to have a meal, because with the addition of the little life, the atmosphere today was particularly harmonious. After eating, Jiang Yao and Zhou Han went back to the room together.
Take it and take a test.
Jiang Yao handed the pregnancy test stick to Zhou Han. Zhou Han happily took it and said,
I'll go right away.
There were only two of them in the room. Li wanted to follow, but Jiang Yao stopped him. Let him and Zhou Han be happy together when the results come out. Within a few minutes, Zhou Han shyly walked out of the bathroom with a pregnancy test stick.
It's true. It's true.
Jiang Yao glanced at the two bars above and was really happy for Zhou Henin.
You should stop doing heavy work from now on and cultivate yourself well.
When Zhou Han heard this, he was a little moved and a little nervous. She worries that if she doesn't participate in the affairs of the team, she will be forgotten.
I'm fine. I can do some easier work. Just listen to me.
How could Jiang Yao not understand what she was thinking?
No one dares to say anything to you. Okay, I'll listen to you.
Zhou Han held his belly with both hands, and his eyes were filled with tears. The two went out of the room. Li Yi and Zhou's mother were waiting outside the room. When they saw them coming out, they hurriedly and happily greeted them.
How about it? Am I right?
Mother Zhou looked at her daughter with a kind face. Li stared at Zhou Han expectantly, waiting for her to respond.
Yeah.
Zhou Han looked back at him shyly. Seeing her nodding, Li hugged her and jumped for joy.
Great! I have a baby! Henin, you must pay attention to your health. You don't have to do anything from now on. Just tell me what you want to eat.
Li realized what he said and quickly covered his mouth. Now that there is a lack of food, it is not that he can eat whatever he wants. Sensing everyone's restraint, Jiang Yao laughed.
Tell me what you want to eat in the future. I have everything there. There's no need to hide it.
Zhou Han is her good sister. and it is more than enough to support a pregnant woman.
I understand. I will ask if you need anything.
Zhou Han looked at Jiang Yao gratefully. But what he wanted in his heart was to try not to drag down his sisters. Zhou Jin also stared at Jiang Yao gratefully, as if with her, nothing would be a problem. Everyone was happy for a while, and then went back to their rooms. It was getting late, so Jiang Yao lay on the bed and explained to the two about going to Earth tomorrow.
When you go up there tomorrow, be very careful. If you find any traces of dinosaurs, don't linger. You know?
The giant python shook its tail.
Don't worry. After so long, we finally have a place to be useful. I'm almost sick. Me too. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time.
Yihu glared at Jiang Yao dissatisfied, and promised not to let them stay in the space. I don't know when. They were thrown into the space again by Jiang Yao, and they were extremely bored. Jiang Yao couldn't help but snicker in her heart when she saw the two women's expressions.
Okay. I won't put you in the space next time. I'll take you with me wherever I go. That's all right. Right. It's best this way. Otherwise, we won't listen to you.
Yihu climbed onto Jiang Yao's belly and closed his eyes to sleep. Seeing this, Jiang Yao also felt sleepy and fell asleep soon. When they woke up early in the morning, Yihu and Giant Python had already left the space with a Christian carp and two small ones, and set off with a large group. It's been a long time since I went to the mountain. Today is a good time to go up the mountain because the weather is nice. Jiang Yao is going to let everyone go up the mountain again and do all the methods they saw before to see the effect. Zhou Han was pregnant and was not suitable for climbing mountains, so he left her in the space. Jiang Yao took the space with her so that she would not be afraid of being ejected from the space. The group followed up the mountain, with Jiang Yao leading the way. When they reached the mountainside, all the beasts and insects that had escaped from the ground burrowed into the ground, as if they were afraid of the appearance of Jiang Yao and others. Jiang Yao ignored them and walked straight to the yellow energy, making way for others to get in first. The three people who had not succeeded before felt anxious. No matter what, they would succeed this time. The bearded man closed his eyes, carefully raised his hands, let his mind go, and immersed himself in absorbing energy. It wasn't until energy penetrated into his brain that Jiang Yao's tense body relaxed. It seemed that the bearded man had succeeded. Looking at the others, they all succeeded. Even Li Yi, who had always been gloomy, successfully absorbed the energy. Maybe Zhou Han's pregnancy made him let go of everything. Several people did it 3 times in a row. At the end, their whole bodies were glowing with crystal clear light, and they were radiant and looked much younger.
It really worked. Great!
Several people touched their skin excitedly. It was tender, smooth, and full of power.
Jiang Yao, hurry up and give it a try.
Feng Qi took the initiative to get out of the way. Seeing this, Jiang Yao no longer hesitated and stepped forward to absorb the energy. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yao woke up, and as expected, her body was filled with a lot of light, which was exactly the same as the light she saw on the photorock. This is the correct way to absorb energy.
Every day from now on, you should come up and do your homework. Extending life is a persistent matter and cannot be given up halfway.
Jiang Yao did not forget to tell everyone, but also reminded herself. Just today, she is going to station in her new territory. The matters here will be left to Feng Qi.
After I leave, if you need anything, ask Feng Qi to come and let me know. You must support each other and never quarrel or cause conflicts.
Upon hearing this, several people knew that they could not stop Jiang Yao from leaving, so they agreed.
Boss, we will get along well. If we have time, can we go see you?
The bearded man showed deep reluctance. In his heart, Jiang Yao was already a family member. Jiang Yao nodded.
Yes, but if nothing happens, it's best not to disturb me and let me live alone for a while.
After being busy for so long, it was time for her to relax.
We will miss you.
Zhang Jia looked at Jiang Yao with wet eyes.
Okay, it's not a separation between life and death. There's no need to be so heavy. Let's go down the mountain quickly.
Looking at Jiang Yao's free and easy back, everyone's thoughts were very complicated. Especially Zhou Jin and Feng Qi don't want Jiang Yao to leave. But this is Jiang Yao's territory. How should they keep her? No. Let's live a serious life and run a good ranch. Chapter 205 Dinosaurs enter Maca planet. After several people went down the mountain again, Jiang Yao entered the greenhouse again and took a look. She found that the food that had been planted had not sprouted yet, and the soil was a little dry. Jiang Yao pinched the soil and said,
Water them. But don't water them too much, lest the seeds rot. Okay, we'll water it later.
Feng Qi agreed. Researchers have studied that the water from the nearby lake can be used for watering and can be drunk after being boiled. Unlike the lake where Cheng Nanxing healed his wounds before, the water in this lake is similar to tap water, and the quality of the water can meet the needs of the human body. Jiang Yao was about to leave, but suddenly thought of something. She didn't have a mount. Caressing her forehead. How could she have forgotten this matter? It seemed that she could only wait for Yu and the others to come back before leaving. They had just left. When could they come back? Others had already started to build a ranch, and Jiang Yao had nothing to do but follow them. By the way, Zhou Han was released from the space and asked to do something simple and within her ability. This was something Zhou Han brought up on his own initiative. He said it was easy to have random thoughts when he was too free. So Jiang Yao had no choice but to let her go. After a day, the first pasture was quickly set up. This pasture has a total area of 10 acres. The fence is loosely made and is more than half the height of a person. It is suitable for raising wild deer and yaks. The huge grassland just provides them with fodder. And there is also a small lake area that just provides abundant water resources. Jiang Yao tried to put 10 wild deer and 20 yaks into the fence. They were stunned for a while. And then, they started to move carefully. It may be that the environment is unfamiliar, and the wild deer is not used to life in the outside world. So it runs rampant in the fence, trying to escape.
Will they not adapt to the environment and not get sick?
Zhou Han looked worried. It would be a pity if they got sick.
It should be temporary. Let's observe it for a while.
Compared with the docile yaks, the wild deer were much less honest. After jumping around for half an hour, they finally stopped and went to eat grass with their heads down. Seeing this, Jiang Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Several people also relaxed and watched them happily grazing in the fence.
We will be very busy from now on,
Feng Qi said with a smile.
Yes, but life also has its own headway. Right,
Zhou Jin said with a smile. Unexpectedly, one day, he would switch from a life of food and clothing to a life of a herder. Without the hustle and bustle of the city, human beings would once again return to their original state and be self-sufficient. It's a pretty good day without too many worries. Several people thought they could rest for 2 days. But Jiang Yao spoke again.
Build 2 more small pastures to raise pigs, pheasants and hares. The problem that pheasants can fly is easy to solve. But hares dig holes. How to solve this problem?
Feng Qi had never raised livestock before and didn't know how to solve such a problem.
Isn't this simple? The hare fence is laid with iron plates on the ground to prevent them from digging holes and escaping.
Compared to others who don't know anything, Big Beard has much more experience.
If the floor is laid, do we have to cut the grass to feed them?
Zhang Jie thought long term.
We can only use this method. Otherwise, it will be really difficult to solve.
Feng Qi said in a deep voice. There is no bamboo forest here, so we can't weave bamboo roofs and raise the rabbits separately. We can only do it according to the way Big Beard said. Jiang Yao is very optimistic about Big Beard's method.
Although Beard's method is a bit tiring, it is indeed a good method. As for the pheasants, cut off their wings, and they will not be able to fly.
After saying this, Jiang Yao started the machinery factory again and started building iron plates. It's best to make what everyone needs today to avoid future troubles. Just when everyone was relaxing, there was another loud noise on the ground. Jiang Yao thought that Fedora was approaching on his mount again. But when she looked at where the sound came from, she was shocked.
It's Ihu and the others.
Not only the exotic tigers, but also the dark crowd behind them.
Didn't they go dig the soil? Why are they back now?
The bearded man explained.
Is it possible that we got off to a bad start and encountered dinosaurs as soon as we arrived?
No. As soon as Zhou Jin finished speaking, the 2 giant beasts following the crowd were dinosaurs with their bloody mouths open. Damn it. They actually lured dinosaurs here.
That's a dinosaur?
Zhou Han pointed to the distance uncertainly. She had seen the true appearance of dinosaurs in TV dramas.
That's right. Those big guys.
Jiang Yao took out the cannon and waited for the crowd to get closer before locking the target. It was too far now, and she couldn't hurt innocent people. I saw the exotic tiger and a few others running towards this side quickly, carrying many people and soil on their backs. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, they did not give up transporting soil. When Jiang Yao was moved, the crowd gradually approached, and they were so slow that they were almost bitten by the dinosaur and swallowed directly into its stomach.
Ah! Help! Dinosaurs eat people!
Screams and cries for help came and went, which sounded like a life-threatening spell to several people's ears.
Han! Hide in the ark quickly! Quickly!
Zhou Jin pushed Zhou Han and Zhou's mother, not letting them stay in this dangerous place.
I'm not leaving. I'm staying to help.
Zhou Han didn't want to leave.
Come on!
Now is not the time to be impulsive.
Jiang Yao yelled at her. Zhou Han was stunned, and obediently led Zhou's mother to the ark to avoid danger.
Close.
Feng Qi lit the fuse and threw the SHL into the cannon.
Bang.
The cannon was aimed at the dinosaur's position and fired accurately.
Bang, bang, bang.
Continuous gunfire sounded from behind the crowd, blocking the path of the dinosaurs. People found their chance of survival and quickly fled this way. Crusade Carp was the first to arrive behind Jiang Yao and others with hundreds of people. Su Ji and others got off its back and stood beside Jiang Yao to fight the dinosaurs together.
What's going on? How did you lure the dinosaurs to Massacre?
Feng Qi asked Su Ji with a frown.
We never thought that the other party would be so persistent and pursue us. There were 4 such dinosaurs at first, but when they entered the pothole, 2 of them fell to death. These 2 fell on their bodies and were not killed. Falling to death led to the scene.
Su Ji wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained it carefully to everyone.
Thanks to the timely discovery of the strange tiger, we were able to avoid a large number of casualties. Dozens of people have already been buried in the belly of the dinosaur.
Su Ji was extremely sad. This was his first time on Earth, and he had paid such a heavy price. If he continued to dig soil in the future, the remaining human beings would be destroyed. Even if Jiang Yao gives him more food, he doesn't want to take risks with others anymore. Chapter 206 Dinosaur Meat. Jiang Yao and the others didn't know what Su Ji was thinking. They were only concerned about how to deal with these 2 dinosaurs.
The most important thing now is to solve them.
Jiang Yao and others fired cannonballs one after another, but the cannonballs always landed around the dinosaurs and did not hit them accurately. It's not that the launch is inaccurate. It's that the dinosaurs can hide. They are as smart as they are conscious.
Cross Carp. Take me up into the air.
Seeing the 2 sides getting closer and closer, the crowds fled in all directions. In order to prevent someone from damaging the pasture, Jiang Yao had to go into battle personally.
I'll go with you.
Feng Qi and Jiang Yao climbed on the Crusade Carp's back together and flew towards the dinosaur. On the other side, Fedora was riding over. He was leading troops in the territory when he suddenly heard a strange roar. He intuitively felt that Jiang Yao and the others were in danger. His guess was correct. As soon as he arrived, he saw 2 unfamiliar faces chasing humans. Fedora didn't think much, ordered his mount and charged forward. The Cao is usually very docile and well-behaved, but once it attacks, it has countless deadly tricks. Jiang Yao came to the sky above the dinosaur and continued to fire cannonballs. Ouch. One of them was hit and fell to the ground. His heavy body struggled hard on the ground, and the dust raised attracted the attention of several people. I thought the dinosaur couldn't get up, but I didn't expect it to be so tenacious. Even after a hole was blown in its abdomen, it could still stand up. The other end found Jiang Yao in the air. He no longer chased the crowd, but jumped up hard, trying to bite them. But the Crusade Carp was not slow. When it realized the danger, it had already taken Jiang Yao and Feng Qi to a higher place. Jiang Yao and the 2 did not stop attacking, but continued to fire cannonballs. They did not stop until the Cao rushed forward and collided with the dinosaur, enjoying the attacks of the 2 ferocious beasts in the air. It was obvious that the Cao, who had a physical advantage, was slightly better. More than 10 minutes later, the 2 dinosaurs were knocked back by Deci and showed signs of escaping.
We can't let them escape. If we go back and report the news, Massacre Star will never stop in the future.
Feng Qi took out the mortar and quickly fired it at one of them, hitting it in the head.
Ouch.
With a sound, the struck dinosaur fell heavily to the ground, struggled twice, and then stopped moving. Perhaps Feng Qi was able to blow it up so smoothly because he was seriously injured by the Cao. The other end was still running back, roaring as he ran, and the cheeks on both sides of his mouth bulged, clearly feeling angry. But there was only one of it left, and it was obviously a bit difficult to deal with the sea.
Unable to run away or fight, the dinosaur stopped escaping and stood there, waiting for the enemy to attack. The eyes were clearly filled with despair.
Huh? So dinosaurs also have mood swings?
Jiang Yao looked at it curiously. This was different from the dinosaurs she had learned about. This dinosaur looked similar to a Tyrannosaurus rex, but it was much larger and more ferocious in appearance. The fangs at the corners of its mouth were thick and long, and the claws on its chest were very sharp, more domineering than Tyrannosaurus rex.
Did the dinosaurs also mutate?
Feng Qi naturally discovered this.
I don't know. No matter what, we can't let him escape alive.
Talking about feelings with carnivorous animals is not putting yourself in their mouths? Jiang Yao put on fire bombs. Since the cannonballs could dodge, the moment the fire bombs exploded, she couldn't even run away and was burned alive. Sure enough, the moment the fire bomb exploded, the dinosaur was surrounded by fire. The entire dragon's body was like a huge fireball. No matter how it escaped, the flames on its body did not go out. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the dinosaur jumped down and jumped into the lake nearby. The flames on its body were extinguished instantly. It stood up from the water and shook its body twice, staring at Jiang Yao in midair with sharp eyes.
Well,
Jiang Yao was stunned. Was she hated by the dinosaur? Why is this one so difficult to deal with?
what should we do now?
She really couldn't think of a good way. Feng Qi looked at the burned black dinosaur below and had a headache for a moment. He never expected that the other party was so tenacious and smart. At this moment, the Cao rushed forward again. It used its strong neck to overturn the dinosaur into the water again, and sat on it with its whole body. Before the dinosaur could even scream, it was drowned by the Cao.
The Sao wants to drown it?
Jiang Yao understood the Sao's operation.
That must be the case.
Feng Qi seemed to see the dawn of victory.
Fedoro!
On the Cao's back, Fedoro was sitting steadily, muttering something in his mouth. Only then did the two discover that Fedoro had been sitting on the Cao giving orders.
Crosscarp! Let us down!
Seeing that the dinosaur was certain to die, Jiang Yao was no longer afraid and boldly got off the ground and walked to the lake. At this time, the lake was extremely turbid, and no dinosaurs could be seen at the bottom of the lake. Only half of the Cao's body was exposed. Several people gradually gathered around, and after waiting for more than 10 minutes, the Cao finally moved. It quickly stood up from the lake, swept it with its neck, and the limp dinosaur was swept ashore by it, with its mouth wide open and its chest and abdomen no longer rising and falling. How many people know that dinosaurs really drowned? You still have to rely on the big guys to solve the problem. Fedoro jumped off the Cao's back, stared at the dinosaur with a complicated expression, and asked Jiang Yao,
What kind of monster is this? Why is it so big? This is a carnivore. A dinosaur. This is the first time I've seen a real one.
Jiang Yao looked at the dinosaur that was more than 10 meters long inside. She had only seen the specimen before, but now that it was actually in front of her, she was still particularly shocked. I ran away in such a hurry last time that I didn't have time to see their appearance clearly. This time I finally saw the lineup, and my body still couldn't help but tremble.
Dinosaur? Is this thing edible?
Fedoro felt anxious when he saw such a meaty dinosaur. What they eat the most is insects. No one in the tribe has ever eaten such a large piece of meat.
Eat? You should be able to eat it. But I don't know if it tastes good or not.
Jiang Yao shook her head blankly. In her impression, dinosaurs only eat humans. There is no precedent for anyone eating dinosaurs.
I will take one of them back and share it with the tribe. As for the remaining one, you can eat it.
Fedoro's words were astonishing. As soon as he finished speaking, the Cao successfully picked up the dinosaur, threw it on his back, and left slowly. Fedoro didn't waste time. He wanted to go back quickly to share this happiness with everyone. After he left, several people stared blankly at the dinosaur carcass not far away, and the bearded man swallowed his saliva.
Are we really going to eat it? How can we eat such a big dinosaur? It's better to bury it.
Zhou Jin did not agree with eating dinosaurs.
If you don't want to eat it, why don't you give it to us?
Suji led the crowd over. They hadn't eaten meat for a long time, and so much dinosaur meat might not be enough. Jiang Yao twitched the corner of her mouth.
Whatever. You can eat whatever you want.
She can't eat it. Chapter 207 Sharing Dinosaurs. As soon as Jiang Yao finished speaking, someone in the crowd cheered. Several people looked over and saw that people were rushing towards the dinosaur carcass, their faces full of excitement and excitement. Su Ji had already walked over to preside over it. It was impossible for them to carry away the whole dinosaur with such a big head. Instead, they used long knives from who knows where. People lined up to cut the dinosaur meat. The scene was bloody. Shou Han just walked out and saw this scene. He couldn't help but ran back in disgust. His face was pale, and he couldn't stop vomiting. Mother Zhou comforted her by saying that it was normal for a newly pregnant woman not to see blood. Everyone else stayed where they were and refused to leave. Jiang Yao couldn't help but tease.
Why? You also want to taste what dinosaur meat tastes like.
These people have meat to eat every 2 days, so they shouldn't be so greedy.
I'm just curious. I won't eat it.
The bearded man shook his head in fear. Smelling the fishy smell, he felt that dinosaur meat was definitely not delicious.
We won't eat either.
Zhou Jin and others shook their heads at the same time. Jiang Yao smiled and took the lead to walk back, just in time to see how much soil he had brought back this time. But Su Zhi caught up with him.
Jiang Yao, I want to discuss something with you.
Jiang Yao crossed her arms and looked at Su Zhi, already guessing what he wanted to say.
You want to say that you won't go to the earth to dig soil?
Su Zhi was knocked out of his mind and a little embarrassed. But for the sake of the big guy's life, he had to stand up.
That's right. You saw it today. It's really too dangerous. You don't know that there are dinosaurs everywhere on the surface of the earth. If you don't pay attention, you will be discovered by them. We were able to escape this time thanks to the strange tigers and giants. The python detects danger in time. If it's not such a coincidence next time, none of us will be able to come back.
Jiang Yao had no intention of letting them go. If the rebellion hadn't happened before, she would have planned for them to work together. However, she was afraid that they would be bitten if they were not familiar with each other. So she kept a distance from this group of people.
Okay. If you don't go, you won't go. But in the future, if you want to grow food and eat soil, you still have to do it yourself.
There is soil in her space. So Feng Qi and the others can ignore the problem of moving soil to the earth. But these people are different. They have to rely on themselves.
I understand this. We will be self-reliant.
Su Zhi agreed readily. But he knew that if he wanted to grow food, he had to build a greenhouse. Unfortunately, they didn't have the materials, and it was difficult to ask Jiang Yao. So they had to place their hopes on Feng Qi, hoping that he could say something nice. So Su Zhi pulled Feng Qi aside.
Feng Qi, can you help us talk to Jiang Yao and help us build a greenhouse? It doesn't need to be big. 500 square meters is enough.
He calculated that the food in a 500 square meter greenhouse was enough to feed thousands of people. Although his life was a little tight, he could still survive. Feng Qi turned around and looked at Jiang Yao with a troubled look on his face.
I'll give it a try. After all, the materials are Jiang Yao's, and I can't make the final decision. I understand. No matter what, you have to give me an answer.
Su Zhi smiled flatteringly. Since he came here, he has lived a life without self-esteem for the sake of human beings. But this is all of his own free will. And I believe Jiang Yao will agree. After Su Zhi left, Feng Qi looked into Jiang Yao's smiling eyes.
He told you about building a greenhouse?
Feng Qi smiled.
I can't hide anything from you. It's easy to build a greenhouse. When the food sprouts, just build one for them.
After Jiang Yao finished speaking, he climbed onto Yu's back. She originally planned to build one for those people, but she didn't take the initiative to mention it because she wanted them to come and ask for it in person. Since people asked for it, she had no reason not to give it.
Thank you. I'll talk to Brother Su right now.
Feng Qi chased after Su Zhi.
Brother Su, wait a minute. Jiang Yao has agreed to build a greenhouse for you.
Su Zhi couldn't believe Jiang Yao agreed so easily.
You didn't lie to me? No. What she said has always been fulfilled.
Feng Qi spoke for Jiang Yao. Su Zhi rubbed his hands, a smile on his haggard face.
Thank you so much. We have another motivation to live. Regarding the soil, help me apologize to Jiang Yao. We failed to do what we promised her. And she still. It's okay. We should help each other.
Feng Qi interrupted him. Compared with Feng Qi's indifference, Su Zhi couldn't restrain his inner excitement. He was only in his 40s, but he was tortured by the things of survival. Looking at Feng Qi's younger and younger face, even though I was confused, but didn't ask. Feng Qi had indeed never mentioned the matter of extending lifespan to him. Thinking that Jiang Yao might have forgotten about it, he took matters into his own hands and told Su Zhi to forget it.
Brother Su, you know the yellow smoke on the mountain. Right. I know. Is there anything wrong with it?
Su Zhi wondered why Feng Qi suddenly mentioned smoke.
That's the kind of energy that can make people younger and extend their lives, as long as they learn to absorb it. Humans can also extend their lives. Extending lifespan?
Su Zhi's eyes widened.
So, you have already tried it?
It's not that he didn't notice the changes in Feng Qi and the others. He just didn't think much about them.
I have tried it. I will go to your place when I have time and teach you how to absorb energy.
Feng Qi turned his head and looked at the people waiting for him. He had no chance now. So he should find another time to teach seriously.
Okay. We are waiting for you. Feng Qi. The development of mankind depends on you.
Su Ji's expectations directly put a lot of pressure on Feng Qi. He understood Su Ji's good intentions. So he helped as much as he could. When he went to the army before, he saw 3 newborns among them. Su Ji also told people that pregnant women must be given priority when having food. From this point of view, he admired them enough. Zhou Han is now pregnant, and he understands how she feels. And he can't help but care more about the vulnerable groups from the bottom of his heart.
I know. After you divide the meat, go back first.
Feng Qi looked at Su Ji and looked at the crowd from time to time, knowing that he also wanted to get over it.
Okay, I'll go over there first.
Su Ji swallowed. They could finally have a good meal tonight. After saying goodbye to Su Ji, Feng Qi returned to the team and Jiang Yao looked over.
Why did you talk for so long?
Feng Qi hesitated for 2 seconds and then explained the life extension to Jiang Yao.
Just say it. You don't need to explain these things to me. If you want to do something, just do it. As long as it doesn't go against the principles. You can make your own decisions.
Upon hearing this, several people immediately understood that Jiang Yao was leaving. Chapter 208 Chong Yuan is not dead yet. Sure enough, Jiang Yao's next sentence was,
I'm leaving now. I'll leave one of the 2 little ones with you. Let me know if anything happens.
Several people were stunned, never expecting Jiang Yao to be willing to keep the tiger. But the 2 little ones have grown up and are about the same size as the exotic tigers. They can also shrink and communicate. It's just a question of which one is willing to stay. Lifting the 2 little ones out of the space. As soon as he saw his son, he walked over to communicate with the 2 little ones.
Which of you wants to stay here?
The 2 little ones whimpered twice, neither of them willing to stay. Several of them had expressions that showed that they were indeed like this. And they were also a little embarrassed.
Why don't we stay? We have helicopters. And it's the same thing.
Feng Qi kindly came to the rescue. But Jiang Yao insisted on keeping one for everyone's safety.
Which of you stays will let the hares eat whatever they want from now on.
When the 2 little ones heard this, they drooled excitedly at the corners of their mouths.
I stayed. I'll stay too.
The 2 tigers were circling in circles, already thinking about catching hares in the future, and finally no longer stayed in the small fence. Jiang Yao's lips raised.
Then you all stay here.
As soon as he finished speaking, he caught another 100 hares from the space and released them. As soon as the hares came out, they ran away happily. When the 2 little ones saw this, they chased the hare one after another and had a great time. Jiang Yao knew that they could not resist the temptation of hares and would stay here willingly.
Okay, I'll leave first. Be careful along the way.
Several people said reluctantly.
Okay, Zhou Han, if you want to eat, come find me.
After Jiang Yao finished speaking, after thinking about it, she grabbed a few pheasants from the space and stuffed them into Zhou Jin's hands.
Give her some nourishment and come back to me after eating. Okay, thank you.
Zhou Jin took the pheasant and was filled with emotion.
Zhou
Han was almost crying with gratitude. She might be pregnant and would be particularly susceptible to the effects of estrogen.
Okay, it's not a separation of life and death.
Jiang Yao pretended to be relaxed and said goodbye to everyone. Feng Qi pressed his lips tightly and never said anything to hold her back. He knew that Jiang Yao would not be restrained by others, so he could only let her go. Under everyone's watch, Jiang Yao got on Yu's back and left quickly.
Are you really relieved that you are leaving like this?
The giant python was puzzled by Jiang Yao's behavior. It was used to living in groups.
What are you worried about? We are all adults. I should relax and go back after we have had enough fun.
Jiang Yao just wanted to relax and visit every corner of Maka Star.
Okay, where do you want to go now?
Giant Python also wanted to visit other places.
Let's go check out my new territory first. Good.
The 2 accompanied Jiang Yao and quickly arrived at Chong Yuan's territory. The environment here is excellent, with blue grass, a very large lake, and even the breeze carries a sweet smell.
This is indeed the place with the best location. Chong Yuan is a person who really knows how to enjoy it.
Jiang Yao jumped off the strange tiger and sat on the grass, feeling the warmth of nature.
I wonder if there are any of his tribesmen here.
Ehu and Giant Python looked around warily, fearing that an enemy would suddenly rush out and hurt Jiang Yao.
There should be no more. We defeated them last time. And Fedoro also came here to drive them away. There can't be any remnants of Chong Yuan.
Jiang Yao stood up again and saw an excellent location at a glance, which was on a flat grassland near the lake.
Let's go there and settle down.
Jiang Yao ran over, quickly took out the two-person tent from the space, and set it up within 10 minutes. It had all the facilities inside and met all camping conditions. The exotic tiger and the giant python retracted their small bodies and looked around the tent. It was obvious that they also liked this tent. Jiang Yao took out a pot of tea from the space and sat down to eat afternoon dessert leisurely and elegantly.
Well, it's so comfortable.
Ihu and Giant Python sat at the table together and ate dessert with Jiang Yao.
It would be great if we could live like this from now on. I hope no one will disturb the peace.
Ihu closed his eyes, rolled his belly, and rolled comfortably on the table.
If there are no special circumstances, no one should come. Already here.
As soon as Jiang Yao finished speaking, the giant python said something that disturbed people's dreams.
Who's coming?
Jiang Yao followed the python's gaze and saw Fedoro walking over with Shan.
How did they know I was here?
Is there really an informant around here? Jiang Yao felt uncomfortable all over as she felt that her every move was being monitored. When Fedoro approached, Jiang Yao didn't give him a good look.
How did you know I was here?
She had only been here for a short time, but Fedoro could find him so quickly. She didn't believe that he didn't have an informant.
We went over there to find you. Fengchi said you had left. I thought you should have come here. I guessed it right.
Fedoro looked at the table in front of her and stared at the dessert on it with curiosity. This was the first time he had seen such exquisite food.
You mean? You went to see me?
Jiang Yao didn't believe it. How could it be such a coincidence?
Yes. I want to tell you about Chong Yuan.
Fedoro went straight to the point.
Chong Yuan? He hasn't been executed by you yet?
He got the antidote yesterday. Why is Chong Yuan still alive? Is there any problem?
No. I originally planned to sink him directly into the lake. But things didn't go very well. Shenhu? Wouldn't it be okay to just kill him?
Why bother? Jiang Yao was dissatisfied with Fudulua's ink. If it were her, she would just blow his head off with a gun.
You don't know something. Chong Yuan has been practicing forbidden arts since then. Ordinary weapons can't hit him. Even the sinking lake didn't drown him. Then what do you mean? There's nothing I can do.
Jiang Yao wondered. Could it be that she had a weapon that could kill Chong Yuan?
Can I borrow your fire bombs?
Sure enough, Fedoro expressed his request.
Water can't drown him. So how can fire help? Ordinary fire will definitely not burn him. But the things in the fire bomb seem to be able to burn him to death. And they cannot be extinguished at will.
Jiang Yao was silent, thinking about the authenticity of Fedoro's words. It is true that the fire bombs are mixed with wool. And it is true that they are not easy to extinguish. They can be used to burn Chong Yuan. Is it really possible?
Well, let me go with you. I can't rest assured until I see him burn to ashes. This is the best.
Fedoro nodded excitedly, as he had exactly what he meant. Jiang Yao got up helplessly. Her hard-earned days of purity were gone again. Fortunately, Chong Yuan's matter will be resolved soon.
Exotic tiger.
Upon hearing this, Ihu and Giant Python quickly recovered their true bodies and stood in front of the three of them. Jiang Yao sat on Ihu's back, and the Giant Python rolled up Fodor and put them on its back, and quickly walked towards Fodor's situation. Chapter 209. Chong Yuan is finally dead. The strange tiger didn't know the way, so he let the Giant Python lead the way. A few minutes later, they finally arrived at their destination, a place that seemed like a paradise. Fedoro invited Jiang Yaoshan to be a guest several times, but she rejected them all. Unexpectedly, she really missed such a beautiful scenery. I saw a huge blue tree in the center of the lake, covered with pink flowers. The trunk was crystal clear, and the sky above the top of the tree was surrounded by a huge luminous bead. The whole big tree was shining with golden light, like countless fireflies gathered together, flashing in the air. It turns out that there is no sunlight on Maka Star, but it relies on this huge luminous body to shine. I don't know how many similar beads there are on Maka Star. Jiang Yao was stunned. Fedoro touched her shoulder and led the way.
You guys come with me.
Jiang Yao woke up from a dream and followed Fedoro and Shan towards the big tree.
Fedoro, what kind of tree is this? And what are the beads on it?
Jiang Yao finally couldn't help being curious and asked carefully. She thought Fedoro wouldn't reveal anything, but the next second, he started to explain it seriously.
This is our tree of life. All Maka people live and develop under the tree of life. It nurtures our lives. Huh? Are you born from a big tree?
This is impossible.
Of course not. It is just a medium. When the female beast gives birth, she will go to the tree of life to give birth. Everyone will pray for her until she gives birth smoothly. I understand.
Jiang Yao understood. This tree of life may be another kind of energy. Energy that can allow them to be protected and live safely.
Why is there no territory in Chong Yuan?
When Jiang Yao first went to the territory, he did not see such a big tree. Logically speaking, every tribe should have such a place.
His tribe has dispersed, and the tree of life was prayed by everyone in the tribe. Only when people's hearts are united will it appear automatically.
After listening to Fedoro's explanation, Jiang Yao finally understood. This mysterious thing actually exists. And it depends entirely on the will of the orcs to survive. If people's hearts are distracted, the tree of life will cease to exist. It's really magical.
The beads on it are.
Jiang Yao continued to ask. Fedoro did not answer immediately, but chose to remain silent. Jiang Yao looked at the glowing and faintly moving beads and immediately understood what Fedoro meant. Seeing that she asked too many questions, Sean turned around with a warning look in his eyes. Jiang Yao looked back without fear, not taking his warning into consideration. But she had the good sense not to ask any more questions. Maybe you can still understand something about the tree of life. And the luminous beads may be a taboo for the orcs. But she is not in a hurry. She will understand clearly one day. The three of them walked to the tree of life in a short while. As they got closer, Jiang Yao felt its great charm even more. I feel that my soul has been cleansed. And the only evil thoughts in my heart no longer exist at this moment, leaving only a pure body. Jiang Yao was shocked in her heart. If she had not experienced it personally, she would not have believed that there was such a pure and innocent place.
This is it.
Fedoro took Jiang Yao to the dungeon where Chong Yuan was imprisoned. It was said to be a dungeon, but it was just a small space woven with the roots of the tree of life. But just such a space made it impossible for Chong Yuan to escape. Even though he had strong magic skills, he was still successfully imprisoned here. When Chong Yuan saw Jiang Yao's figure, his eyes full of hatred stayed on her. He stood up quickly and slowly approached Jiang Yao.
I didn't expect that I would see you again before I died. It's so wrong.
He is trapped here. Thanks to humanity. I blame myself for being too careless and let a mere human being take advantage of it.
I didn't expect that your life would be so tough. Not even the lake could drown you.
Jiang Yao snorted coldly, not afraid of Chong Yuan's hateful gaze at all. If she was still afraid before. But now, he has no wings to fly. Jiang Yao no longer wasted any time and directly took out the cannon and fired bombs from the space. Lit the torch and handed it to Fedoro.
Is it okay to burn him here?
The location of the dungeon was not far from the tree of life. And she always felt guilty when she thought of burning Chong Yuan here.
Yes. The tree of life has noticed the evil thoughts in him and has given up on his soul. It will not be affected in any way.
Fedoro took the torch, with a feeling of revenge in his eyes.
Chong Yuan, what else do you want to say?
Letting Chong Yuan die so easily was an advantage for him after all. Chong Yuan had mutilated so many of his kind. It would not be an exaggeration to think that he would be ripped off his skin, bruised in ashes. But neither of these two methods can eradicate him. Only by burning him to ashes can he completely disappear from this world. Even now, Chong Yuan still has no repentance.
The only thing I regret is that I didn't kill this human on the battlefield.
Chong Yuan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with desolation. If he hadn't been too greedy and insisted on wanting human blood, he wouldn't be where he is today. Unfortunately, he understood it too late. Chong Yuan not only regretted this incident, he had studied immortality for hundreds of years and finally saw hope. But before this hope came, he was about to be wiped out. He was unwilling to die like this. The blue veins on Chong Yuan's neck popped out. He was holding something in his hand and rushed towards Jiang Yao quickly.
Careful!
Sean stood in front of Jiang Yao, cutting off their sight. Soon after, Fedoro immediately lit the fuse. And with a bang, the firebomb flew smoothly towards Chong Yuan. The firebomb quickly exploded at his feet, and a huge fireball surrounded him and burned quickly.
Ah!
Chong Yuan fell to the ground with a painful expression and rolled vigorously, trying to extinguish the flames on his body. But how can a firebomb containing petroleum be extinguished so easily? Gradually, Chong Yuan's body stopped moving, allowing the fire snake to engulf his body. Jiang Yao looked at this scene and felt relieved. Just now, She thought Chong Yuan was going to act like a monster again. Fortunately, Fedoro acted decisively, and did not give him a chance to resist. As the burning smell came, Jiang Yao frowned and quickly walked out of the dungeon. Fedoro and Sean followed closely behind. But it was better to be careful. When they came out again, they would still close the dungeon tightly, and not give Chong Yuan any chance to escape.
Chong Yuan has finally been destroyed, and we can live with peace of mind.
Fedoro couldn't help but sigh, feeling a little embarrassed when he thought of taking advantage of Jiang Yao and others because of Chong Yuan's affairs. But Jiang Yao didn't mention it again, and he couldn't bring it up again. So he decided to keep this guilt in his heart and slowly make up for it.
Yes, Chong Yuan is finally dead.
With the only powerful enemy gone, Jiang Yao no longer has any worries. As for the other tribes, they have nothing to fear. Chapter 210, heading to no man's land.
Chong Yuan is dead. There's nothing left for me. Can I leave?
Jiang Yao looked at Fedoro.
Don't you want to play again?
Fedoro wanted to thank Jiang Yao for her help, but he didn't know how to thank her. He just wanted to keep her for a while.
Can I, an outsider, stay for a long time?
Jiang Yao took the lead to walk to the Tree of Life. Looking at its lush branches, her whole body became energetic. If she could absorb more energy, she could leave less quickly.
Yes, you are our benefactor, and the tribe has no objections. Really?
Jiang Yao looked at Sean behind Fedoro, always feeling that this person was hostile to her.
In that case, I'll stay a little longer.
In just half a day, she would leave to find the next Tree of Life. If possible, she would also like to give birth to a Tree of Life. I always feel that this Tree of Life has many secrets. Jiang Yao walked to the trunk of the Tree of Life and wanted to touch the branches with her hands, but was stopped by Sean.
Can't touch. Why?
Jiang Yao understood in her heart that she was just testing and wanted to know more. Fedoro looked at Jiang Yao in embarrassment.
Only members of the clan can touch it. If outsiders touch it, they will be burned. That's right. I understand.
Jiang Yao retracted her hand happily, and was shocked when she saw the baby under the tree.
This baby?
It's fluffy and soft, and it looks like it's the descendant of an orc.
She was just born, and now she still needs the blessing of the Tree of Life.
Fedoro explained.
Is everyone born this way?
When Zhou Han gives birth to a child, does he have to give birth under the Tree of Life? Or is there a special saying?
That's right. Only by being recognized by the Tree of Life can they successfully survive on Massacre, receive the protection of their tribe, and grow up smoothly. Massacre is a special planet. Many babies born in the wild will die for no reason. So the Tree of Life is their second mother. So that's it.
Jiang Yao thought of Zhou Han.
I have a friend who is pregnant now. Does she have to give birth under the Tree of Life? It stands to reason that this is the case. But I really don't know what human production is like.
Fedoro didn't know anything about the human species, and he didn't know whether he followed Massacre's requirements. Jiang Yao understands what Fedoro means. They are aliens, and the indigenous people should not know. Just in case, she must find a Tree of Life of her own. It is inevitable to follow the survival rules of Massacre. But she has no clue now. If you ask Fedoro, he probably won't tell the truth. And you still have to go out and find it yourself.
How big is the territory of Massacre?
Fedoro didn't understand why Jiang Yao asked about the boundary.
The habitable area is about 3 million square kilometers, and it is clearly composed of tribes and no man's land. No man's land?
Jiang Yao seemed to see the Tree of Life waving to her. Since it was no man's land, there must be many unknown things there.
Where is the no man's land?
She was ready to go for a walk.
You want to go to no man's land?
Fedoro clenched his fists in shock.
There are too many dangers in no man's land, and we don't dare to set foot in it. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to go alone. I have a reason why I have to go.
In order to survive on Massacre, she must find the Tree of Life.
Are you looking for the Tree of Life?
Jiang Yao half closed her eyes, and did not nod or shake her head. She did not expect Fedoro to guess her intention.
As long as the destined person arrives, the Tree of Life will appear automatically. You don't need to take risks. Destined person.
Jiang Yao was speechless. Why did she feel like she had entered the world of metaphysics?
Fate is not something you wait for. It's something you meet on your own. Just tell me where the no man's land is.
Jiang Yao insisted on taking a trip and treated it as a tourist.
To the east, there is no human habitation there. There are no mountains, rivers, and rivers. It's all rocks and dead grass. It's really not suitable for survival.
Fedora knew that Jiang Yao would not change his decision. So he had no choice but to briefly introduce the terrain of the no man's land.
Thank you. I'll leave now.
Jiang Yao is not going to waste time and energy here. She is getting ready to go. We need to tell Feng Qi and the others about this matter. The time of going out is uncertain, so we can't let them worry.
Do you need me to accompany you? No need. Thank you for telling me so much.
Jiang Yao interrupted Fedora, not wanting to involve others.
Okay. Be careful on the road.
Fedora stopped admonishing and only hoped that Jiang Yao's trip would go smoothly. Sean sighed. He always felt that Jiang Yao, a human being, was not simple and would bring great disaster to them in the future. But the king trusted her immensely. And he, the great elder, had no say. I had to observe it secretly for a while before making any plans. Human beings were greedy for the tree of life, and they didn't know whether it was good or bad. Fortunately, Jiang Yao didn't have the desire to take anything by force, and he didn't covet the tree of life in his clan. If she wants to find it, let her find it. After Jiang Yao left, she asked the giant python to make a trip, tell Feng Qi and others about her trip, and brought hundreds of pheasants and wild boar cubs with her. I don't know when I will come back after this trip. After the giant python left, Jiang Yao and Ihu returned to the lake, took back all the tents and other things, and sat quietly by the lake waiting for the giant python to come back. After about half an hour, the giant python finally appeared. When Jiang Yao took a closer look, she realized that there was an extra person on its back. Not Feng Qi, not Zhou Jin, but Big Beard. What's he doing here? Jiang Yao had a headache for a moment. It was probably because everyone was worried about her that they sent the bearded man to follow.
Boss, I'll go with you.
The bearded man jumped off the python's back and walked to Jiang Yao.
I can do it alone. So you don't need to do the work at the base? This is a decision we have unanimously discussed. Feng Qi and Zhou Jin will make the decision on other matters. I can rest assured.
The two of them couldn't follow because they couldn't let go of the base. And Zhou Jin was even more worried about Zhou Han. The reason why he was allowed to come was because he was very strong, but not as good as Feng Qi. But he could still be considered a good practitioner.
Okay. It's best not to cause trouble for me.
Jiang Yao didn't let the bearded man go back. It would be good for the two of them to take care of him.
I won't. Don't worry. Boss.
Hee. The bearded man's honest smile infected Jiang Yao, and the two of them laughed in unison.
Let's go!
Jiang Yao quickly climbed onto the back of the strange tiger, while Big Beard sat on the back of the giant python, and the two quickly disappeared from the place holding their master. Their target is the no man's land to the east. They are still 5,000 kilometers away from the no man's land, and they should arrive in 2 days at the fastest possible speed. Along the way, the bearded man kept a gun in his hand, always vigilant to protect Jiang Yao's safety. Chapter 211 Looking for the Tree of Life. The two of them walked for a while, and then stopped. It was already late, and Jiang Yao planned to stop here to rest. Before entering the space, she and Big Beard walked around the area and found traces of a certain tribe's life. Jiang Yao really wanted to see the Tree of Life in this tribe, but she was afraid of being discovered by the orcs, so she gave up the idea.
Boss, you said you wanted to find the Tree of Life. What is that?
The bearded man asked Jiang Yao while pouring tea. He had not seen the Tree of Life, so he knew nothing about it. If Jiang Yao hadn't asked the giant python to inform him before leaving, they would have been kept in the dark and didn't know the word Tree of Life.
It is a big tree that can bring energy and vitality to people. You will understand it when you see it.
Jiang Yao didn't explain it carefully and asked her to explain it, but she couldn't understand it either. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you understand the wonder of the Tree of Life. The bearded man looked confused, but did not continue to ask. Just as the two were setting up camp, several orcs discovered them. Jiang Yao did not alarm them, hoping that the other party would not make a fuss. The reason why she did not enter the space to rest was because she wanted to enjoy the scenery along the way. The scenery here was quite good, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance of flowers. Since coming to Massacre, Jiang Yao has never seen what the flowers here look like, since she can smell the fragrance. The flowers must not be very far from here. She actually wanted to see it too.
Boss, someone is coming.
Big Beard was tall, and could see a distance that Jiang Yao couldn't. He saw a group of orcs approaching them from a distance.
Should we go into space and hide for a while? Are there many people? Do you have weapons?
Jiang Yao did not rush to escape, but first understood the situation before speaking.
The weapon is nothing special. It's just a spear. But there are a lot of people. Are they coming to drive us away?
The bearded man told Jiang Yao everything he saw.
Let's observe first and then talk.
As soon as she finished speaking, the strange tiger and the giant python stood on both sides of her to protect her. The orcs quickly walked 10 meters in front of Jiang Yao. When they saw the unfamiliar appearance of Jiang Yao and Big Beard, they suddenly felt wary. They never participated in disputes and never left their territory. So they had never seen aliens like Jiang Yao.
Who are you? And why did you suddenly appear here?
The leader was tall and tall, much taller than Fedoro.
We are just passing by here. Rest for a while and then leave. We have no intention of causing trouble.
Jiang Yao didn't speak the local language, but it was so amazing that the native orcs could understand it. Everyone whispered in surprise. And those naked eyes seemed to look at Jiang Yao from the inside out. They didn't sense Jiang Yao's malice. But according to the clan rules, they were not allowed to leave strangers behind and had to be driven away.
Please leave quickly. Otherwise don't blame us for being rude.
All the orcs raised their spears, without any kind smiles on their faces, but more serious ones.
We're leaving now.
Jiang Yao and Big Beard looked at each other, got on the backs of the strange tiger and the giant python respectively, and quickly left this place of right and wrong. They were alone outside, so it was better not to cause trouble and try to respect the way of life of the indigenous orcs. After finding a hidden place, the two of them really stopped. This is a place at the foot of a mountain. The mountain is full of pink flowers. It turns out that the faint fragrance that I just smelled comes from here.
Shall we go up and have a look?
Jiang Yao did not miss any place where the Tree of Life could appear. Fedoro said that meeting the Tree of Life requires fate. But this fate requires her to take the initiative to find it.
Let's go.
Be careful. There aren't many animals on Massacre, but there are a lot of beasts and insects, and they are very easy to attack strangers. The bearded man walked ahead and led the way. When passing by a flower bush, Jiang Yao stopped and picked a small sparkling flower at random, ready to appreciate it. But as soon as they were picked, the flowers quickly withered, and the crystal clear light immediately dimmed and withered instantly.
It's amazing!
The bearded man watched helplessly as the flower withered at the speed of the naked eye, but was unable to save it. Jiang Yao looked at the pale pink dead flowers in her hands and already knew it in her heart. All the animals and plants on Massacre planet may be formed by some kind of energy. As long as they leave their own bodies, they will wither and die immediately. Energy, no matter what kind of energy, exists is reasonable. The two walked around the mountain and found no special trees, let alone an energy body as powerful as the Tree of Life. Jiang Yao stared down the mountain in disappointment.
Let's go down the mountain. There is nothing I need here.
Good. The bearded man was still leading the way, and the two of them finished today's dinner while walking. When they reached the mountainside, more than a dozen beasts and insects emerged from the ground, staring at the two of them eerily.
Boss, be careful.
The bearded man drew his gun and pointed it at one of them. But the amazing thing is that these beasts and insects did not attack, but looked at the two people quietly without anything unusual. Jiang Yao couldn't help but wonder, is there a special way of communication between beasts and insects? The last time the beasts and insects were beaten and fled, there were no more beasts and insects on the mountain that took the initiative to attack. They actually told each other. He should have memorized their auras to avoid losses, so he didn't launch an attack.
Come down the mountain. They are no threat.
Maybe he was monitoring them. The two quickly went down the mountain, and Jiang Yao rested in the space for a night with a big beard. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the two of them had breakfast on time and continued on their way. If we go faster today, we should be able to cover a few hundred kilometers. According to the speed of the two, they will have traveled 600 to 700 kilometers before tonight. The scenery along the way was still so beautiful. Jiang Yao lay on the back of the strange tiger and admired it with joy. When he passed by a tribe again, Jiang Yao stopped, because in the middle of the lake, isn't it the Tree of Life? It was similar to the Tree of Life in the Fedoro tribe. There was also a glowing bead on the top of the tree. The vitality emanating from the tree made her feel hot all over. Jiang Yao was in an excited mood at the moment. This tribe should be one of the 3 tribes. But Jiang Yao didn't know which one it was. She was not prepared to contact the other tribe, but just looked at the Tree of Life carefully from a distance. Now she is very eager to have such a life tree of her own. It is like proof that human beings can adapt to the environment of Massacre planet. And it is also like a guarantee that human beings can live safely here. It was fine that she had never seen it with her own eyes before. But now that she remembered it, Jiang Yao could not forget its appearance.
Boss, is that the tree of life?
The bearded man had been stunned for a long time. But now, he regained consciousness. Chapter 212 Meeting the Cutie by Chance. He had never seen such a big tree before. It seemed like a big tree that gave birth to countless lives.
That's the tree of life.
Jiang Yao's tone was filled with awe.
Is this what we are looking for?
The bearded man asked.
Yes, that's it.
Jiang Yao had yearning in her eyes.
Then why don't we just get some seeds and plant it alive?
Big Beard didn't know how the tree of life existed and thought it could be grown with seeds.
The tree of life has no seeds.
Jiang Yao glanced at the tree of life for the last time.
Ehoo! Let's go! Okay.
The strange tiger and the giant python continued to run away from the border of the tribe. Until the afternoon. The two of them passed through a grassland that was as tall as a person. There were countless strange animals on the grassland, such as the mounts of each tribe. They looked strange, ranging from more than 10 meters high to small animals about 1 meter tall. All animals live together peacefully, and do not disturb each other.
Boss, should we avoid it and take another route?
Big Beard was a little scared when he saw so many creatures, for fear of disturbing them. Looking at the creatures within 100 miles in front of her, Jiang Yao rarely became serious.
This is a place we must pass through. There is no way around it. Let's go through it slowly.
After saying that, she jumped off the back of the strange tiger. The strange tiger and the giant python shrank and lay on her shoulders. The bearded man followed behind him, and the two slowly shuttled among the animals. Moo!
Quack!
There were occasional shouts along the way, as if Jiang Yao and the others were not aware of their presence. Just when the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, a furry head suddenly appeared in front of him, staring at Jiang Yao with his neck tilted.
Gaw!
Only then did Jiang Yao see the appearance of the animal in front of her. Its head was like an eagle, but its body had one leg, like a puppy's body. It was about the same height as Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao stood there and didn't dare to move. She had never seen such a strange animal before, and she didn't know what the threat was.
Boss!
The bearded man stepped forward carefully and pointed his gun at the animal in front of him.
Stop talking. Let's go around.
Jiang Yao pretended not to see it, and with a big beard prepared to walk past it to the left. But unexpectedly it moved and stopped directly in front of Jiang Yao.
Gaw!
The voice was like a duck, a little more cute. But Jiang Yao didn't think it was cute, but felt threatened.
What should we do?
The bearded man lay next to Jiang Yao's ear and asked in a low voice.
Don't move yet. Wait for it to leave.
Jiang Yao simply refused to leave, looking at each other with big eyes and small eyes to see who could not help but move first. Finally, the other party moved. It came over and gently smelled Jiang Yao's scent with its nose. Looking at Chi-Chi's head, Jiang Yao's heartbeat quickened. It shouldn't bite, right? It's been so long since I've called anyone of the same kind, so I think he's very well behaved. But the next second, Jiang Yao wouldn't think so.
Gaw!
I saw it stretching its neck, looking up to the sky and roaring. And soon there were sounds around it, all of which were sounds of approaching Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao quickly took the gun in his hand and stood back to back with the bearded man, watching the surroundings warily.
What's going on? We're surrounded.
More and more of the same kind ran over and stood 7 or 8 meters away from the two. But they did not launch an attack, but stared at the two. His head swayed from side to side, as if he was checking whether the two men posed a threat to them.
Just wait and see what happens.
If the opponent launches an attack, Jiang Yao will immediately return to the space. However, after waiting for a long time, the opponent still had no intention of attacking. So Jiang Yao put away the gun.
Let's go!
Since there was no harm, she didn't have to be afraid of him. Good. Jiang Yao moved forward slowly, with the big beard protecting her by his side, and followed her forward. What was unexpected was that they actually took the initiative to make way for the two of them to leave. But the animal that initially blocked Jiang Yao was still silently following behind him, as if he was about to follow Jiang Yao away. After walking 100 meters away, the bearded man glanced back again and found that it was still following him.
Boss, it hasn't gone back yet. Ignore it. Let's get out of here quickly.
Jiang Yao's entire body was submerged in the grass, with only half of her head exposed, and her eyes could see what was going on in the distance. I found that the other animals were far away, and there should be no threat.
Exotic tiger.
Hearing Jiang Yao's voice, the strange tiger and the giant python grew up quickly. The two immediately climbed up. The two speeded up and left this place of right and wrong.
Gaw!
Hearing the cry, Jiang Yao glanced back again. She was shocked when she saw that the animal also started running, following Yihu at a very fast speed.
Is it going to follow?
Jiang Yao couldn't understand what the other person was thinking, or why it was following. No matter what, we are on our way. Jiang Yao no longer paid attention to the one behind him, but sat on his back and ate bread.
Then,
Jiang Yao threw the remaining bread to the bearded man, but he was quickly intercepted. The big mouth caught the bread with great accuracy and quickly swallowed it. Jiang Yao was speechless. Could this be a foodie? Big Beard and Jiang Yao looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes, because the animal stood directly on the back of the giant python, staring at Jiang Yao with gleaming eyes, its mouth widened and waiting for her to feed.
Just leave. I won't support you.
Jiang Yao spoke to it, regardless of whether it understood it or not. She already has enough mounts and doesn't want to collect any more. And this silly one doesn't look powerful at all. Even if you want to adopt a mount, it must be at the level of the CAO. As for this one, forget it.
Quack!
I saw it jumping again and again in place, as if in protest. However, Jiang Yao ignored it and pretended not to see its movements. Anyway, it was just this one, and she wasn't afraid of the other party's anger. Just like that, they finally left the grass and continued heading east. The further east you go, the barren it becomes, and gradually you can no longer see any woods and grass, resembling the landscape in the northwest of my hometown. Drought, lack of water, no vegetation, and desolate. Occasionally, a gust of cold wind blows, making it chilly. Jiang Yao thought that Maka planet had a climate with a moderate temperature, but she didn't expect it to be so cold here. Maybe only 7 or 8 degrees. Jiang Yao took out her down jacket and put it on, then threw another one to the bearded man to keep out the cold. And the dog bird had curled up into a ball and was sleeping soundly 1 meter away from the bearded man. The bearded man pointed at it quietly.
Boss, do you want to throw it down?
If you just throw it down while it's asleep, it won't notice.
Forget it. It's very fast. Even if it's thrown down, it will catch up.
Jiang Yao doesn't want to do anything useless. The days on the road are boring. If it feels bored, it will definitely leave. At this time, snowflakes suddenly began to float in the sky and fell on Jiang Yao's shoulders. Jiang Yao stretched out her hand to take one, and the light yellow snowflakes quickly melted in her hands, leaving only a drop of yellow water. Chapter 213, Surrounded by Five-Eyed Rats.
I didn't expect the snow here to be yellow. It's really strange,
the bearded man said to himself. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, and the two of them were covered in rain. The strange tiger and the giant python sped up. Their hair was thick, and they didn't feel cold while running. The dogs and birds almost shrank into Bearded's arms because of the cold.
Boss, should we wait until the snow stops before leaving?
The bearded man tightened his collar, his face hurt by the cold wind. Jiang Yao hesitated for 2 seconds and finally nodded.
Then let's wait until the snow stops before leaving.
When Yihu and Giant Python heard this, they immediately stopped. Jiang Yao put on a scarf and hat, looked at her current location, and immediately locked onto the cave not far away. Jiang Yao pointed to the foot of the mountain.
We're going to camp there.
The bearded man looked over there and saw a small cave at the foot of the mountain. He was quite surprised. He didn't expect there to be a sleeping cave here.
Come over quickly.
The bearded man walked ahead first, but his feet got caught on something. He looked down and saw that it was Dog Bird, hugging his leg. He has a beard full of black lines. Why is this guy still pestering him?
Boss, what should I do?
Jiang Yao snickered.
It looks like it's clinging to you and wants you to hug it. Gaw.
It seemed to understand Jiang Yao's words and even responded. Both of them were stunned for a moment, and then became curious again. The bearded man grabbed it by the neck and hugged it hard. The height of over 1 meter was very inappropriate in his arms.
Boss, why isn't it pestering you? Why is it pestering me? It's quite heavy.
The bearded man hugged it, but with a look of disgust.
Maybe it likes you more,
Jiang Yao said casually. Maybe it is a female and likes to be held by males. Although this guy is just an animal. The creatures on Maka are extremely smart. Their IQs are not to mention, and it is normal to have their own thoughts. In the midst of the discussion, the two people quickly came to the entrance of the cave. The bearded man was about to go in to find out, but was stopped by the dog and bird. He also showed a fierce look and stared at somewhere in the cave warily.
There's something in the hole. Don't go there.
Jiang Yao felt the guy's nervousness, pulled the bearded man back, and took out a gun and pointed it at the hole.
Is it another animal?
The bearded man couldn't see clearly what was inside.
Have no idea.
As soon as Jiang Yao finished speaking, the guy jumped out of the bearded man's arms and ran towards the cave quickly. The two of them tensed up, fearing that something would come out and attack them later.
Gaw! Squeak!
Soon, a fierce cry came from the cave. It must be a fight between two animals. Sure enough, the little guy ran out of the hole after a while, with blue blood stains on his body. He timidly hid behind the bearded guy. It seemed that he had never hacked the guy in the hole. The next second, a strange animal emerged from the hole. When it saw Jiang Yao and the two of them, it stopped warily. Jiang Yao looked closely and found that the animal resembled a kind of rat. It was as big as an adult farm dog, with a pointed head and 5 blood-red eyes on its forehead, which were blinking. The forelimbs are short, but the claws are half a meter long, like a pair of sickles hanging on the chest. The tail is very short, almost non-existent. What a great little guy! Jiang Yao raised her gun and pointed it at it, preparing to kill it. Squeak! But what followed was a piercing cry. Jiang Yao covered her ears and looked at it with half-squinted eyes, only to see its hair standing on end, in an attack state. For a moment, the earth shook the mountainside. The whole mountain began to tremble. Jiang Yao's expression changed.
No! This guy has the same kind!
She should have thought that rats were social animals.
What should we do?
The bearded man also panicked. Since setting off yesterday, this is the first time he has encountered danger.
Enter the space.
It's too late. But it's soon. Jiang Yao took the bearded man's arm and prepared to enter the space to hide. But after 2 seconds, the two of them were still standing outside.
What's going on?
Jiang Yao's lips suddenly turned pale, and her eyes glared at the 5-eyed rat. Could it be that it had interfered with her thoughts? Its eyes seemed to be able to confuse people's hearts. Besides Chong Yuan, this was the second creature that could block her thoughts. Jiang Yao didn't dare to look at the 5 ghostly eyes again, so she tried again and found that there was really no movement in the space. And she couldn't even take out anything from it. The mountainside was already filled with red eyes, staring at them with death gazes. As long as the two of them dared to make any move, they would definitely pounce on them. And looking at the one in front of me, crystal clear saliva even flowed from its mouth. It regarded them as food. She and Big Beard only had submachine guns in their hands, so they could only run away at this time.
Exotic tiger. Giant python.
Jiang Yao whispered to the two of them, and the two of them understood and instantly grew bigger. They picked them up and ran away, desperately trying to escape.
Squeak!
As soon as the 5-eyed rat saw its prey escaping, it immediately launched an attack. And then the ground trembled again. Jiang Yao was already placed on Yu's back. She did not relax her vigilance, but took out her submachine gun and started shooting. But the opponent's body was too flexible, and it didn't hurt him much. Looking at the number, there should be hundreds of them. The bearded man stood directly on his back and started shooting continuously. After the two people continued shooting, the number of 5-eyed rats finally dropped. But the remaining ones not only did not retreat, but pursued them at a faster speed. Jiang Yao's actions successfully angered them.
Squeak! Squeak!
The eyes of the 5-eyed rat all turned into a darker blood red, staring at Jiang Yao and Big Beard. The year of the dog was so frightened that he hid in the hair of the strange tiger and trembled. As the 5-eyed rat screamed, the scenery in front of him gradually slowed down, and the speed of the exotic tiger and the giant python slowed down unconsciously.
No! We can't run anymore!
Yu shouted loudly.
I have no strength left.
The giant python crawled forward with all its strength, but its speed was still slowing down. When Jiang Yao saw this situation, she knew that she would not be able to escape today.
Stop it!
The two stopped obediently, still panting heavily, but their eyes were still cold. They had to protect Jiang Yao even if they risked their lives. The two were quickly caught up by the 5-eyed rats and surrounded them tightly. Jiang and Yao raised their guns and stood on their backs, daring not to act without authorization. I will not move until the enemy is immovable. This is the situation now.
Boss, let's fight them.
The bearded man couldn't control his temper at first, and was very anxious looking at these rats lying on the ground but not attacking.
Hold on.
Jiang Yao didn't know what she was waiting for. I always feel that these mice are unusual and should have the ability to communicate with people. Thinking that they have the same ability as Chong Yuan, Jiang Yao's heart surges. How great it would be if this ability could be used for her. Chapter 214 Escape. Thinking that they have the same ability as Chong Yuan, Jiang Yao's heart surges. How great it would be if this ability could be used for her. The two sides were in a stalemate, and the five-eyed rats finally lost their patience. The leader made it squeak, and all the five-eyed rats began to take action. The giant python and the strange tiger stood in front of Jiangyao. The giant python even used its purple pupils to resist the charming energy of the five-eyed rat.
Do you want to eat us?
Jiangyao stood out from between the two and tried to communicate with the five-eyed rat. As soon as Jiangyao finished speaking, the five-eyed rat that was about to charge immediately stopped moving and stared at Jiangyao blankly. Jiangyao felt relieved when she saw their current state. As long as they could understand the language, it would be much easier.
If you just want to eat meat, I can give you other food. And please let us go!
As soon as he heard about leaving, the leader of the five-eyed rat immediately bared his teeth, which clearly meant that he didn't want to let Jiangyao go. It smelled the special smell of Jiangyao, just like the smell that the giant python smelled at the beginning. That's the smell of space.
Boss, it doesn't want us to leave?
The bearded man raised his gun, his eyes never leaving the five-eyed mouse for a moment.
Well, maybe there's something in me that it's greedy for.
Jiangyao came to this conclusion based on her guess.
It's not maybe. It's definitely.
The giant python also spoke at this time, and it could clearly see the desire in the five-eyed mouse's eyes.
Do you want the power of my space just like you?
The power of space is obvious to all and everyone knows it. The food inside has been strengthened. No matter what is eaten, the human spirit can always return to its original state. When the two heard this, they immediately became unhappy.
That was true at the beginning. But after coming to Massacre, I didn't think so anymore.
Ihu was dissatisfied with Jiangyao's evaluation of it. Jiangyao touched its leg.
Don't get me wrong. I'm talking about the time when we first met. Can I not know if you are sincere now?
Jiangyao's words were like two reassurances, and their hearts immediately dropped. They were afraid of being misunderstood by Jiangyao.
Squeak!
The five-eyed rat felt very unhappy when he saw Jiangyao communicating with others. It feels like a few people have ignored it, and it is very angry now. Sensing the powerful aura of the five-eyed rat, Jiangyao did not feel threatened, but instead made a condition with it.
Take your energy back, and I'll get you something delicious. Boss, do you have any other ideas?
Jiangyao interrupted the bearded man.
Well,
Big Beard really had no other way. But after thinking about it, they had a chance to escape only if the other party took back their energy. Nowadays, there are still 70 or 80 five-eyed mice, so they do not have an advantage in terms of numbers. So they can only negotiate terms.
Squeak!
The five-eyed mouse tilted its head.
What do you want to eat?
Jiangyao was stunned for a moment when she understood. The energy of this five-eyed rat is indeed not simple.
You take the energy back first. Otherwise, I won't be able to take it out.
The five-eyed mouse hesitated, and the middle eye on its head immediately closed.
All right.
Jiangyao's heart moved, and she suddenly had a hair on her hand. The space could actually be used. It was indeed the five-eyed rat. When he saw the unknown animal in Jiangyao's hand, the five-eyed mouse sniffed it with his nose and immediately smelled the familiar smell.
Throw it to me quickly.
The five-eyed mouse couldn't wait to take 2 steps forward. If the two hadn't stopped it, it would have snatched the hair directly. The five-eyed rat behind him also chirped, wanting the hair in Jiangyao's hand.
I still want to ask you a question.
Jiangyao shook the hair in front of it, and when she saw the saliva on the five-eyed mouse's mouth, she curled her lips.
What are you asking?
The five-eyed mouse gradually became impatient and lost its previous expectations. It had an intuition that the creature in front of it had too many tricks. It has never seen a creature that walks upright on 2 legs. And it has never encountered a creature that can understand the other party's words. In short, the other party reveals dangers everywhere, even though they were surrounded by them. These creatures did not panic at all, and still had time to negotiate terms with them.
What is your energy? And why can it block our abilities? Humph.
The five-eyed rat raised its head proudly.
The energy of our rat beasts is from the control system. It is the most powerful existence in the control system on Massacre. Even if other beasts also have energy, they are not worth it in front of us. Carry.
It's not bragging. If they hadn't loved freedom and had no intention of occupying it, the entire Massacre planet would have been taken over by them. Jiangyao pursed her lips. She had no doubts about the five-eyed rat's words. Ever since she was controlled by Chong Yuan, she was very afraid of this kind of energy. Now that it has been discovered in a mouse, it shows that she has not fully understood the survival rules of Massacre planet. It seems that this Massacre planet is not centered on the strong like the Earth. The creatures on Massacre planet each have their own tribes and their own forces. and they do not disturb each other, gradually forming a balanced state. However, there are also some characteristics of the jungle and the survival of the fittest. But they are all reflected in the competition among tribes, and have nothing to do with other types of creatures.
Can your control be refined? What do you want to do?
The five-eyed rat stared at Jiang Yao warily. The intention of the other party's question is worth pondering. Jiang Yao smiled and shook her head, trying her best to look easygoing.
It doesn't mean anything. I just found an orc with the same ability as you and other tribes. And I feel that his energy does not belong to me, but is extracted from some kind of creature and then used by myself. The conditions in Chong Yuan laboratory were enough for him to do this and succeed. Energy can indeed be extracted, but the other party must be willing.
The five-eyed rat's words hit Jiang Yao's heart directly.
Willingly?
She thought it was. Forget it. She may not be able to use this energy. Jiang Yao simply released dozens of hairs and threw them to the five-eyed rats. During their fight, she had already entered the space with two of them and a big beard, and used the teleportation talisman to stay away from the place of right and wrong. When the five-eyed rat reacted, Jiang Yao and others were nowhere to be seen. The leader of the five-eyed rat was unwilling to let the prey escape like this. It sniffed the familiar smell in the air and finally locked its position.
Squeak!
It immediately issued the order and then chased in the direction Jiang Yao left.
Gigi!
The other five-eyed mice immediately dispersed and went their separate ways. The taste of the hare just now suited their appetite, so how could they give up the opportunity to hunt? However, Jiang Yao, who was hundreds of kilometers away, didn't know that she was being remembered. Now they had left the space and arrived at the eastern border. Chapter 215 being followed by the five-eyed rat. The snowflakes falling from the sky are getting thicker and thicker, and 50 or 60 centimeters of snow has accumulated on the ground, making it difficult to walk. The Doro had said that the environment in the east was harsh, but he didn't say it was this bad. How can we look for the tree of life in such weather?
Boss, it seems we have to wait until the snowstorm has passed before we come out.
Even a serious northeasterner with a big beard would find it difficult to act in such weather.
Well, let's go back to space and wait. Everyone is tired today.
In an instant, the two people quickly appeared in the space again. It's so cold outside, but it's so warm inside. Jiang Yao took out the hot pot ingredients and prepared to have a hot pot meal to warm her body and get rid of the cold. After the bearded man put the pot on the table, the two of them started to feast. The aroma of steaming hot pot filled the entire space, and the strange tiger and giant python also came to join in the fun. Jiang Yao got a bowl for them respectively, put the cooked ingredients in them, and after letting them cool down, they both started to eat slowly. They rarely eat cooked food, but it's cold today and they want to warm themselves up.
This hot pot is good. I will also eat cooked food in the future.
He who praised while eating. He fell in love with the taste of cooked food. Jiang Yao rolled her eyes at it and put some meat into its bowl.
We only eat once in a while. Not every day. You should go to the fence and do it yourself.
The giant python nodded in agreement. It is a cold-blooded animal. Eating hot food tends to make the whole body hot and very uncomfortable. The dog bird was squatting next to the bearded man, drooling greedily. The bearded man was surprised.
It is also a carnivore.
I thought it ate grass and insects like birds, but now it seems that it is still a carnivore. Seeing this, Jiang Yao also threw a piece of beef to the dog bird, which quickly caught it and swallowed it. Humph! They all eat meat. Fortunately, there is enough meat in her space. Otherwise she would not be able to feed these gluttons. The few in the space ate happily, but the five-eyed rats outside the space suffered. They were not adapted to such cold weather, so they came here just for food. The place where the five-eyed rats stayed was the place where Jiang Yao disappeared. If they go out now, they can stare at the five-eyed rat. But Jiang Yao never imagined that the five-eyed rat would pursue her and stay outside the space.
Squeak!
The five-eyed mouse nodded affirmatively to his companions, which meant that the food was here and they were all waiting here.
Squeak!
The other rats nodded one after another. They were all shivering from the cold and could only huddle together to keep each other warm. Knowing that Jiang Yao and the two would not come out now, the five-eyed mouse looked at the heavy snow in the air and suddenly had an idea.
Squeak!
Make a hole.
Squeak!
The other rats got the order and acted quickly. After a while, they dug through the thick snow and dug dozens of mouse holes in the ground, enough for all the five-eyed mice to stay warm. Of course, the leader crouched in a hole alone, while the others were crowded together, in order to facilitate their escape in case of danger. They made several more holes. There is no night on Massacre. But the five-eyed rat, an animal that consumes energy, still needs to rest. In this cold weather, the rat slept soundly. Jiang Yao in the space was still fighting hard with her chopsticks. She didn't stop until the red soup reached the bottom, and all the meat on the plate went into her stomach. Big Beard also finished eating, and took the dishes and chopsticks to the river to wash. Dog Bird followed him closely, holding his own plate in his mouth, and imitated Big Beard's movements to wash. Big Beard is very surprised that this guy is so smart. Let's keep him as a pet from now on. Jiang Yao turned on the screen to see if the snow outside had stopped. However, she still noticed something was wrong with the ground. The originally deep snow had been dug up by something, and there were many messy footprints on it. Even though most of it was covered by heavy snow, she could still see it. These footprints looked like mouse footprints. Jiang Yao's heart rang with alarm bells. Could it be that the five-eyed rat is here after him? How is this possible? She came here using space. There should be no smell left in the outside air. How did they follow her here? Jiang Yao knew that mice had a very sensitive sense of smell, but it still surprised her to be so sensitive. She was troubled by being tangled up in a bunch of rats. She originally had trypophobia, and when she thought about having to hang out with a group of rats in the future, goosebumps all over her body instantly fell to the ground. She hates mice the most in her life. The five-eyed rat clung to her for one reason. He was interested in hare meat. Ah! This greedy one is just like the two little ones. But the five-eyed mouse has very strong energy. If he could listen to her and become her mount. No. Her follower. Wouldn't it be the icing on the cake? Since the five-eyed rat said that their energy was very strong, she had reason to keep him. Let them go back and compete with the CAO to see who has greater energy. But are they really so easily fooled? After previous exchanges, it was clear that their IQs were definitely not low, and they were the smartest of all the animals she had ever seen.
Boss, what's going on outside?
The bearded man came over after washing the pots and dishes. He seemed to see something move on the ground, and then disappeared after a second. But he was sure it wasn't an illusion.
We were targeted by the five-eyed rat and caught up with us.
Jiang Yao pointed at the screen.
Look at those footprints. Are they familiar? Those are indeed mouse footprints.
The giant python wrapped around Jiang Yao's wrist said. Rats were its previous ration, and its footprints were very familiar.
Then what should we do?
He who wrinkled his nose fiercely, obviously feeling unhappy. Jiang Yao stroked the fur on its back.
Since the other party insists on following, let's collect them. Take it?
The bearded man still didn't understand the meaning.
How to collect it?
Is it to be collected into space and then processed? Jiang Yao glared at him angrily.
Of course it's for our use. What kind of harvest do you think it is?
The bearded man scratched the back of his head and said.
So that's it. Well, wait until the snow stops before going out, and then have a good sleep tonight.
Jiang Yao put away the screen and took the two back to her room. Big Beard also took the dog bird back to the room, except for the shouts of the people in the fence. The space was very quiet. However, Jiang Yao was not in a hurry to go to sleep, but was thinking of ways to fool the five-eyed rat tomorrow.
Think about it for me. How can I feel comfortable with the five-eyed rat listening to me?
He who raised his eyelids and said,
Just use meat. This is not what you are best at.
I think it was just because it was greedy for food that it joined the gang.
That's it?
Jiang Yao hesitated.
That's it.
The giant python also moved its head and continued to close its eyes and sleep. Okay. Let's play it by ear tomorrow. Chapter 216 Talk about conditions. That night, Jiang Yao didn't sleep well at all and got up from the bed early. When I turned on the screen, I found that the snow had stopped. But the snow on the ground was thicker. Even the place where the five-eyed mice lived was covered, and their burrows could not be seen. Presumably they were still sleeping and hadn't woken up yet. Jiang Yao was taking a chance, and she should be able to escape quietly if she went out at this time. So he went out and called the bearded man, and the two of them quietly left the space, just 100 meters away from the five-eyed mouse's cave. As soon as she went out, Jiang Yao pulled up her down jacket and curled up into a ball when she heard the whistling of the cold wind. The temperature should be more than 10 or 20 degrees below zero. It's too cold. But Leng had no choice. She had to find the tree of life, no matter whether it was in the east or not. She had to try her best to look for it. If not, Jiang Yao could only return or look elsewhere.
Boss, it's too cold today. We can't stay long.
The bearded man was wearing a thick military coat, but he still felt the biting coldness of the cold wind pouring into his flesh.
I know. Let's take a break after walking a while.
Jiang Yao knew she couldn't bear it, so she wouldn't force it. Everything that could be seen with the naked eye was completely white, which was extremely dazzling. After a while, his eyes were turned red by the light of the snow. After looking all the way, there was no trace of the tree of life. Jiang Yao was a little disappointed, but she still returned to the space together, ready to rest for a while. But her thoughts seemed to be imprisoned, and her brain hurt from the stimulation. Jiang Yao covered her head in pain, knowing that this was the fault of the five-eyed mouse again. I didn't expect them to be so smart and able to track their location. Seeing that Jiang Yao was in pain, the bearded man hurriedly came over to help him.
Boss, are you okay?
The pain only lasted for a few seconds. After passing this threshold, Jiang Yao also recovered.
I'm fine. Gaw!
Dog Bird warned. At this moment, the ground around the two people made a noise, and the thick snow was peeled away, revealing dozens of pointed heads, with 5 eyes looking at Jiang Yao faintly. Jiang Yao ran out of patience and took out her submachine gun and pointed it at the leader of the 5-eyed rats. Even if there was no chance of winning, she would still give it a try.
What's the point of chasing after me? We want to eat. Give us all the food. Otherwise...
The corner of the leader's 5-eyed rat's mouth moved, which was quite threatening.
Otherwise, you want to eat me?
Jiang Yao raised her eyebrows.
Let's see if you have what it takes.
Thinking of last night's decision, Jiang Yao smiled.
However, I have an idea that you can consider. What's your idea?
The 5-eyed mouse moved its sickle-like claws.
You help me find the tree of life, and I will bring out the food.
This condition was something she thought of temporarily. The 5-eyed rats have such strong energy that they should be able to sense the existence of the tree of life. After all, they are the natives of Massacre planet.
Tree of life?
The 5-eyed mouse's eyes were full of longing. But the next moment, the light in his eyes dimmed.
There is no tree of life to the east. No.
Jiang Yao's heart beat 2 points faster.
Really no?
Is this trip in vain? It can't be so unlucky.
If so, would I still give you an advantage?
What the 5-eyed rat said was true. Not only the orcs needed the tree of life, but animals like them also needed it. However, it had no connection with the tree of life and had lived on the eastern border for hundreds of years without encountering it. So it is certain that there is no tree of life here at all. Jiang Yao half believed what the 5-eyed rat said. But she hadn't visited all of this place, and she didn't want to turn back halfway. Didn't Fedoro say it depends on fate? Maybe her fate is here.
Yes. You will know if you accompany me for a walk. As for the reward, how about 200 hares?
There are tens of thousands of hares in the space, and taking out these 200 is as easy as plucking a few hairs.
No. 1,000.
200? Send away the beggars? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. The 5-eyed mouse no longer wanted to negotiate terms with the creature in front of him.
You have no sincerity in negotiating terms with me. I'd better grab it myself. Squeak.
The rats quickly prepared for battle. The front paws of each rat glowed with a cold light, as if the side was about to pierce the enemy's belly.
Wait a minute.
Jiang Yao stopped him in time.
1,000 is 1,000. But there must be news within 2 days. Otherwise, the food will be halved.
It is best not to start a fight, as it is not worthwhile for both parties to lose.
How long is 2 days?
The 5-eyed mouse was confused.
Huh?
Jiang Yao stroked her forehead. She had forgotten that no creature on Massacre planet looked at the time.
Just take this whistle as the standard. Once 2 days are up, I will blow this whistle.
Jiang Yao demonstrated with them, and whistled twice to get familiar with them.
How do I know if you are in advance?
Hearing this, Jiang Yao smiled disdainfully.
I really want to find the tree of life, and I won't joke about time. It will take as long as it takes to negotiate.
The 5-eyed rat hesitated for a long time, and finally reached a consensus with his partner.
Okay, let's go find it now.
The rats began to move.
Wait!
Jiang Yao shouted again.
So what? Take it!
Jiang Yao threw out 100 hairs, and successfully blocked the impatient mouth of the 5-eyed mouse.
Bah! Bah! Bah!
The sound of them chewing bones was heard everywhere. Jiang Yao and Big Beard looked at each other, got on Ehu's back together, and left quietly. The 5-eyed rat naturally saw their actions, but was immersed in the delicious food and did not stop Jiang Yao from leaving. No matter how far they go, it can find them. No matter whether Jiang Yao deceives it or not. Jiang Yao really didn't lie to him. How could she offend such a strong teammate again and again? Isn't it good to win over him? I think the two were impressed by her food in the first place. The snow became thicker as we went east, and in the end, it was almost impossible to walk. But fortunately, the weather was not bad. Jiang Yao had no choice but to take out the helicopter from the space and use it as a means of transportation. The content of Zhou Jin's teaching had already been firmly remembered in her heart. Sitting in the cab, facing some unfamiliar buttons, Jiang Yao started the engine awkwardly. The helicopter ascended slowly, and the bearded man held the seatbelt tightly, looking nervous. He knew that Lao had learned how to fly a helicopter, but he had never taken the initiative to fly one, so it would be strange if he wasn't nervous. But as the helicopter slowly hovered high in the sky and flew smoothly, his nervousness was relieved. The boss is still reliable when necessary.
Don't look at me. Look below.
Jiang Yao rolled her eyes at the bearded man. Why, the more she looked at him, the more stupid she became.
Oh!
The bearded man turned his head and looked out the window, carefully observing the scene on the ground. But after looking for a long time, he still didn't see anything suspicious.
Boss, tell me, is it possible that the Tree of Life is covered in snow?
Chapter 217, Finding the Tree of Life.
It glows and is easy to spot.
Jiang Yao was not sure what form the Tree of Life would take, so she had to rely on luck and fate.
Glow.
The only words that came to Big Beard's mind were,
glow.
The five-eyed rat, after finishing the delicacies, ran around to help Jiang Yao find the Tree of Life. The two of them searched in the sky, while the five-eyed mouse quickly shuttled through the snow, not letting go of anything suspicious. The 2 days came quickly. The two wandered around in the ice and snow for 2 days, but they didn't even see a decent tree, let alone a Tree of Life. Jiang Yao completely gave up the idea of continuing to search in the east, took out his whistle and prepared to gather the five-eyed rats, pinning his hopes on them.
Hush!
Screams echoed throughout the snow. Across a long river, the five-eyed rat has very sensitive hearing. The moment the whistle sounded, it heard it.
Squeak!
The five-eyed mouse sent out a gathering signal, and its companions, who were hundreds of miles away, immediately moved closer to it. After all the five-eyed rats arrived, the Rat King took the lead and ran towards Jiang Yao. Unfortunately, in the past 2 days, they did not find the shadow of the Tree of Life. As soon as he arrived at Jiang Yao's place, Jiang Yao sensed the gloomy atmosphere among the rats, and her hopeful heart fell silent at this moment. Even so, she still planned to ask,
have you found any trace of the Tree of Life? No. We searched all over the snow and found nothing.
The Rat King shook his head sadly. He actually hoped to find it, but the reality was so cruel.
Me neither.
Jiang Yao sighed.
Forget it if you can't find it. I'll look for it somewhere else.
After saying that, he released 900 hairs from the space and allowed the five-eyed rats to swallow them up.
I'm leaving. You guys.
Jiang Yao looked at the Rat King and hesitated. She had to get the Rat King to offer to follow her. Sure enough, the Rat King looked up from his prey as soon as he heard she was leaving.
You want to leave?
Jiang Yao turned away her eyes and looked away.
Yes. Since I can't find the Tree of Life, it's time for me to leave. I can't waste time here.
The five-eyed mouse stared at Jiang Yao and hesitated. The food was so delicious that it couldn't part with it. How about capturing this creature in a cave and letting her provide food every day? Just now, 900 pieces of food seemed to come out of her arms. Could it be that she still has a treasure bag with her? Can conjure food out of thin air?
How about you come back to the cave with me, and I'll help you find the Tree of Life?
The five-eyed mouse directly stated his purpose. Jiang Yao sneered in her heart.
Are you planning to put me under house arrest?
Fortunately, she just took out the cannon from the space, so she won't be so passive now. Even if the five-eyed mouse makes any excessive demands, she doesn't have to listen.
I just want to eat delicious food. It doesn't count as house arrest.
She didn't expect the five-eyed rat to be so eloquent. Jiang Yao thought about it and decided to express her thoughts to test the other party.
Since you are reluctant to part with food, you can follow me. I have endless food here, so you won't suffer any loss if you follow me.
When the five-eyed mouse heard this, he was only happy for a moment.
We rat beasts are social animals. It is impossible for me to abandon my companions and follow you alone.
If it really wants to leave, it hopes that the other party will also accept its companions.
Let them be together. But I have a condition. What conditions?
The five-eyed rat flashed its paws, as if Jiang Yao made any excessive demands, it would rush up and scratch her neck.
You must obey my orders and be my mount.
Jiang Yao doesn't ask them to completely surrender to her now, as long as they can follow her and help her. That's okay. This time, when other tribes looking for trouble see the five-eyed rat, they should take stock of themselves.
Mount?
Five-eyed Mouse was displeased.
You want us to be the useless mount?
It seemed like Jiang Yao had insulted it. Jiang Yao saw its dislike.
It's okay not to be a mount, but you have to protect me anyway.
The five-eyed mouse nodded without any hesitation.
This request is not difficult. I agree.
Jiang Yao looked like she should have looked like this a long time ago. Sooner or later, these five-eyed mice will become hers.
Eat quickly. We'll be on our way after eating.
The five-eyed rat continued to chew. While waiting, Jiang Yao felt bored and walked around twice more, trying her luck. The bearded man followed silently without saying a word. But he knew that Jiang Yao was still looking for the shadow of the Tree of Life. Having seen the true face of the Tree of Life 2 days ago, he actually already had the answer in his heart. The Tree of Life was full of vitality and vitality. Even he, who was calm, could not help but be attracted by the Tree of Life. And the gloom in his heart was swept away. Just as the two were about to return home, there was suddenly a flash of blue light in the snow not far away. It was very weak at first, and the two of them didn't notice it. When the light penetrated the snow and emitted, Jiang Yao sensed something. Seeing the familiar blue light, she felt happy. Had she really found the Tree of Life? Jiang Yao was not sure that the glowing tree was the Tree of Life, but she couldn't help being attracted and quickly walked over. The closer you get, the more you can feel the energy fluctuations. The vitality is strong, and the feeling of wanting to break through yourself is getting stronger and stronger. Even if she didn't see the true face of the luminous body, Jiang Yao knew that it was the Tree of Life.
It's really the Tree of Life!
The bearded man ran over first, and after carefully pulling away the snow, a sapling that was only the size of a palm and glowed faintly appeared in front of him.
Do not move!
Jiang Yao ran over, fearing that the bearded man would be too rough and injure its roots. The fate mentioned by Fedora was indeed wonderful. She had searched this place many times, but could not find the existence of the Tree of Life. But just when she was about to leave, the Tree of Life miraculously appeared. This is not fate. Jiang Yao carefully took out the shovel and dug carefully like digging ginseng. She successfully dug up the soil and trees. Then quickly put the Tree of Life into the soil of the space and take care of it carefully. Space has the function of maintaining good condition. I hope the Tree of Life will not wither. I must go back soon.
Exotic tiger. Giant python. Let's go quickly.
Jiang Yao got on Ihu's back, and Ihu quickly started running, with the bearded man and the giant python following behind. As for the five-eyed rats that were still eating the hare, they didn't panic. Instead, they slowly ate and then followed Jiang Yao's scent. Jiang Yao felt that it was too slow to travel in this way, so it was better to buy a teleportation talisman and go back directly. So she stopped to buy a teleportation talisman, and then collected all the five-eyed rats that followed into the space. Chapter 218 The Tree of Life Grows. To prevent them from causing trouble inside, I had to buy a new fence to enclose them inside, so they couldn't run around. After doing this, Jiang Yao used the teleportation talisman and used the space to return to his territory. Jiang Yao opened the iron door, and all the five-eyed rats rushed out. Feng Qi, who came back to get something, saw so many strange animals that his scalp went numb instantly. He immediately took out his gun and prepared to fight, thinking that someone was coming to seize the territory. When the five-eyed rat saw a strange creature, it also looked wary of attacking. It wasn't until Jiang Yao and the bearded figure appeared that he refrained from shooting. As soon as Jiang Yao came out of the space, he asked the giant python to quickly find Fedora.
You? Why are you back?
Feng Qi thought that the two of them were going out for a long time. But they were back just 10 days ago? Could it be that something was found? Came back. Jiang Yao carefully held the Tree of Life and walked over Feng Qi into the ark. The moment Jiang Yao passed by, Feng Qi felt the fluctuation of life and immediately understood that Jiang Yao had really found the Tree of Life. He quickly raised his feet and followed him. When the three of them walked to the ark, Jiang Yao put the Tree of Life on the research table.
Come and see. Where is the right place to plant this tree?
Jiang Yao wanted to ask Fedora, but there was no time. He was afraid that the Tree of Life would wither and lose its original effect, so he could only let the giant python find him.
What kind of tree is this? It can also glow?
Li Qing and others gathered around and were surprised to see the glowing tree. This Maca star gave people too many surprises.
The Tree of Life provides protection to the creatures on Maca. I heard Fedora say that all newborn babies should stay under the tree for a while so that they can survive more easily.
When Feng Qi heard this, he couldn't help but think of the pregnant Zhou Han. Could it be that Jiang Yao went to find the Tree of Life because of her?
This is so amazing! Can a tree have this effect?
More than 10 people gathered around to observe this small sapling with blue light. They didn't believe that it had such ability. But as soon as they got close to it, their bodies started to heat up slightly, and they had to believe in its wonder.
I'm here!
The Doro's figure appeared at the door of the ark. As soon as he saw the giant python, he knew that Jiang Yao was back. Seeing the python in a hurry, he knew that Jiang Yao had found the Tree of Life. In this short period of time, she was able to find it. It was extremely lucky and fateful.
You came just in time!
Jiang Yao turned around and took the initiative to move out of the way, allowing Fedoro to stand over.
Help me find a suitable place to plant the Tree of Life!
It's okay if other people don't know. It's okay if Fedoro knows.
Go to the middle of the lake. There are abundant water resources.
Fedoro gave a suggestion, because most of the orcs planted the Tree of Life in the lake.
But it's so small. Won't it get flooded if planted in a lake?
Or is there any other trick? Jiang Yao knew nothing about this, and could only follow Fedoro's thoughts.
No. It won't sink if you put it on the lake. It won't take long for it to grow into a big tree.
This is the magic of the Tree of Life. In front of it, the lake water must be carefully provided. So how can it be allowed to drown in the water? Only when it grows into a big tree can the Tree of Life have real efficacy.
In this case, let's put it into the lake quickly.
Jiang Yao couldn't wait to pick up the Tree of Life, went to the nearest lake, took out the boat from the space, and quickly drove to the middle of the lake. Everyone stood on the shore, waiting to see the magical scene. Jiang Yao carefully placed the Tree of Life on the water. The moment he put it down, the lake seemed to sense its existence, and actively held up its body to prevent it from sinking. Just like that, the Tree of Life stood firmly on the lake, emitting a faint blue light. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yao felt that it had grown a little. It was originally only the size of a palm, but now it was 30 centimeters tall. This hasn't stopped yet. It continues to grow. Jiang Yao watched all this excitedly, and then she believed Fedoro's words. It turned out that the Tree of Life grew so fast. You can see it growing with the naked eye, and the blue light becomes denser and brighter. In order not to disturb its growth, Jiang Yao reluctantly left the lake, sailed to the shore, and waited with everyone for the Tree of Life to grow into a towering tree.
When the Tree of Life grows up, it will produce a bright pearl that will hang high in the sky and add some light to the Maca star.
The Doro seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be explaining to everyone. Zhou Jin and others who were watering the lake in the distance felt the energy from the lake and walked over one after another. Only when they saw the figures of Jiang Yao and Feng Qi did they know that Jiang Yao was back. It turns out that Feng Qi didn't go there for a long time, but it was because Jiang Yao came back.
What are you looking at?
Zhou Jin and the others were puzzled. They followed everyone's gaze and looked over. They could vaguely see a tree on the lake.
Looking at the Tree of Life.
Feng Qi answered for him.
Tree of Life?
Zhou Jin was surprised.
Jiang Yao, you found it so quickly. Didn't you say you relied on fate?
Jiang Yao just smiled and said nothing. Fortunately, it was fate. Otherwise Dongfang would have been in vain.
You are so awesome.
Zhou Han gently touched his belly and walked towards Jiang Yao.
It's just good luck. Are you still suffering from morning sickness in the past 2 days? Don't be reluctant to eat the pheasants I gave you. There are still many in the space, so you can't finish them.
Jiang Yao was concerned about Zhou Han's health. Under the influence of space, the breeding ability of the livestock in the space is getting stronger and stronger. Especially the two little guys, hares and pheasants, which can have more than 10 or even dozens of animals in one litter. How can she solve so much on her own? When Suji's pasture is established, some of it will be transferred there. Not only will the food be available, but also meat will be available. The basic needs of human beings are considered complete. Zhou Han looked at Jiang Yao's concerned eyes and smiled softly.
My appetite is much better. I eat the pheasants you gave me every day. Look at me. I've gained a lot of weight. Right.
Jiang Yao pinched her cheek and said,
She seems to have gained some weight. It's good to be fat, so the child can eat nutritiously. Well, that's what I think too. It doesn't matter if you are slim or not.
After hearing Zhou Han's words, Li quickly came over and hugged her.
I will love you even if you are fat. Don't feel burdened.
After taking a mouthful of dog food, Jiang Yao shuddered and calmly moved away, continuing to observe the Tree of Life on the lake. I didn't see it for a while, but it actually grew to the height of an adult. If it continues like this, it will grow into a towering tree in less than one night.
Did those rats follow you back?
Feng Qi came over at some point and stood next to Jiang Yao, his eyes looking at the rats that were also watching by the lake.
Well, they have very strong energy. I tricked them here.
Jiang Yao still stared at the Tree of Life without changing her gaze. Chapter 219 Meteor Falling.
What is it called? Five-eyed rats. I named them. But I heard from the Rat King that they are rat beasts.
Jiang Yao compared the two names and still felt that the name Five-Eyed Rat sounded better.
Let's call it Five-Eyed Mouse. I guess they are also eyeing the food in your space. So they are willing to follow you.
Feng Qi turned around and looked at Jiang Yao's profile.
Not only that, but also the Tree of Life.
When I first asked the Five-Eyed Mice to help find the Tree of Life, I didn't miss the desire in their eyes. Now that she has found it, they no longer have any reason to leave. After all, the Tree of Life is something that everyone longs for.
Is this Tree of Life really so attractive?
Feng Qi didn't see the Tree of Life when it grew up, and he didn't understand Jiang Yao's admiration.
Of course, the Tree of Life can be said to have given us a second life to reproduce and benefit future generations. Moreover, within a radius of 500 kilometers of the Tree of Life, we can be protected from thunder and lightning attacks, which can protect us from surviving on Massacre star.
The Doro on the side looked cold when faced with Feng Qi's doubts. The Tree of Life cannot be slandered. This is the principle that all creatures on Massacre planet must follow.
So that's it.
Feng Qi suddenly realized it, and felt a little more awe in his heart. It's almost like faith. But the Tree of Life has real meaning. Jiang Yao looked at Fedoro unexpectedly. Why didn't he mention the lightning protection function last time? Now that she knows this function, Jiang Yao is very glad that she went to find the Tree of Life.
Now that we have come to live here, it is best to have the same living habits as the indigenous people. So I am going to find the Tree of Life. Firstly, it is very attractive. And secondly, it is for a better life in the future. Along the way, I also saw that other tribes were protected by the Tree of Life. Now that we also have the Tree of Life, we can have many advantages and more choices like them.
When Feng Qi heard this, he couldn't help but admire Jiang Yao's courage and determination. As long as she wanted to do it and understand it, she would take action immediately.
Well, you are right. With the Tree of Life, humans have a much greater chance of survival. Avoiding thunder and lightning in the first place will be a great advantage for us.
This time, all of them owed Jiang Yao a thank you. There was a smile in Feng Qi's eyes.
Thank you for thinking so far, Jiang Yao.
Jiang Yao smiled nonchalantly.
What's the point? I'm also a part of it. Right. Yes.
The few of them chatted like this for a while. But Zhou Jin reminded them to look at the changes in the Tree of Life.
Behold, there is a bead gathered from the branches of the Tree of Life. Bead?
Jiang Yao immediately looked over and saw a bead glowing with white light, slowly flying to the top of the tree, and then staying steadily 5 meters away from the top of the tree. The white light gradually became dazzling and quickly spread in this direction, making the originally bright base become even brighter.
Wow!
Everyone opened their mouths wide, excitedly watching the huge changes in the Tree of Life and the scattered vitality. The leaves flutter in the wind, and the crystal clear blue light stays between the leaves, making people feel the strong vitality. The grassland around the lake became more lush. The lake water rippled slightly, and the fish in the water became more energetic. Even Suji and others, who were hundreds of miles away, felt the strong light.
Captain Su, what is that?
Suji looked towards the Tree of Life in surprise, wondering what good deeds Jiang Yao and his group had done.
I don't know. Please don't be impatient. I'll go over and take a look first. Yes.
Everyone watched Suji leave. They didn't understand why he didn't occupy Jiang Yao's territory before. It was during the Dinosaur War not long ago that they understood Suji's painstaking efforts. The powerful power Jiang Yao possesses cannot be shaken by their numbers. To them, the bright light from the opposite side seemed to indicate that Jiang Yao had found a more powerful force, and they no longer had the ability to fight against it. He could only rely on Jiang Yao's strength to survive.
I'll look at its roots.
At Johan's reminder, everyone who had been looking at the light pearl changed their gaze and looked down.
What did I see?
Zhou Jin opened her eyes in disbelief. I saw countless tree roots quickly growing in size and covering the entire lake, extending straight to the shore, as if building a natural bridge for people, all the way to the Tree of Life. Jiang Yao has seen this scene before. The roots of the life tree in Fedoro's territory extend to everywhere, providing them with a way to get closer. It seems that the tree of life will soon grow up in less than one night. Jiang Yao wanted to shout with excitement. At this time, she wanted to take a look under the tree. Boom! But before she could get close to the tree of life, something suddenly fell from the sky and landed directly next to the tree of life. A root of the tree was severely smashed into a deep hole, and blue fluorescence suddenly scattered everywhere. The ground shook violently. Everyone looked shocked, and their expressions changed at the same time.
What is that?
Feng Qi's voice trembled. Jiang Yao's heart was pounding. What was that thing that hurt the tree of life when it fell? The tree she finally found was destroyed like this? Her legs were so weak that she could hardly stand. And Fedoro had already rushed forward while everyone was stunned. If he had read correctly just now, a meteorite should have fallen. It was not big and might not cause substantial damage to the tree of life. But just in case, he wanted to check it out. Jiang Yao and others immediately followed, wanting to see the culprit who destroyed the tree of life. When everyone came to the pit with thick smoke, everyone's expression became extremely serious. The pit was larger than they imagined, and it was extremely deep, as if it had penetrated the roots of the tree and fallen to the bottom of the lake. Seeing the level of smoke, Jiang Yao felt threatened. It's not like a falling meteorite, but more like the smell of oil leakage due to damaged machinery. In addition to the earth, are there aliens attracted by Maca and falling here? Impossible. Jiang Yao quickly rejected this idea. But the nearly 5-meter large pothole was actually right in front of her, and she couldn't help but doubt it.
I don't think this is a simple meteorite.
Feng Qi's words were like earth-shattering, interrupting people's thinking.
Then what do you think it is?
Fedoro asked. He thought it was just a simple falling meteorite, and didn't think much about it. Jiang Yao and others also looked at Feng Qi, but he did not rush to answer. Instead, he squatted down and observed the movement in the cave, and the residue left beside the cave. Feng Qi wiped some black residue on it, put it to his nose and smelled it, and the familiar pungent smell soon entered his nose. Zhang Jia also smelled it and said,
"This is the smell of fuel."
Chapter 220 Unidentified Alien. Feng Qi nodded.
Yes, it's fuel or mixed oil. Fuel?
Almost everyone except Fedoro became excited. Since it is fuel, does that mean that what fell was not a meteorite, but a spaceship?
Shall we go down and take a look?
Jiang Yao took out the diving equipment and threw it directly to Feng Qi. Then I put it on myself and prepared to go into the water to find out.
Isn't it too dangerous to go down so rashly? We don't even know what's down there.
Seeing the diving suits on the two of them, Zhou Han couldn't help but become concerned. If there were really aliens in the lake, how could they be sure that the other party was not a threat?
It's okay. We won't get close.
Jiang Yao insisted on going down to take a look. After looking at each other with Feng Qi, the two jumped down together as if in tacit agreement, and quickly sank into the hole until they were out of sight.
What on earth are you talking about? Why can't I understand a word of it?
Fedoro didn't realize it until he saw Jiang Yao and Feng Qi entering the water, but he didn't understand the meaning of these words.
We guessed that what fell was not a meteorite, but an outsider like us.
Zhou Jin answered carefully.
Aliens?
Fedoro finally understood.
You mean the people under the water are aliens like you?
Yeah. Everyone nodded together. The gravitational pull of Maca star is really strong, and another planet is attracted by it. I hope they won't have a difficult boss this time, and they will finally settle down without causing any trouble again. As for the two people who sank to the bottom of the water, Jiang Yao turned on the light and dived into the bottom of the lake with Feng Qi. The lake was deeper than they thought. They dived for more than 20 meters before they completely reached the bottom of the lake. Finally, after a few minutes, Jiang Yao saw something dark at the bottom of the lake. So she reached out and pulled Feng Qi, gesturing for him to follow him down to take a look. Feng Qi nodded, and then took the lead to approach the black object. When he got closer, he discovered that the object was about 3 meters in size, with two pointed ends, one side inserted straight into the bottom of the lake, and the tail was still leaking fuel, slowly spreading to the water surface. And go! Jiang Yao knew in her heart that this was indeed not a meteorite, but a spaceship. After the two people saw clearly what it was, they quickly approached to see what was going on. But a sudden bright light hit them head-on, and the two of them were forced to close their eyes. After adjusting to the brightness, they slowly opened their eyes. It was difficult to communicate underwater, so Jiang Yao had no choice but to pull Feng Qi and hide behind a rock, turn off the light on her head, and wait quietly for the movement of the spacecraft. As soon as the two of them hid, The door on the side of the spacecraft suddenly opened, and two black figures walked out of it. They were about the same size as humans, except for their more three-dimensional facial features and orange eyes. They seemed not much different from humans. The two of them couldn't help but wonder which planet it fell from, and why it looked so similar to humans. While they were thinking, the two black figures looked over. Jiang Yao quickly pulled Feng Qi and hid, for fear of being discovered by the other party. Judging from the way the other party was walking freely in the water, if there was a fight, Jiang Yao would definitely not have the upper hand. The black figure standing in front turned his head first, and stepped directly towards the water. His whole body seemed to be integrated with the lake water, light and upright. When the two figures walked further and further away, Jiang Yao finally walked out from behind the stone, swam quickly from the other side to the water, and emerged from the water first.
They're coming up!
Zhou Jin was the first to spot the two people on the other side of the Tree of Life. Everyone looked over, and then walked towards the two people on the shore. Su Ji arrived a few minutes ago. He was surprised when he saw the Tree of Life, but he became even more shocked after hearing the creatures in the water. He followed everyone silently, waiting for news.
Io, are you okay?
Zhou Han asked worriedly. Jiang Yao took off her oxygen mask and smoothed her hair.
It's okay. Did you see anything coming ashore?
What she was most concerned about now was that the two figures had clearly arrived earlier than them, and it was obvious that everyone looked as if they hadn't seen each other. Sure enough, Zhou Jin shook his head blankly.
I didn't see that thing at the bottom of the lake. Is it really it?
Feng Qi stared at the lake seriously.
Yes, it looks similar to us, but it feels stronger than humans. Call!
When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but sigh.
Are they really aliens?
Several people looked at each other.
Yes,
Jiang Yao said in a calm voice.
They came up before us. Didn't you see any suspicious figures? No. We've been waiting for you to come up.
Zhou Han shook his head, and his expression turned bad. Jiang Yao and Feng Qixiang took a look at each other, and felt that those two figures were not simple. As for the black hole at the root of the Tree of Life, everyone has ignored it.
Everyone, please leave here. It's better to be careful until those two people show up.
Jiang Yao did not dare to take it lightly, so she ordered everyone.
Okay, let's all disperse.
Zhou Jin waved his hand, and everyone left the lake. Only Su Ji was following a few people, and he had something to ask. Feeling sticky on her body, Jiang Yao felt very uncomfortable, so she passed a few people and quickly returned to the space and changed her clothes. After the two of them changed their clothes and came out, they saw Zhou Han, who had been waiting outside. Jiang Yao asked her,
"Why don't you go and rest?"
Zhou Han pointed to the door.
"Su Ji is still waiting for you. I'll let you know." "I understand. Go and rest quickly. Don't be tired."
After Jiang Yao finished speaking, she and Feng Qi went out together. Su Ji was standing alone outside the iron gate, his eyes fixed on the Tree of Life not far away. He turned around when he heard the movement behind him. Upon seeing Jiang Yao and the two, Su Ji came over to say hello.
"Jiang Yao. Feng Qi."
Jiang Yao nodded to him in response.
"Brother Su, are you here for something?"
Feng Qi asked directly. He knew that Su Ji would usually not come over if nothing happened.
"Actually, it's nothing. We were shocked by its dazzling light, so we came over to ask what this tree was."
Su Ji explained carefully. He was afraid of touching Jiang Yao's taboo and asking questions that he shouldn't ask.
"The Tree of Life can protect everyone."
Jiang Yao was too lazy to explain again and again, so she just said it in a perfunctory way. What bothers her most now is the two disappearing figures. As long as they are still in her territory, she can't let go.
"That's it. I understand."
Su Ji knew that Jiang Yao was getting impatient, so he didn't intend to continue asking. He said a few words to the two of them, and then went back. Jiang Yao and Feng Qi came to the lake again, and happened to see Fedoro sitting there. Fedoro kept guarding the Tree of Life after everyone dispersed. The black hole on the root of the tree gradually repaired and is now half smaller. Chapter 221 Aliens Appear.
"You are here."
Fedoro stood up on his own initiative and greeted the two of them.
"Well, have you seen anything suspicious?"
Jiang Yao looked at the location of the black hole with a serious look on her face.
"If you don't see it, would you have an illusion and see it wrong?"
He didn't see anything coming out of the water, so he suspected Jiang Yao was wrong.
"You can't see it wrong. There is a reason for one person to see it wrong. But we both saw it clearly. There are really two figures coming towards the water."
Jiang Yao elaborated on the details of being in the water. But then, they walked in another direction in order not to be discovered. Wouldn't those two go back and not know it? What are you doing back in the water? Won't you drown? It seems that the spaceship is also broken. It is impossible for them to escape in the spaceship.
Feng Qi, what do you think? I don't know.
Feng Qi frowned. He had no clue. Jiang Yao finally relieved.
Forget it. If they are here, they will definitely show up. Let's wait slowly.
The three of them stared at the ripples on the lake and didn't speak for a long time.
Squeak!
A rat screeched from behind. The three heard the sound and turned around to see the five-eyed rat king staring at them.
What's wrong?
Jiang Yao asked. Are you hungry again? They had just eaten 1,000 hares. And were they hungry so quickly? With this digestive function, even if there were tens of millions of hares, she wouldn't be able to feed them.
The tree of life is mature. Can I go up there and have a look?
The 5 eyes of the five-eyed mouse were staring at the tree of life, and the longing in their eyes could not be blocked again.
What are you doing up there?
Jiang Yao's nerves couldn't help but become tense again.
It's nothing. My energy has been damaged before, and I want to rely on the tree of life to help repair it.
The five-eyed rat raised its forelimbs, exposing the gap in front of Jiang Yao.
May I?
Jiang Yao asked Fedoro. Can the tree of life repair injured places? Fedoro answered honestly.
Yes, but the repair process for wounds like this is very slow.
Jiang Yao glanced between them. She was not sure whether the five-eyed mouse had any bad intentions, and she did not dare to let it get close to the tree of life. After all, the five-eyed mouse is new here and has not yet dispelled his doubts about it. The five-eyed rat seemed to see through Jiang Yao's concerns and spoke angrily.
I know what you are thinking. Don't worry. Since I came here with you, I must be sincere. If I disrespect the tree of life, it will only be me who will suffer the consequences. I will not be so stupid. Backlash?
Jiang Yao cast doubtful eyes on Fedoro again. And Feng Qi was also a little surprised by the magic of the tree of life. Facing the two people's questions, Fedoro had no choice but to explain again.
Well, don't look at it. The tree of life will only bring shelter to others. If someone hurts it and causes harm to it, it will pay it back 1,000 times. Then the spaceship just smashed through its roots. Will it also suffer backlash?
Since harming the tree of life will cause backlash, will the two figures just get the punishment they deserve?
I don't know about that. After all, you and them are outsiders. There may be exceptions.
Fedoro didn't finish his words. If the tree of life cannot restrain Jiang Yao and others, how could they find the tree of life? Thinking of this, Jiang Yao relaxed happily.
Okay, since you said that, let it heal.
He turned to the five-eyed rat and said,
Go ahead, and be careful not to hurt the tree of life. We know.
As soon as the five-eyed mouse finished speaking, the group of rats behind it took action, crawling under the tree based on the nearest tree root. This time, they were very quiet, and did not make any sound. They seemed to be leaving with piety. Dozens of mice just sat around the tree of life, exposing all the injured areas, and letting the energy of the tree of life heal them. Jiang Yao watched all this in amazement, until she saw blue light repeatedly penetrate into their wounds. And when the wounds began to heal, she opened her eyes wide.
This effect is so fast. It's so powerful. Yes, it's really amazing.
Even Feng Qi, who rarely sighed, nodded frequently. This time, he sincerely felt the power of nature. The tree of life's repairing ability is indeed not an exaggeration, and it can actually heal their injuries so quickly. When the five-eyed rats came out one after another, they all had an unprecedented woody smell, which she had never smelled before. At this time, Jiang Yao was secretly annoyed that she had no wounds on her body. If there were any, she would also like to try. What a pity. What a pity. After all the five-eyed rats came ashore, Jiang Yao looked at them.
How do you feel? Do you feel strong? Not only is it powerful, the energy is also more intense. I feel that my power is very full, but I still can't vent it.
The five-eyed rat feels the energy flowing through its body. If there is an enemy in front of it at this moment, it will rush forward and tear the opponent into pieces without hesitation.
No, I have to go to the mountains to catch prey. Otherwise, I won't be happy tonight.
The five-eyed rat organized everyone to leave together and quickly climbed up to the nearest mountain. The trees on the mountain occasionally swayed twice, which was the noise caused by them hunting for food. Jiang Yao was bored and planned to go back.
Let's go back too. Nothing special will come out today.
Fedoro nodded and was about to leave when, out of the corner of his eye, He saw two faint figures on the other side of the lake, staring upright. He was motionless, as if he had been standing for a long time. Fedora quickly pointed at them.
Is that the figure you saw? Where?
Jiang Yao's heart stopped for a moment, and she immediately turned around and followed Fedora's gaze. Sure enough, I saw those two familiar faces. Feng Qi clenched his fists.
It's them! You wait!
Fedora rushed over as soon as he finished speaking. He wanted to explore the other party's true and false situation first. After all, he is a native of Maka Planet, and it is clear at a glance what the other party's different characteristics are.
If he rushes over like this, there won't be any danger. Right.
Feng Qi was a little worried.
I don't know. Otherwise we'll get there too.
Jiang Yao moved her stiff legs and wanted to go over and have a look, but was held back by Feng Qi.
Hold on. Look over there.
Feng Qi followed Fedora with his eyes, and found that he had arrived in front of the two of them. Jiang Yao looked over, her heart beating loudly, almost breaking her eardrums. On the opposite side, Fedora was not too nervous, but he was wary in his heart.
Who are you, and what are you doing here?
However, the two figures did not move, and their orange eyes were still looking in the direction of the Tree of Life. It was unclear whether they were looking at the Tree of Life or Jiang Yao. Fedora realized something was wrong and quickly separated their eyes.
I'm asking you, where are you from?
Chapter 222 Leaving. One of the two figures finally moved, and his eyes turned to Fedora, slightly confused.
Roar!
He opened his mouth wide, revealing the sharp teeth inside, and mumbled something in his throat. But Fedora didn't understand it. Okay, here comes another one who doesn't understand. What to do now? Fedora doesn't know either. Jiang Yao and Feng Qi quickly approached, still holding guns in their hands.
Who are you? Please leave quickly.
Jiang Yao walked up to the two of them and saw their appearance clearly. They had short blue hair, skin as white as snow, straight facial features, orange eyes, and were nearly 2 meters tall. At first glance, they looked like male aliens. Having seen the strength of the two men in the lake, Jiang Yao didn't know whether they were enemies or friends, so she could only drive them away. When one of them saw Jiang Yao speaking, he hurriedly stepped forward and pointed in the direction of the lake with a slightly anxious look on his face.
Please help me get the aircraft up. Once we have the aircraft, we will leave immediately.
As soon as the man spoke, Jiang Yao and Feng Qi were shocked. They didn't expect that he could speak their own language. What on earth was going on?
Can you speak human language?
Feng Qi stood in front of Jiang Yao and asked carefully.
No, but I can copy it. I can read the other party's language system in a moment, and then speak it myself.
The other party quickly denied Feng Qi's words, and patiently explained. Jiang Yao has never seen such a strong learning ability. He said he could copy the language system. What kind of ability is this?
You mean, as long as we help you fish out the aircraft,
you will leave?
Jiang Yao no longer dwells on the other party's abilities, but instead focuses on the main topics for discussion.
That's right. The aircraft was left at the bottom of the lake, and we can't take it out. How did you fall?
Jiang Yao was curious again. She originally thought that the other party was attracted by the gravity of Maka Star, but now it seems that it is not that simple.
The aircraft malfunctioned and we lost our way, so we broke into this planet.
Faced with each other's flawless answers, Jiang Yao and Feng Qi had no choice but to believe in the authenticity of their words. From this point of view, if you want the other party to leave quickly, you have to pick up the aircraft. That thing should be very heavy. How do you pick it up? Before fishing, Jiang Yao had to make an agreement with them to protect the Tree of Life.
We promise to help you fish it out, but the premise is that you can't get close to the tree, let alone take any action.
The two men looked at each other and answered in unison.
Good.
After making an agreement with the two of them, Jiang Yao approached Fedora.
Let the CAO come and help salvage it. Can it dive?
Jiang Yao had just thought about various possibilities. Only an animal of the CAO's height could touch the bottom of the lake. Its neck is more than 20 meters long, so it should be easy to dive down and catch something.
Yes, I'll call it right away.
Fedora had just understood the conversation between the two parties and knew what the outsider wanted, so he asked the CAO to help. But he did not refuse. After all, the sooner the other party leaves, the smaller the threat to them.
Shoo!
A sharp whistle pierced the sky, and the ground shook instantly. Jiang Yao couldn't help but glance at the two people, and found that the other person's expression was still calm, and there was no sign of panic. I thought that the shock would make them change. But I didn't expect that the other party was quite calm. After a while, the Doro's horse Dashao ran over and touched his master's chest with his head, as if to say, "Master, why do you want to see me?" The Doro only touched it twice, and then started giving instructions to it in his ear. In a moment, the CAO took action. It slowly walked towards the entrance of the hole, drilled its head in, and followed it with its long neck. It didn't stop until its entire neck was no longer visible. The lake water sloshed for a while, and the CAO's neck began to stretch upward. Jiangya was excited. Was this a success? Sure enough, it was right to let it come. After a few minutes, the top of the aircraft was finally exposed. At this time, Zhou Jin and others saw the movement here and had gathered around. When they saw the two unfamiliar figures, they couldn't help but enter a state of preparation for war. But Jiangya shook her head at them and said there was no need to worry. Everyone put down their guard and looked at the black aircraft together. The aircraft is 3 meters long, with sharp points at both ends and a rounded middle. The overall shape is somewhat like a rhombus. The overall appearance is black, but it also has blue light, which is very beautiful.
This is a spaceship? It's so advanced.
The bearded guy on the side couldn't help but praise, with envy in his eyes.
I don't know which planet they came from and where they are flying to.
Zhou Jin looked at the spacecraft with confusion in his eyes. In the past, they always felt that there were other life forms in this vast universe. Now, after seeing aliens one after another, the previous speculations are confirmed. It turns out that there are many planets like the Earth in the universe, and there are also many life forms. It must be fate to meet them. Jiangya was not curious about the other party's identity at all.
This is not what we should ask. As long as they leave quickly, that's fine.
Under the eyes of everyone, the two people quickly walked to the spacecraft. With some force, the door on one side of the spacecraft opened automatically, and they quickly got in. The spacecraft's headlights lit up. Gas erupted from the bottom, and the spacecraft was taken away from the ground and slowly rose.
Thanks. The word thank you
was very vague, but it still reached everyone's ears. Everyone looked at the spaceship in midair, not wanting to miss any key moments. The spacecraft only stayed in midair for 2 minutes.
Only a whoosh
sound was heard before it cut through the sky and disappeared.
Only a little bit of blue smoke was left in place, and no one even saw clearly how it left, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye.
Is this the speed of the spaceship?
Zhou Jin couldn't believe it. Humanity's scientific civilization is far from reaching this level, and it seems that they need to work harder.
You couldn't see clearly when it fell, and you still couldn't see clearly when it flew away. The speed of light. Yeah. I just blinked, and it was gone. I didn't even blink, and I still didn't see clearly how it left.
Others lamented the charm of technology, but Jiangya was the only one who fell into deep thought. Since the other party can fall on the Maka planet, it means that the civilization of the other party's planet has long surpassed this place. If you find the right time in the future, you may return. That's it. Let's talk about the rest later.
Everyone must guard the Tree of Life from now on and not let anyone destroy it. We will rely on it for protection in the future. New.
Everyone knows that Jiangya went through a lot of hard work to find the Tree of Life, and the reason for finding it was to make humans more adaptable to the environment of Maka Star. They will definitely protect the Tree of Life and the world of mankind. Chapter 223 explain the follow-up matters.
Everyone, go back. There is nothing to do today.
Jiangya was the first to leave the lake. She wanted to have a good rest for 2 days, then go see the seeds, and then return to her own territory and let it go completely. After Jiangya left, everyone left the lake one after another, and Fedora was the last to leave riding the CAO. After they left, the hole at the root of the Tree of Life healed quickly. Everyone followed and entered the space. Jiangya finally came back, so they had to get together.
Io, did you encounter any danger when you went out this time?
Zhou Han took the initiative to come over and asked Jiangya in a low voice. Jiangya looked at the five-eyed rat in the fence, then shook his head.
There is no danger. It's just that the weather is too bad and movement is restricted.
In that kind of ice and snow day, she was still glad that she was not frozen.
Why is the weather so bad?
Feng Qi wanted to ask. Jiangya wanted to say it, but the bearded man beat him to it.
Don't mention it. It snowed heavily as soon as we went there. The snow was more than 1 meter deep, and we couldn't walk at all. The temperature was much colder than in the northeast. Even colder than when it was frozen.
Thinking of the cold wind blowing, the bearded man couldn't help sniffing and shaking his shoulders. as if his body was getting cold again.
Then how did you find this tree of life?
Zhou Jin was not questioning anything, but simply curious.
You don't know. We were about to return, but we saw a blue light in the snow not far away. We have searched for that place more than 10 times, but we haven't found it. It's all due to fate.
The bearded man was sitting and drinking. The beard around his mouth was moving, and he spoke very vividly. Jiang Yao was amused by his expression and stopped talking about this topic.
How is the food? Has it sprouted? It's all sprouted. The first step was finally successful.
Feng Qi chuckled, with a sense of relaxation in his words.
That's good. With the tree of life, we will no longer be disturbed by thunder and lightning. It should be easy to grow food.
Jiang Yao was very pleased with this answer.
By the way, has the greenhouse over there been set up? Are the seeds I gave you enough? There were so many of them that they set it up in a long time. I caught some livestock for them, and the food was already planted. But
Feng Qi looked at Jiang Yao, but hesitated to speak. And the others also fell silent.
What's wrong?
Jiang Yao's face was full of doubts. Did something happen after she left? Feng Qi sighed twice.
They dug the soil again, and there were 2 little ones to keep them company. Unfortunately, they lost dozens more people.
Jiang Yao felt uncomfortable after hearing the news.
This is not the way to go. Researchers must develop soil cultivation methods as soon as possible to utilize the soil on Massacre.
After all, the number of humans is not large in the first place. And if we continue to sacrifice like this, there will not be much benefit at all.
Well, after this incident, I have asked them to speed up the research. It should be completed within half a month. That's good.
Jiang Yao breathed a sigh of relief. A few people gathered around to drink and chat. And before they knew it, it was the next day. Everyone didn't sleep all night but didn't feel sleepy at all. All thanks to the yellow energy. During the 10 days when Jiang Yao was away, they went to the mountains to absorb energy every day, including those on Su Ji's side. Their physical fitness improved many times. Jiang Yao went to see the greenhouse alone and found that there were some green buds in the soil. Seeing these familiar green colors made her happy from the bottom of her heart. The vegetation on Massacre Star is all blue and doesn't look appetizing. But green things are pleasing to the eye. She passed pastures of various sizes. And every time she passed one, she would put another 50 or 60 livestock in. As for pheasants and hares, more are put in.
Do you want to go out again?
Feng Qi appeared behind Jiang Yao at some point. Seeing her actions, he couldn't help but ask. Jiang Yao turned around and faced Feng Qi.
I want to go back there and live alone. I have finished all the things I should do. It's time to relax and take care of my old age. Retirement care?
Feng Qi covered his mouth and chuckled.
Don't you want to find a partner to live with?
This question seemed easy to ask. But Feng Qi was very nervous inside and wanted to know Jiang Yao's answer. But Jiang Yao looked at him strangely.
Why do you suddenly ask this question?
Could it be that he?
Huh?
Feng Qi was stunned and noticed the unfriendly eyes of the other party. And his heart beat even harder.
Don't get me wrong. I just asked a question that all humans should experience.
Hearing Feng Qi's explanation, Jiang Yao curled her lips indifferently.
It's good to be alone. There are no emotional disputes. And you don't have to be controlled all day long. You have much more freedom.
Hearing this, Feng Qi couldn't help but feel lost. It turns out that no one can open her heart. Not even herself. Emotional matters cannot be forced. She likes freedom. So he is responsible for protecting this freedom.
Leaving today? Tomorrow.
She also wanted to see how the Tree of Life adapted.
Then I'll walk with you. Good.
The two of them walked around the ranch side by side. When they came to the ark, Jiang Yao still wanted to go in and explain. When Feng Qi saw Jiang Yao walking in, he hurriedly followed. Jiang Yao had sharp eyes. As soon as she entered, she saw Li Qing, who was studying seriously. For the sake of silence in the room, she did not shout out, but quietly walked up to her.
Li Qing.
Li Qing heard a familiar voice and quickly raised her head. When she saw Jiang Yao, she shouted happily,
Captain Jiang, keep your voice down. I just want to say a few words to you and don't want to disturb other people.
Jiang Yao made a stop gesture. Li Qing quickly nodded to express her understanding.
You say, research the soil on Massacre as soon as possible and use it. Humans can no longer risk digging soil on Earth. We cannot afford sacrifices.
Li Qing glanced at the soil on the table. It was the local soil.
I understand. I have a clue now. I believe I will be able to figure it out in the near future. That's good. If you need anything, Just tell Feng Qi, and I will definitely satisfy you. If they have any requirements, you must also study them diligently, and do not neglect them. Okay. We will do our best to let human civilization develop again. Even if you don't say it, we will do it.
Hearing Li Qing's sincere tone, Jiang was very moved, and it was not in vain for her to support them.
Then I'm relieved. Thank you.
Li Qing was flattered, and quickly bent down to salute Jiang.
You don't have to be so polite. In the final analysis, we are even more grateful that you reused us and did not abandon us. Otherwise, even if we had no intention of research, we would not have the opportunity to display our talents. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Chapter 224 Leaving without saying goodbye. Facing such serious gratitude suddenly, Jiang felt uncomfortable all over.
It's okay. As long as you study it carefully and remember what I said. Okay. I remember it.
Li Qing smiled sincerely. After coming out of the ark, Jiang did not go anywhere else, but went straight back to the space to stay with everyone for a day. She will return to her residence tomorrow. As soon as she entered the space, Jiang felt something was wrong. A strange smell filled the air, making her wary.
Master! You are finally back!
A familiar voice entered her eardrums. Jiang didn't remember who the voice belonged to for a moment. It wasn't until a large animal came running from a distance that she realized.
Jiang, be careful!
Feng Qi stood in front of her, took out his gun and pointed it at the running figure. This figure looks very weird. It feels like a fish has grown 2 legs and turned into a land animal. It is 20 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. It is somewhat similar to the animals on Massacre. Fish? Is it a killer whale? Jiang had a picture of the killer whale's body changing in her mind, and quickly asked Feng Qi to stop.
Don't shoot. I know him.
When Feng Qi heard this, he hurriedly stopped his hand. He almost shot just now. Fortunately,
Master!
The killer whale had already run up to Jiang at this moment, staring at her with big cute eyes.
What are you?
Jiang was a little amused when she saw its appearance at this time. How did it evolve into something nondescript?
It's me, little killer whale. I know. I'm just curious about how you became like this.
I haven't gone to the river to see it for a long time, and I didn't expect to wake up.
I don't know. I woke up like this.
The little killer whale said a little aggrieved. It also felt that it looked better before, but now it feels strange even to itself. Seeing its sad look, Jiang couldn't help but comfort him.
Don't be sad. There must be a reason why it looks like this. It should be for you to quickly adapt to the current environment. That's right. You see? I have wings. You are much better than me.
The crucian carp flew over at some point and stayed above the killer whale.
Really?
The killer whale didn't like himself very much.
Real.
Jiang and crucian carp said at the same time. It would be great if the killer whale could come out of the water. It would be better than staying in space all the time.
Okay. I'll get used to it slowly. You go out with crucian carp and get familiar with the outside environment.
Jiang let them all out, including 2, and let them play outside. After she and Feng Qi were the only ones left in the space, silence returned again. The 2 of them were sitting in the living room, Feng Qi staring at Jiang.
I didn't expect you to be able to tame so many strange beasts. They are really good.
At least they helped a lot during the escape and when resisting the indigenous forces. It is undeniable that the people and things around Jiang cannot be ignored.
Well, thanks to them, we can live well.
Jiang does not deny this. She will keep them company every day after that.
After I leave tomorrow, I might go somewhere to play. I'll leave this place to you.
Jiang spoke sincerely and especially trusted Feng Qi. Feng Qi crossed his legs and relaxed his whole body.
That's right. Just feel free to go and play. We are here.
Anyway, there isn't much to do in the future. With the Tree of Life, there is no threat to their lives, and they just want to spend the rest of their lives well.
If you need anything, you can ask the 2 little ones to come to me. They have a spiritual connection with the strange tigers and can sense each other's specific location. I know.
The tone of the 2 people gradually became heavier, and they both couldn't let go. It happened that Zhou Jin and others came out of the room at this time, breaking the heaviness.
What are you talking about?
Zhou Han came over and sat down next to Jiang. Jiang smiled at her.
It's nothing. Just explaining some things. Are you leaving again?
Zhou Han raised his voice, already guessing that Jiang was leaving here again.
Well, I'd better go back and live there. But
before Zhou Han could finish speaking, He was interrupted by his brother Zhou Jin.
Han, Jiang Yao has her own things to do, so don't always stop her.
Zhou Han lowered his head in frustration, unwilling to look at Jiang Yao again. Ever since she became pregnant, she could not control her temper and disliked herself very much.
Okay, let's get together again and practice for Jiang Yao.
When everyone heard that Jiang Yao was leaving again, it was very difficult to accept it. Even if Feng Qi said it, they would not be in a good mood. It was Jiang Yao who moved all kinds of food and drinks over with her thoughts and filled the entire table.
It just so happens that today is New Year's Day. Let's have a happy new year. There are many days to get together and have fun and time.
The reason why she didn't leave today was because she wanted to celebrate the new year with everyone.
New Year's Day?
Several people stared at Jiang Yao in surprise.
This year has passed like this?
Zhou Han has not yet accepted this fact.
No.
Jiang Yao took out her phone and glanced at everyone.
I keep charging my phone, and the date on it is updated normally.
Everyone looked at the date above and felt a little confused for a moment. Thinking about this year, they were wandering crazily between life and death. Thanks to Jiang Yao, they were able to survive. The hardships along the way can't be described in a few words. And I don't even dare to recall them. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, is the future they are looking forward to. At this moment, everyone felt completely relieved. They decided to forget the past and welcome the new future. Today is the time to celebrate. Celebrate that everyone is still together. And celebrate your new life. Feng Qi opened a bottle of beer first.
Everyone touches one. And in the future, we will support each other and move forward hand in hand.
As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of bottle caps being opened was heard in the living room.
Bang!
The wine bottles collided together. Except for Zhou Han, who drank the drink. Everyone else was holding beer and touching each other.
Drink!
The first sip of beer went into Jiang Yao's stomach. And soon everyone followed. It wasn't until the entire bottle of beer reached the bottom that everyone smiled cheerfully. Tonight, they will all forget the past and welcome a new beginning. Jiang Yao rarely had a good time and brought out all the best food in the space, such as seafood, roast mutton, yak meat, etc., so that everyone could eat enough, except for a few of them. All humans on Maca planet will enjoy delicious food, and this night will be their happiest moment. Jiang Yao left quietly when everyone was drunk. She didn't want anyone to see her off. She just wanted to go quietly alone. Before leaving, she had left a wealth of food in a letter, asking Feng Qi to distribute the food to every human being, so that everyone would not have to worry about her. When the time came, she would still come back. By the time everyone was awake, Jiang Yao had already embarked on a journey around Maca Star. Chapter 225, Giving Birth to Twins.
Where are we going?
Yihu licked the long hair on his legs and asked Jiang Yao with his head tilted.
Go to the west.
Jiang Yao determined the direction.
Let's go! Sit down.
The tiger and the giant python started running at the same time, and the crucian carp and the killer whale followed behind, enjoying the feeling of the breeze blowing on their faces. The five-eyed mice surrounded her, protecting her secretly. At the base, Feng Qi had already distributed the food and was preparing to send the two little ones to Su Ji's troops with him. After he left, the others gradually regained their consciousness and accepted the fact that Jiang Yao left. Only Zhou Han was unhappy. She was worried about Jiang Yao and feared that she wouldn't come back for a long time. Li put a coat on her.
Go inside and lie down. Be careful of catching a cold.
Even though Jiang Yao left various medicines, Zhou Han was pregnant and could not take medicine and had to pay attention to her body at all times.
When do you think Yao will come back?
Zhou Han was helped up by Li, his eyes still staying in the direction of Jiang Yao's base.
I don't know. Maybe you'll come back when you give birth. So long.
Zhou Han was even more sad.
Maybe she will come back midway. Don't worry. She has space and a few people to protect her. She won't be in danger. I hope so.
Zhou Han withdrew his nostalgic gaze and followed Li back to the room. During the 8 months that Jiang Yao left, Feng Qi and Zhou Jin managed the base in an orderly manner. The soil of Maca Star is already capable of growing food. The food in the greenhouse has been harvested twice, and the third wave of food has been planted in the soil. Zhou Han's belly was getting bigger and bigger, and Yushao couldn't tell it at first. In May, they discovered that she was pregnant with twins. Now it is more than 8 months old. Her belly is horribly big. Her legs are very swollen, and she can no longer get out of bed and walk around. Fortunately, Zhou's mother and Li are taking care of her. so she doesn't feel so uncomfortable. Zhou Han had a pheasant leg in his mouth, but he couldn't taste it.
I'm about to give birth. Hasn't Io come back yet?
Li couldn't bear her sadness.
Hurry up. Feng Qi has sent the two little ones to look for her.
Just 2 days ago, Feng Qi asked the two little ones to go out to meet Jiang Yao. During this period, Jiang Yao occasionally asked Christian Karp to come back and deliver letters, telling them about her current situation and the scenery she had seen. Although everyone was worried about her, they were more happy, because she is coming back soon. 3 days later,
I'm finally back. I've been so tired these past few months.
Under the tree of life, Jiang Yao jumped off the back of the strange tiger and lay comfortably on the ground, feeling the powerful power brought by the tree of life.
You still said? We are exhausted.
Ihu lay on the ground panting heavily. He has lost weight in the past few months. They traveled all over the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and encountered adventures and dangers. Fortunately, they were able to avoid dangers. Finally, half a month ago, I heard Jiang Yao say something about returning. Otherwise, they would have died of exhaustion on the way.
Thank you for your hard work. I will reward you well.
Jiang Yao walked to the lake and washed her face.
Jiang Yao?
A familiar voice came, and Feng Qi stared at Jiang Yao's figure, unable to hide the surprise on his face.
You're back.
Jiang Yao looked up and found Feng Qi not far away. She quickly walked over and responded with a smile.
Back. How are you all?
Feng Qi patted her shoulder.
Everything is fine. But Zhou Han is thinking about you every day. She is about to give birth. I know. So I rushed back.
She just counted the time to come back.
Are you still leaving?
Feng Qi asked again.
I won't leave for now. At least for 3 years. That's good. Let's go see how everyone is doing.
Jiang Yao crossed Feng Qi and ran quickly towards the base. She wanted to see Zhou Han. But as soon as she walked outside the door, she heard a panicked voice.
I have a stomachache. I'm afraid I'm in labor.
What?
She's about to give birth.
Li was confused and wandering around the room. Jiang Yao pushed open the door and said,
Hurry and carry her to the tree of life.
The Doro said before that pregnant women need to give birth under the tree of life.
I'll.
Zhou Han stared at the door dripping with sweat, forgetting the pain for a moment.
You're finally back.
Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, and her heart finally fell to the ground.
I'm back. Now is not the time to reminisce about the past. Hurry up.
Jiang Yao urged Li.
Oh, I'll carry her over right now.
Li then remembered the contents of Jiang Yao's letter. She had explained the matter of Zhou Han's delivery. The group of people all followed behind, their faces full of worry. Zhou Han is pregnant with twins and does not have good medical conditions, so it may be difficult. I hope the tree of life can protect her and give birth smoothly.
Ah!
Cries of pain kept coming from the makeshift delivery room, showing Zhou Han's pain when giving birth.
Keep your strength up. Hold on.
Jiang Yao was always beside Zhou Han to cheer her up, and even put ginseng slices in her mouth. Half an hour later.
Wow!
The first child was finally born.
It's a boy!
Jiang Yao wrapped the child nervously with the back of her bag, her eyes filled with loving tears. 2 minutes later, the second child was born. This time a girl. Jiang Yao held the boy in Li Yi's arms, and worked with Zhou's mother to clean the package of the second child. Zhou Han was very weak after giving birth, so Jiang Yao carefully fed her with fish soup to replenish energy. Zhou Han asked Jiang Yao with half-squinted eyes.
Are the children okay?
Jiang Yao nodded lightly.
1 boy and 1 girl. The 2 children are very cute. Thank you for your hard work.
Zhou Han shook his head, overflowing with maternal love.
As long as they are healthy. It doesn't matter if I'm tired. Well, they were all placed under the tree of life. I'm afraid they won't be able to be picked up until a month later.
Jiang Yao prevented Zhou Han from wanting to see the child, so she told her about it.
The Doro said that babies will be healthier if they are protected by the tree of life. For their sake, let's try it too. Okay, I'll listen to you.
Zhou Han closed his eyes and was about to fall asleep.
Then you go to sleep and I'll go out and take a look. Good.
When Zhou Han fell asleep, Jiang Yao put down the bowl and went out. She was worried that Zhou Jin and the others wouldn't be able to do it. Sure enough, as soon as she went out, she heard 2 little guys crying loudly. Except for Zhou's mother, several grown men stood helpless and didn't know what to do. Jiang Yao took out the goat milk that had been prepared long ago and carefully fed the child with Zhou's mother. They were just born and must be hungry. After the little guys were full, they fell asleep quietly. Zhou Jin and others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li entered the delivery room to take care of Zhou Han, while Zhou Jin and others guarded the child.
Thankfully you're back. Otherwise we wouldn't know what to do.
It was the first time Feng Qi experienced this kind of thing, and an unnatural red flashed across his face.
Yeah. Luckily I'm back.
Jiang Yao nodded fearfully. She knew Zhou Han was pregnant with twins, but she never thought they would be born prematurely. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Otherwise, she would have felt guilty too. After settling down Zhou Han's family, Jiang Yao finally found a chance to rest. Jiang Yao was very happy thinking that 2 years later, the little ones would call her godmother. Time passed, and it quickly came to 2 years later. Jiang Yao has long hair, and is holding the baby in both hands, with an impatient expression on her face. Who said having a child is a blessing? She was already so annoyed that she wanted to run away again.
Godmother, I want to kiss you. I want it too. I said it first. Godmother should kiss me first.
The brother pushed his sister.
Wow. Brother is bad. Brother is bad.
The younger sister cried sadly after being pushed by her brother. Jiang Yao felt dizzy for a moment and had to coax him.
Inger, be good. Stop crying. Godmother will give you some sweets.
As soon as she heard there was candy, her sister immediately stopped crying, grabbed the candy from Jiang Yao's hand and ran, laughing as she ran.
Godmother was fooled. Ha ha ha. Brother, give you too.
Brother Sure Yu hurriedly ran over and caught the candy in his sister's hand. The two little guys quickly opened the candy wrapper and started eating. When Jiang Yao saw the appearance of the two of them, she realized that she had been deceived and couldn't laugh or cry for a moment. Who would have thought that a child of only 2 years old would have so many thoughts? Forget it. She is not as knowledgeable as them. Zhou Han, who was watching all this from a distance, burst out laughing.
I'll. You have been deceived sometimes. Ha ha ha.
Jiang Yao crossed her arms and said without any politeness,
when they grow up, I will teach them a lesson. Ha 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 ha.
For a moment, everyone laughed. The two little guys didn't understand why their uncles were laughing, but their faces were also filled with happy smiles. Jiang Yao looked up at the sky and raised the corners of her mouth. Such a relaxing day seemed not bad. She is looking forward to her future life.
Godmother, I also want Tang Tang. I want it too. I want it too.
Jiang Yao retracted her smile and helplessly hugged the two meat dumplings who rushed over, with bitterness at the corners of her mouth.
We all have a share. No arguing. Ha 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 ha.
Everyone laughed again.
I didn't expect that the unrestrained Jiang Yao would be subdued by two meat dumplings. Ha ha ha.
Zhou Han, his own mother, complained mercilessly.
Ha 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 ha.
Hearing everyone's laughter, Jiang Yao took out the candy in an orderly manner. She really wants to escape. Just wait. You will be free in half a year at most. Great views are waiting for her.